Safety comes first, money comes second. Director Lin gave some instructions. Ruan Qiqi got the information of several deadbeats. 3 of them were in Tanzhou City, and the others were in surrounding cities. The total debt was as high as hundreds of thousands, enough to buy 2 new devices. She planned to take a month, not too fast or too slow. 1 month was just right. Returning to the office, the 2 section chiefs treated her with great respect and spoke carefully, fearing that she would have an epileptic seizure and drag them to jump off the building. They were not as lucky as Ji Xianglian, who was stuck by the tree. Life is precious. They can't afford to mess with that crazy woman. Ruan Qiqi and the section chief asked for leave, saying they were going out to collect debts. Xiao Ruan, you've worked hard. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of the work for you. Don't worry about it. The section chief's face was full of smiles, and he was so happy that he hoped Ruan Qiqi would take 10 or 8 years to settle the account and never come back. Don't worry, I'll be back in a month at most. Ruan Qiqi poured him a basin of cold water, and when she saw the smile on the section chief's face visibly froze, her mood improved. Happiness is indeed built on the suffering of others. Ruan Qiqi usually leaves at 5:25 after work and walks slowly to the factory gate, just in time to clock in at 5:30. He doesn't want to work even a second longer. After buying some vegetables on the way, Ruan Qiqi returned to the family building and started cooking dinner. Just as she was about to cut vegetables, someone was peeking in at the entrance of the corridor. Ruan Qiqi pretended not to see him and continued cutting vegetables. The one who was peeking around was Lu Sanmei. She used to be Ji Xianglian's loyal lackey. Before they fell out, Ji Xianglian tricked her into saying a lot of bad things about Ruan Qiqi. She thought about it these days. The more scared she became, fearing that Ruan Qiqi would settle accounts with her later. After wandering in the corridor for several minutes, Lu Sanmei came over with a basket of eggs in her hand. There were about 20 eggs in it, which was considered a very valuable gift at that time. Sister Ruan cooking. Lu Sanmei greeted warmly.
Ruan
Qiqi responded indifferently. Sister Ruan, I'm sorry for what I did to you before. I was stupid and was taken advantage of by Ji Xianglian. I made up some gossips about you. I want to apologize to you. You can eat these eggs. Lu Sanmei apologized sincerely and stuffed a basket of eggs into his hand. Ruan Qiqi actually had no opinion about her. She was just a fool being used by Ji Xianglian. However, if she didn't accept her, Lu Sanmei would definitely feel uneasy. Give the bacon to the children. Ruan Qiqi took out the eggs and put 2 pieces of bacon into the basket. Lu Sanmei didn't dare to accept it. Ruan Qiqi gave her a cold look. She was so scared that she took the basket and left obediently. She felt very happy. The 2 pieces of bacon weighed more than 1 kilogram and could be eaten for several meals. Zhihua, who was guarding the 2nd floor, saw her coming downstairs with a smile on her face and hurriedly asked, "What did Ruan Qiqi say?" "Miss Ruan is a very nice person. She not only asked me for the eggs for nothing, but also gave me 2 pieces of bacon. She is so generous." Lu Sanmei picked up the bacon to show off. These 2 pieces of meat were more valuable than her eggs. Zhihua's eyes were filled with jealousy, and she also had some thoughts. Ruan Qiqi's hands were so loose. Could she do the same? Ruan Qiqi had just finished cooking a dish when Zhihua came over, also carrying a basket, which was much bigger than Lu Sanmei's. "Sister Ruan, I'm sorry for what happened before. I dried these eggplants and loofahs. You can have some fresh ones." Zhihua is from Jiangxi province. Although she is not very clean and likes to take advantage of others, the food she cooks is very good, clean, hygienic, and delicious. The women in the family building, there are 3 who cook the best: Zhihua, Zhihua, and Shang Lehua. Zhihua is also an expert at making wine, and her glutinous rice wine is excellent. Ruan Qiqi had never heard of dried eggplant and dried loofah and thought they were dried vegetables. But when Zhihua removed the gauze, what was revealed opened her eyes. They didn't look like eggplant or loofah at all, but more like dried meat. Dried loofah, dried eggplant. How do you eat this? Ruan Qiqi asked curiously, smelling a strange fragrance. You can eat it like this, Or you can cook it with other dishes. Zhihua introduced the method. Ruan Qiqi tore off a piece of dried loofah and chewed it for a few times. It tasted salty, fresh, spicy, and twisted, and tasted quite good. Is it delicious? Zhihua looked at her hopefully. It's delicious. Thank you. Ruan Qiqi accepted the dried eggplants and loofahs, but the quantity was not much, only 3 pieces of each. So when she returned the gift, she only gave a piece of bacon, which looked a bit small and exquisite in the empty basket. Zhihua didn't leave. She was waiting for the second piece of bacon. But after waiting for a long time, Ruan Qiqi had finished eating a piece of dried loofah, but still hadn't put the second piece of bacon into her basket. Zhihua gritted her teeth, feeling very unwilling. Why was she only given 1 piece? Her dried eggplants and dried loofahs are much more valuable than Lu Sanmei's eggs. You haven't left yet? Ruan Qiqi finished chewing a piece of dried loofah and felt her teeth a little sore. She planned to take a break and then chew some dried eggplant, but then she saw Zhihua with a sullen expression. I'll go now. Zhihua smiled awkwardly, but was still unwilling to give in. So, while Ruan Qiqi went back to the house to drink water, she took a few eggs from the cupboard, stuffed them into the basket, quickly covered them with gauze, and was ready to slip away. Wait, I'll give you a few more eggs. Ruan Qiqi called her. No, the bacon is enough. Zhihua's heart was in her throat. She refused reluctantly and was about to leave, but was stopped by Ruan Qiqi. Why are you in such a hurry? I told you I'd give you eggs. Take them. Ruan Qiqi looked at her with a smile, lifted the gauze on the basket, revealing a dozen eggs. Wow, in just a short while, half of the eggs Lu Sanmei sent were stolen. He is worthy of being called the expert thief of the family building. His skills are quite perfect. I just saw eggs rolling over here, and I don't know whose they are. Zhihua thought of a reason that was not a reason, and even she didn't believe it. What a coincidence. It's my egg. Thank you, Sister Wang, for picking it up for me. Ruan Qiqi seemed to really believe it, and Zhihua breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that she believed it. She smiled and said easily, You're welcome. It's just a simple thing. Put the eggs away and don't let them roll out again. She put the eggs back into the cupboard with great heartache and was about to go downstairs, but was stopped again. I heard that the glutinous rice wine brewed by Sister Wang is particularly fragrant. I would like to ask Sister Wang to help me brew 10 kilograms of wine. What do you think? Ruan Qiqi asked with a smile. Sure. Zhihua readily agreed. Ruan Qiqi was very generous and asked Zhihua to help her make the fish. She only took half of the fish, and the remaining half was given to Zhihua. If she is asked to brew 10 kilograms of wine, she must be given a lot of benefits, so that her husband will have a source of wine for the second half of the year. In this way, I provide the water, and Sister Wang provides the rice. After the wine is brewed, the water belongs to me and the rice belongs to Sister Wang. What do you think? Ruan Qiqi asked with a smile. Okay. Zhihua subconsciously wanted to agree, but she soon realized something was wrong. Isn't this obviously a scam? Sister Wang, you can't calculate it this way. I pay for the rice and you take the wine and leave the lees to me. I'm losing a lot of money. Zhihua was angry. Ruan Qiqi was too stingy. He wanted to swindle her 10 kilograms of wine without spending a penny. She was not a fool and would not fall for it. As our ancestors said, suffering is a blessing. I am trying to save my sister-in-law's fortune. It's settled. You take these 10 kilograms of wine home. I will bring them back in a month. It must be fragrant glutinous rice wine. If it doesn't taste good, I will be unhappy. Ruan Qiqi poured half a bucket of water and handed it to Zhihua with a smile, in a tone that did not admit of refusal. Why do you do this? I won't bully you like this. I won't do it. Zhihua was angry. Everyone was short of food, and she had 3 half-grown children at home. She didn't want this blessing. You have to do it even if you don't want to. Who told you to steal my eggs? If you don't do it, I will tell your husband to send $5 to your parents' home every month. Ruan Qiqi smiled like a little fox. She hated it most when people came to steal from her house. She would give it to someone if they wanted to give it to her, but no one could take anything she didn't want to give. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Xuehua's face changed, and she wanted to deny it. The post office can check the remittance slip. It's useless if you deny it. Sister Wang, are you going to make this glutinous rice wine? I brewed it, Sister Wan. Please don't tell my man, please. Wang Xuehua immediately became timid and begged desperately. I won't say anything if the wine tastes good. It must be delicious. I'll go back and make some. Wang Xuehua was obedient and agreed to make wine, but she felt very regretful in her heart. She didn't get any benefits at all, and even had to pay so much glutinous rice. She was really unlucky. If she feels itchy again, she will chop off the dog's paw. Wang Xuehua hated her own bad habit. She couldn't help it every time. Whenever she saw something good, she wanted to take some back. It was a habit she had developed since childhood. After growing up, she changed a lot under the beatings and scoldings of her husband, but sometimes she still couldn't help it. Today, she suffered a great loss. This time I am determined to change it, including my 3 kids. The wine must be clean. If someone spits, pees, or throws dirty things in it, I will definitely not accept it and will have to trouble Sister Wang to brew it again. Ruan Qiqi took precautions in advance. When she saw Wang Xuehua's pale and blue face, she knew that this woman had no good intentions. How can that be possible? We can't waste food. Wang Xuehua's face turned pale, and she became more wary of Ruan Qiqi. Could it be that this crazy woman had installed a radar in her brain? How come she knew everything she was thinking? That's good. Anyway, I know everything. It depends on whether Wang Xiaozi is aware of it or not. Ruan Qiqi's smile was unfathomable. Wang Xuehua's heart was pounding. She returned home cursing and took out her private money with a broken heart, preparing to buy glutinous rice to make wine tomorrow. I let you steal and made your hands itch. Now you're at a big loss. Wang Xuehua slapped her hands hard, cursing as she did so. After cursing for few words, her expression changed and she ran to the door to check, but there was no one there. There was someone there just now, what the heck? Wang Xuehua was suspicious and always felt that someone was following her. No matter where she went, she would look back every 3 steps, hoping to catch Ruan Qiqi in the act. However, after several days of trying, she found nothing and she even lost several pounds. Darn it, you must be trying to scare me. I'm going to spit on you. Wang Xuehua cursed in a low voice, and after she finished, she looked around and felt relieved when she saw that there was no one around. The next morning, when Ruan Qiqi was going to work, she ran into Wang Xuehua in the corridor and deliberately said, Sister Wang, around 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, you scolded me at home and even said you were going to spit on me. The 4th update is finished. I have to ask for 5-star praise and free gifts. Don't be annoyed, because the rating has dropped again. If you don't like it, you can ignore this paragraph. No, which jerk threw dirty water on me. It's absolutely not true. Wang Xuehua's face turned pale, and she shouted at the top of her voice to protest her innocence, but it was obvious that she was trying to cover up her wrongdoing, and no one believed her. Do you know whether you know this or not? Anyway, my glutinous rice wine must be clean otherwise. 5 yuan. Ruan Qiqi looked at her with a smile. Her smile was very sweet, but Wang Xuehua's heart was very cold. Her face became paler and paler, and all the evil thoughts in her heart were completely dispelled. This Ruan Qiqi is really a clairvoyant, and she is also a real lunatic. She can't afford to offend her. It's better to just make wine honestly. I guarantee it's clean. Not a speck of dust will get in there. You can rest assured. Wang Xuehua hurriedly assured her that if her husband knew that she sent $5 to her parents' home every month, he would definitely divorce her. Brew well. Ruan Qiqi patted her on the shoulder, smiled, and walked downstairs slowly. It must be brewed well. Sister Wan, please walk slowly and be careful on the road. Wang Xuehua hunched her back slightly, her attitude even more respectful than when she visited her grandmother's grave on Qingming Festival, and her face was filled with a fawning smile. The people around were all watching in amazement. What tricks did Ruan Qiqi use to actually subdue Wang Zhihua? Only after Ruan Qiqi rode away on her bike did Wang Zhihua dare to straighten her back. She let out a long sigh, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead with her hand, and cursed in her heart. Zhihua, did Ruan Qiqi ask you to brew wine? Someone asked. Wang Zhihua felt a pang of pain in her heart and didn't want to mention this matter at all. 10 kilograms of rice wine requires at least 5 or 6 kilograms of glutinous rice. What a loss. She has lived for more than 30 years and has always taken advantage of others. This is the first time she has suffered such a big loss. In the future, even if the fairy peach of the Queen Mother is placed in front of her, she will not. Forget it. She still has to take the fairy peach. After eating it, she can become a fairy. Ruan Qiqi is very generous. For every 10 kilograms of wine, I should at least give you 7 or 8 kilograms of glutinous rice, right?
Someone else asked.
Wang Zhihua turned pale, glared at the person who asked the question, and said, "Why do you have so many questions? If you have nothing better to do, go wash your man's hair." After that, she turned around and went home. Being scolded, looked puzzled. After realizing what was happening, he spat at Wang Zhihua's back and cursed, "It's so great that you can make wine. I can make wine too. It's just not as good as the one brewed by Wang Zhihua." Wang Zhihua was sulking at home for a while, but she soon calmed herself down, took the half-finished insole, moved a chair, and went out to mend the soles of her shoes, chatting while she went. There were already several military wives sitting there, chatting animatedly, including Wang Zhihua, Lu Sanmei, Lu Danny, and Shang Lehua. Shang Lehua's face had healed. She took a pair of children's pants and mended them. Compared to her previous liveliness, she was now much quieter. She used to have a good relationship with Ji Xianglian, and they were almost inseparable. Now that Ji Xianglian's true face was exposed, she felt awkward in the family building. She had been locked up at home for several days, and today was the first time she came out. "I called my parents home yesterday and found out something."
"Oh."
A military wife sighed, which aroused everyone's interest. "What's the matter, Sister Lu? Please tell me quickly, don't speak halfway, or your man will do his work halfway at night." Everyone urged her to finish. "It's Ji Xianglian. My mother's village is next to hers. My mother said that Ji Xianglian is in a very miserable state now. Both of her legs are broken, and her father was beaten to death. No one in the village cares about her family," said Sister Lu. Everyone was shocked and asked what was going on. It was the girl that Captain Su wanted to see earlier. Ji Xianglian reported that she had jumped into the river. The matter was exposed, and the girl's parents and brothers were guarding the village entrance. As soon as Ji Xianglian stepped into the village, she was beaten by this family. If someone hadn't stopped her, she would have lost her life. She deserved it. She killed a beautiful girl. If it were me, I would beat her to death too. Lu Danny has a hot temper and cannot tolerate any injustice. What she hates most is people like Ji Xianglian who stab her in the back. That's right. If my sister was killed by someone like this, I would risk my life to kill her. Zhong Hohot cursed murderously. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was true. It was Ji Xianglian who had harmed others in the first place. Her current fate was entirely her own fault, and she couldn't blame anyone else. What bad things did Ji Xianglian's father do? Wang Zhihua asked curiously. Told the story of how Ji's father set fire to the granary 15 years ago and put the blame on an innocent young man. This young man was very pitiful. He hadn't married yet and was only 20 years old. He was trying to save the brigade's granary and was burned to death. Ji Xianglian's father even wrongly accused him of arson, so he was not named a martyr. The young man's parents were also pointed at by the villagers and died a few years later. Fortunately, someone investigated the case a few days ago. Ji Xianglian's father admitted that he was beaten to death by the young man's brothers and clansmen. My mother said that the body looked like a human. Well done. This family is wicked as hell. It's true that like father, like daughter. I told you you all used to praise Ji Xianglian, but I just felt that she wasn't the right type. It turns out my intuition was right. Lu Danny cursed. I also think she's a fake person, so I don't associate with her much. Zhong Hohot also said. Me too. Wang Suehua wanted to agree with something, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by everyone. Come on, you Lu Sanmei and Shang Lehua. The three of you are all guns in Ji Xianglian's hand. You just shoot wherever she points. You are more obedient than dogs. Lu Danny was not polite at all, and made the three of them look so red and blue in the face that they wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. I was blind before, but now my eyes are fine. I beat Ji Xianglian the hardest that day. Lu Sanmei admitted her mistake openly. Shang Lehua's face changed, and she felt a dull pain in her body because she was also beaten that day. Lu Sanmei's beatings were very painful, and she specifically kicked her in the lower body, which was very sinister. I've changed too. Now I'm good friends with Ruan Qiqi, and she even lets me make wine. Wang Suehua used Ruan Qiqi as a banner, and her 5 or 6 kilograms of glutinous rice could not be wasted and must be put to good use. Ruan Qiqi is not a good person either. Someone whispered something, and Wang Suehua's face changed drastically. Her first reaction was to look around, and then she cursed. If you want to die, don't drag me into this. Ruan Qiqi is such a good sister. She is beautiful, well-educated, has a good temper, and is eager to help others. All the military wives in our family building combined are not as good as Ruan Qiqi's toes. You are not even as good as a hair on Ruan Qiqi's, but go to heck. Wang Suehua spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice, just like taking an oath. After she finished speaking, she looked up and down, left and right, and said silently in her heart, "Oh my God, I must let that crazy woman hear it. If I can make her happy, not only water but also sticky rice will come out. That would be Ba." Everyone rubbed the goosebumps on their arms vigorously. It was so embarrassing. Why didn't they realize before that Wang Suehua was such a flatterer? Wang Suehua, Ruan Qiqi is not here. She can't hear you no matter how loud you speak. Lu Sanmei joked. You know nothing. Wang Suehua glared fiercely and suddenly felt it was boring. These people were too stupid. They had not yet discovered Ruan Qiqi's ability. She was the only one in the entire family building who knew about it. In other words, Wang Suehua is uneducated. Otherwise, she would definitely have a word to describe her mood at the moment. The loneliness of the wise. In just half a day, the news that Ruan Qiqi had the ability to see and hear from afar spread throughout the staff housing complex. The source was naturally Wang Suehua. She first told Lu Sanmei, with whom she had the best relationship. Then the news spread out of control. Almost all the women in the staff building knew about it and were half believing and half doubting it. But everyone became more and more wary of Ruan Qiqi. They were not afraid of 1,000 things, but of the unexpected. What if this crazy woman really had the ability to see and hear from afar? From then on, the women in the family building no longer dared to talk about Ruan Qiqi behind her back. Even if they mentioned her, they would only say good things about her and praise her to the sky, for fear that she would end up like Ji Xianglian. Ruan Qiqi got off work early today and went to the vegetable market to buy some vegetables. When she returned to the family building, the sun had not yet set. A dozen women were sitting downstairs, chatting animatedly. When he saw her, his voice stopped abruptly. Why don't you say anything? Ruan Qiqi asked casually. Nothing to say. Sister Ruan is out buying groceries. Everyone laughed dryly, and their attitude was very respectful. What I'm holding in my hand isn't vegetables, is it grass? Keep talking. Ruan Qiqi made a joke, but apparently no one found it funny, and everyone looked nervous. Feeling a little puzzled, Ruan Qiqi planned to go back to the ginkgo tree to ask for information. She carried the vegetable basket and leisurely went upstairs. Immediately, the sound downstairs rang out again. Ruan Qiqi curled her lips, but didn't care. She was still planning to make delicious food in the evening, stir-fried prawns with green onions and stir-fried pork intestines with spicy sauce. Collect debts tomorrow, so she needs to eat something good to replenish her body. Qiqi, Qiuqiu is dead. Manzai's voice came from downstairs, and it sounded very sad. Ruan Qiqi had already reached the 3rd floor. She leaned out of the balcony and saw Manzai, holding a dried apple in his hand with a sad face.
Whose child died?
The women downstairs were shocked and thought that Manzai's friend had died. They all knew Manzai and knew that he was the Liu family's child. The ball is dead, the 100th one, and they all don't want to play with me. Manzai cried very sadly, but what he said shocked everyone. 100 children died? How come they haven't heard of it? Manzai, whose child is Qiuqiu. What disease did he die of? Wang Zhihua asked with concern.
I don't know. He's dead.
Manzai shook his head. He was very sad now. He only wanted to talk to Qiqi and Ye, and didn't want to care about anyone else. Ruan Qiqi went downstairs, took the shriveled apple from his hand, put it to her ear, and listened for a few minutes. Her expression was very solemn, as if she was doing something very important. The others were so moved by her solemnity that they dared not make a sound. Qiuqiu has returned to his hometown. His hometown is called Balabala Happy Planet. The air there is very sweet. Qiuqiu needs to go back to his hometown to replenish nutrients, so he went back. Ruan Qiqi made up lies in all seriousness. Wang Zhihua and others were confused. What is this happy planet? Is there such a place name? Can I go to Balabala Happy Planet? Manzai wiped his tears and asked seriously. You can't go now. You have to wait 70 years before you can go. Ruan Qiqi shook her head. What about Didu? Is he doing well in Shanghai? Manzai thought of Qiuqiu's mother and felt a little worried. Didu has already returned to his hometown. They are reunited on the happy planet Balabala. This is just Qiuqiu's body. Its brainwaves have already returned home. Let's go and bury Qiuqiu's body. Ruan Qiqi made up a bunch of nonsense, and Manzai believed it without a doubt. Wang Zhihua and the others were racking their brains, but they still didn't understand what the two were saying. The more they listened, the more confused they became. Then they saw Ruan Qiqi ran back home, took a small hoe, went downstairs, and together with Manzai, dug a hole on the small slope in front of the family building, buried the rotten apple in the hole, and bowed solemnly 3 times. Qiuqiu has been laid to rest. Let's go and have dinner. I'll make you something delicious. Ruan Qiqi clapped her hands and took Manzai home. Qiqi, I want to eat prawns. Manzai licked his lips. He loved eating prawns the most. Okay, what else do you want to eat? Sweet and sour pork tenderloin, sweet and sour spare ribs, sweet and sour fish. Manzai likes sweet and sour flavors, and all the dishes he orders are sweet and sour. I'm making sweet and sour pork ribs for you, but you can only pick one. Don't be greedy. Okay, thank you, Qiqi. Manzai was extremely happy. Although he was a tall and big man, he was like a child in front of Ruan Qiqi and was very well behaved. Wang Zhihua and others were all watching in amazement. Although Manzai was well behaved, he was not close to people, especially adults. He ignored them and only played with other children. Unexpectedly, he listened to Ruan Qiqi so much. It's really crazy. A bad apple digs a grave. How strange. Someone muttered quietly. I'm not digging your grave. Why do you care about others? Lu Danny retorted and rolled her eyes. Ruan Qiqi cooked a lot of dishes in the evening, including stir-fried prawns with green onions, spicy fried pork intestines, sweet and sour spare ribs, braised pork ribs, and 2 vegetarian dishes. They filled the table and made Manzai drool. But Manzai was very well behaved. Even though he was very greedy, he would not eat secretly. Instead, he would sit quietly and swallow his saliva constantly. Ruan Qiqi served a few large shrimps and asked him to peel and eat them himself. He picked out some of each dish, some spicy and some non-spicy, put them on 2 plates each, and sent them to Qianglian. Qianglian had just got home from work and was preparing to cook. When she saw so many dishes, even Shanghai cuisine, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. No enemies have been injured recently, but there will be some in the near future. Qianglian felt a little embarrassed and explained. It's not that she is lazy, but the enemy is not competitive and is not injured. In the past few days, she has only received 1 injured enemy, but the injury is on the buttocks, and she can't just cut off the buttocks. Don't worry, take your time to look for it. Ruan Qiqi was really not in a hurry. That little Japanese bone was enough for her to chew on for a while. Xianglian then took the dishes with peace of mind and planned to cook more rice in the evening. With so many delicious dishes, she and her husband would definitely eat an extra bowl of rice. Lu Yi also came back. He rode his bike to the Lu family to say hello and then came back to eat. Manzai enjoyed the meal very much, and the sadness caused by Qiuqiu's departure was completely healed by the delicious food. After dinner, Ruan Qiqi made him a cup of milk tea, and Manzai was so happy that he almost flew away. Qiqi, yeah, can I be your father? Manzai had a bold idea. He wanted to adopt Qiqi and Ye as his children so that he would have an endless supply of delicious food in the future. You are wrong. You are our younger brother. You cannot be a father. Ruan Qiqi corrected him and said, come to my place if you want to eat next time. Good. Manzai nodded vigorously, thinking that anything would be fine as long as there was something delicious. After drinking milk tea, Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi sent Manzai home and brought medicine to Guan Zhihua. Guan Zhihua's complexion has improved a lot. The medicine given by Ruan Qiqi is effective. She recently went to the hospital for a checkup and all her physical indicators have improved a lot. The doctors were shocked. Guan Zhihua did not mention the medicine, but only said that she had a strong will to live and wanted to spend more time with her son. The doctor had no doubt that willpower is indeed magical and can create many miracles.
Mom, eat the prawns. I've peeled them.
As soon as he got home, Manzai took out a few peeled shrimps from his pocket and happily put them close to Guan Zhihua's mouth. My dear, can we eat together? Guan Zhihua cooperated and ate a shrimp. Although the shrimp looked dirty and not appetizing, she ate it with relish.
Mom, eat.
Manzi has eaten. Manzai shook his head and didn't eat a single bite. Guan Zhihua ate all the shrimps, leaving not a single one. Manzi was so happy that he grinned. He even reached out and touched her forehead, patted her gently a few times, and whispered, Mom, go to sleep. You will be fine after a good sleep. Okay, Mommy is asleep. Guan Zhihua's eyes were a little red, with tears in them. She lay down on the sofa, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Mr. Lu next to him also had red eyes and looked guilty and remorseful. Manzai was patting his mother while humming a little tune. The pitch was not very accurate, but Ruan Qiqi recognized it as a folk tune from Ji Xianglian, which seemed to be called Song of the Four Seasons. Spring has arrived and the window is full of green, and the young lady is embroidering mandarin ducks under the window. Guan Zhihua is from Ji Xianglian, and this song should be the lullaby she sang to her children. Manzai sang for about 10 minutes and then started yawning and could hardly keep his eyelids open. Manzai, Mom is asleep, let's go take a nap. Aunt Li tiptoed over and coaxed him to go to bed.
Good.
Manzai stood up obediently, tucked the blanket carefully for his mother, kissed Grandpa Lu on the face, and then waved to Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi. Qiqi, yeah, good night.
Good night.
Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi said with a smile. Aunt Li took Manzai to wash up, and she didn't have to do it herself, as Manzai could wash himself. But someone had to supervise him, otherwise he would play with water while washing and get his body wet. After washing up, Manzai went upstairs to sleep like a good kid. Not long after, Aunt Li came downstairs and said with a smile, he fell asleep. Guan Zhihua then climbed up from the sofa and lifted the blanket off his body. When I was in prison, I got seriously ill and had a high fever that wouldn't go away. Manzai used his longevity lock to exchange for some shrimps from the prison guards and hid them for me to eat because he loved eating prawns the most. He thought that after eating prawns, I would get better. But those shrimps really worked. I really got better after eating them. After that, every time Manzai ate prawns, he would hide them for me to eat. Guan Zhihua explained the reason why Manzai hid the prawns. Although she said it with a smile, she looked very remorseful. The longevity lock was specially made by Manzai's parents-in-law when she was 1 month old, hoping that Manzai would be healthy and live a long life. But in order to buy her a prawn, Manzai replaced the longevity lock. Guan Zhihua used to be a staunch materialist, but now she often wonders, is it because the longevity lock was replaced that Manzai got into trouble? Less than a month after the longevity lock was taken away, Manzai was taken away by the enemy for interrogation and was sent back a few days later. Manzai had a high fever, and after the fever subsided, he started to have mental problems. But even when Manzai was sick, he still remembered to hide shrimps for his mother. He was her most filial and obedient child. So, she must try her best to survive, as she won't trust anyone to take care of Manqi. Let Manzai go with me to collect the debt. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Manzai. Ruan Qiqi sniffed and was deeply moved by Manzai. Revolutionary martyrs were so great, so she wants to take her children out to find happiness. Will Manzai cause you any trouble? Guan Zhihua was very tempted, but was afraid of causing trouble for Ruan Qiqi. No. Manzai is very smart and well-behaved. He also wants to go out and see the world. Just leave him to me, and don't worry. Ruan Qiqi patted her chest and assured that playing with Xin Jingbing was her forte. Then I'll trouble Qiqi. Neither of the two elders was indecisive, and they were quickly convinced. They also wanted to take Manzai out, but they were old and their status was sensitive, so they could only keep Manzai playing in the yard. Ruan Qiqi was brave and smart, and she was genuinely kind to Manzai, so they felt relieved. I'll pick up Manzai tomorrow morning. Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi said goodbye. Guan Zhihua and Mr. Lu saw them off to the door and watched them walk away before returning home. Qiu Feng is recommending Qiqi to the higher-ups. Tell your old friends not to make things difficult for the young girl. Everything has to be done voluntarily by Qiqi. Guan Zhihua's tone changed from her usual gentleness to a serious one. Okay, I'll call them tomorrow. Old Master Lu agreed with a smile. He had the same idea as Mo Qiufeng. He felt that it would be a waste for Ruan Qiqi not to serve the country with her abilities. However, since his wife had spoken, he had to listen to her. He owed his wife and children for the revolution in the first half of his life, and now he just wants to compensate them. After breakfast the next day, Ruan Qiqi rode her bike to Lu's house. Manzai had also eaten breakfast and sat upright waiting for her. Qiqi, I'm ready. When he saw her, Manzai's eyes lit up and he showed her his green school bag, which was made by Guan Zhihua herself and embroidered with an apple. It was Manzai's favorite bag, and he always carried it with him when he went out. The school bag contains handkerchiefs, biscuits, candies, toilet paper, pens, etc. It is very complete. Manzi, when you go out, you must listen to Qiqi and don't run around. Remember? Guan Zhihua reluctantly reminded her that this was the first time Manzai had left her and gone out with someone else since he grew up. Remember, Mom, I will make a lot of money for you. Manzai nodded seriously, and Qiqi said that he could make a lot of money outside. He wanted to make a lot of money and buy prawns for his mother so that his mother would get better. Can you ride a bike? Ruan Qiqi asked.
Meeting.
Manzai nodded. You take me? Ruan Qiqi was being lazy with a clear conscience. Manzai is very skilled in riding a bike. He is tall, has long legs, is very strong, and is careful. He will avoid potholes when he sees them. Ruan Qiqi feels particularly good when sitting on it. The two went to the first debtor unit, a department store in Tanzhou City, which owed more than 12,000 yuan in payment for goods and was also the longest debtor. The person in charge of the department store is Zhong Weixin. According to the information provided by the finance department, Zhong Weixin is a very difficult guy who is not easily persuaded. Ruan Qiqi was not in a hurry to ask for money. She first went to the trees near the department store to inquire. She transplanted new buds from the old ginkgo and camphor trees in the military district guest house into the space so that they could help her get information at any time. This man is boring. He doesn't steal ashes, nor does he steal widows, nor does he hide gold. He is boring. Old ginkgo had no interest in Zhong Weixin and was too lazy to find out more. He urinates frequently and cannot urinate completely. The old camphor tree found out useful information. Ruan Qiqi's eyes rolled, and she had an idea. She decided to use courtesy before force. Ruan Qiqi brought Manzai to Zhong Weixin's office. As soon as they revealed their identities, this guy started complaining. Comrades, it's not that I want to default on my debt, I just don't have the money. Although our department store looks good on the surface, we are actually very poor. Please be patient for a while, and let me think of a way. I will definitely pay it back when I have the money. Zhong Weixin looks like a veteran and speaks like a deadbeat. Ruan Qiqi didn't say a word, just turned around and left with Manzai. Zhong Weixin was stunned for a moment. Then he was very proud. Director Lin, that idiot, sent a young girl and a young man to ask for money. Humph. He just played with them. The water of Honghu Lake, waves are rolling. After drinking a cup of tea, Zhong Weixin started humming a song. Soon he felt the urge to urinate, so he quickly ran to the toilet. After entering the toilet, he unzipped his pants and was about to pee when a ghost-like figure suddenly jumped in front of him and screamed.
Ah!
Zhong Weixin was so scared that his urine flowed back. He didn't even zip up his pants and ran around in circles in panic in the bathroom. Coward, huh? Manzai happily pulled off his mask and pointed at him and laughed. I hate you. Zhong Weixin was so angry that he wanted to attack, but although Manzai had a low IQ, he was very strong. He easily restrained him with one hand and even considerately zipped him up. You can't let it out, little bird. Stay home. After Manzai finished his instructions, he went out happily. Ruan Qiqi was waiting at the door and high-fived him happily. Zhong Weixin in the toilet couldn't defecate at all. His lower abdomen was bloated and uncomfortable, and he felt unwell all over. What he didn't know was that this was just the beginning. Today is the third update, but the number of words is nearly 7,000. I will take a break for a while before updating. Manzai will be a good helper to Ruan Qiqi in the future. He has special skills. Zhong Weixin tried hard to pee in the toilet for more than 10 minutes, but not a drop of water came out. He was sweating profusely and returned to the office with a dark face in anger. In order to expel the water, he drank another cup of tea. His lower abdomen became even more bloated, and he felt the urge to urinate. Zhong Weixin rushed to the toilet happily and couldn't wait to pull down the zipper. Before flushing the toilet, he looked around the toilet and didn't see Manzai, so he felt relieved to pee. As the sound of water rang out, Zhong Weixin squinted his eyes happily and hummed a song, The Water of Honghu Lake, waves upon waves. But after only half of it was released, he suddenly felt a chill in his calves, and the cold feeling was still moving upwards. Zhong Weixin couldn't help but roll up his trouser legs, exposing his calves. He was shocked to see a unique little snake crawling up along his leg hair. Ah! Zhong Weixin's scream resounded through the sky, and the urine flowed back smoothly. The frightened little snake crawled away quickly. Although the snake was small, it was very fast. Before Zhong Weixin's scream stopped, the little snake had already crawled to the door.
Good.
Ruan Qiqi's voice came in. Zhong Weixin strode out angrily, and indeed saw the culprit, Ruan Qiqi holding the little snake in her arms, and Manzai standing next to her with a grin on his face. Manager Zhong, P. Ruan Qiqi waved and greeted him politely.
You.
Are you still human? You are either pretending to be a ghost or releasing snakes. Isn't it just that I owe you some money? I didn't say I won't pay it back. I will definitely pay it back when I have money in the future. Why do you have to do these scary tricks? Zhong Weixin was so angry that he started cursing. Twice. Both times it was ruined by this crazy woman. For people who have frequent and incomplete urination, this is such a painful thing. Even more painful than not having love at night. Manager Zhong, you are a staunch materialist. How can you be afraid of a small mask? And this little snake is my pet. So cute, I didn't expect you to be so timid. Ruan Qiqi took out a ghost mask from her bag and put it on Manzai. Actually not scary if you look at it for a long time. Zhong Weixin was frightened because it appeared unexpectedly. Ruan Qiqi gently patted the little snake in her hand. Be good, apologize to your Uncle Zhong, and don't scare people anymore. The little snake actually raised its head and stuck out its tongue. Zhong Weixin's scalp was numb. Although he was a grown man, he was really afraid of these reptiles and would get scared when he saw them. Manager Zhong, the bird flew out. Ruan Qiqi kindly reminded and pointed. Zhong Weixin lowered his head, his face turned pale, and he frantically pulled at the zipper, but because he was too hasty, it got stuck several times. He gasped in pain and almost became a servant due to work-related injuries. There were a lot of people crowded around the toilet watching the fun, both men and women, and everyone was having a hard time trying to hold back their laughter. Don't have to go to work anymore? Do you want to deduct your bonus? Zhong Weixin was enraged and roared angrily, and the onlookers dispersed, except for Ruan Qiqi and Manzai. Even if you force me to death, I can't pay you back. You guys go back first. I will definitely pay you back once I raise the money. Zhong Weixin was still stubborn and refused to pay back the money.
Up.
Ruan Qiqi was still very easy to talk to. She didn't bother to argue for even a second and left with Manzai. But Zhong Weixin had a bad feeling. This young girl was very difficult to deal with. Could it be that he hadn't used any dirty tricks yet? Zhong Weixin had a very unhappy day. Although he went to the toilet several times, he could never urinate completely. The bloating in his lower abdomen did not go away, but became more and more bloated. Zhong Weixin got home from work. He had a gloomy face. After dinner, Zhong Weixin finally had a good rest. He was visibly happy. After going to bed, he was even in the mood to pay his dues. His family lives on the second floor. His bedroom door is next to the balcony, and there is a sycamore tree outside the balcony. Zhong Weixin and his wife warmed up and felt very good. Just as they were about to attack the city, a shrill cry was heard from the balcony. Gugugugu.
Woo-woo.
It was like a ghost crying. Hearing this cry in the silent night made Zhong Weixin feel like he was on a cemetery, and he instantly wilted. His wife's face turned pale with fright, and she was trembling. It's okay, I'll go check it out. Zhong Weixin plucked up the courage to get out of bed, opened the balcony door, and was then frightened by a guy with a blood-red tongue, and fell backwards with his eyes blacked out. His wife rolled her eyes and fainted from fright. Zhong Weixin did not fall down, but was caught by Manzai, who used the domineering boss Princess Carrie. But Manzai was still wearing a ghost mask. When Zhong Weixin opened his eyes and saw the hideous and scary face, he almost fainted again. But he was still strong and awake, because Manzai pinched him on the philtrum, and the severe pain made him more awake than ever. Pay back the money, and then faint. Manzai was still pinching others, determined to collect his debts. Qiqi said that as long as Zhong Weixin paid back the money, she would give him 10 yuan and make him sweet and sour pork. Are you guys done yet? I'm going to report you to the police and have you arrested and put in for reform. I'm going to make the call right now. Who recognized their voices, was so angry that he pushed Manzai away and went to make a phone call. Just beat him up. It's a good opportunity to let the police take care of him. If he doesn't owe the money, he will be sentenced to several years in prison. Ruan Qiqi opened the door for him, gestured to him to come in, and urged him to make a phone call. Zhong Weixin gritted his teeth and put his raised foot back. He didn't dare to make the call because he felt guilty. See you tomorrow, good night. Ruan Qiqi waved with a smile, jumped down with Manzai, landed steadily on the Polonia tree, and fell to the ground in 2 or 3 steps. Zhong Weixin was stunned. Darn it, these 2 crazy men and women can even perform light skills. After returning to the compound, Ruan Qiqi sent Manzai home first. Mom, this is the money I earned today. Give it to you. Manzai took out $1 from his school bag and stuffed it into Guan Zhihua's pocket, like a child who had been rewarded with candy. Manzai is really amazing. Mom and Dad will rely on Manzai to support us from now on. Guan Zhihua smiled so hard that he couldn't close his mouth and carefully put away the $1. Well, I'll make a lot of money. Manzai was full of pride. He believed that Qiqi would help him make a lot of money, and he would be able to support his parents in the future. Mom's sweet baby. Guan Zhihua hugged his son with a look of relief and was very grateful to Ruan Qiqi.
Today.
It turned out to be the right decision to let Manzai play with Ruan Qiqi. Manzai, I'll come find you tomorrow morning. Goodbye. Ruan Qiqi said goodbye and waved goodbye to Manzai. Goodbye, Qiqi. Manzai also waved his hand. Guan Zhihua and Grandpa Lu sent him to the door and said gratefully, Qiqi, thank you for making Manzai so happy. It must have been a hard day, right? Manzai is very smart and well-behaved. He is actually more capable than you think and can live independently. Ruan Qiqi reminded with a smile. The second old lady loves Manzai so much that she is worried about everything, to the extent that Manzai cannot take care of himself. This is not good. Guan Zhihua looked thoughtful. After Ruan Qiqi left, she wanted to go see her son, but she heard Manzai talking to Aunt Li. I'll wash it myself. Qiqi said, I'm an adult now, I have to wash my own clothes. Aunt Li wanted to wash Manzai's dirty clothes, but Manzai didn't want to and insisted on washing them himself. How can you wash yourself clean? You are all wet. Let me wash you, Aunt Li advised in a gentle voice. Just wash it yourself. Manzai was unhappy and snatched the dirty clothes. Guan Zhihua came over and said, Shaoli, let Manzi wash himself. Ruan Qiqi was right. She should have more confidence in Manzai. She and her husband could not accompany Manzai for the rest of his life. They would have to go first. If Manzai learned to take care of himself, he would be able to take care of himself. That night, Manzai finished washing the clothes with great difficulty. Although the clothes were wrinkled, the bathroom was flooded and he was soaked, the clothes were finally clean. Manzai hung the clothes happily and said to Guan Zhihua proudly, Mom, I can wash the clothes by myself. Manzai is really amazing. Guan Zhihua praised him with a smile, changed his clothes, and only went back to her room to sleep after she saw Manzai fell asleep. Do you know what Qiqi did with Manzi? Grandpa Lu was already lying in bed. He had just visited Mo Qiufeng and learned a lot of interesting things. No wonder his son was having so much fun. What did you do? Guan Zhihua was extremely curious. Mr. Lu suppressed his laughter and talked about the great achievements of Ruan Qiqi and Manzi today, including imitating the call of an owl at night and pretending to be a ghost to scare Zhong Weixin.
Puffed.
This girl is so naughty. Guan Zhihua couldn't help laughing. Not to mention Manzai, even she wanted to play. Mo Qiufeng told you? She asked. Yes, the higher-ups are investigating Ruan Yadu. Old Master Lu didn't say much, and Guan Zhihua didn't ask. Anyway, as long as Ruan Qiqi didn't want to join that organization, she would help this girl. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Ruan Qiqi came on time to pick up Manzai. Qiqi, I wash my own clothes. Manzai pointed at the clothes drying in the yard, his tone very proud. It's so clean. Let's go and make some money. Ruan Qiqi gave a thumbs up, said hello to the two elders, and went out with Manzai. However, as soon as they arrived at the office building, they were stopped and not allowed to enter. Ruan Qiqi turned around and left, taking Manzi with her to the back, where a tall sycamore tree led them up. Zhong Weixin received a report from his subordinates, saying that they had successfully intercepted the crazy couple. He felt better all of a sudden. After drinking a cup of tea, he went to the toilet to flush the toilet. This time, he didn't even release a drop of water, because there were several snakes in the toilet, neatly lined up, holding their heads high and spitting out their tongues at him.
Ah!
Zhong Weixin's hair stood on end with fear. His soul was scared out of his wits. His urine even flowed back into the Milky Way, and he quickly ran out of the toilet, walking around with his stick tucked in. By the time he brought people to the toilet, the snakes had disappeared without a trace. Find those two crazy people for me. Zhong Weixin roared in frustration, forgetting that his zipper was still open. His subordinates, who couldn't bear to watch, whispered a reminder to him. He felt angry and ashamed, and his hatred for Ruan Qiqi reached its peak. Everyone searched the office building but couldn't find Ruan Qiqi and the others. Ruan Qiqi and Manzai were sitting on the Polonia tree. The tree was already lush with branches and leaves in May, which just covered their eyes. Several groups of people passed by the tree, but did not see them. Qiqi, they are blind. Manzai summarized very seriously. That's right. Eat melon seeds. Ruan Qiqi grabbed a handful of spiced melon seeds from her pocket and gave him half. The two of them sat on a tree branch and happily cracked the melon seeds. Throw the melon seed shells directly down. Who threw melon seeds out of the window? Don't you want the bonus? Zhong Weixin, who happened to pass by, felt something fall on his head. He reached out to touch it and found a few melon seed shells in his palm. He was so angry that he cursed. You did a great job today. The bird is locked up. Ruan Qiqi hung her legs on the tree branch, head down, her smile as bright as a sunflower. Manzai also hung upside down like her and waved to Zhong Weixin. Zhong Weixin raised his head and saw the two crazy couple. His eyes went dark for several seconds, and he felt powerless inside. Where did Director Lin find these crazy husband and wife? He didn't say a word, went back to the office with a gloomy face, and called Director Lin. Director Lin, I've already told you that I'll pay you back when I have the money. What do you mean by sending these two crazy men and women to ask for money? You've really annoyed me off. I won't pay you back a single cent. Zhong Weixin vented all his anger towards Director Lin on the phone, was scolded for no apparent reason, took a long time to react, and yelled even louder. Darn it, you owe me money and you think you're right? It's only natural to pay back a debt. Call that crazy couple back, I'll find a way to raise the money. If you pay me back, I'll ask them to go back. Director Lin learned his lesson and refused to back down. The two of them were in a stalemate on the phone for a long time without any result. Zhong Weixin was so angry that he hung up the phone and sat in the chair sulking. He didn't sleep well last night, his head ached. He hadn't urinated properly for 2 days, and his lower abdomen was bloated and uncomfortable. What made him most angry was that he, a manager, actually slipped his hand twice in the office building. Where is the face? After hanging up the phone, Director Lin immediately sent someone to inquire. An hour later, he received the latest report and learned that Zhong Weixin was so scared that he walked his bird around the office building, which made him laugh. After laughing, he began to reflect that all those who asked for money in the past had failed. In the final analysis, they were not crazy enough. As expected, every screw is available, the key lies in where it is used. Ruan Qiqi has caused chaos in the factory. If he is released, he will be a powerful general. After being sulking all day, Zhong Weixin returned home in a depressed mood. He was not in the mood to pay his taxes that night, so he went to bed. But Ruan Qiqi still didn't let him go. Zhong Weixin had just lifted the quilt when he saw several snakes coiled in the bed. Their sound sleep was disturbed, and the snakes were very unhappy and spit at him angrily. Aha! Zhong Weixin felt like his soul had left his body. When his wife, who came rushing over after hearing the noise, saw several snakes, she immediately fainted. There's a dead person in your room. Should I call you Mom or Dad? You jerk, are you making me sleepy? One after another, all very dirty. Although Zhong Weixin was still afraid, he didn't dare to shout. He covered his mouth tightly. He wanted to leave the room, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he couldn't even lift them. Good evening. Ruan Qiqi smiled brighter than a sunflower. She appeared on the balcony like a ghost, opened the window, and yelled at the snakes on the bed. Several snakes left obediently, twisted into an S shape, and quickly slid out of the house. Good evening. Manzai also waved happily, with a scary ghost mask on his face. Mrs. Zhong just woke up, opened her eyes and saw him, and then fainted again. The two men didn't want to fight, so they said goodbye and left, jumping off the balcony. For the next 3 days, they would catch some snakes to scare Zhong Weixin, and it was very effective every time. In just 5 days, the high-spirited Zhong Weixin looked 10 years older, with dark circles under his eyes more obvious than those of a giant panda, and his back was hunched over with anger. His wife was so angry that she went back to her parents' home and said that she would divorce him if he didn't get rid of his crazy husband and wife. Had been tortured beyond recognition, finally couldn't stand it anymore, and said he would pay the money back immediately, not a penny less. If he continued to do this to these crazy couple, he would lose his life. The more than 12,000 yuan is public money, not his personal money, so there is no need for him to risk his life for it. Ruan Qiqi took more than 12,000 yuan in cash back to the factory to report, which made Director Lin very happy. He even said that he would give her a bonus as a reward. The second unit was a guest house of a large state-owned factory, also in Tanzhou City. The person in charge was named Sun Yanwei, and he owed more than 8,000 yuan. Old Ginkgo is very interested in Sun Yanwei because this guy has more than one mistress, with red flags flying at home and colorful flags fluttering outside. He is very brave. Ruan Qiqi was not in a hurry to collect the debt and planned to rest at home for 2 days. She slept until she woke up naturally in the morning. The sun was already high in the sky. She stretched, went to the bathroom to wash up, and prepared to make brunch. Sister Ruan, the glutinous rice wine is ready. Zhihua came to her holding a jar. Let me try it. Ruan Qiqi poured a bowl and drank it. It was sweet and refreshing, and indeed delicious. Zhihua's cooking skills were quite good. It's clean. I didn't let even a speck of dust fall into it. Zhihua said was true. In order to ensure the cleanliness of the glutinous rice wine, she took it more seriously than when she was brewing her own wine, for fear of being seen by Ruan Qiqi's clairvoyance. Yes, it is indeed clean. I'll take the wine. Ruan Qiqi accepted the 10 kilograms of glutinous rice wine without any hesitation. Zhihua felt heartbroken, but she didn't dare to show it, so she could only say, Sister Ruan, give this jar back to me after you finish it. A jar costs 50 cents. I'll give it to you now. Ruan Qiqi poured the wine in the jar into the new jar she bought. Zhihua went back with the empty jar in her arms, sighing all the way. It was such a huge loss after losing 6 kilograms of glutinous rice. If she steals again, she will chop off the dog's paws. The glutinous rice wine was so delicious that Ruan Qiqi didn't even cook breakfast and poured herself another bowl to drink. Now she kind of understood why the men in Hunan province had to drink a bowl of rice wine so early in the morning. Her father was like this in his previous life. He would get up early in the morning, wash up, and then pour a bowl of rice wine to drink on an empty stomach. Her mother's advice was useless. Her father never changed his ways. Every year, the family would brew 100 or 200 kilograms of glutinous rice wine, all of which was drunk by her father. This rice wine is really delicious. Ruan Qiqi took a big sip with satisfaction and planned to ask Zhihua to brew some more. This time, she would not only provide the rice, but also pay him wages. Men in some places in Hunan province have the habit of drinking rice wine on an empty stomach in the morning, which is called drinking early wine. In fact, this is very bad for the stomach and is not a good habit. After drinking 3 bowls of rice wine and eating some spicy fish, Ruan Qiqi burped in satisfaction. She was too lazy to cook and prepared to go into her space to watch some TV series. There was a knock on the door. It doesn't matter, Ruan Qiqi shouted. The person who came in was Shang Lehua, hesitant and carrying a basket covered with a piece of gauze. I'll bring you some egg rolls, made by myself. Shang Lehua spoke in a very low voice. She mustered up a lot of courage to make this trip. My husband's position as deputy battalion commander failed. If he can't be promoted, he will have to retire and return home. There are no good units in his hometown county, and his future will definitely not be as good as staying in the army. She has been reflecting on this these days. The more she thinks about it, the more regretful she becomes. She hates Ji Xianglian to death. In the past, Ji Xianglian always spoke ill of Ruan Qiqi in her ears. She was a fool and was instigated by this sinister woman to go against Ruan Qiqi and ruin her husband's future. Shang Lehua, who was filled with regret, reflected on herself at home for a few days, then came to Ruan Qiqi's house making egg rolls. She did not ask for Ruan Qiqi's forgiveness, but only asked her and Lu Yi to let her husband go and not ruin his promotion next time. This egg roll is a staple dish at banquets in my hometown. I don't usually make it.
Try it and see how it tastes.
If it tastes good, I'll make it again. Shang Lehua put the basket on the table, lifted the gauze, revealing the beautiful golden egg rolls, which looked beautiful and appetizing. Ruan Qiqi had eaten this before. It was a delicacy from Xiang and a main dish at a banquet. It tasted quite good. Moreover, Shang Lehua made a lot, enough for at least 3 meals, and he was very sincere. Eggs for you. Ruan Qiqi didn't want to take advantage of her and fill her basket with eggs. She had plenty of them in her space anyway. No, I made it especially for you. Shang Lehua refused again and again, but she couldn't stop Ruan Qiqi. She watched the basket filled with eggs. Her face turned pale, and she cried in despair. Ruan Qiqi refused to eat for free, so she definitely didn't intend to let her man go. Why are you crying? I didn't hit you, and I didn't eat for nothing. Ruan Qiqi frowned. She was so annoyed by the crying that she wanted to beat someone up. If you refuse to eat my egg rolls for free, you are refusing to let my man go. My man will have to retire and return to his hometown, and I will also have to go back to my hometown to farm. Shang Lehua cried, and told a reason. It's not my job to promote your man. You've got the wrong person. Ruan Qiqi rolled her eyes. She was not from the military region, so how could she care whether Captain Zhou would be promoted or not? You said that my man will never be promoted in his life. Your man is the deputy commander. The commander and the political commissar are both your father-in-law. Who can you control? Shang Lehua said in a low voice, tears streaming down her face. She hated her own stupid brain. Ji Xianglian used her as a pawn and offended Ruan Qiqi to death. Ruan Qiqi blinked and had some impression of it. She had just said it casually that day, but this woman actually took it seriously. But she didn't feel guilty at all. It was Shang Lehua who said bad things about her behind her back. She deserved it. I can't control your man's promotion, nor am I interested in it. Your man can get the promotion naturally if he is capable.
You don't need to come to me.
I won't eat this egg roll for nothing.
You can take the egg.
Ruan Qiqi patiently explained that she had no interest in blocking other people's path to success. The last time she intercepted the attack was to repay Liu Ye's favor, and Captain Peng's ability is indeed stronger than Captain Zhou's. If he is promoted again in the future, she will definitely not interfere. Shang Lehua still didn't believe it and kept crying. Ruan Qiqi was so angry at her crying that she yelled at her. Cry at your mother's grave. If you cry again, you will go back to your hometown and farm. Shang Lehua was so frightened that her tears immediately stopped, and she fled with a basket of eggs, fearing that if she was a second late, Ruan Qiqi would really ask her to go home and farm. Ruan Qiqi curled her lips. She wouldn't listen to any nice words and had to force her to get angry. What a shame. She is obviously a delicate flower, but you force her to be the queen of flowers. Shang Lehua is stupid. The food he cooks is really good. In the evening, Ruan Qiqi steamed a plate of egg rolls, which tasted very delicious, and Liu Yi also liked it. Egg rolls. Captain Zhou has connections, so he will definitely be promoted next time. She's worrying for nothing. When Liu Yi heard that it was given by Shang Lehua, he was happy. Ji Xianglian's father was beaten to death. To chat with the ginkgo tree downstairs of the family building and learned a lot of information. She was very proud of the rumor that she had the ability to see and hear from afar. Dead. Ji Xianglian is dying too. Her family doesn't care about her and leaves her to fend for herself. Liu Yi asked his comrades there to find out and found out the situation very clearly. Ruan Qiqi had no sympathy at all. It would be better if a poisonous snake like Ji Xianglian died. She would still hurt people if she was alive. Liu Yi shared another piece of news. Captain Su is getting married. His parents found a divorced woman in his hometown. They said she divorced because she couldn't have children. Captain Su's parents took advantage of this and were afraid that if she had children, it would be bad for their 2 grandchildren. Getting married so soon? No time to develop feelings? Ruan Qiqi was a little surprised. Captain Su had only been divorced for less than a month. Wasn't there any transition period at all? There's no one to take care of the 2 children. Captain Su has already filed a marriage report. Liu Yi explained the reason. People in the army get married quickly. After meeting someone once and feeling they are okay with each other, they will file a marriage report. They don't have that much time to date. Ruan Qiqi curled her lips. Men are indeed rational animals. Marriage is more about practicality. The handover period between the ex and the current partner is faster than turning off the power. After resting at home for 2 days, Ruan Qiqi dragged Manzai to collect debts again. This Sun Yanwei was easy to deal with, as he had so many mistresses. Any one of them could be used as leverage. She was not in a hurry to ask Sun Yanwei for money, but instead took Manzi to follow them for a few times and got a clear grasp of the whereabouts of Sun Yanwei and his mistresses before going to ask for money. As expected, all deadbeats have the same bad character. Sun Yanwei's words are exactly the same as Zhong Weixin's. Director's son, please watch the show. Ruan Qiqi interrupted him and winked at Manzai, who cleared his throat and began his performance. Why are you here so late, you jerk? Hate it, be gentle. Manzai's voice became extremely charming and seductive. Sun Yanwei's face changed drastically. Why did this voice sound so similar to his new love? Manzai's special skill is ventriloquism. He will play with Qiqi in the future. As for whether he will return to normal, it is hard to say now, but it is certain that Manzai will be very happy in the future. Today's third update is finished, still nearly 7,000 words. Good night. Don't play tricks on me.
Just leave now.
I will pay you back when I have the money. Sun Yanwei quickly calmed down and refused to admit it. You have to catch an adulterer in bed. Empty words are useless. Please watch the show again. Ruan Qiqi smiled and let Manzai continue the performance. She also discovered by accident that Manzai was a ventriloquist. No matter what sound it was, as long as he had heard it once, he could imitate it vividly. God is very fair. When he closes one window, he will definitely open another one. Manzai covered his mouth and started the performance again. This time he imitated a charming and passionate woman, but the voice was different from the previous one. It was Sun Yanwei's other mistress. Sun Yanwei had 4 mistresses in total, and Manzai imitated all of them. They were almost exactly the same. If you didn't look at them and only listen to their voices, even Sun Yanwei couldn't tell them apart. He could not sit still. Sweat was pouring down his face, and his calves were trembling. He had 4 mistresses in total, and these 2 people had found out about them all. Could he not hide his corruption anymore? If he reports it, he will definitely lose his job. I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. I'm sorry for offending you. I will pay you back now, right away. Sun Yanwei's expression changed immediately. He was arrogant at first, but then respectful, and he said he would return the money immediately. Don't be in a hurry to pay back the money. Director Sun is in trouble now. Take your time. Ruan Qiqi speaks softly and is very considerate. Anyway, eavesdropping is quite fun. She and Manzai are having a lot of fun, so there is really no rush. I can overcome the difficulties. I will go and raise money now. Sun Yanwei was about to cry. He was so anxious. With 4 mistresses and corruption, he was afraid that he could not even save his life. Since Director Sun is so sincere, then return the money. Ruan Qiqi no longer refused and dragged 2 chairs over in a familiar manner. The 2 of them sat on both sides of the door like door gods, looking at him with a smile. Sun Yanwei gritted his teeth, cursed in his heart, and went back to get the money. For the guest house had been allocated by the factory a long time ago, but he smuggled the money into his own pocket. Ruan Qiqi pressed him so hard that he could only take money from his own small treasury. Please wait patiently for 2 hours while I try to find a way to raise the money. Sun Yanwei explained this in advance, fearing that the 2 would become impatient after waiting for too long and expose all his troubles. Ruan Qiqi looked at her watch. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. It was time to replenish her energy. I've heard that the food in your guest house's cafeteria is delicious. I've been admiring it for a long time, but I've never been able to eat it. After saying that, she touched her belly a few times. Manzai followed suit, patted his belly a few times, and swallowed hard. It's my fault. I'll take you 2 to the cafeteria for dinner first. Sun Yanwei reacted quickly, led them to the cafeteria with a smile on his face, and instructed the chef to serve them well. Ruan Qiqi was not polite at all. She asked the chef to serve his specialty dishes and make stir-fried prawns and sweet and sour pork tenderloin for Manzai. The chef's cooking skills are quite good. He cooks both Hunan and Shanghai dishes very well, including fried prawns, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, chopped pepper fish head, spicy fried loach, pork ribs and lotus root soup, and stir-fried cauliflower. There is a whole table full of dishes. Spicy fried loach Ruan Qiqi and Manzai ate with relish and were very happy. Manzai habitually hid the shrimps, wrapped them in a handkerchief, and took them home for his mother to eat. This sweet and sour pork tenderloin is delicious. Ruan Qiqi picked up some sweet and sour pork for him and did not stop him from hiding the shrimp. Hiding the shrimps can make both Manzai and Guan Zhihua happy, so let's just hide them. Both of them had good appetites and finished all the dishes on the table. Belch! The two of them burped loudly, slumped in their chairs, their eyes wide open, their heads blank, and they felt sleepy. Qiqi, he cooks delicious food. Bring him home and make him my son. Manzai suddenly pointed at the fat chef who was in his 40s with a serious expression. But Ruan Qiqi didn't hear it. She was dizzy from the carbohydrates and dozed off in her chair. The fat chef was in the kitchen when his father suddenly appeared. He was stunned for a few seconds, then he became furious and walked out of the kitchen yelling, "You jerk, I am your father. Be good and call me daddy." Manzai was taller and stronger than the chef. He reached out and touched the chef's head lovingly. The more he looked at him, the more he felt that he looked like his son. "Duck you! I should have put rat poison in the food to kill you, you jerk. You even dared to take advantage of me. I can't kill you." The chef was so angry that his nose was crooked. He didn't notice that Manzai was abnormal. He rushed back to the kitchen to get a big spoon and wanted to beat Manzai to death. The other waiters came over to separate the two and scolded Manzai for being so uncultured. Ruan Qiqi was having a sweet dream when she was woken up. She opened her eyes and saw a group of people surrounding Manzai. The chef was waving a big spoon and shouting that he wanted to kill Manzai. "What are you doing? You want to gang up on me?" Ruan Qiqi was furious and rushed over to protect Manzai. She promised Guan Zhihua that she would take good care of Manzai. If he was bullied, how could she still save her dignity? "Qiqi, my son is disobedient and is rebelling." Manzai pursed his lips in grievance and complained to Ruan Qiqi, pointing his finger at the chef, whose face turned red with anger. "Darn you, don't stop me. I'm going to kill him today." The chef was really angry to death. He had lived for more than 40 years, but this was the first time he met such a shameless person. No man could swallow this anger. "Don't hit them. They are Director Sun's guests." "Master Li, calm down. Don't get angry and hurt your health." Everyone tried their best to stop the chef. These two men were brought by Sun Yanwei and must not be beaten. Ruan Qiqi blinked, a little confused, and asked loudly, "What's going on?" "Sister, your brother has such bad character. How can he be someone's son? Master Li is so much older than him, and he is so rude." Everyone talked about what had happened and accused Manzai of being uneducated. "He cooks delicious food." Manzai muttered softly. The chef was so angry that he laughed. Didn't he have to thank this jerk for praising him? "Manzi, go wait for me outside." Ruan Qiqi asked Manzai to go out first. Manzai was very obedient. He stood at the door nicely and stood very straight. "Don't be angry. My brother is here." Ruan Qiqi pointed to her head and explained in a low voice. Everyone understood at once, and their anger subsided. The chef was no longer angry and even felt a little embarrassed. Why would he be angry with someone as deep as ice? Ruan Qiqi sighed and said sadly, "My brother was killed by the enemy. The darn enemy captured my mother and brother and tortured them severely. My brother was only 5 years old at the time." She sniffed and squeezed out a few tears. She was not acting but was sincere. When she thought of Manzai's childhood experiences, she couldn't hold back her tears. What a sin! Things that are worse than animals are not worthy of being human. "Sister, I was too angry just now. I'm sorry." The chef's eyes turned red, and he felt extremely guilty. How could he be disrespectful to his revolutionary predecessors? It was totally wrong. Although Manzai is younger than him, he has also made contributions to the revolution. So in the chef's heart, Manzai is a revolutionary predecessor and a hero worthy of his respect. The chef sniffed hard a few times, strode back to the kitchen, and came out holding a jar. "Here, this jar of fish and chili is for your brother." The chef stuffed the jar into Ruan Qiqi's hand and spoke in a very heroic manner. "Master Li, this jar of fish and chili is for Director Sunday," someone reminded in a low voice. "Sun Yanwei likes this dish, so he specially found fresh peppers and asked Chef Li to make it. Even the revolutionary predecessors had nothing to eat, so why should he eat?" Li glared at him and argued confidently. Anyway, Sun Yanwei didn't dare to do anything to him because the deputy factory director was his son-in-law. Thank you, Master Li. You are truly a good comrade of the people. Ruan Qiqi praised Master Li sincerely, and Master Li blushed with embarrassment, but was also very happy, with the corners of his mouth cracked to the back of his ears. When Sun Yanwei came back, he saw Ruan Qiqi and Manzai chatting enthusiastically with a group of people in the cafeteria. There were a lot of melon seeds and snacks on the table. They were so friendly that if you didn't know them, you would think they had known each other for 17 or 18 years. Director Sun is back. Master Li, Sister Wang, Brother Zhu, Uncle Niu, come back and chat. Ruan Qiqi shook hands with everyone one by one and said goodbye. Manzai also shook hands. His little school bag was bulging with food that everyone had forced to feed him. Come again next time, Manzi. Listen to your sister and be a good boy. Everyone was reluctant to leave and looked at Manzai with pity. What a good child he was. Darn enemy. Sun Yanwei rubbed his eyes and finally confirmed that the scene before him was real. Darn it. He had led these people for several years, and they had never been so enthusiastic towards him. Returning to the office, Sun Yanwei took out several stacks of money from his bag. They were all brand new Great Unity banknotes. They were piled on the table like a small mountain, shining with charming light. The money is all here, not a penny less. This $1,000 is my gift to you too. In this vast sea of people, it is a fate that can only be achieved after 100 years. This money is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Sun Yanwei was a very good person. He held the 1,000 yuan in both hands and handed it to Ruan Qiqi respectfully. I just hope this crazy woman doesn't sue him. Public affairs are public affairs. Private affairs are private affairs. Who does Director Sun think I am? Ruan Qiqi raised her eyebrows and scolded him sternly and righteously, but she felt very painful in her heart. If there weren't a few tails around, she would definitely accept the money and also take over Director Sun's secret fund. What a pity. Ruan Qiqi only took over 8,000 yuan of the debt, and Manzai held the jar, and the two of them left, leaving Sun Yanwei with a pale face. $1,000? Do you want to report him? He didn't dwell on it for too long, because less than an hour after Ruan Qiqi left, two men with serious faces came to his door and showed their work badges. Sun Yanwei slumped in his chair, his mind going blank. The four mistresses and the corruption were discovered by the higher-ups. He's finished. Ruan Qiqi and Manzai did not walk far. They hid in the sycamore tree at the entrance of the guest house. Sure enough, they saw people in uniform coming to the door and taking away the pale-faced Sun Yanwei. Qiqi, someone is following us. Manzai's expression was very serious, and his temperament had changed, becoming full of aggression. They are not enemies, it's okay. Ruan Qiqi comforted him softly, and Manzai immediately put down his guard and became silly again. He looked at the jar in his hand eagerly, swallowed hard, and asked, Qiqi, can we eat now? No, it has to be fried before it can be eaten. Chef Li said that it should be fried in oil. It can be used as a dish or as a staple food, and it is very delicious. Let's go back and fry it and eat it with Dad, Mom, and Yi. Manzai made arrangements for all the people who were most important to him. Okay, I'll listen to you. Ruan Qiqi agreed with a smile, took Manzi down the tree, and went back to the winery to pay. Director Lin was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. In less than a week, the 20,000 yuan debt was returned. Ruan Qiqi was really capable. Why is that jerk Sun Yanwei so easy to talk to? Director Lin was extremely curious. He had dealt with Sun Yanwei before, and he knew that Sun Yanwei was a smiling tiger. He said nice things but was actually very stingy. It was not fun at all. I conquered Director Sun with my charming personal charm. Ruan Qiqi answered seriously, but Director Lin didn't believe a word she said. He believed that it was Ruan Qiqi's madness that conquered Sun Yanwei. Uncle Lin, how much bonus can you give out? Ruan Qiqi asked with concern. She personally didn't care about the bonus, but now that she had younger brothers, she definitely couldn't let the people who followed her go hungry. I'll discuss it in a meeting and give you a 3% bonus. Is that okay? Director Lin said with a smile. He had no plan to get the money back, so it was considered unexpected money for Ruan Qiqi to get it back, so it was reasonable to give him a 3% bonus. Ruan Qiqi was quite satisfied. The factory owed a total of over 100,000 yuan, and 3% of it was a bonus of 3,000 yuan. She will give half to Manzai. After paying the money at the finance department, Ruan Qiqi and Manzai finished their work. The third debtor came to ask for it 2 days later. They finished work early today, and it was only a little after 2 when they returned to the compound. Ruan Qiqi gave Manzai $1 as usual and sent him home. She also gave Manzai half of the fish and chili peppers before she went back to the family building. In the evening, I had fish with chili peppers, steamed chicken with vinegar, fried pig blood cake, steamed sausages, and spinach and tofu soup. Sister Ruan got off work so early today. The downstairs of the family building is always bustling. Except for meal times and sleeping times, there are people sitting and chatting at other times. Everyone greeted Ruan Qiqi enthusiastically. Nothing to do today. Ruan Qiqi smiled and looked like a quiet, soft, and pretty girl. But everyone has learned to see the essence through appearances. Beneath this quiet and cute appearance, this girl is a cruel and ruthless, crazy woman. Sister Ruan, you may not know yet, Captain Su has married a new concubine. Zhihua came over and was very attentive in sharing the latest gossip with her. Yes, there is nothing in the family building that I don't know. Ruan Qiqi's expression was unfathomable. Everyone was silent, and their fears grew even deeper. They almost forgot that this crazy woman has the ability to see and hear from afar. How could she not know? They wouldn't be doing things with men at night. This crazy woman must know about it, right? So embarrassing. Zhihua was choked and looked embarrassed. Sister Wang, I'll bring you 20 kilograms of glutinous rice later. You can help me make wine from it. It must be clean. I'll give you 5 yuan as wages. Ruan Qiqi fell in love with drinking rice wine and drank several bowls every day. Lu Yi also liked to drink it, and the 10 kilograms of glutinous rice wine were almost finished. Okay, I'll keep it clean, and not a speck of dust will get in. Zhihua immediately smiled happily. With $5 of wages, she could buy a lot of things. It must be the praise she said that day that Ruan Qiqi heard. This time, not only rice but also wages are provided. As long as he holds on to this crazy woman's thigh, he will definitely make a lot of money in the future. Everyone else was envious. It was only $5, and their monthly allowance was only $5. Ruan Qiqi was being too generous. Sister Ruan, I can also make wine, and the wages are only $4. When there is a huge sum of money, there must be a winner. Someone immediately jumped out and tried to steal Zhihua's business. Duck you brewed wine? Drinking your wine is worse than drinking urine. Go to heck, you shameless jerk. Zhihua's face changed. She stuck out her big butt and kicked Wang 3 meters away. He even dared to steal her money. He was so impatient. Ruan Qiqi ignored them and went upstairs to rest for a while. She went to the bathroom to wash vegetables and ran into Lia. I have good news for you. A seriously injured enemy came last night. He probably won't survive until tomorrow. I'm going to apply for a complete body. I'll process it later. I'll keep the skull, spine, and shank for you. A rare smile appeared on Lia's cold face. She had been eating Ruan Qiqi's dishes recently, but she couldn't find the bones, which made her feel embarrassed. Finally, a viable enemy has arrived, and she no longer has to eat for free. Don't worry, take your time. Ruan Qiqi's eyes lit up. A complete corpse, there would be so many beautiful bones. It made her excited just thinking about it. I'll make something delicious tonight and bring it to you later. Ruan Qiqi was in a good mood and decided to add a few more dishes in the evening. With Lia's whole corpse as a cushion, she felt confident and not embarrassed at all. There are so many bones, enough for several big meals. The vegetables in the space grew very well. Ruan Qiqi picked some fresh peppers and prepared to make pepper-fried preserved eggs. She then cut the peppers into slices and fried them. This was the first time she had seen and eaten this food. She didn't know how it tasted, but it looked delicious. She asked Chef Li about the recipe. There is no fish in the fish chili. Instead, the core of the red chili is removed and filled with glutinous rice flour with seasonings. It is then placed in a jar to ferment for 7 days and then fried on both sides before being eaten. The method is not complicated, and Ruan Qiqi will be able to do it as soon as she hears it. Fried fish had the right color, aroma, and flavor with a chili pepper and looked particularly appetizing. Ruan Qiqi took a piece and ate it. It was really good. She would make it herself in the future. Fish chili, they also made bandit pork liver, steamed chicken with vinegar, steamed sausage, pork blood cake with fried peppers, spinach and tofu soup, chicken offal with sour beans and pickled peppers, etc. The whole building was filled with tempting aromas, and the children were so greedy that their saliva was dripping. When Louis came back from get off work, he saw so many delicious foods, and he somersaulted with joy. Ruan Qiqi served 3 dishes separately and asked Lu Yi to deliver them to Lia's house. Gao Shangjin had just got home from work and found that there was only a plate of stir-fried vegetables, a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup, and a large bowl of rice on his dining table. Said in a gentle voice, "Wife, I just got my salary. Shouldn't our family have trouble making ends meet? Although there were no spicy dishes before, at least my wife could prepare 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup. Now it's better. There is only 1 vegetable dish and 1 soup, which is even more vegetarian than the monk's rice. Don't worry, we'll have a big meal today." Lia was calm and composed. She had already smelled the fragrance of Ruan's dishes, one after another. Even though she didn't eat spicy food, she was very hungry. She had just finished speaking when Lu Yi came over with 3 dishes. "Gao Shangjin, come and take the food. My cousin made it. It's so delicious. Here it comes. Oh, how can I feel so embarrassed?" Gao Shangjin's eyes were smiling. Although he said sorry, his hands were quicker than his feet, and he took the dish. When he saw the dishes on the plate, he smiled even more happily. They were all his favorites. "Smells so good. Return the plate after you finish eating it." After Lu Yi finished speaking, he ran back. He was going home to have a big dinner. "Thank you." Gao Shangjin happily carried the food home, humming a song. "There is no meat, no vegetables. Our comrades in arms brought some for us." Wrong. It was the enemy who built it for us. Lia corrected. This was the enemy's credit. The whole body. Another little devil made a contribution? Gao Shangjin asked with a smile. Well, a whole set should last at least 5, 6, 7, or 8 meals. Lia felt that she should have a bigger picture and be in charge of 7 or 8 meals, as it was very hard for her to handle the bones. "Wife, you are really my good wife. Gao Shangjin, have accumulated virtue for 8 lifetimes to marry such a good wife like you. Come, kiss me." Gao Shangjin was so happy that he pouted his lips and wanted to kiss her, but Lia pushed him away with disgust. However, he still shamelessly kissed her and then ate his meal happily. The Lu family was also having a great time. There is also a dish of fish and chili on the Lu family's dining table, which the whole family loves. Thanks to our Manzai, Mom and Dad can eat such delicious food. Manzai is really awesome. Guan Zhihua was full of praise, and Grandpa Lu also kept praising them. Manzai was so happy that he kept wagging his tail and did not forget to pick up some food for his parents. Qiqi said there is still a lot of money. Then you have to listen to Qiqi and not cause her any trouble. Manzi, listen to Qiqi's words. Our Manzi is the best behaved one. Today's meal was the happiest meal the Lu family had had in all these years. All the fish and chili peppers were eaten up. Even Guan Zhihua, who didn't like chili peppers, ate several pieces. Before going to bed, Manzi still washed his clothes, but he still got himself wet. Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi also had a very pleasant meal. They were both very satisfied with the fish and chili, which they enjoyed very much when paired with glutinous rice wine. "I have to go out to do something tomorrow. It won't take more than 2 weeks." Lu Yi didn't want to go out. When he was single, he was eager to go out on missions every day. He even chose places that were far away, preferably the ends of the earth. He didn't miss Tanzhou City at all. Now that he is 77 years old, he doesn't want to leave home anymore. But he is a soldier and has to obey the orders of his superiors. No matter how reluctant he has to go out. Go ahead, a little absence is better than a new marriage. It's time for you to go out. Ruan Qiqi wanted to experience the feeling of being reunited after a short separation, and she was eager for Lu Yi to go out. Lu Yi's eyes lit up, and his reluctance to leave turned into anticipation for the new marriage, which would surely be as beautiful as the wedding night. I'm going to Emote Songrong's place.
Luye grinno deville.
Emote Songrong was afraid of snakes. He would take some time to throw a few snakes into the kid's bed. Maybe he would be scared into becoming a servant. Ruan Qiqi raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is Emote Songrong afraid of?"
Snake.
Then you can catch a few non-venomous ones and put them in his bed to train his courage. How can a man be afraid of snakes? It's too shameful for a man. Ruan Qiqi had a convincing argument, and her reasons were very sufficient. That's right, Uncle Emo is a hero. He can't have such a cowardly son. I'll post a few more. Lu Yi nodded vigorously and decided to release a few every night. Emote Songrong from the hydropower station is dark and thin. He regrets so much coming here. It is a barren mountain where chickens don't poop and birds don't lay eggs. There are more snakes than people. He has to keep his head down when walking, otherwise he will step on a snake by accident. Most of the snakes here are poisonous. Although there is a snake doctor in the hydropower station, and people will not die even if bitten, they will still suffer. Emote Songrong lives in fear every day. He has to protect his baby even when going to the toilet. If it is bitten by a snake, the already petite baby will become even weaker. How can he marry a wife? Early the next morning and drove for 8 or 9 hours, arriving at the hydropower station when it was almost dark. The military representative of the station received him and told him about the current situation at the station. It was initially determined that there were enemy spies, but it could not be confirmed accurately, so we applied to the organization for a Tyrannosaurus to capture the enemy spies. Tyrannosaurus was Lu Yi's code name. His mission failure rate was 0, and he had captured so many enemy spies that he himself couldn't even count them. Lu Yi was not in a hurry at all. He went to the canteen to eat delicious snake soup first. There were snakes everywhere in the hydropower station, so the canteen had delicious snake soup every day. At this time, Emote Songrong didn't know that the nightmare was about to come. He ate a light dinner in the cafeteria. The only meat dish in the cafeteria was snake soup, and the rest were vegetarian. He dared not eat snakes and could only eat vegetarian food. After a tasteless dinner, Emote Songrong returned to the dormitory listlessly. It was called a dormitory, but in fact it was just a temporary shack. He had to sprinkle realgar powder around the shack every day, otherwise snakes would come in. Emote Songrong carefully checked every corner of the house and made sure there were no snakes before going to bed. He threw back the quilt and crawled in. After sleeping for a while, he suddenly felt something cold crawling into his pajamas and another thing crawling into his pajama pants. The chilly feeling made him shudder. Emote Songrong tried to lift the quilt with trembling hands, but just as he stretched out his hand, a round, flat snake head poked out from the collar of his pajamas, spit out its tongue, and gave him a passionate snake kiss. In an instant, he became numb and his mind went blank. A meter-long black snake crawled out from his collar and tried to crawl onto his head. Emote Songrong's eyes went dark and he fainted. It's useless. Lu Yi walked in, caught the snake and threw it outside, and pinched Emote Songrong hard several times until black bruises appeared on his body. Only then did he leave satisfied. Go back and take a nap, and come back to release the snake tomorrow. The third update is done. I will go to climb Mount Tai tomorrow to absorb some spiritual energy. I will be on time. Good night. Ruan Qiqi planned to rest at home for 2 days before going to collect the debt from the third family. Lu Yi was not at home, so she slept until noon and was too lazy to cook. She went into the space and picked a big, round durian. After opening it, it turned out to be a repaying fruit. All 6 durians had flesh, which was sweet and sticky and delicious. After eating the durian, she made a cup of milk tea and drank it while inspecting her farm. The fruit trees had grown taller and had flower buds. It seemed that the planting was successful, but she didn't know whether they would bear fruit. She went to pick a basket of red peppers, preparing to pickle fish peppers, as well as some pickled peppers and sour beans. Ruan Qiqi, in the space, can sense the movements outside. Someone knocked at the door, and she came out. When she opened the door, there were two unfamiliar men in military uniforms. One was in his 40s and well-mannered, and the other was in his early 20s. He looked at her with a scrutinizing look. "Comrade Ruan Qiqi, sorry to bother you. My name is Pei Yuan, and this is my ID." His 40s was very polite and took the initiative to show his ID. Ruan Qiqi opened it and took a look, then returned it to him and asked, "What do you want from me?" As expected, these two people were the ones who had been following her these days. She had never heard of the department of these two people, but guessed that it should be similar to the National Security Bureau. Could it be that they discovered the space on her and wanted to steal it? Ruan Qiqi was very calm. Lord Yan said that the space belonged only to her. After she died, Lord Yan would take it back, and no one could use it. "Can we talk inside? It's not convenient to stand at the door," Pei Yuan said with a smile.
Come in.
Ruan Qiqi returned to the house, placed the thermos, teacup, and tea leaves on the table, and said casually, "Make some yourself." "Thanks." Pei Yuan smiled and made 2 cups of tea for himself, not feeling restrained at all. "Comrade Ruan, Xiao Chao, and I have been following you these days. I believe you know about this, right?" Pei Yuan asked with a smile. "Since you know it's presumptuous, why bother asking again?" Ruan Qiqi's tone was unfriendly. No one likes being followed, but no matter how crazy she was, she knew that she couldn't beat the opponent and she had to endure it. "We are following your instructions," the young man explained. "I haven't done anything illegal. Why are you following me?" Ruan Qiqi actually guessed the reason, but she had to pretend to be confused. "Comrade Ruan, you have extraordinary abilities. Our department would like to recruit you to serve the country. What do you think?" Pei Yuan stated his purpose. After tracking her for a few days, he discovered that Ruan Qiqi's ability was even greater than Mo Qiufeng said. It would be a pity for such an outstanding talent not to serve the country. Unfortunately, Ruan Qiqi is not an ordinary girl. She is the daughter-in-law of Liu Disheng and Mo Qiufeng, and Mr. Liu is there to protect her, so he can only persuade her politely. "I am indeed capable, but I am mentally ill and have fits from time to time. I'd better not cause any harm to your unit." Ruan Qiqi refused. It was obvious that Pei Yuan was an old fox. She didn't want to work in a unit full of intrigue. It was too tiring. "Comrade Ruan, rest assured. The people in our department are not mentally normal and often have seizures. For example, Xiao Chao, when he gets seizures, he will run naked. Fortunately, he runs fast and others can't see clearly." Pei Yuan gave a very wild example. "That's called returning to nature. People come into this world naked, so why put on cumbersome clothes?" The young man remained calm and confident. "Aren't clothes meant to keep you warm?" Ruan Qiqi asked. "I am not afraid of the cold." The young man patiently explained that he didn't need to wear clothes even in the snowy Changbai Mountains. "Then you really don't need to wear it." Ruan Qiqi was very envious. She wrapped herself up like a bear in winter and her movements became slow. She envied people who could generate heat automatically. "Xiao Chao can control fire," Pei Yuan said with a smile. The boy was unskilled at first and would burn down the office from time to time. He would not even spare himself and would often burn his clothes and run around naked. He thought that if he told Ruan Qiqi about Xiao Chao's special abilities, he would be able to arouse Ruan Qiqi's interest, but he was overthinking it. This girl's brain was completely different from that of ordinary people, and her focus was also different from that of ordinary people. "Your last name is Chao?" Ruan Qiqi heard Pei Yuan say, "Xiao Chao," several times with one tone, but Chao should be the second tone. After listening to it several times, she was sure that she had heard it correctly. She was a good child who would ask questions when she had doubts, so she asked immediately. "No, my last name is Chao, the same as Chao Chao with a fourth tone." The young man said. "Duck you?" Ruan Qiqi blinked. Forgive her ignorance, but this was the first time she heard the surname. Then the mother's surname of leader Liu Yi.
"Right."
The young man was indeed crazy. He understood it immediately and nodded with a smile. Can I ask what your name is? Ruan Qiqi became even more curious. What should he name Chao? It seems like nothing I've chosen is right. Duck Yui, my father named it. The man said his name with great pride. That darn Yui? Ruan Qiqi's eyes lit up. It turned out that she was too narrow-minded. This surname was just too amazing. Right. Chao Yuqi nodded, his expression becoming even more proud. He has been shouldering a heavy responsibility since he was born.
Ox.
Ruan Qiqi gave a thumbs up sincerely. It was the coolest name in the world. She was so envious and wanted to change her surname. Thanks to my ancestors. Chao Yuqi smiled very proudly. After all, there were not many people in this world with the surname Chao. What is your special power? Chao Yuqi was very curious. Mo Qiufeng said that Ruan Qiqi might be able to train birds, but after following her these days, he didn't think so. Ruan Qiqi smiled and didn't answer. The trump card cannot be known to others casually. Comrade Xiao Chao is too naive. Chao Yuqi was also very tactful. Seeing that she refused to say anything, he did not ask any further questions. I'm lazy and don't like to work. I'm grateful that your department thinks highly of me, but I just want to spend my days in the winery. Ruan Qiqi declined. She thought working in the winery was easy and she could be a free and easy person. There was no need for her to add pressure on herself. We don't need to punch into work in our department. We rest at home during normal times and only go to work when there are tasks. The salary is 160, and there are bonuses for completing tasks, at least 50, and there is no upper limit. The highest bonus we have received so far is 1,000. Pei Yuan talked about the benefits with a smile, and Ruan Qiqi became more and more excited the more she listened. She didn't have to punch in for work, the salary was high, and there were bonuses.
It was perfect.
The missions of this department are diverse. We go to all corners of the country, including the other side of the strait. The travel expenses are reimbursed. With Comrade Ruan's ability, it must be very easy for him to carry out the mission. It's like a vacation, and it's paid for by the government. Pei Yuan flattered Ruan Qiqi a little, which made her feel very happy and even more moved. That sounds really good. She hasn't even been to Hong Kong in the 1970s. I can arrange for Comrade Ruan to attend the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University. His external identity will be a worker, peasant, and soldier student, and he will only go to work when there is a mission. How about it? Pei Yuan threw out another fragrant and sweet bait. Which university? Ruan Qiqi asked subconsciously. As long as it's in Tanzhou City, you can choose any other place you like. Huda is also okay? Of course, as long as you join our department, you can enroll in the second half of the year. Pei Yuan's tone was even more arrogant than that of a domineering president. Ruan Qiqi blinked and began to count silently. When she wanted to do something very much, she would count to calm herself down. She would often regret decisions made on impulse. So, I'll get back to you in 3 days. After 3 days, if she is still interested, then agree. Could you please ask Comrade Ruan for a favor? Pei Yuan asked. Tell me what's going on first. Ruan Qiqi did not agree immediately. Pei Yuan was obviously an old fox. She had to be alert, otherwise she would fall into the trap accidentally. We caught a Japanese soldier who had been lurking for many years a while ago. He was very stubborn and didn't speak for half a month.
He was also determined to die.
I would like to ask Comrade Ruan to help pry open his mouth. Pei Yuan explained it briefly. You have so many capable people, but you can't pry it open? Ruan Qiqi frowned. Although she was crazy, she was not arrogant. Don't really think you are the best in the world. Pei Yuan's department was a bit like the Dragon Group in the novels she had read in her previous life. It brought together talented people from all over the country and had absolutely tremendous power, yet they couldn't even pry open the mouth of a Japanese devil. It's not that we can't pry it open, it's just that our interrogation expert is out on a business trip, so we can only ask Comrade Ruan for help. Pei Yuan finished speaking. Chao Yui admired him and said, that senior is very powerful. There is no enemy that he cannot identify. He is my role model for striving forward. It's a pity that I have never met him. He only knew that his senior, S code name was Tyrannosaurus. His special powers were unknown, but he was extremely skilled in martial arts and interrogation, and his mission failure rate was 0. Their department has a list that ranks according to the number of successful missions. Tyrannosaurus has always been ranked first, and the second, third, and fourth places change frequently. Only the first place remains unchanged for many years. Little Duck. Pei Yuan's tone was stern. Qiao Yuqi stuck out his tongue and closed his mouth in annoyance. He always forgets the rules and was fined a lot of money because of this. Is this senior very old? Ruan Qiqi was very interested in this senior, who sounded very capable. I'm sorry, Comrade Ruan. We have a rule. Even if you join our department, you can't ask about your colleagues' situations, let alone leak their information outside. Pei Yuan politely explained that the enemy is omnipresent and hard to guard against, and that their department contains only the most talented people picked from thousands, so strict confidentiality is required.
New.
Ruan Qiqi understood very well and didn't ask any more questions. She probably guessed that it wasn't that Pei Yuan and his men were unable to pry open the Japanese's mouth, but that they wanted to use this to test her ability. I can help, but I have to take Manzai with me. Ruan Qiqi agreed. Who could refuse to interrogate a Japanese soldier? Can Pei Yuan agreed readily. Also, after this is done, I want this little devil's body intact. She doesn't work for free. She must be paid. Pei Yuan was stunned. Even though he was used to big scenes, he was still confused by Ruan Qiqi's strange request. May I ask what you want the body for? Pei Yuan guessed that Ruan Qiqi had a deep hatred for the Japanese, so she wanted to vent her anger on the corpse. Plate. Ruan Qiqi took down her staff from the wall. After these days of polishing, the skeleton had taken on a soft jade color and was tied with a pink bow, which looked very beautiful. Isn't it nice? Ruan Qiqi gestured a few times to show off. Is this a bone? Pei Yuaning was sure it was a tubular bone, but he didn't know which species it belonged to. Pigs' legs don't seem to be that long, and neither do horses and donkeys. Could it be that? Pei Yuan's heart shuddered, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Ruan Qiqi became intriguing. Just now he thought that this girl was trying to evade responsibility by saying that she was crazy, but he didn't expect that she was just telling the truth. Is it the Japs? Qiao Yui recognized it at a glance. His eyes sparkled, and he stretched out his hand, asking greedily, Can I play with it for a bit?
Give.
Handed it over generously. Qiao Yuqi couldn't put it down and played with it. The more he played, the more he regretted it. He had killed so many enemies in the past. Why didn't he think of getting a few bones back? It's all wasted, alas. The skull can be made into a candlestick and placed on the bedside table. It can be lit when there is a power outage. The spine can be made into a bone whip. It's so cool. Ruan Qiqi enthusiastically discussed with him how to use the bones. That's right. Alas, I was too wasteful before. I burned many enemies to ashes. Qiao Yuqi listened. The more annoyed he became, and he regretted it to his heart's content. His skull candlestick, his bone staff, his bone whip, all burned to ashes. The past is like smoke and wind. We must look to the future. As long as the enemy is not completely dead, bones will come rolling in. Ruan Qiqi comforted him. You are right. Qiao Yuqi's eyes became brighter and brighter. He felt that he and Ruan Qiqi had met too late, and even regretted that they met too late. He finally met a girl he could get along with, but how come she became a married woman?
Well.
Pei Yuan coughed hard a few times, interrupting the two men's crazy conversation, and solemnly warned, You can only take the enemies. You're talking nonsense. How can you attack your own people? Qiao Yuqi rolled his eyes, thinking that most of what Pei Yuan said every day was nonsense and too long-winded. Pei Yuan's face froze, and he went back to teach this kid a lesson. Comrade Ruan, as long as you can pry open the mouth of the little devil, I can agree to your request. Pei Yuan agreed. Once the little Japanese's mouth was pried open, he would lose his value, so it would be okay to give it to Ruan Qiqi. Deal, let's go. Ruan Qiqi stood up suddenly, her laziness gone. A complete set of bones. So exciting. Comrade Ruan, I have something to tell you. This little devil's body is not intact. He is missing a leg. He resisted being captured and was shot in the leg, so it had to be amputated. Pei Yuan explained this in advance to prevent Ruan Qiqi from misunderstanding that he was not keeping his word. In fact, the Japanese soldier was not seriously injured that day. The bullet hit the flesh and did not hurt the bones. When he rushed to the hospital, his thigh had already been amputated by the female doctor on duty. It was amputated very cleanly, and there was no room for recovery. The beautiful female doctor argued that the Japanese soldier was seriously injured and his life would be in danger if he did not amputate. He was too lazy to argue with the female doctor. After all, the Japanese soldier's life was saved, and losing a leg was not a big problem. Ruan Qiqi blinked and looked at the staff on the table. Could this be it? What a rare fate. She followed Pei Yuan and the others to the place where the Japanese were imprisoned. The place was a bit remote and heavily guarded, but fortunately there were many trees, so Ruan Qiqi was able to find out a lot of information. I need to be alone for a while, come back in an hour. Ruan Qiqi made a request that she had to chat with the trees around her. Pei Yuan took Chao Yuqi away. The Japanese were imprisoned on the 3rd floor. Outside the building there were several tall camphor trees, ginkgo trees, and sycamore trees. The sycamore trees were the tallest, with branches reaching to the 3rd floor. Ruan Qiqi climbed up the paulownia tree and sat on a branch and could see everything in the house clearly. The Japanese soldier sat on the ground. Even though he was missing a leg, he still sat upright. His face was gloomy, and he looked like he was filled with hatred and resentment. Ruan Qiqi chatted with Shu for a while and learned a lot of information. This little Japanese was indeed a tough guy. He pretended to be dumb after coming in, and even tried to commit suicide several times. However, she still discovered that although the Japanese soldier was tough on the outside, he was not calm inside. Every late night, he would walk to the window, knock on the windowsill with his hands to send the code, trying to contact his accomplices, but he never succeeded. Ruan Qiqi speculated that there were accomplices of the enemy in this place of detention. And there is a high probability that Pei Yuan and his team have already caught this accomplice. So, she was called here just to play a trick on her? Ruan Qiqi and the trees asked about Pei Yuan's location. It was 3 rooms away from the room where the Japanese were imprisoned. She was too lazy to get down from the tree, so she asked the sycamore tree to use its branches to send her branches to the sycamore tree next to it. After passing 2 sycamore trees, she arrived outside the window of Pei Yuan's office. Pei Yuan was alone in the office, talking on the phone. Please rest assured, old leader, we will definitely not force Comrade Ruan. Everything will follow her wishes. We don't know what her special ability is yet. Comrade Ruan is very alert and refuses to say anything. She is really born to do this. Pei Yuan's tone showed admiration for Ruan Qiqi. Although the other comrades in the department had powerful abilities, they were all rookies at first. They carried out their missions recklessly and came back with bruises and swollen faces. Even the Tyrannosaurus guy has only become more stable in the past 2 years. He was a real Tyrannosaurus in the past 2 years. Even the director couldn't control him when he went crazy. One time, this guy went crazy and dived into the sea in the middle of the night, saying that he was going to kill you from the Sakura country. When he was discovered, he had already dived into the waters of the Sakura country and was almost blown to death. Pei Yuan had never seen a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Only Director Mu in the department had seen one. He was quite interested in the Tyrannosaurus's new wife. She should be a gentle girl, right? Otherwise, how could the violent and crazy Tyrannosaurus be influenced? Ruan Qiqi is different. She is very mature at a young age. She says what she should say and keeps her mouth shut about what she shouldn't say. In addition, she has extraordinary abilities, which makes her a good material for their business. He said that he would do everything in his power to recruit this girl to serve the country. Knock, knock, knock. Who knocked on the window? It's Ruan Qiqi's feet. She sat astride the branches of the sycamore tree, stretched out her legs, and knocked on the window. Pei Yuan had just hung up the phone when he heard the knock. He looked out the window and met Ruan Qiqi. Pei Yuan laughed in silence, walked to the window and asked, "Comrade Ruan, have you found out everything?" "Comrade Pei, You are very dishonest, and you are not telling the truth. Ruan Qiqi puffed out her cheeks, her tone very dissatisfied. Would you like to come in and talk? This is a bit inconvenient. Pei Yuan did not deny it and invited her into the house. It's quite convenient. You have already caught the Japanese's accomplice. Why are you looking for me to investigate? Are you trying to test my ability? Ask directly. Pei Yuan smiled and admitted generously, I did have the intention to test him. Now I know that Comrade Ruan is more powerful than I thought. But I was not testing him completely. We did catch that accomplice, but he was seriously injured and unconscious during the pursuit. The doctor said the situation is not optimistic. Does this little devil have important information? Ruan Qiqi asked. It's a batch of gold left behind by the invaders. This little devil is called Kenichi Tanaka. His father was the officer who hid the gold. Before he died, he passed the map to his son and told him to bring the gold back to China. Pei Yuan picked out some things to say. The amount of gold is very considerable. It was obtained by the Japanese devils when they burned, killed, and looted in Tanzhou City. The gold is stained with the blood of the Chinese people. We must not allow it to be transported back to the Sakura country and turned into bullets to be used against the Chinese people. Ruan Qiqi thought for a moment and asked, is that unconscious Japanese soldier the one who is supposed to pick up Tanaka Kenichi? Right. Have they met? No, only over the phone. Kenichi Tanaka is very cautious. Ruan Qiqi came up with an idea. She wanted to find Kenichi Tanaka to act out a treasure hunt scene. You know the code for Kenichi Tanaka and his accomplices, right? She asked another key question, and after receiving a positive answer, she felt more confident. Leave it to me. I'll make sure you find the gold. Ruan Qiqi was full of confidence and asked Pei Yuan to take her to the hospital to see the unconscious Japanese soldier. She also had to go pick up Manzai first. This treasure hunt game would not be fun unless Manzai joined. Comrade Ruan Kenichi Tanaka is very suspicious. He has heard the voices of his accomplices. Even if there is a secret code, it will be useless. He won't believe it. Pei Yuan reminded. Believe me, it will work. Ruan Qiqi's tone was particularly affirmative, and her eyes were particularly bright. Pei Yuan was unsure, as he was afraid that Ruan Qiqi would go crazy and become too confident in herself. But he still took him to the hospital and picked up Manzai. Qiqi, are you going to make a lot of money? Manzai was very happy and thought he was going to make money again. These days, he can earn $1 every day and give it to his mother for safekeeping. His mother praises him for being so capable. Yes, make a lot of money. Ruan Qiqi smiled and nodded. Manzai clapped his hands with joy, and Pei Yuan was also infected by his happiness, and the smile in his eyes deepened. When they arrived at the ward where the unconscious Japanese soldier lay, the situation was indeed very bad. He was intermittent and could die at any time. There's a high probability that he won't wake up. He can last for 3 days at most. The little devil has a strong will to survive, but his injuries are too severe, said the doctor. Can you give him an injection to wake him up temporarily? Ruan Qiqi asked. She knew there was a drug that could make a dying patient suddenly wake up, like a terminal lucid moment, and last for a few minutes. You can, but you will die faster. The doctor told the truth. This shot will definitely work. Ruan Qiqi looked at Pei Yuan and said, let him wake up. I'll chat with him for a few minutes, and then I can fool Tanaka Kenichi. Are you sure? Pei Yuan was a little hesitant. The dead cannot be resurrected, and he was afraid that Ruan Qiqi couldn't do it. Don't worry, although my ability is unknown, I am definitely stronger than the sun. I don't joke about national affairs. Ruan Qiqi promised very seriously. Pei Yuan did not hesitate for too long and asked the doctor to give him an injection. Since the little devil would not wake up anyway, he might as well squeeze out the last bit of value. Ruan Qiqi took Manzai to change clothes. She wore a nurse's uniform and Manzai wore a doctor's uniform. The two of them stood by the bed. After the doctor gave the little devil an injection, he woke up. His confused look turned into a vicious one, and he looked around. You have suffered. A familiar phrase from his hometown came into his ears, making him feel very at home. Who are you? Where am I now? The Japanese soldier looked around vigilantly. Could it be that he was rescued and brought back to his motherland? Yes, you are safe. Ruan Qiqi spoke Japanese fluently. She bowed her head as she spoke, perfectly portraying the humbleness of a woman from the land of Sakura. Although the Japanese soldier was half believing and half doubting, he was too weak and his mind was not very clear. When he suddenly heard the familiar hometown dialect, his vigilance was reduced a lot. Ruan Qiqi did not try to find out any information, but just chatted with him and asked him about his favorite foods. Manzai listened very carefully. After a few minutes, the little Japanese soldier's pupils suddenly dilated and his expression froze. After a while, he stopped breathing, his eyes widened, and he looked at Ruan Qiqi in disbelief. Don't worry, Yama will arrange for you to be reborn as an animal, and you will be an ox or a horse for all your lives. Ruan Qiqi stared at the corpse with shining eyes, and another one came. She had more and more toys. Is Dr. In here? Please let her handle this body. Ruan Qiqi didn't trust other doctors and only trusted Lia. I've already said hello to this body. Who wants to snatch it for me? Lia's voice was no longer cold and clear, but full of gunpowder. She had just received the news that someone was actually trying to snatch the corpse from her. Darn it. Were her bones itching? The third update is completed. This is on schedule. Manzai will be Qiqi's best partner in the future. Don't worry about his life. Lia walked over angrily, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared for a fight. Since she couldn't win with her bare hands, she went back to get tools. Orthopedic surgeons don't have much else, but their tools are definitely the best in the hospital. Saws, hammers, awls, drills. Whatever you need. Dr. It's me. Ruan Qiqi waved with a smile. Lia's anger suddenly dissipated. She looked at the body on the bed and asked, Did you want this? Yes, I said I'll leave it all to you, Dr. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. Do you still have the fish chili from last time? Lia became more confident and took the initiative to ask for food. Of the dishes delivered last time, she had a special liking for the fish chili, which was spicy but delicious. She drank water and ate fish chili at the same time and enjoyed it very much. Yes, I made another jar. If you like it, I'll make you one with less pepper. Please prepare the bones beautifully. I want to make a candlestick out of the skull, a whip out of the spine, and a staff out of the bone. Ruan Qiqi made a request without any hesitation. Lia was a professional in handling bones, and she felt inferior to her. Okay, make some bandit liver for my old Gao. He really likes it. No problem, my Louie likes it too. By the way, there will be another pair in a while, and I'll have to trouble you then. It's not hard, as long as there's something delicious to eat. Become. The two people switched naturally between food and corpses. The people around them were stunned. Even though they were knowledgeable, it was the first time they heard someone discuss corpses and food together. Too crazy. Lia dragged the corpse away. She had to deal with it slowly and beautifully so that she could exchange it for delicious food with a clear conscience. She now has only one wish, which is to hope that all the enemies in the country will come to Tanzhou City so that she and her husband will have an endless supply of delicious food to eat. Ruan Qiqi asked Pei Yuan to give her 3 days. Pei Yuan didn't know what she was up to, but he agreed anyway. During these 3 days, Ruan Qiqi taught Manzai Japanese. Manzai had a strong talent for languages and learned a lot of common Japanese within 3 days. Moreover, he used the voice of the dead Japanese soldier, which was almost exactly the same. That's awesome. I'll give you milk tea as a reward. Ruan Qiqi made a cup of milk tea, and Manzai was very happy. He loved drinking milk tea very much. During these 3 days, Manzai came to the family building to find Ruan Qiqi and had his meals at her place. Ruan Qiqi planned to go find Tanaka Kenichi in the middle of the night. She informed Guan Zhihua in advance and said that she would take Manzai to work in the middle of the night. The two elders had no objection and were very happy that Manzai could serve the country. She didn't greet Pei Yuan in advance, so she had to act realistically, otherwise she wouldn't be able to fool Tanaka Kenichi. Manzai was throwing sandbags with the other kids downstairs. With Ruan Qiqi, the big Buddha, around, The other kids were told by their parents to make Manzai happy and not bully him. So, Manzai had a lot of fun playing with the kids during these 3 days. Ruan Qiqi lay on the balcony railing, watching Manzai and the other children playing with great interest. She felt itchy in her heart and wanted to join them. She hasn't thrown a sandbag in years. As soon as he thought of it, he decided to do it. Ruan Qiqi didn't hesitate for a second and ran downstairs, saying that he also wanted to throw sandbags. The children were all stunned. They looked at each other. They didn't want to play with adults, but they didn't dare to refuse. Because my mother said that Ruan Qiqi was a living devil who ate children, and they were afraid. Ruan Qiqi could tell at a glance that the children were reluctant. She snorted, grabbed a handful of candy from her pocket, and said proudly, "Who wants to play with me? I throw the best." The children's fear disappeared, and now they just wanted to eat candy. They rushed to recommend themselves, hoping that Ruan Qiqi would choose them. "Come on, if you hit us, you'll get a candy." Ruan Qiqi is very fair, and every child has a chance. The children were filled with sand. Ruan Qiqi and Manzai stood in the middle, and the children on both sides threw sandbags at them. Ruan Qiqi was very flexible. She dodged left and right and could even somersault on the spot. She even avoided the sandbags. Manzai was not as flexible as her and was hit several times. "Sister Qiqi, I smashed it. I got hit too." The children who were hit came happily to claim their rewards. Ruan Qiqi gave each of them a crispy candy and continued playing. The wives of the soldiers nearby were all laughing, and some even made sarcastic remarks. "You're married, but still playing with children. You don't act like an adult at all." Someone whispered, "You've given birth to 3 children and you still haven't kept your tongue." Lu Danny always scolds people whenever she opens her mouth, and she can kill people with just one sentence. "Ouch. Throw it to the left, you stupid jerk." Zhihua slapped her thigh hard. She was directing her youngest son to throw sandbags so that he could earn more candies to honor her. Unfortunately, her youngest son didn't understand her instructions, and he threw nothing every time. "Mom, stop giving blind orders. I can still hit the target without you giving orders, but when you give orders, all the shots go in vain." The younger son complained with a sad face that when his mother didn't come to make trouble, he earned 2 candies, but when his mother came, he lost everything. Okay, Mom won't say anything more, son. Throw it away." Zhihua quickly shut up. She couldn't let it affect her son from earning candy. Those were her favorite crispy candies. She was drooling just by looking at them. A pretty woman in her 30s came over and saw Ruan Qiqi playing with the kids. She whispered to Zhihua beside her, "Whose daughter is this? She looks so pretty. They are all married." Deputy Commander Lu's cousin is named Ruan. Zhihua said with a smile, "Oh, she looks quite tender." The woman laughed too, and she thought it was a teenage girl. "She's not very old, only 19 years old, and very young," Zhihua said with a smile. The woman looked thoughtful. She had already guessed Ruan Qiqi's identity. To be honest, she had to thank Ruan Qiqi. If Ruan Qiqi had not dealt with Ji Xianglian, she would not have had the chance to marry Captain Su. Although Captain Su married her only to take care of their 2 children, she was still very happy. Captain Su is a responsible man, and feelings can be cultivated slowly. As long as she takes good care of the children, she will definitely be able to live a stable life, and she won't have to endure gossip or even her own family looking down on her. Ever since she married Captain Su, her family members had changed their previous contemptuous attitude and had become much more polite to her. They kept asking her to take care of her family members, but she agreed to nothing. Her family members had already chilled her heart, and she would only live for herself from now on. This woman was Captain Su's newlywed wife, named Sang Qingfeng, 28 years old. She had suffered a lot in her previous marriage and almost lost half her life. She finally got a divorce, but her reputation was ruined. Everyone in the town knew that she was a barren woman who couldn't lay eggs. Whenever she went out, people would point fingers at her behind her back, and some would even laugh at her to her face. Her family also blamed her for bringing trouble to her younger siblings, especially her younger sister, who had a hard time finding a partner. Originally, Sang Qingfeng felt a little guilty, but her family members went too far and even started to think about her salary. They also said that she was a single woman with no children and would have to rely on her nephew for support in the future, and they actually asked her to hand over all her salary every month. Who made this excessive request were her biological brother and her biological parents. They all took it for granted and even felt it was a gift to her. If you don't hand in your salary, no one will care about you even if you die and rot in your house, is how her brother threatened her. From now on, your nephew will break the pot for you. If you don't give your money to your nephew, who else do you want to give it to? Is what her parents advised her. Sang Qingfeng just thought it was ridiculous. She was only 28 years old, in good health and without any illness, but her parents and brother wanted to eat her up and wipe out her entire family. Blood ties were no match for money. She was completely disappointed with her family and didn't even go home for the Chinese New Year. She would rather eat the New Year's Eve dinner alone than go back and suffer the bullying.
She had thought it all out.
When she was old and couldn't take care of herself, she would eat rat poison. She would definitely not rot to death in the house. The neighbors would smell the stench and report it to the police, so she wouldn't have to worry about no one taking care of her funeral. It would be a bit troublesome for the police, but she would donate all her money to the country before she died, so she would not be embarrassed about this little trouble. Unexpectedly, God was quite good to her. Someone introduced her to Captain Su. The other party was after her, because she couldn't have children. He also made it clear that Captain Su was very busy at work and couldn't take care of his family, so he married her to take care of his family and children. Sang Qingfeng didn't hesitate for even a second and agreed immediately. She really didn't want to stay in her hometown anymore and listen to those hurtful gossips. Even though she was still strong-willed, she was tortured to exhaustion. She looked like 38 at the age of 28. She met with Captain Su and had a brief conversation. They felt good about each other, so the marriage was decided. Moreover, she was arranged a job at school as soon as she arrived. She was originally just a substitute teacher in her hometown, but after joining the army, she was arranged a formal job. Captain Su was not a difficult person to deal with. Sang Qingfeng was very satisfied with her current life and was very grateful to Ruan Qiqi. It was dark, Ruan Qiqi and Manzai were sweating from playing, and she had used up all the candy in her pocket. Go home and eat. We'll play together next time. Ruan Qiqi returned the sandbag to the child. Sister Qiqi, do you want to play tomorrow? A brave kid asked, and was slapped in the face by his mother, who was none other than Zhihua. You are such a disrespectful person. Call me Auntie Qi. Just call me sister. You can even give birth to Sister Qiqi. The younger son refuted with reason and evidence, and he couldn't even call her aunt. You little jerk, are you so bold? I'm only 33. Your seventh aunt is 19, and I gave birth to a child at the age of 14? I'll beat you to death, you ignorant jerk.
Ouch.
Everyone was used to seeing the mother and son chasing each other around in circles. Fights between mother and son were common in Wang Zuehua's family, and the three children grew up fighting. Ruan Qiqi took Manzai home for dinner. She didn't want to cook, so she cooked a big pot of rice noodles and fried 6 eggs, 3 for each of them, and ate all the rice noodles. As the night grew deeper, everyone in the family building had fallen asleep, but one could still hear snoring and children talking in their sleep. Ruan Qiqi took Manzai out. They all changed into black clothes and wore black masks. The moon was covered by dark clouds tonight, and there were only a few stars. The moon is dark and the wind is strong, which is a good time to rob people. The two rushed to the place where Kenichi Tanaka was imprisoned. The guards were still very strict, but it was not a problem for Ruan Qiqi. All the trees were her helpers. She easily avoided the patrolling guards and came to the place where Kenichi Tanaka was imprisoned. Ruan Qiqi and Manzai climbed up the tree and tapped a code on the window, which was the secret code for Tanaka Kenichi and his accomplices to meet. Soon, the window was opened and Kenichi Tanaka appeared at the window, looking very excited. Why did you come just now? Kenichi Tanaka speaks Japanese. There was a little mishap, and I fixed it. Manzai used the voice of a dead Japanese soldier. Ruan Qiqi had trained him on this Japanese sentence. She predicted what Tanaka Kenichi might say and trained him in advance. Hurry up and get me out. I don't want to stay in this darn place for even a minute. Kenichi Tanaka had no doubts. The contact code and the voice matched, and it was indeed that person. Wait a minute, I brought help. Ruan Qiqi showed up appropriately. She also wore a mask and was dressed as a man. The Japanese soldiers were all short, and she was 165 centimeters tall, which was still tall over there. She didn't say anything, but took out a few saw blades from her bag, and the three of them started sawing together. The noise is too loud. It will attract them here. Kenichi Tanaka said worriedly. The wind is blowing. Ruan Qiqi said something in a hoarse voice, and just as she finished her words, the parasol tree began to shake, and a rustling sound was heard. Kenichi Tanaka widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. Get to work. Manzai scolded unhappily, but Tanaka Kenichi was not angry at all. Instead, he was very happy because this accomplice was his superior, and it was normal for him to use such a tone. The three men quickly sawed off the iron bar and broke it with force to make a gap. Tanaka Kenichi was very thin, and Manzai easily dragged him out. But he was missing one leg and had difficulty moving, so Manzai had to carry him on his back. Ruan Qiqi led the way in front, and Manzai followed behind, carrying Tanaka Kenichi on his back. The three of them easily avoided the patrolling guards and escaped successfully. Ha ha ha, I finally got out. Kenichi Tanaka took a few deep breaths of fresh air and laughed triumphantly. You have been exposed. Your superiors have asked you to return home with the gold as soon as possible. I have already arranged a ship for your return. Manzai has a good memory and remembers every word that Ruan Qiqi taught him. Kenichi Tanaka was a little hesitant. He still couldn't completely trust these two people. His father had saved that batch of gold with his life, so he could never hand it over easily. It seems he doesn't want to hand it over. Send him back. Ruan Qiqi's voice was cold and ruthless, and she took out her staff, ready to knock him out with a punch of bone. Kenichi Tanaka looked at the staff in her hand for a few seconds and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. There was something mysterious on this bone that was pulling him. No. I'm just worried that returning home won't go smoothly. Kenichi Tanaka hastened to explain that he was now isolated and helpless and did not dare to offend these two people. After returning to his country, he would definitely receive the highest honor, and then he would settle accounts with these two people. Of course, returning home won't be 100% smooth. You may encounter storms, but if you stay here, you will definitely die. Ruan Qiqi said sarcastically. Kenichi Tanaka's expression relaxed a little, but he hadn't made up his mind yet. When you return, you will be rewarded with the highest merit and become a noble. I don't understand why you are still hesitating. Ruan Qiqi sounded impatient and winked at Manzai.
Baka.
Manzai shouted angrily. Tanaka Ken bent down subconsciously and did not dare to hesitate any longer. What's more, the man was right. He could become a noble when he returned. There was nothing to worry about. He led the two of them through many twists and turns and finally arrived at the machinery factory where he worked. Tanaka Kenichi, alias Tianjian, was a technician at the machinery factory. He was diligent and kind. If he hadn't been too greedy and been discovered making sushi at home, he would definitely not have been exposed. The machinery factory was very large. Kenichi Tanaka took them to the abandoned warehouse behind the factory. Judging from its condition, it had been abandoned for many years and was filled with a gloomy and eerie atmosphere. Someone has died here, so people from the factory don't dare come here. Kenichi Tanaka sounded very proud, as he was the one who discovered this treasure trove and no one came here, even in broad daylight. The Chinese are too timid. Ruan Qiqi spoke with disdain. Tanaka Kenichi's suspicion of her disappeared completely. The tone of this man's voice definitely showed that he was one of them. The Chinese would not scold him. The gold was buried underground. Tanaka Kenichi lay on Manzai's back to give orders. Ruan Qiqi found the entrance to the basement, and the three of them went in. The basement was very dark, and there was an unpleasant musty smell. Ruan Qiqi lit up her lighter and saw more than a dozen wooden boxes. She counted them and found there were 19 in total. The wooden boxes were very large. If they were all filled with gold, she would definitely make a fortune. She pried open a box, revealing oil paper. After tearing the oil paper, a golden light shot out. Inside were neatly stacked gold bricks. Ruan Qiqi was itching to put them into her space. She opened every box and made sure that they were all filled with gold. She had just asked a nearby tree and found out that Kenichi Tanaka would come here every once in a while and that the gold was indeed buried by him personally. It would be best if this batch of gold could be shipped tonight, so would I. Tanaka Kenichi had just finished speaking when he felt a sharp pain on the top of his head. The familiar staff in Ruan Qiqi's hand hit him on the head, shook his body stubbornly a few times, but didn't faint yet. He stared at the staff. The more he looked, the weirder it seemed to him. The wound at the root of his thigh became more and more painful.
Who are you?
Stupid. We are descendants of Yan and Huang. Don't you feel familiar with it? Ruan Qiqi held the staff in front of him so that he could see it more clearly. On Kenichi Tanaka's thigh hurt even more, and he subconsciously reached out to grab the staff back. It's mine now. Even though it was cut from your leg, it's mine now. Ruan Qiqi retracted her staff and tapped him on the head arrogantly. Kenichi Tanaka finally fainted, but his eyes were still wide open, full of disbelief. Qiqi, is the show over? Manzai asked. Right. Bang. Manzai let go immediately, and Tanaka Kenichi fell heavily to the ground. He was woken up by the fall, but was knocked unconscious again by Ruan Qiqi's magic wand. She climbed out of the basement with her cubs and saw Pei Yuan, who was smiling at her like an old fox. Comrade Wan, Comrade Liu, thank you for your hard work. Pei Yuan walked towards them. He received the news. Tanaka Kenichi had already escaped, and the guards didn't notice it from beginning to end. He knew that it must be Ruan Qiqi's special ability. This girl was so amazing. If she could join their department, she would definitely compete with Tyrannosaurus for the first place on the list in the future. The gold, and the people are down there. Is there a bonus? Ruan Qiqi still felt distressed. There was so much gold, and she only touched it and had to hand it all over. Of course, you and Comrade Liu will both receive a bonus of 1,000 yuan, which will be paid out in a few days. Pei Yuan said with a smile. Found. The national treasury will be abundant again. Ruan Qiqi and Manzai have made great contributions, and they deserve a reward of 1,000 yuan. Okay, let Dr. Yin take care of Tanaka Kenichi's body. Don't burn it. Ruan Qiqi reminded her that Tanaka Kenichi's bones were quite beautiful, and with those of his accomplices, she could make a beautiful bone whip. By then, with a staff in one hand and a bone whip in the other, it would be absolutely cool. Don't worry, I will give it to Dr. Yin in its entirety. Pei Yuan agreed with a smile. After making such a great contribution, all the other party wanted was the corpse of a little Japanese soldier, and he would definitely satisfy him. Manzai yawned. He used to go to bed early and get up early, and never stayed up all night. He couldn't even open his eyes. Ruan Qiqi was also sleepy. She waved her hand lazily. You guys are busy.
Bye.
Comrade Ruan, I'll send someone to take you back. Pei Yuan asked his subordinates to drive them back to the compound. Guan, Zhihua, and Old Man Liu were both awake and waiting for Manzai. Mother Guan, Uncle Liu, Manzai has done a great job and has a bonus of 1,000 yuan. I will take him out to explore the world, and he will definitely make a lot of money. Ruan Qiqi told the two elders the good news. What the two elders were most worried about was that Manzai would not be able to live well alone after they were gone. From now on, Manzai will be her younger brother. Whenever she eats a piece of meat, she will definitely share half with Manzai. He will definitely not starve to death. Manzai is so amazing, Qiqi. You are even more amazing. Manzai has made great contributions by following you. Guan Zhihua was extremely happy, even happier than if she had made a contribution. So was Grandpa Liu. The old couple couldn't stop smiling and hugged Manzai and kissed him again and again. Although Manzai was very sleepy, he still smiled and asked his parents to kiss him. The family of three was so happy that they were bubbling with happiness. I'm going to go back and take a nap. I'll rest tomorrow and work the day after tomorrow. Ruan Qiqi said goodbye to the Liu family and went back to her family building. She fell into a deep sleep as soon as she went to bed. She slept until noon the next day and woke up hungry.
Gurgle.
Ruan Qiqi touched her stomach and wanted to go to the space to get some food, but someone knocked on the door.
Wait.
Ruan Qiqi put on her clothes, combed her hair casually, and opened the door. It was an unfamiliar woman, Shang Qingfeng, holding a basket in her hand. I am Captain Su's new wife. My name is Shang Qingfeng. Shang Qingfeng introduced herself generously. She had asked Wang Zhihua and found out that Ruan Qiqi usually slept until noon, so she chose to knock on the door at noon, and she arrived just in time. Come in and sit down. Ruan Qiqi invited her in and wanted to make tea, but the thermos was empty because she forgot to boil water last night. I've drunk water at home. We live in the same building, so there's no need to be polite. These two are foods from my hometown: fried chili peppers and vinegar pork. Fried chili peppers are good with rice if you add more oil. Vinegar pork is good when it's fried. Shang Qingfeng took out the things in the basket, which were 2 small jars, both of which she made herself. Thank you. You can take this egg back and eat it. Ruan Qiqi had never tasted these 2 things before and was quite greedy, so she accepted them and gave some eggs in return. I can't accept it. I am really grateful to you. I was almost dying in my hometown. I was able to survive after marrying Captain Su. I can have the good life I have now, all thanks to you. Shang Qingfeng spoke from her heart. Although Captain Su was a bit chauvinistic, he was very responsible and usually respected her. He never said a word when she disciplined the children. Although they had been married for a short time, she felt very happy. Her ex-husband was not very capable, but he had a bad temper. He would get crazy when he drank. Her 3-year marriage was full of misery every day. She was also bullied by her parents-in-law, who called her a barren woman who could not lay eggs. She couldn't bear it anymore and filed for divorce, but the man asked her to pay 300 yuan in compensation, which she of course refused. As a result, she was beaten every day and was almost beaten to death several times. Finally, with the help of the Women's Federation, she was able to get a divorce successfully. Her ex-husband remarried, and just 8 months after the marriage, she gave birth to a big fat son. The whole family was overjoyed. Not only did they hold a banquet to celebrate, they also ran to her to show off. Getting married, Shang Qingfeng finally realized what a marriage of mutual respect was like. She felt like she had been reborn. This opportunity was given to her by Ruan Qiqi. If feudal superstitions were not prohibited now, she really wanted to worship Ruan Qiqi and burn incense to her every day. Why is there no way to make a living in your hometown? Ruan Qiqi was quite curious. Just because a woman couldn't give birth to a child, did that mean she had to die? Shang Qingfeng talked about the hardships of her previous marriage, and seeing that Ruan Qiqi was not impatient, she couldn't help but say more. She gave birth to a baby at 8 months old. Is this baby your ex-husband's? Ruan Qiqi quickly grasped the key point. Shang Qingfeng was stunned, and suddenly an idea came to her mind, so she asked, is this kid a jerk? It's very likely. Anyway, you have nothing to do with him. Whether he is a jerk or not has nothing to do with you. Ruan Qiqi satisfied her curiosity and was not very interested in discussing the issue of jerks. Shang Qingfeng saw that she didn't want to talk anymore, so she tactfully said goodbye and didn't even take the eggs.
Take it.
The happiness you have today is your own blessing. It has nothing to do with me. Ruan Qiqi put the eggs in her basket. Shang Qingfeng is a nice guy and seems to be an honest person. Let him taste the food later. If it tastes good, let Shang Qingfeng make it again in the future. I have finished writing the 3rd update. I have finished climbing Mount Tai. My legs are useless now. I am lying on the bed. Good night. For lunch, Ruan Qiqi fried 2 dishes that Shang Qingfeng brought. The fried peppers looked like rice noodles with chili powder added, and they smelled very fragrant. She added more oil and fried them, which looked more appetizing. Vinegar. Baked pork is simpler, just fry it in oil. Make some spinach and tofu soup. It's enough for 1 person. Ruan Qiqi tasted it and found it was indeed very good, especially the fried peppers, which went especially well with rice. She would ask Sang Qingfeng to make some later, and she would provide the ingredients. Fried peppers, vinegar, bamboo meat. After lunch, Ruan Qiqi went out for a walk to help digest the food. She also chatted with the trees she met on the way and learned a lot of gossip about the staff quarters. The couple in that family had a quarrel, whose child was beaten. A man was not efficient in doing things at night and was scolded by his wife. She knew it all very well. After taking a walk around the family building, Ruan Qiqi prepared to go home for a nap. She didn't know how Lu Yi had completed his mission. She had been away for a few days and missed him a lot. It was time for her to come back after a short absence. It's so strange. She and Lu Yi can share that open space, but they have never encountered it in the space. I don't know if it's a bug in the space. At this time, Lu Yi was in the cafeteria of the hydropower station, enjoying delicious snake soup. He also secretly saved a lot of it in the space. He didn't know if Qiqi saw it. He also brought a few snakes into the space, both male and female. After they gave birth to their puppies, he would have an endless supply of snake soup to eat. Emo Tsongrong, who had lost a lot of weight, came to eat in a dejected mood. He had not slept well in these days. He would be scared unconscious by snakes every night, and after waking up, he dared not sleep again. He sprinkled 3 times the amount of realgar powder around the room, but still couldn't stop the snakes. Now he had formed a conditioned reflex, and his back felt cold, and his legs cramped whenever he saw the quilt. He was afraid to go to bed. What a coincidence. Lu Yi had been at the hydropower station for a week, but the two had never met each other. So much so that Emo Tsongrong still doesn't know that the snake in his bed was man-made. He always thought it was because he was too unlucky. Emo Tsongrong, who hadn't slept well for a few days, had dark circles under his eyes and looked listless, like a scholar whose yang energy had been sucked away by a goblin. Someone said with concern, "Deputy Secretary Emo, if you're not feeling well, go to the hospital. Don't force yourself. It's okay, I just didn't sleep well. Snakes crawled into my bed every night." Emo Tsongrong's back teeth were almost broken. He didn't understand why those snakes kept staring at him.
He is not Su Xian.
It's not good to have a snake in your bed. Catch it and make soup. It's delicious. The man asking the questions was a local. He was used to snakes and was an expert at catching them. Emo Tsongrong imagined the scene of himself catching a snake with his bare hands. His face turned pale and he felt nauseous. When he saw the bland vegetarian dishes in the cafeteria, he lost his appetite. "Deputy Secretary Emo, would you like some snake soup? We are having a feast today. It smells really good." The cafeteria chef asked with a smile and scooped a spoonful of snake soup and placed it in front of him. "No, thank you." Emo Tsongrong suppressed his nausea, turned around and left. He decided not to eat this meal. The canteen chef curled his lips in disdain and said to the person next to him, "People in big cities are just more expensive. They don't eat this or that. Why do they come to our place?" It's understandable that Deputy Secretary Mo is afraid of snakes. Someone said, "It's so embarrassing that a grown man is afraid of snakes." The chef was even more disdainful. As locals, men, women, young and old were all experts at catching snakes. They had practiced this skill since childhood. If they were afraid of even small snakes, how could they be considered men? You can't say that. You locals are of course not afraid. We have never seen so many snakes in the city, so it's normal to be afraid. Someone spoke up for Emo Tsongrong, saying that he had been here for a longer time and was very scared when he first arrived, but now he has trained himself and if he sees a snake on the road, he can catch it without batting an eye, squeeze out the snake's gall, and eat it raw. Emo Tsongrong ran outside, retched a few times, and spit out a few mouthfuls of clear water. His stomach was growling with hunger, but he had no appetite. Thinking that there would be no end to such days, he couldn't help but feel sad. He squatted down, hugged his knees, and cried silently. If he had known this darn place was so tough, he would never have come here even if he was beaten to death. Even if Lu Yi was crazy, he wouldn't dare to really kill him, So why would he come here and ask for trouble? Songrong shed a few tears and felt a little better. He wanted to go back to the cafeteria to get some food. Sleep was no longer guaranteed, and if he didn't eat, he would definitely collapse. Now that he has come here, he certainly cannot retreat. He must make the most of these hardships and go back covered with a thick layer of gold. Songrong made up his mind and prepared to go back to the cafeteria, and then he saw a familiar figure. It was Lu Yi, who was well fed and satisfied. Songrong rubbed his eyes vigorously several times, and was very sure and certain that it was indeed the crazy Lu Yi. He suddenly understood that those snakes were definitely released by Lu Yi. Songrong was furious and rushed over angrily. When he was still a few steps away from Lu Yi, he suddenly came to his senses. Lu Yi came here suddenly. He must be carrying out a mission. Darn it! There's no place to curse. He is so frustrated. Songrong's back teeth were almost broken. Although he wanted to curse Lu Yi to death, the overall situation was more important. If he disrupted Lu Yi's mission, his future would be over. But he was still unwilling to give in. He had been tortured for so many days and his life was almost gone. Why was Lu Yi eating and drinking well and looking so radiant? Songrong quickly thought of a solution. He turned around and ran back to the cafeteria, got a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup, and came out to see Lu Yi stop talking to someone. He was secretly happy, thinking that God had finally opened his eyes, and this time he would beat this jerk to death. He was holding a basin of soup, pretending to be in a hurry, and trotted towards Lu Yi. When he reached Lu Yi, he stumbled and knocked the basin in his hand towards Lu Yi, and the soup was about to spill on him. Lu Yi was quick-witted and stepped aside, but did not forget to pull Songrong over and pour the soup over him just in time, without wasting a drop. Songrong was drenched from head to toe. His head, face, and body were all covered in black and yellow liquid, making him look like he was covered in diarrhea. "Comrade, are you all right?" Lu Yi leaned over. His tone was concerned, but his eyes were full of gloating. Understood his look at once, and was so angry that his teeth itched, but he could only swallow his anger and said, "It's okay. It's my own fault for being careless. I'm glad you're okay. Go back and change your clothes." Although Lu Yi was very polite, he was actually planning to release a few more snakes at night. The jerk actually dared to resist. Obviously, he was not scared enough. That night, a desperate cry was heard from the shack. Songrong looked at the snake twisted into a knot in the quilt with grief and anger. His nerves finally broke down, and he screamed regardless of anything. In the quilt were frightened and fled around in panic. When others came over, the snakes had all run away, leaving only the desperate Songrong. The next day, the news that Songrong was afraid of snakes spread quickly in the hydropower station like wings. Several girls who had a crush on him immediately gave up their thoughts. They didn't like timid men, as they thought they were too unmanly. Lu Yi's mission was completed, and he was going home to enjoy his reunion. Before leaving, he specially gave Songrong a gift and gave him a bowl of snake soup. After drinking it, Songrong vomited so much that he was dizzy and even vomited bile. "You might as well just kill me, I'll duck you." "Sir." Songrong swallowed the word, "ma," back and changed it to "uncle." But Lu Yi did not respond. He raised his head and looked around, but the madman was gone. Songrong became even angrier. He had just mustered up the courage to duel with Lu Yi, but the jerk ran away. Darn it! Ruan Qiqi got up early that day. She and Manzai had made an appointment to go to the third house to collect the debt today, and she had to keep her word. When a person doesn't want to make breakfast, she goes into the space to find something to eat, and then goes to the vegetable garden to pick a cucumber to eat. The vegetables grown by Lu Yi were more juicy than hers, and the fruits were bigger. Ruan Qiqi picked a cucumber with flowers and thorns on the top, rubbed it on her body, and started to chew it. Quickly finished eating a cucumber, picked another one, and ate it as she walked. Then she came face to face with a lively snake. The snake looked quite lazy and fat. It glanced at her, then coiled up lazily, and continued to sleep. Ruan Qiqi blinked. Where did the snake come from in the space? Was it Lu Yi who released it? Then she saw a mouse magically appear in the space as if by magic. The snake, which was too lazy to grow hair, suddenly pounced on the mouse as fast as lightning and swallowed it in one gulp. Ruan Qiqi also saw a few more snakes running out. They were exactly the same as the previous one, too lazy to grow hair, and were particularly fat. The mice were snatched away, but they were not in a hurry and waited calmly. Sure enough, after a while, a few more mice were thrown in, and every snake had a share. After eating the mice, the snakes became even lazier and crawled lazily back to their own territory, coiled up, and continued to sleep. When they were first caught, they were still very panicked, but after a while, they calmed down. This place is much better than outside. It is safe, the air is good, the temperature is suitable, and there are ready-made mice to feed. With such a wonderful life with food and shelter provided, they want to live another 500 years. Ruan Qiqi saw a new wooden rack with several basins on it. She opened the lids, and a strange fragrance came out. She knew it was snake soup as soon as she smelled it, and her saliva immediately flooded. In her previous life, she loved eating snake soup. She hadn't eaten it for a long time, so today she can enjoy a feast. Ruan Qiqi came out of the space holding a bowl of soup. It was so blissful to have snake soup for breakfast. She finished the whole bowl of snake soup, burped with satisfaction, and went to find Manzai. The third unit is a bit far away and requires a bus to get there. It is a county supply and marketing cooperative within the jurisdiction of Tanzhou City, and the bus can get there in 1 hour. The person in charge is called Mao Xiujie, who is in his 40s. Ruan Qiqi asked around a nearby tree and found out that the melon on Mao Xiujie's body is quite big. In short, Mao Xiujie is an old phoenix man. His family was so poor that they couldn't even afford toilet paper to wipe their butts, so they had to use bamboo sticks. However, beautiful mountains and rivers nourish people, and Mao Xiujie was handsome, with delicate features, red lips, and white teeth. Although his family was penniless, he still attracted many unmarried girls. But Mao Xiujie had high ambitions. He looked down on rural girls, and his target was the county town. With his efforts, he finally won over the daughter of a county leader, who is Mao Xiujie's current wife. With the support of his father-in-law, Mao Xiujie successfully became the head of the supply and marketing cooperative. He was good-looking and full of energy. At the age of 40, he looked only in his early 30s and was more charming than when he was young. Naturally, he began to dislike his wife, who was 5 years older than him, and felt that he was being taken advantage of. But he didn't dare to divorce. After all, his wife's family was too powerful. Even if he became the head of the supply and marketing cooperative, he still couldn't defeat them. So Mao Xiujie came up with an extremely sinister idea, which almost succeeded. It was also his bad luck that he met Ruan Qiqi, who came to collect the debt, which doomed him to failure. Ruan Qiqi took Manzai to collect the debt. Mao Xiujie's excuse was similar to the previous two, crying poor and pitiful, saying that he had no money and asked for some more time. Not even $6,000? Ruan Qiqi asked. Really? Our supply and marketing cooperative is just good on the surface, but in reality it is tight. Comrades, as long as I have money, I will definitely pay it back. Mao Xiujie spoke very sincerely. Okay, I'll go talk to Mao Fuxiang. Ruan Qiqi was very easy to talk to and just turned around and left. Mao Xiujie's face turned pale, and he quickly shouted, "Wait a minute, do you know Mao Fuxiang? Not only do I know him, I also know that he's been having a hot relationship with a married woman recently. The married woman's name seems to be you. You what's that?" Ruan Qiqi kept the secret and didn't reveal the name. Mao Xiujie looked unhappy. This Mao Fuxiang was his cousin, who looked better than he was when he was young. He hired him to charm his old wife. He knew very well what kind of man the yellow-faced woman liked. Sure enough, Mao Fuxiang hit the mark with one strike and made the yellow-faced woman completely infatuated with him. It was only a few days before he could catch them in bed and successfully divorce her without being retaliated by his father-in-law. Mao Xiujie secretly cursed Mao Fuxiang for being careless, thinking that he must have leaked the news. However, Judging from Ruan Qiqi's expression, the old woman at home probably didn't know about it yet. He felt a little relieved, forced a smile, and said enthusiastically, "It's really like a flood that washed away the Dragon King Temple. No one recognizes my own family. Since you and Mao Fuxiang are friends, I will raise this money even if I have to sell everything I have. Since you are in trouble, don't rush to pay it back. Mao Fuxiang and I will go and talk to you first." Ruan Qiqi was smiling, had a friendly look on her face, and was very easy to talk to. The more she did this, the more worried Mao Xiujie became, so he said he would go and get the money immediately, not a penny less. "Since Director Mao wants to pay it back so badly, I won't talk to Mao Fuxiang for now. How long will it take to collect the money?" Ruan Qiqi had whetted her appetite for a long time, and finally, she let go. 2 hours at most. It will be quick. Mao Xiujie breathed a sigh of relief and planned to take the money out of his own piggy bank. The debt owed by the winery had already been repaid by the supply and marketing cooperative, and the money was all in his pocket. Now he could only take it out to shut Ruan Qiqi up. "I heard that your braised pork is very authentic, and the fish is also very delicious. Alas, I didn't eat much this morning, and went out." Ruan Qiqi touched her belly. She knew in her previous life that the braised pork and fish here were extremely delicious. Now that she was here, she had to try the flavors made with ingredients from the 1970s, and she had to eat them for free. "Braised pork. Thank you for your hard work. I will arrange for you to have lunch now." Mao Xiujie was quite sensible and took them to a state-owned restaurant near the supply and marketing cooperative. Judging from his appearance, he was obviously a regular customer of the restaurant. "You are my honored guest. Please prepare all your specialties and put them on the bill." After giving his instructions, Mao Xiujie left in a hurry. The restaurant did not dare to be negligent and served all the signature dishes, such as braised pork with preserved vegetables, steamed black carp, stir-fried beef, etc. The portions were quite large and filled the entire table. Ruan Qiqi and Manzai enjoyed the meal very much. It was so nice to eat and drink for free. After finishing all the dishes, they went back to the supply and marketing cooperative to wait for Mao Xiujie. Obviously, Mao Xiujie was more anxious than them. He came back in less than 2 hours with a heavy bag full of 6,000 yuan in debt. "The money is all here. Please click on it. There is still 1,000 yuan here as a gift for you too. The number is correct. Thank you for your hard work, Director Mao.
Goodbye."
Ruan Qiqi ordered everything, picked up the bag and left, and put the 1,000 yuan into her own pocket. "The tail didn't follow me today, so you can rest assured. That Mao Fuxiang." Mao Xiujie didn't want to say it too directly, but Ruan Qiqi understood immediately and asked back, "Who is Mao Fuxiang? I don't even know him. It's my fault. Take care, both of you." Mao Xiujie thought the 1,000 yuan had worked, so he felt relieved. He smiled and sent them to the door of the supply and marketing cooperative before returning to the office. Ruan Qiqi did not return to Tanzhou City. Instead, she gave Manzai some training and took him to find Mao Xiujie's wife Xiumei. "You've made great progress since going to the border. You know how to respect your sister-in-law." Lu Yi laughed after hearing this. He thought these two idiots would just sit there and wait to die. He had been to the border several times, and even though he was physically strong, he still found the hardships there a bit unbearable. In the same place, there are snow-capped mountains over 4,000 meters high and tropical rainforests. Leeches are like snakes and suck blood from living things. There are also countless poisonous snakes and insects. Soldiers who go there not only have to endure the harsh climate, but also have to guard against attacks from poisonous snakes and ferocious beasts. Lu Yi originally thought that after the Lu Jifeng brothers left, they would come back crying or wait for death passively, but he didn't expect that these two fools were so actively trying to find solutions, and they have indeed made a lot of progress. Is it possible that they're not that bad after all? Ruan Qiqi suddenly thought of a possibility. Compared with Lu Yi, the Lu Jifeng brothers are definitely weak, but Lu Yi is not an ordinary person. At least 99% of the people in the country cannot compare to him. These two brothers have been bullied by Lu Yi since they were young. Apart from anything else, Their ability to withstand blows is definitely good, and their physical fitness is definitely no problem. If we look for other references, maybe these two idiots are not that bad. Reaching the border, the two brothers had no way out and no one to protect them. The adversity actually brought out their potential. After all, Lu Dixing is a powerful general. Even if his son is not very good, he won't be that bad. Lu Yi blinked, half believing and half doubting. They couldn't even get past me. Aren't they weak? How many people can survive your attack? Ruan Qiqi said angrily. That's true. Let's not talk about them anymore and continue. Lu Yi was in high spirits again and didn't want to spoil the fun by mentioning the two idiots. The two of them started to make love again, enjoying the pleasure of the whole night. They stayed up all night until noon the next day. Lu Yi went to the cafeteria to get lunch because Ruan Qiqi was too lazy to move. After lunch, Lu Yi had to go to the unit to report on the completion of the task, while Ruan Qiqi went to the department store to ask for money. Ruan Qiqi carried her bag and walked downstairs slowly. As usual, a group of military wives were chatting downstairs, working. Sang Qingfeng was also there. She was currently teaching math to two fourth-grade classes. The workload was not heavy, and she could go home early when she had no classes. It was much more comfortable than being at home. Sang Qingfeng was mending their pants. Captain Su's two sons were very active, and their buttocks and knees were often rubbed, so they had to be mended every now and then. There were few children playing nearby. The oldest was 5 or 6 years old, and the youngest was 2 or 3 years old. Some were throwing sandbags, some were playing hopscotch, and they were sweating profusely. Sister Wan is going out. Everyone greeted them warmly, especially Wang Zhihua, who shouted the loudest with a fawning smile on her face. Because she had a grand plan to make money and had put in the effort, she wanted to improve her winemaking skills so that Ruan Qiqi and his wife would be dependent on the glutinous rice wine she brewed from then on, just like people in the past who would crave fu shou gao if they didn't smoke it for a day. If Ruan Qiqi and his wife don't drink the wine she brews for a day, they will feel hungry. In the future, she will be able to make a lot of money by brewing wine. 20 kilograms of rice costs 5 yuan, so at least 200 kilograms of rice can be brewed a year. This data is not made up by Wang Zhihua. She has calculated it carefully. The last time, Ruan Qiqi's family drank 10 kilograms of glutinous rice wine for less than a week. At this rate, they will have to drink at least 5 or 600 kilograms of wine a year. Therefore, as long as she curry favor with Ruan Qiqi, she can earn 50 yuan just by brewing wine. Well, I'm going out to do something. Ruan Qiqi smiled and nodded. Sister Wan, your glutinous rice wine will be ready to drink in a week. This time it will definitely taste better than the last time, I guarantee it. Wang Zhihua patted her chest and assured him with full confidence. If it tastes good, I'll let you brew it again. Ruan Qiqi is also very easy to talk to, and the wine brewed by Wang Zhihua is indeed good. Don't worry, it's definitely delicious. Wang Zhihua's face was full of smiles, as if she saw beautiful banknotes flying towards her. Ruan Qiqi smiled and went to the parking shed to get her bicycle. A stone was thrown at her, and she quickly dodged to the side to avoid the stone. The stone fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Bad woman. A boy's angry voice rang out. Ruan Qiqi looked over and found that he looked familiar. It was Ji Xianglian's youngest son. He had scolded her before and was slapped by her. He then behaved well for a while. It seems that the beating was not hard enough. Everyone else held their breath, their eyes filled with anticipation. They were sure to get another slap in the face this time, right? Ruan Qiqi was beaten pretty hard last time, and she also had a big fight with Ji Xianglian. Now that Ji Xianglian is gone, Sang Qingfeng has become her stepmother. She will definitely not stand up for her stepson. I heard that she even sent a basket of food to Ruan Qiqi to curry favor with her last time. Sang Qingfeng stood up without changing her expression, walked straight to her stepson, and slapped him hard, leaving half of the boy's face swollen. Apologize to Aunt Ruan, and come here. After slapping him, Sang Qingfeng dragged the crying boy to Ruan Qiqi and pressed him down to apologize. I don't want it. She is a bad woman. You're all bad people. I want my mother. Woo-woo.
The boy cried sadly.
He heard people say that his mother was forced away by Ruan Qiqi. It was this bad woman who caused him to lose his mother. And Sang Qingfeng, even if she could cook delicious food, he would not recognize her as his mother. He only had one mother.
Pa.
Sang Qingfeng slapped her stepsons but hard, several times in a row, without showing any mercy. The boy felt hurt and wronged, and didn't dare to cry, but his eyes were full of hatred. This child is untreatable. Ruan Qiqi didn't slap him, but just said something lightly and rode away on his bike. Sang Qingfeng looked thoughtful. Ji Xianglian inherited her father's badness, which meant that bad traits were hereditary. The older stepson was like his father in temperament and personality, and was quite respectful to her, but the younger one was like Ji Xianglian. She got married. She took great care of the food and clothing of the two children, and did no worse than Ji Xianglian. But the child still called her a bad person. She was not heartbroken, but she just lacked patience. She didn't think it was necessary to work so hard for a son who was not her own. From then on, she knew what to do. She would pay more attention to the eldest son, and she didn't need to worry too much about the younger one as long as he was well fed and warmly clothed. It's a pity that she can't give birth to a child. How can a stepson be as good as a biological one? After Ruan Qiqi left, Sang Qingfeng dragged her stepson home, and the military wives immediately started talking about it. A stepmother is a stepmother. She beats the child so hard that his face is swollen. Someone said, that child deserves a beating. He was taught badly by Ji Xianglian. Lu Danny felt that Sang Qingfeng was right and spoke up for her. Sang Qingfeng is willing to beat the child because she is truly doing it for the good of the child. If she were to be more sweethearted and turn the child into a good-for-nothing, that would be cruel. Wang Shuhua said slowly, there is such a stepmother in my hometown. Her two sons were both lazy and good-for-nothing, and they couldn't even find a wife. But her own son studied well and was willing to endure hardships. He passed the job exam for a state-owned factory in the county, and now he's eating the government's food. A military wife gave an example, and everyone agreed that Sang Qingfeng was indeed very dedicated and a good stepmother. Ruan Qiqi had already arrived at the department store. She first went to chat with the nearby trees. After the last incident in the department store, she instructed the nearby trees to keep a special eye on Su Lina. I haven't been here for a while, and there is indeed a lot of new news. For example, Su Lina only swept the toilet for half a month, and then went back to work at the shoe closet. Also, a few days after Lu Jiafeng went to the border, Su Lina learned that Lu Dixing was in trouble, and she immediately got together with the son of a minor leader who was pursuing her and completely forgot about Lu Jiafeng. Lu Jiafeng was so homesick at the border that he called to ease the homesickness, but what he heard was the sad news of their breakup. No wonder he wrote the letter in tears. Ruan Qiqi had originally thought that she would not charge for those small items. After all, she had been Lu Jiafeng's girlfriend for a while, but now she decided that she would even charge for the rubber bands. Lu Jiafeng is a bit stupid, but he is still very kind to his girlfriend. He has given her so many expensive gifts. It's okay for Su Lina to break up, but it's a bit of a scumbag to get together with other men before the breakup. She is not targeting anyone but the matter, and this time she supports Lu Jiafeng. Ruan Qiqi counted the bill again. She included rubber bands, hair flowers, handkerchiefs, socks, breakfast, movie tickets, snacks, and other small items. She thought that this idiot Lu Jiafeng should not be a soldier. He should be an accountant. He would definitely be able to do the job.
This is a huge amount.
The accounts receivable directly increased to 360.8 yuan. Su Lina sat there bored. She had looked at her watch countless times. Time passed so slowly. New boyfriend said he would take her to the Xiangjiang Hotel for Western food in the evening. Lu Jiafeng had never taken her there before. Every time she mentioned it, Lu Jiafeng said that Western food was not tasty and that Hunan cuisine was more flavorful. Humph, you are so stingy. You deserve to suffer at the border. Su Lina didn't know that Lu Jiafeng really didn't like Western food. He had eaten it once and never ate it again. He also listed Western food as one of the most unpalatable foods, so naturally he wouldn't take her to eat it. Ruan Qiqi saw Su Lina sitting lazily and yawning from afar. The shiny women's watch on her wrist was very eye-catching. It was obviously the one given by Lu Jiefeng. She walked over and knocked on the glass window a few times. "Why are you knocking? Can you afford to pay for it if it breaks?" Su Lina didn't even turn her head and cursed angrily. "Have you finished cleaning the toilet?" Ruan Qiqi asked coldly. Su Lina's face changed drastically. She turned around suddenly and saw the person she hated. She stood up suddenly and cursed. "It's none of your business whether I clean the toilet or not. Your father-in-law is in trouble. Why are you still being so arrogant in front of me? Get out of here. This watch was given to you by Lu Jiefeng, right? And the hairpin on your head, the leather shoes on your feet, the radio your father listened to, the ginseng your mother ate, the cigarettes your brother smoked, the malted milk and snacks your nephew ate. TSK, if you calculate it, your whole family is supported by my Lu Jiefeng. Before you even get married, my Jiefeng has spent 380.9 yuan. This amount of money can marry 10 women in the countryside. But you, on the one hand, took my Jiefeng's money, and on the other hand, you're having an affair with another man. Is it fun to have two relationships at the same time?" Ruan Qiqi's call immediately attracted many customers, and several others recognized them at a glance. After all, there was a big event a while ago, and they were all pretty girls, so the impression was particularly deep. "Girl, has your brother-in-law broken up with this woman?"
Someone asked loudly.
"It's not a breakup. My brother-in-law took the initiative to apply to go to the border to defend the country. As a result, as soon as my brother-in-law left, this woman got together with other men. My brother-in-law suffered a lot at the border. This woman is a philanderer in the city, cheating on my brother-in-law. I cannot swallow this. Since you are having an affair with another man, please convert the valuables my brother-in-law gave you into cash and return them. The total is 380.9 yuan. Here is the bill." Ruan Qiqi spoke clearly, logically, and with solid evidence, and everyone's opinion immediately tilted in her favor. What's more, Lu Jiefeng went to the border to defend his country. What a good young man he was. This woman is so shameless and immoral. That's right, since you don't want to be on good terms with them, you have to return the things. 380 yuan, how can you have the nerve to buy so much? I guess she relies on her pretty face to cheat people out of money. Everyone blamed Su Lina, and their words were quite harsh. "I didn't cheat the money. Lu Jiefeng gave it to me voluntarily. I didn't ask him for it." Su Lina was angry and ashamed, and she defended herself loudly with tears in her eyes. "Did my brother-in-law agree with you playing two-timing?" Ruan Qiqi asked back. "I'm not two-timing. You re-talking nonsense. I started dating someone after I broke up with Lu Jiefeng." Su Lina yelled in a timid manner, not daring to look Ruan Qiqi in the eye, feeling very guilty. She was sorry to Lu Jiefeng about this matter, but it was the Lu family's fault, so she had no choice. "My brother-in-law went to the border on April 25th, and you and your new partner Ji Xianglian went to the movies and the park on the 26th. My brother-in-law called you on May 2nd, and that's when you broke up. Su Lina, you and Ji Xianglian were always together, and everyone in the department store saw it. Do you want me to find someone to prove it?" Ruan Qiqi looked sarcastic. Su Lina was too arrogant. She and Ji Xianglian always went out together and never avoided people. Many people saw them, so it was not difficult to investigate. Su Lina's face became paler and paler, and her lips were bloodless. She felt guilty and had no courage to defend herself. She just said weakly, "I didn't. I found someone after we broke up." But no one believed her. Ruan Qiqi had solid evidence and mentioned the time and names. Su Lina could tell at a glance that she was guilty. The public has sharp eyes, and they knew who to believe at a glance. Everyone looked at Su Lina with disdain, and some even cursed. "You shameless, easy woman. You should be sent to sweep the toilet." Su Lina's body was shaking and her face turned even paler. She had been sweeping toilets for a week and was almost sick to death. She would rather die than sweep the toilet again. Ruan Qiqi sneered and said slowly, "I remember your job was to clean the toilet. How come you're back selling shoes after just 1 week?" Could it be that the department store is really owned by your family? There is a misunderstanding here. Comrade, please listen to my explanation. The manager ran over breathlessly. When he saw Ruan Qiqi from afar, his head was so big that he became 3 times bigger. But he had to bite the bullet and come over, otherwise he would really worry about his job. The manager glared at Su Lina fiercely and made up his mind that he would never cover up for his sister-in-law this time. He had said long ago that even if they wanted to break up, it would take some time, and they must not have 2 relationships at the same time. But his father-in-law and his family would not listen to him at all, and only wanted to climb up the social ladder. She is just taking over a shift today. She'll go to sweep the toilet tomorrow and in the future. If female comrades don't believe me, you can come to supervise, the manager assured. Su Lina opened her mouth to protest, but the manager glared at her fiercely, and she was so scared that she dared not say a word. Your name is Zhang Jinbu? Ruan Qiqi asked.
Right.
The manager nodded. Ruan Qiqi called him aside and said, let's put aside the issue of cleaning the toilet. Your sister-in-law is two-timing, which is a serious problem of work style. My brother-in-law is still defending the country at the border. If you don't want your sister-in-law to go to the farm for reform, persuade her to pay back the money obediently. The total amount is 380.9 yuan, not a cent less. Otherwise, I will not be lenient. And you, Manager Zhong, may also be implicated. After she finished speaking, she smiled coldly. Her sharp and cold eyes made the manager sweat profusely. He did not doubt her words at all. Although the Liu family was in trouble, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and a rotten boat still has 3 pounds of nails. These are more than enough to deal with a small manager like him, and he dare not confront them head-on. Manager Zhong promised that Su Lina would pay back the money within 3 days, not a penny less. Ruan Qiqi agreed and said he would come back to get the money in 3 days. It was getting dark outside, so she decided to go home first and ask Lu Yuanchao's friends for money tomorrow. Border, rainforest. Lu Jiefeng and Lu Yuanchao had just finished their patrol and came back exhausted to eat. There was nothing good to eat at the border. The two had lost a lot of weight in less than a month, but their eyes didn't look as clear anymore. I went to the canteen to get some food, which was another local stew made of meat, vegetables, and corn flour cooked into a paste. It smelled good, but it looked unappetizing and tasted even less appetizing. The two brothers have been spoiled since childhood and are very picky about food. They want to eat light and fresh meals. Just looking at this sticky thing will make them full. They can only swallow it whole with their eyes closed. Eating a meal is like being tortured. Brother, I want to eat the food cooked by my sister-in-law. Lu Yuanchao swallowed half of the porridge with difficulty, but couldn't swallow it anymore. Then he skillfully lifted up his shirt and sprinkled some salt on his belly. A leech that was full of blood fell out. It must have been picked up during patrol. The two brothers have gone from crying loudly at first to being numb now. I want to eat too. I need to eat quickly. I will have more energy after I am full. Lu Jiefeng looked at the half bowl of porridge left in the bowl, closed his eyes angrily, and continued to swallow it, finally finishing the bowl of porridge. The two brothers finished their dinner with difficulty and leaned against the wall to chat. Brother, can sister-in-law get the money back? Should be able to, she's so fierce. Brother, I want to eat malted milk, cream cake, and rice. Stop talking. I want to eat too. Once my sister-in-law gets the money back, I'll take you to a restaurant for a big meal. Lu Jiefeng swallowed hard and prayed that Ruan Qiqi could get the money back and send it to him quickly to save his life. Even if it was only half of it, it would still be more than 100 yuan. As for the emotional pain caused by Su Lina, it was nothing compared to the damage caused by leeches and hunger. He was now quite glad that Su Lina was playing two-timing, otherwise he would not have been so justified in asking for money. After he has made achievements on the border and become successful, he will go back to Tanzhou and annoy Su Lina off to death. Lu Jiefeng made a vicious oath, but only 3 seconds later, his lofty ambition was defeated by a few leeches on his back. The leeches were full of blood and became swollen. Lu Yuanchao sprinkled salt to kill them. Looking at the full-fledged leech corpses on the ground, Lu Jiefeng couldn't help but feel sad. He was starving and his life was even worse than that of a leech. The two brothers looked at each other sadly, hugged each other, and cried silently. I didn't dare cry out loud, because I would get beaten. The third update is finished. Today's word count is over 7,000. I wish you all a happy National Day and good night. The next day, Ruan Qiqi got up early, cooked 2 bowls of rice noodles, fried a few glutinous rice cakes, sprinkled them with soybean powder and brown sugar. They were sweet, sticky, fragrant, and super delicious. From the jar as a side dish, and you have a blissful breakfast. Fried glutinous rice cake. Delicious Lu Yu was going to work, while Ruan Qiqi went to collect debts from Lu Yuanchao's friends. She showed the list to Lu Yi, and he knew them all. When Wang Guhui got married, it was Sun Qianglian who took advantage of the power outage to bully the bride. It was Zhong Qinghua who put a snake on the bed to scare Sun Qianglian in the bridal chamber, which caused Sun Qianglian to be in poor condition now. Zhong Qinghua's sister was peeped at by a bully several times while taking a bath. The bully was his good brother Lu Ziqiang. Lu Yi revealed the negative information about the people on the list one by one. None of them were crimes punishable by death, but they were enough to make people hate them to death, and this was just enough to control them. He also wrote down the units and addresses of these people. Ruan Qiqi wrote it all down, and she didn't ask Lu Yi why he knew so much, just like she wasn't going to tell Lu Yi about her plan to join Pei Yuan's department. Pei Yuan said that everyone in the department had to sign a confidentiality agreement, and not even their relatives were allowed to tell anyone. Moreover, everyone in the department had jobs outside and would only appear when on a mission. After breakfast, when Lu Yi went to work, Ruan Qiqi tidied up the house before going out. She walked to the second floor. She saw Captain Su's youngest son playing alone in the corridor. When he saw her, the boy lowered his head timidly and dared not say a word. Last night, he went to his father crying and complaining, wanting his father to teach his stepmother a lesson, but his father beat him instead. He beat him harder than his stepmother did, and now his butt is swollen. He never talked about bad women again. Ruan Qiqi glanced at him indifferently and went downstairs. The people on Lu Yuanchao's list were basically children of wealthy families, but they were the weakest among them because none of them were in the army. Children from the compound will basically be arranged to go to the army for training after they grow up. Only those with poor physical fitness or lack of ambition will be arranged to work in the unit. Although the Lu Jiafeng brothers were not ambitious, they had good physical fitness and met all the military assessment standards. In addition, Lin Manyan wanted her son to achieve success, so she stayed in the army. The first person Ruan Qiqi looked for was Sun Qianglian. This guy was in the same unit as Emote Songrong and had a lucrative job in the purchasing department. He was well-fed, and it was obvious at first glance that he had taken a lot of kickbacks. Are you Lu Ye's guest? Sun Qianglian recognized Ruan Qiqi at a glance and looked a little surprised. Lu Yi is the devil in the compound. No one dares to play with him, so he doesn't understand why Ruan Qiqi wants to see him. I am still Lu Yuanchao's sister-in-law. You should pay back the 68 yuan you owe Lu Yuanchao. Ruan Qiqi was very polite. She tried to use courtesy before force. She had read books on military strategy. Sun Qianglian's face suddenly changed, and he denied it flatly. Don't talk nonsense. When did I borrow money from Lu Yuanchao? It never happened. But he was thinking since there was no IOU, it would be fine as long as he refused to admit it. Ruan Qiqi smiled faintly and said softly, there was a power outage on the day Wang Guhui got married. Someone took advantage of the darkness to use the bride for a few minutes. Wang Guhui still remembers this grudge. How about I go and talk to him about it now? Sun Qianglian was no longer calm, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Wang Guhui was a ruthless person. If he really knew, he would be half dead, if not dead. It was pitch dark that day, and even the bride didn't know who she was. How did Lu Yitank know? Ruan Qiqi saw through his thoughts and asked back, do you think I don't have evidence?
No.
I'll go get the money. Sun Qianglian didn't dare to gamble. It was not worth putting himself in danger for 68 yuan. Just think of it as spending money to ward off disaster. I have borrowed it for so long. If I deposit it in the bank, I will get a lot of interest. Besides, My family is helping North Korea defend the country on the border. As his good brother, why don't you show some appreciation? Ruan Qiqi looked at him with a smile. It was no big deal for her to extort some money from a scumbag who even took advantage of the bride, right? Thank you for your hard work in aiding North Korea. I must express my gratitude. Sun Chongjuan swallowed his anger and went to get the money. He didn't have enough money on him, so he borrowed some from his colleagues and finally got together 100 yuan. Ruan Qiqi got the money. She comforted him. Actually, I have no evidence. After saying that, she turned around and left, her back disappearing into the distance. Sun Chongjuan's back teeth were almost broken by biting his teeth. Darn it, he lost $100. Ruan Qiqi followed the same method and used the black material that Lu Yi had mentioned to threaten and blackmail. It only took her half a day to successfully get back the debt, and even got a lot more. Originally, the outstanding balance was only 356.9 yuan, but she got back 580 yuan. She went directly to the post office, took the 580 yuan, added a little more of her own money, and made up 643. 4 yuan, and sent it to brother Lu Jifeng. The handling fee was 6.43, which Ruan Qiqi also paid, and she would make up for it from Su Lina later. At that time remittance receipt, she also wrote a letter. The money has been returned. Not a cent less has been sent. Although your mother abused Lu Yi and wanted to kill him, you are brothers with the same blood after all. I can't bear to deduct half of it. Don't spend the money recklessly. Aunt Lin's improper thinking has brought you a very bad influence. I hope that the difficult border conditions can wear away your pampered nature, improve your thinking, and make you keep the words of defending the country firmly in your hearts and never forget them. In addition, Aunt Lin's performance in the cadre school is very poor. She is criticized every day for being lazy. She is really holding you back. I have criticized her many times, hoping that she can really consider you and stop being lazy and holding you back. But she wouldn't listen and still does her own thing. So, you have to be self-reliant on the border. After all, our father is in an extraordinary period now, and your mother likes to hold you back, so you can only rely on yourselves. Come on. Effort. Written by your sister-in-law Ruan Qiqi, who truly cares about you, on May 23, 1971. Ruan Qiqi finished writing the letter in a flamboyant manner at the post office, checked it, sealed it with glue, put a stamp on it, put it in the mailbox, and rode home. On the way, she found a secluded corner, took out a slaughtered duck from the space, and prepared to go home to make blood-caked duck. There was ready-made blood cake in the supermarket in the space. She could fry it when eating and stir-fry it with the duck. It tasted very good. Blood cake is also delicious when sliced and fried until soft, and then seasoned with some seasoning. Ruan Qiqi likes to eat it. The downstairs of the family building was still very lively, and everyone greeted Ruan Qiqi. Ruan Qiqi smiled and responded. She parked the car and prepared to go upstairs. She saw Wang Zhihua making pickled ginger at the door of her house. It looked like ginger. It was the first time she saw pickled ginger, so she walked over curiously and asked, "Can this ginger be pickled?" Wang Zhihua was mixing young ginger slices and chili peppers. She looked up at the sound and said with a smile, "This is young ginger. My hometown likes to pickle it. It tastes better than pickled radish. Do you want some? Can you eat it now?" Ruan Qiqi swallowed her saliva. She wanted to taste it. "This one hasn't been marinated yet. I have already marinated it." "Wait a minute." Wang Zhihua smiled and got up and went back to the house, picked up a large bowl from the pickled jar, and came out with it. "Put it in a bottle and it will last for a long time. If you like it, I'll give it to you when this jar is ready." The pickled ginger looked so tempting that Ruan Qiqi couldn't help but take a piece and eat it. It was sour, spicy, and crispy, very refreshing. Pickled ginger, it's delicious. Where did you buy this young ginger? I'll go buy some. Can you pickle a jar for me? Ruan Qiqi didn't want to take advantage. Although Wang Zhihua had officially joined the army, her family was still in financial difficulty, and they had to be very frugal in their daily life. "I grew these young gingers. They're free. I'll make you a jar of them later." Wang Zhihua refused. She opened a piece of land on the hillside behind the staff housing complex. She was basically self-sufficient in vegetables and could dry the leftovers, saving a lot of money.
Okay.
Ruan Qiqi didn't hesitate and went home with a big bowl of pickled ginger, eating as she walked. By the time she got home, 1/3 of the bowl was gone. As soon as I opened the door, I heard a voice from downstairs. Sister Ruan, your phone is ringing. Here it comes. Ruan Qiqi put down the bowl and ran downstairs to answer the phone. It was Ruan Xiaoxue calling. Second sister, I want to tell you something. Ruan Xiaoxue was a little emotional. Old man Ruan poisoned Zhu Sanmei's family to death. He also took the medicine and died. It happened yesterday. She explained what had happened in detail. Yesterday, old man Ruan stewed a chicken and sent it to Ruan Guiming's family on the farm. The family did not have enough to eat on the farm and had to do heavy physical work. They were so greedy when they saw the chicken soup that they ate it up in ravenous mouths. Old man Ruan also ate with them. As a result, the entire family was poisoned to death. Old man Ruan had added a large amount of aconite to the chicken soup, and it became hard on the way to the clinic. Aconitum, highly toxic. Ruan Xiaoxue said that the team leader was in charge of the funeral arrangements. He had just brought the body back and would keep it in the village for a day before sending it to the mountain tomorrow. Don't worry about this matter. The relationship has been severed. You and your elder sister shouldn't fight over Ruan Guiming's house. Second uncle will definitely hold a meeting to discuss it. Just say you want to donate it to the brigade. Don't say anything else. Ruan Qiqi warned. Got it, second sister. I sent you a bag of dried bamboo shoots. My eldest sister and I dried them. You and your brother-in-law can stew them with meat. Ruan Xiaoxue smiled and said that she came to the town specifically to mail the dried bamboo shoots and to make a phone call at the same time. Next time, please send some dried beans, dried mushrooms, dried ferns, and dried radishes as well. As soon as Ruan Qiqi heard about dried bamboo shoots, her mouth started to water. Dried bamboo shoots are delicious when stewed with meat or duck, and other dried vegetables are also delicious. There are quite a few fresh vegetables in the space, but she is too lazy to dry them, so the ones that cannot be eaten are fed to the chickens and ducks. Okay, I'll send it next time. I dried a lot of bracken this year, enough for you and your brother-in-law to eat. Ruan Xiaoxue is very hardworking. She does not rest after work, but goes up the mountain to pick wild vegetables, cooks them and dries them, which can last her a whole winter. Also, ask second aunt to dry more chili sauce this year and add more silkworms and sword beans. We will provide the ingredients and give her some wages so that she can dry it to make it more delicious. Ruan Qiqi remembered something very important. The bottle of chili sauce that was sent to her last time was almost finished by her and Lu Yi. The chili sauce needs strong sunlight to be dried, usually in July and August. The process is very complicated and requires enough patience. It needs to be moved out at sunrise and moved back at sunset. It needs to be dried for at least a month. The team leader's wife is strong, patient, and clean. The chili sauce she dries is especially delicious. Some women in the village are unhygienic and the chili sauce they dry ends up with maggots. She won't eat it even if it's given to her for free. Why not ask my second aunt to make some fermented tofu? The fermented tofu she makes is also delicious. My elder sister, and I can't make it taste that good. Ruan Xiaoxue said with a smile. Cook whatever you want to eat. I sent 100 yuan to your family a few days ago.
Did you receive it?
Ruan Qiqi couldn't help swallowing her saliva. The captain's wife was a good woman who was good at both housework and civil work. The captain, such a coward, was really not worthy of her. I got it. Second sister, please don't send it anymore. We don't spend much money in the country, but you and your brother-in-law have to spend money everywhere in the city. If you send too much, your brother-in-law will have some ideas. Ruan Xiaoxue conveyed her eldest sister's words. She thought so too. When her second sister left, she left 200 yuan for the family and sent another 100 yuan a while ago. The frequency of sending money made her and her eldest sister a little nervous, worried that Lu Yi would have some ideas. He is a member of our Ruan family. What can he think? Just spend the money I give you. Don't be stingy. I plan to find a job for my eldest sister in Tanzhou. When you go to the army, she and Nian Nian and Pan Pan will be left at home. It's better for us to go to the city. Go back and tell my eldest sister, and see what she thinks." Ruan Qiqi spoke in a carefree tone. Not to mention that the money was her own. Even if it was Lu Ye's salary, he would not say anything. She had just taught him a lesson on male virtues a while ago, and he had learned it very well. "Okay, I'll go home and ask my eldest sister and second sister if I can really join the army." Ruan Xiaoshua's voice was very excited. She had always dreamed of joining the army and never expected that her dream would come true one day. When she thought about wearing the heroic military uniform and carrying the wooden warehouse, she was so excited that she wanted to cry. When the day came that she became a soldier, she would go to her father's grave and tell him the good news. "Of course you can. You should study more quotations at home and try to recite them by heart. It will be good for you." Ruan Qiqi advised that there would be great benefits at least in the next 5 or 6 years. "I recite it every day, but I still can't recite it backwards fluently." Ruan Xiaoshua felt ashamed that she was not as good at studying as her second sister. After memorizing for so long, she still couldn't recite it fluently. "Take your time, it's getting dark. You should go home quickly." "Second sister, I'm dead." Ruan Xiaoshua went to settle the phone bill. It turned out to be more than $4. Her heart ached when she paid. If she had known earlier, she would not have said so much nonsense. She could say a lot in a letter, and it only cost 8 cents. Ruan Qiqi went home to cook dinner. Ruan Guiming and his family had passed away. It was such a great joy that they had to eat something delicious to celebrate. Originally, she only planned to make blood-baked duck, steamed fish, and cook a spinach meatball soup, but now she wants to make stir-fried beef, golden eggs, and fried fish with chili peppers. There are ready-made blood cakes in Space Supermarket. Pour duck blood into glutinous rice and steam it. After cooling, it becomes blood cake. Cook it with duck and it becomes blood cake duck, which is especially delicious. Blood duck blood cake. Lu Yi smelled the appetizing aroma downstairs and knew it must be the dish made by his Qiqi. No other family's guest could make such a delicious dish. Ruan Qiqi had put the dishes on the table. Lu Yi came back on time. He washed his hands obediently, and without her instructions, he took the dishes he had served separately to Gao Shangjin's house. When he came back, he was holding a few pieces of black bacon. "Gao Shangjin sent it to me from his hometown. He forced it on me, saying that his cousin doesn't eat bacon." Lu Yi hung up the bacon. This bacon smoked with a smoky smell looked dark and ugly, but it tasted really delicious. It was his favorite. This kind of bacon does not need to be fried, just cook it and cut it into slices, and it tastes especially delicious when dipped in chili powder. Lu Yi can finish 2 kilograms in one breath. Fire pit bacon, super fragrant. This bacon is so delicious that you won't say a word. The blood-soaked duck in the evening. He added rice to the remaining dishes, mixed them together, and ate up all the food at the bottom of the bowl. "I sent 634.3 yuan and wrote a letter." Ruan Qiqi briefly explained the contents of the letter, and she did not lie. Lin Manyun was indeed lazy and gluttonous on the farm, always pretending to be sick to escape work, but she was always seen through by Yuan Huilan and beaten with a bamboo stick. Lin Manyun is a typical selfish woman. She only cares about herself and doesn't care that much about her own son. People like her can actually live a good life, but unfortunately, she was unlucky and met Ruan Qiqi. Her good days are over. The Lu Jiafeng brothers were stabbed again and again by their own mother, and even the deepest mother-son love would be broken. They got it for free. "Qiqi, you really have a kind heart." Lu Yi diligently picked up a piece of duck liver and put it in her bowl. It was Ruan Qiqi's favorite. "I made a net profit of more than 200 yuan. Ruan Qiqi glared. She was not a kind-hearted person, but the crime of the Lu Jiafeng brothers did not deserve the death penalty. To be honest, these 2 fools had committed a sin. If Lin Manyun could think more about her son, she should be nicer to Lu Yi. However, she knew that Lu Yi would take his anger out on her son, and she bullied Lu Yi even more, obviously not taking her son seriously. After dinner, Lu Yi took the initiative to wash the dishes, wipe the tables, cabinets, and chairs, and mop the floor, while Ruan Qiqi lay leisurely on the sofa, eating crispy chili peppers. passed and the 3-day deadline agreed, with Pei Yuan arrived. Lu Yi went to work, and Ruan Qiqi went to the post office to call Pei Yuan, expressing her agreement to join, but he had to bring Manzai with him. Manzai is an excellent ventriloquist and can help me a lot. Yes, but Comrade Lu Yuanfei can only go on missions with you. His salary is 100 yuan, and his bonus is the same as others. Is that okay? Pei Yuan agreed. He had seen Manzai's ventriloquism skills before, and they were indeed lifelike. But Manzai was different from ordinary people after all, and there were great limitations on his missions, so his salary could only be set at 100 yuan. Okay, where can I go to do the formalities? Ruan Qiqi agreed on behalf of Manzai, and she believed that Guan Zhihua and his parents would definitely agree. Do you know the Wutong West Point fictitious? Pei Yuan asked suddenly. You know your lair? Ruan Qiqi immediately reacted. For special departments like this, their offices are usually hidden away in the city. Wudong Pastry Shop is located in the busiest city center and is particularly famous. Pei Yuan twitched his lips. Old nest. This girl knows how to describe it. It has the same effect as the last time I described Xiaocao's surname. There is one more update. I haven't finished writing it yet. I will update it later. Brother Lu Jiefeng ran to the cafeteria at the speed of light. It was dinner time, and there were many people eating in the cafeteria, and the food was still the same as it had been for hundreds of years. This is the food that the locals love to eat. It is simple to prepare, tastes very good, and is very nutritious. It also saves time and effort for the kitchen team, so the canteen makes porridge most of the time. The soldiers also like to eat it, except for few individuals, including the Lu Jiefeng brothers. After entering the cafeteria, the two brothers slowed down their pace, held their heads high, and Lu Jiefeng was still holding the remittance slip tightly in his hand, looking very proud. This pride was mainly directed at a certain soldier from Shanghai who lived in the same dormitory with the two brothers. This soldier from Shanghai was called Cui Xiongwei. Although his name sounded very majestic, he himself had fair skin, gentle and handsome appearance. Cui Xiongwei was also a child of a large military compound. His parents were both from the Shanghai military region. Because he was too spoiled, his father couldn't stand it and packed him up and sent him to the border for training. In fact, he and brother Lu Jiefeng are brothers in distress. Both of them were deceived by their own father and suffered. Logically, they should sympathize with each other and love each other. But even for rookies, there is a chain of contempt. The Lu Jiefeng brothers looked down on Cui Xiongwei's orchid fingers and gave him a nickname behind his back, calling him Servant Cui. Cui Xiongwei looked down upon the brothers' stupidity and called them gang, meaning fools, to their faces. Moreover, he spoke Shanghainese, which sounded like Governor of Hong Kong. He always called them Governor of Liberation and Governor of Aid Korea. The two brothers were quite pleased to hear this at first, thinking that Cui Xiongwei was praising them for being as magnanimous as the Governor of Hong Kong. For a long time, they were too embarrassed to mention Cui behind his back. But one day, when the two brothers went to the toilet, they heard Cui Xiongwei and others say smugly, "What a pair of fools." I scolded them to their faces, but they didn't understand. They are so stupid. Only then did they realize that the Governor of Hong Kong was actually swearing. The two brothers were so angry that they even held their urine. They rushed in, dragged out Cui Xiongwei, who had not even put on his pants, and beat him up severely. As a result, the two brothers and Cui Xiongwei were all put in solitary confinement, and after they came out, they became irreconcilable. Even though they lived in the same dormitory and saw each other every day, they never spoke to each other. Even if they did speak, it would be to curse each other. Although Cui Xiongwei is alone, he comes from a good family, is good at winning people's hearts, and has several close brothers, so he is not afraid of the brothers at all and often provokes them. But the two brothers were not to be trifled with. Although they were timid, it was only in front of Lu Yi. Outside, they were still very good at showing off their dandy ways. Moreover, they had no concept of fighting alone, whether against one or many. They brothers all go together. Therefore, the three of them are currently evenly matched, and no one has gained an advantage. The melon luncheon meat from Shanghai is absolutely delicious. Come on, everyone, come and try it. My mom just sent it over, along with 2 cans of malted milk. I'll give you one later. Cui Xiongwei took a can of luncheon meat in his hand and generously distributed it to his comrades. The most popular malted milk at that time. Very delicious. He saw the Lu Jiefeng brothers out of the corner of his eye, raised his voice on purpose, looked at the brothers provocatively, and raised the can of luncheon meat high in his hand, intending to tempt them. If it were in the past, the 2 brothers would have been drooling with envy, but now they had more than 600 people and were not greedy at all. They even snorted with disdain. What's the point of showing off a little luncheon meat? Everyone has eaten it. I've been eating it since I grew teeth, and I'm tired of it. Lu Jiefeng said sarcastically. I always drink malted milk as tea. It's sweet. Only children drink that stuff. I stopped drinking it when I was 6 years old. Brother, do you know what adults eat? Lu Yuanchao's voice was even louder, and the entire cafeteria could hear it. Although everyone knew that the brothers had nothing good to say, they were still interested, and someone even asked loudly, what do adults want to eat? Tell me now. Of course adults need to eat a lot of meat and fish. Lu Jiefeng and his brother had a tacit understanding and answered for him. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the remittance slip and said proudly, my sister-in-law just sent me more than 600 yuan, which can be used to feed several pigs. What's the point of sending some luncheon meat and malted milk? Real money is love. Ha, that's right. An elder sister-in-law is like a mother. My eldest sister-in-law treated us like her own sons. She didn't just send us a few dozen dollars. She sent us hundreds of dollars, fearing that we would become thin and hungry. Lu Yuanchao boasted against his conscience. Anyway, the border was 18,000 miles away from Tanzhou, and no one knew about his family affairs. Not even his elder brother and sister-in-law could hear about it. Some people didn't believe it and ran to look at the remittance slip. After seeing the numbers on it, everyone fell silent and felt envy and jealousy. They also want a sister-in-law who is better than their own mother. Cui Xiongwei's face turned pale and blue. The luncheon meat in his hand was heavy and he was embarrassed to share it. Because his mother only sent 80 yuan, she even called him to remind him to be frugal. 80 yuan is certainly not a small amount, but compared with the eldest sister-in-law of the 2 stupid brothers, his mother seems particularly stingy. Lu Jiefeng was very satisfied with everyone's silence. He snorted triumphantly at Cui Xiongwei and shouted loudly through the window, Old Huang, give us some beef stewed with potatoes, a fish stew, and a pot of rice. I'll give you the money tomorrow. My sister-in-law sent us more than 600 yuan. He showed the remittance slip to the head of the kitchen team, Lao Huang. The canteen could provide a special meal, but one had to pay for it himself. With the 20 yuan that Ruan Qiqi had given him before, the 2 brothers basically had their own meals. Yo he, you are so lucky to have such a good sister-in-law. Old Huang was envious. With just over 600 yuan, he could build a grand brick and tile house in his hometown, marry a beautiful wife, and still have a lot of money left over. The 2 brothers kept laughing foolishly, in a very good mood. All the frustration and depression they had felt since arriving at the border were swept away. They squatted at the kitchen door, just waiting for the dinner. The dinner was finally ready. Although the environment at the border was harsh, the beef was really delicious, and the cooking skills of the cook were also good. A pot of beef stewed with potatoes, a whole fish, and a big pot of rice were all eaten by the 2 of them. They even mixed the soup at the bottom of the pot with the rice. Belch. The brothers leaned back in their chairs contentedly, feeling revived. Lu Jiefeng suddenly had an idea and thought of something very important, so he kicked his brother hard. What? Lu Yuanchao. His mind was empty, and his tone was very impatient. Let's go get some money tomorrow and buy some local specialties for my sister-in-law. Although Lu Jiefeng was stupid, he still understood the ways of the world, and he also figured out that this amount of money was the total amount owed by him and his brother, and it was calculated to the decimal point, so there was no doubt that he had made a mistake. Therefore, Ruan Qiqi did not deduct half of the money from them and sent it all over without losing a penny, and also added the handling fee. Lu Jiefeng's mood is very complicated now. a little ashamed, a little touched, and a little warm and shy. He also had an idea of sustainable development. If he could curry favor with Ruan Qiqi, he might have a steady supply of money and supplies in the future. They didn't know how long they would stay in this darn place. The more than 600 yuan would eventually be spent, so they really needed to find someone to rely on. Their father and mother were all suffering in the cadre school and couldn't take care of themselves. Lu Yi was very fierce, so they couldn't count on him. At present, only the eldest sister-in-law is reliable. She may be a bit fierce, but she has a good heart. Therefore, no matter what the brothers say, they have to hold on to this thigh tightly. Only if you curry favor with your elder sister-in-law can you have a good life in the future. Lu Jifeng's simple and clear mind finally opened up a little bit and decided on the direction and goal of future sustainable development. The next day, the two brothers took a day off, ran to the town to get money, and sent some local specialties to Ruan Qiqi. Ruan Qiqi rested at home for a few days, and Qianglian brought her the processed bones, including a skull, 2 lumbar spines, and a spine. The reason why there were only 2 calf bones was because the dead Japanese soldier had bow legs and the calf bones were not good-looking, so Qianglian only took the 2 from the thighs and handled them cleanly, which looked very beautiful. She wrapped the bones tightly in newspaper and delivered them personally. Ruan Qiqi was steaming brown sugar steamed cake. She suddenly felt craving for it last night, so she started making it in the morning and succeeded in one go. She also sprinkled a lot of raisins and red dates on the dough, which made it look good and delicious. She checked the bones and was very satisfied. She gave half of the steamed brown sugar cake to Qianglian as a reward. Qianglian took a bite and was very satisfied. She ate while walking and went home. Spine's missing, so put it aside for now. The vertebrae can be directly coiled. She tied a cherry blossom pink belt around it. The little Japanese soldier missed his hometown until his death, but he could never go back to his hometown, so he tied a cherry blossom pink belt around it. There were several holes in the skull, which Ruan Qiqi blocked. Then he made a hole on it, melted the candle, poured the wax in, put a cotton wick in it, and after it cooled, it became a very cool candlestick. She placed it on the bedside table and lit it up when she was making love with Lu Yi at night.
It was absolutely romantic.
Ruan Qiqi now has 3 magic wands, but she still likes the first one the most and always carries it with her when she goes out. After having enough rest, Ruan Qiqi decided to go out to collect debts. The 4th deadbeat was named Gao Yufei, the canteen manager of a state-owned arsenal. He was about 50 years old, a widower, childless, and had never remarried. It is said that Gao Yufei only loved his deceased wife and swore in front of her spirit that he would never marry again. Everyone praised him for his loyalty and righteousness and said he was a perfect man. Moreover, Gao Yufei is a kind person with strong communication skills. He is able to get along with everyone from leaders to employees, and everyone has a good relationship with him. Such a good guy actually dared to owe 30,000 yuan. Without any investigation, Ruan Qiqi could guess that the 30,000 yuan must have gone into Gao Yufei's private pocket. The arsenal is not short of money and receives a lot of subsidies every year, so it is not in arrears with the winery for 30,000 yuan. But she is very confused. Why would Gao Yufei, an old widower with no children, be greedy for so much money? Could it be that he actually had a large harem, kept many women, and had several illegitimate children? The more Ruan Qiqi thought about it, the more she felt that this was possible, so she decided to talk to the trees first. Gao Yufei doesn't live in the factory. He has a house with a yard on the street near the arsenal. Ruan Qiqi first went to chat with the trees living near Gao's house. Manzai and Mama Zhong kept watch for her. There is an orange tree in front of the Gao family's door. It is several decades old, but to Shu, it is still just a child at this age and cannot even speak clearly. Money? I don't have any. I'm so poor that I only have 1 dish for a meal. Jushu spoke stutteringly, and from beginning to end he was disgusted with Gao Yufei's poverty, as he only ate 1 bowl of rice and 1 dish for each meal. During the Chinese New Year, he rarely ate meat and never ate fish on other days. He ate a lot of tofu and lived a more vegetarian life than a monk. Women?
No.
I don't see any women. A man? I didn't see him. He was the only one. Ruan Qiqi frowned. Gao Yufei had never brought a woman or a man home. He was always alone, even during the New Year. According to people in the arsenal, all of Gao Yufei's family members died in the bombing, leaving him alone. He finally found a woman he truly loved, but unfortunately, she didn't live long enough and died of illness just 3 years after their marriage. Gao Yufei became a lonely man again. Ruan Qiqi gave up the idea of having a harem and became more interested in spending the 30,000 yuan. When men spend money, it is mostly on eating, drinking, and gambling. Gao Yufei doesn't have any of these 4 things, so why would he want so much money? She took Manzai and Mama Jiang to the arsenal, hoping to sneak in and inquire, but the gate was heavily guarded and strangers entering had to register and their ancestors had to be checked. She doesn't want to climb over the wall today. She wants to be a lady. Comrade, we're looking for Director Gao Yufei. It's very important. Ruan Qiqi's tone was very sincere. Who are you to Director Gao? The guard had a wary look on his face, looking at them as if they were bad guys. Because no one had ever come to look for Gao Yufei, these 2 people suddenly appeared and did not look like good people. This is a bit complicated to explain. Comrade, look at him carefully. Doesn't he look very similar to Gao Yufei? Ruan Qiqi pointed at Manzai with an extremely sincere expression. The guard stared at Manzai's face for a long time, but couldn't find any resemblance. My brother's eyebrows are exactly the same as Gao Yufei's, aren't they? And his eyes. My mother said they look very similar, like they were made from the same mold as Gao Yufei's. Comrade, don't you think so? After hearing Ruan Qiqi's words, the guard's eyes changed, and he really saw a little bit of Gao Yufei's shadow on Manzai's face. It is a bit like that. The guard nodded. Actually, he looks more like Gao Yufei when he was young. My mother said, Comrade, you should have guessed it, right? My brother is Gao Yufei's biological son, and I am his mother's biological daughter. Our mother is sick. My family didn't have the money to treat her illness, so we had to come to Gao Yufei, hoping that he would pay for our mother's treatment. My mother raised my brother alone with great difficulty over the years, and she didn't ask Gao Yufei for a penny. She is now sick from exhaustion, so he should pay for it. Comrade, don't you think this makes sense? The young security guard was confused and asked quickly, You and your brother have the same mother? Yes, they were born from the same mother but not the same father. My brother's father is Gao Yufei. This man is Chen Shimi. When he was young, he made my mother crazy about him, and she used all her money to send him to the city to study. But Gao Yufei became successful in his studies and kicked my mother away. My mother was pregnant, but he didn't care. He went to the city to make a fortune. Alas, a man's heart is like ice in the 12th lunar month, cold and heartless. Ruan Qiqi sighed and shook her head, describing Gao Yufei as an ungrateful scumbag. Son of a zitch. Manzi cursed harshly, with a look of hatred on his face. Accidentally ate a shocking secret, was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Director Gao, who was deeply in love with his deceased wife, turned out to be an ungrateful Chen Shimi? And you have such a big son? Oh my god, this is even more bizarre than their factory director being kicked off the bed by a guest. Director Gao is in the cafeteria. Please go in. The guard did not doubt the authenticity of this big news at all. After all, Ruan Qiqi spoke so sincerely. The time, place, and people were all clear, and there was also a witness like Manzai, so how could it be fake? Thank you, comrade. Ruan Qiqi thanked him and went into the factory with Manzai. The arsenal was very large, so she was not in a hurry to look for Gao Yufei. She only looked for the ginkgo tree in the factory to get information. That short director? He often invites the old masters and the workshop director to drink, and he pays for it every time. He often sent gifts to the factory director and deputy director. The secretary didn't like him and often criticized him. He was killed by him. Beside the lotus pond suddenly told a shocking secret. The previous secretary of the factory died in an accident 5 years ago. No one suspected it was murder, and even the police couldn't find out. That night, the secretary drank some wine and was walking by the pool. The dwarf pushed him into the pool and he drowned, said the ginkgo tree. Just because the secretary scolded the dwarf? He wants to kill someone? Ruan Qiqi frowned, feeling that there was something seriously wrong with Gao Yufei. They are quarreling so fiercely. Go ask the eldest one, he knows, said the ginkgo tree beside the lotus pond. Who is the boss? It's the tallest one next to the office building. He's our boss. Ruan Qiqi understood and took Manzai to find boss Ginkgo. As expected, the boss is the boss. He speaks very clearly and has his own inferences and analysis. The secretary discovered that the dwarf had embezzled money and asked him to return the money. The dwarf had no money, so the secretary became suspicious of him and was about to report him, but he killed him. Also, he was the one who killed Gao Yufei's cousin. Boss Ginkgo revealed another secret. Why did he want to kill Tang Ke? Ruan Qiqi asked. I don't know, but before his cousin died, they had a quarrel. It was a very fierce quarrel. His cousin even said he would report him. The next day, his cousin fell ill and couldn't even speak. He died a few days later. According to my analysis, it must be his cousin who discovered his secret, which led to his death. Boss Ginkgo is obviously a chatterbox and likes to use idioms. By the way, all those people who died accidentally in the factory over the years were killed by Gao Yufei. Boss Ginkgo thought of another important matter. He couldn't remember exactly how many people died, but he said that there were quite a few, and they were either old masters in the workshop, technicians, or cadres. There were at least 7 or 8 people who were killed by cars, drowned in the pool, or were killed by objects thrown from the upper floors. The police have concluded that it was an accidental death? Ruan Qiqi asked. That should be the case. That little dwarf is very bad and cunning. The police can't catch him. Boss Ginkgo hates Gao Yufei very much, but it's a pity that he can't speak, otherwise he would have reported him long ago. Thanks. Ruan Qiqi gave it some spiritual energy, and the ginkgo tree was very happy, with its branches dancing and leaves flying.
Ah, I remember now.
The dwarf often talked to himself, and I couldn't understand what he said. After absorbing the spiritual energy, Boss Ginkgo's mind became much clearer, and he thought of another important thing. Ruan Qiqi also had an inspiration and spoke a few words in Japanese. Yes, that's the tune. The ginkgo boss shook his branches. This is the smell. It wants to beat people up when it hears it. Ruan Qiqi's face turned cold. It was indeed the Japanese devils. The Japanese devils are really omnipresent. She could now roughly guess what Gao Yufei used the embezzled money for. Before coming to collect the debt, she had also checked the situation at the arsenal. Produced by the arsenal are all intended to be used in great use, but over the years, the weapons produced by this factory have had serious quality problems, even endangering the lives of soldiers on the front line. The higher-ups also sent a special task force to investigate, but they couldn't find the cause, so they could only order the arsenal to rectify the situation. After that, the quality improved a lot, but in recent years it has started to decline again. Therefore, Gao Yufei lurked in the arsenal and used the embezzled money to bribe the factory's masters and cadres with the aim of disrupting the factory's production, and he succeeded. It is obvious that this arsenal has been completely corrupted by Gao Yufei from top to bottom, and those who were killed were those who refused to go along with the corruption and wanted to report it. Darn the Japs. Ruan Qiqi planned to keep her troops in place for the time being and follow Gao Yufei for a few days to see if he had any accomplices so that they could be caught in one fell swoop. Qiqi, someone is coming, Manzai reminded. The person walking towards me was a short man, at most 1.6 meters tall. Maybe even less, very thin and small, and even if his head and feet were chopped off, there would probably not be enough to eat a bowl of meat. The man was in his 50s, thin, and with a gloomy face. He glanced at Ruan Qiqi and Manzai with a wary look. Director Gao, did you recognize each other? The young security guard from before also came over, holding a stack of newspapers in his hands, and shouted excitedly, even more excited than if he had recognized his own father. The short man looked suspicious and didn't understand for a moment. What did he mean by recognition? Ruan Qiqi reacted quickly. She rushed over with Manzi in tow and called out with great emotion. Daddy, do you still remember Wang Zhihua by Daming Lake? Originally, I wanted to say Zhihua, but this name was too poetic and didn't fit her character as a country girl, so she borrowed the name Wang Zhihua from the staff building.
Dad.
Manzai also shouted, but a little reluctantly. He prefers people to call him Dad. However, Qiqi promised him that as long as he called him Dad, she would give him a cup of delicious milk tea, so Manzai called him reluctantly. Don't shout, I don't know you, let alone Wang Zhihua. Gao Yufei scolded with a sullen face, shook off Ruan Qiqi's hand and prepared to leave, but was hugged tightly again. Sure enough, my mother was right. She said that you are heartless and ungrateful and will definitely not recognize us. Humph, it's okay if you don't recognize us, but you must pay. My mother was sick and you got her pregnant and walked away. My mother was criticized in the village and she can't hold her head up for the rest of her life. My mother worked hard to support you to study in the city, and it cost a lot of money. You have to pay this money back. Ruan Qiqi just talks nonsense. She read so many online articles in her previous life that it was easy for her to make up stories. More and more people gathered around, and like the security guard, they all believed it to be true without any doubt. After all, who can joke about his mother's reputation? This is really a thorn in the side. I never realized that Director Gao is this kind of person. All men are like this. How many of them have a conscience? Poor Wang Zhihua, she lost her money and her reputation. Director Gao has done her a lot of harm. The crowd was talking about it and felt very sympathetic towards Ruan Qiqi and Manzai. They looked at Gao Yufei with contempt, thinking that the ungrateful Chinshimi was a real good-for-nothing. Gao Yufei looked at Ruan Qiqi with a sinister look. He now suspected that Ruan Qiqi was sent by his superiors to investigate him. He didn't feel well during this period. After lurking for so many years, he had a keen intuition about the coming of danger and never made a mistake, so he planned to escape, leave the arsenal, sneak to the other side, and then return to his homeland. He was almost ready. As long as the right opportunity came, he would be able to escape perfectly and put a beautiful end to these decades of undercover missions. Before leaving, there must be no accidents. Gao Yufei was not sure about Ruan Qiqi's identity, and he did not want to cause any trouble, so he asked tentatively, Wang Zhihua is your mother? It's my mother. Give me back the money. Ruan Qiqi grabbed Gao Yufei by the collar. With a height of 165 centimeters, it was effortless for her to grab the dwarf. She moved closer and whispered in Gao Yufei's ear, Old man, give me 500 yuan, or I will tell the police that you killed your cousin. My mother used to live next door to you, and she saw with her own eyes that you drugged your cousin. Gao Yufei's expression changed, but he felt relieved in his heart. It turned out to be a scoundrel who was extorting money. He remembered that there was indeed a big-mouthed woman next door. This young woman was probably the daughter of that big-mouthed woman. She was indeed as annoying as her mother. If it wasn't inconvenient for him to take action now, he would definitely kill this greedy woman. His money was used to do things for the empire, and he himself was unwilling to spend a penny more. Yet they dared to extort 500 yuan from him. This was outrageous. I really feel sorry for your mother. This is all the money I have. You can use it to treat your mother's illness first. I will raise more money and send it to you. Gao Yufei apologized very sincerely and took out several dozen dollars and stuffed them into Ruan Qiqi's pocket. The onlookers looked at him with even more contempt. He was indeed a chinshimi, a real piece of shoot. Ruan Qiqi took the money and said loudly, My mother's illness cannot be delayed. I will come to get the money in 3 days. Otherwise, I will go to the organization to sue you for being a hooligan. Gao Yufei's eyes became even more sinister. He understood Ruan Qiqi's threat. If he didn't have the money in 3 days, he would go to the police to report him for murdering his wife. Hateful. Ruan Qiqi walked away with a swagger. After leaving the arsenal, she asked Manzai, Have you learned it?
Yes.
Manzai nodded and said something in Gao Yufei's voice, with the same tone and intonation.
Great.
Ruan Qiqi gave him a thumbs up and praised him, then took out a cup of milk tea from her bag as a reward. Manzai couldn't wait to insert the tube, took a big breath, and his face was full of happiness and satisfaction. It's a pity that I can't bring it back for my parents to drink. Qiqi said that my parents are old and can't drink it, otherwise they will get sick. Manzai finished his milk tea and returned the empty cup to Ruan Qiqi. The two men did not return to the compound. They found a restaurant to eat and acted like poor people who had suddenly become rich. They entered the restaurant, ordered several dishes, and filled the table. Gao Yufei, who was hiding outside, was completely relieved when he saw the two men eating and drinking lavishly and spending money like water. As expected, he came here to extort money, and after getting some money he ate and drank lavishly. If he was someone sent by his superiors, he would never do this. Chinese cadres are very simple and frugal, and they are even more stingy with money than he is. Ruan Qiqi had discovered him a long time ago and showed it on purpose to the Japanese. After Gao Yufei left, she and Manzai finished their meal slowly and went to Gao Yufei's residence for a walk, but found no substantial news. Gao Yufei seems to have no accomplices. He always keeps to himself and has no contact with the outside world. Ruan Qiqi and Manzai watched Gao Yufei for 3 days and confirmed that he was indeed alone. Perhaps all his accomplices had died, leaving him alone to cause trouble. Moreover, Gao Yufei wanted to escape in the past few days. Ruan Qiqi thought of a permanent solution. She gave Manzai some training and asked him to call the police using Gao Yufei's voice. "I am guilty. I deserve death. I want to report myself. I am a Sakura citizen, and I was ordered to lurk in the arsenal. Over the years, I have corrupted many people, caused a lot of damage, and killed many people. They are all steadfast Chinese people. They were not corrupted by me and refused to cooperate with me to cause damage, so I killed them. I have done so many things for the Empire, but the Empire has always refused to contact me. I decided to turn from darkness to light." Ruan Qiqi's desire to be a director was fully satisfied by Manzai, who was an exceptionally good actor. He could play any role well, and almost always got it right in one take. He followed the lines given by Ruan Qiqi and made the call in Gao Yufei's voice. Before the police could react, he hung up the phone and asked excitedly, "Qiqi, I'm done. Do you have any milk tea?" "No more, you can only drink it tomorrow." Ruan Qiqi ruthlessly refused, saying that drinking too much milk tea is bad for the body. Manzai was not disappointed because he could drink again tomorrow. His mother once said that one should not be too greedy. It was getting dark, and Ruan Qiqi took Manzai to Gao Yufei's residence. The Japanese had gone home, and he was packing his luggage. He would prepare to escape tomorrow, then go to Yangqing to take a boat, and flee to the other side. Today is nearly 8,000 words again. Good night, darlings. Gao Yufei prepared some gold bars and cash, enough for him to live on the other side of the strait for a while, and still have enough money left to buy a ticket back home. Although his superior died, he has been loyal to the Empire all these years. His achievements are visible to the naked eye, and he has recorded them all in a small notebook. After returning home, he will definitely receive the highest merit reward, and from then on, he will be able to turn things around and become a noble. Gao Yufei's gloomy face. This was what Shang Feng had promised them before they came to lurking. It was this belief that had kept him going all these years. Becoming a noble, he will be able to marry the daughter of a noble family. He is still young and can have a few more children. In the future, his descendants will no longer have to suffer the grievances of commoners. Gao Yufei was immersed in beautiful fantasies about the future when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck, and his vision went dark, but he still stood stubbornly. Blurred vision, he saw Ruan Qiqi holding a strange object in her hand, and a cherry blossom pink bow was sent to her. "It's the color of my hometown. Hi, see you again." Ruan Qiqi waved her staff, greeted him warmly, and then knocked hard on the top of Gao Yufei's head. This time Gao Yufei couldn't hold on and finally fainted. Ruan Qiqi searched the house and found more than 35,000 yuan in cash and 10 gold bars. This little Japanese guy took a lot of money. She put the gold bars into the space and also took more than 5,000. She took the remaining 30,000 back to the winery to report. She also found a small notebook, which was written in Japanese and contained Gao Yufei's corruption achievements in the arsenal over the years. The cadres and masters in the factory were involved, as they were all responsible for the weapons with quality problems. There is also a list of 9 people who Gao Yufei specifically marked as stubborn Chinese. Obviously, these 9 people were the ones he killed. Ruan Qiqi also found a samurai sword and a radio. She placed the notebook and the radio next to Gao Yufei, and then she and Manzai posed for Gao Yufei in a seppuku position. It was a pity that Gao Yufei felt dizzy and couldn't sit steadily. He fell down after trying several times. Ruan Qiqi asked Manzai to support him from behind, then she put on gloves, blocked his mouth, and stabbed the samurai sword into Gao Yufei's lower abdomen. Gao Yufei woke up in pain and stood up to escape, but Manzai was very strong and held him down.
Who are you?
Gao Yufei's mouth was blocked and he couldn't speak. But Ruan Qiqi understood the look in his eyes. She put a little more strength on her hands and rotated a few times. Gao Yufei was in so much pain that blood was all over the floor. Silly boy, I'm so beautiful. I must be a descendant of the Chinese nation. You want to go home, right? I'll send you off right now. Ruan Qiqi smiled sweetly and stabbed it again. The tip of the knife had already penetrated his body. The blood flowed more and more. Gao Yufei's face became paler and paler, his vision became more and more blurred, and his body fell to one side. Manzi, are you afraid? Ruan Qiqi asked. Don't be afraid. Bad guys deserve to die. Manzai stared at Gao Yufei's body fiercely. Yes, all the bad guys deserve to die. Let's go home. Ruan Qiqi faked a suicide scene for Gao Yufei. She did it casually. It doesn't matter even if the police find out. She is now a member of Unit 759. The small notebook and transmitter next to it. She climbed over the wall and left with her children. Not long after, a police car drove over. The police broke open the door and rushed in. They saw the scene where Gao Yufei committed suicide out of fear of punishment. The small notebook and the radio were taken back by the police. Ruan Qiqi and Manzai have already returned home. Lui brought back some food from the cafeteria, but didn't eat it. He waited for her to come back and eat together. Qiqi is back. The food is a little cold. I'll go heat it up. Soon as Ruan Qiqi entered the house, Lu Yi was happy. Before, he was sitting alone at home and felt it was very lonely and there was no one around. I'm going to take a shower first. She just killed a Japanese soldier. Although she was not afraid, she felt a little disgusted and had to wash herself. After taking a shower, Ruan Qiqi was too lazy to cook, so she took out the dishes she had made before from the space. They were still hot, just like when they were freshly made, and had dinner with Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't ask her why she came back so late, and Ruan Qiqi didn't say anything either. When she was teaching about male ethics, she said that there should be a sense of distance between husband and wife. She would say what needs to be said, and don't ask about what she doesn't want to say. As a live-in son-in-law, Lu Yi has learned male ethics very well and can definitely get full marks. Qiqi, I'm going to Jiangqing tomorrow, and we'll be there for about a week. Lu Yi has another mission. Be careful. I'll put the prepared food in the open space. If you want to eat, just go in and eat. Lu Yi could only enter open spaces, and he had to be led by her to enter the streets.
Good.
Lu Yi agreed with a smile. After dinner, he quickly washed the dishes, mopped the floor, took a shower, and couldn't wait to pull Ruan Qiqi to bed. That night, another spring breeze passed through Yumen Pass. Ruan Qiqi slept until noon. Lu Yi had already gone to Jiangqing. She took 30,000 yuan and returned to the winery to report. But this time Director Lin couldn't laugh, because as soon as he came to work, he heard the news that Gao Yufei committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Director Lin also asked his superiors and learned a lot of inside information, which made him feel uneasy for a long time. For example, Gao Yufei was a Japanese devil, but he used to think that this old beast was a kind person. For example, Gao Yufei did not commit suicide, but was stabbed to death and faked his suicide. The most important point is that all the money in Gao Yufei's house is gone, and it is most likely taken away by the murderer. Director Lin has not been calm since this morning. He has a bold guess, but he has been convincing himself that Ruan Qiqi is a little crazy, but she definitely doesn't have the courage and can't be the murderer. However, When Director Lin saw the 30,000 yuan that Ruan Qiqi took out, his heart finally died.
You
are so bold. You just took it out so openly? You are really… Oh. Director Lin didn't know what to say. He quickly walked to the door and looked around, but there was no one there. I looked out the window again, but there was no one there. I felt a lot more at ease immediately. He lowered his voice and asked, "Is all the money here?" "Yes, I got back every penny of the 30,000 yuan debt." "Uncle Lin, can you give me the bonus first? Otherwise, I won't have the motivation to take the rest of the money." Ruan Qiqi was very familiar with making tea, and she used Director Lin's most precious Mingqian Longjing tea. He himself was reluctant to drink it and only brewed a little each time. Ruan Qiqi just grabbed a handful, and Director Lin was so heartbroken that he turned his head away and pretended not to see it. "Gao Yufei is dead, did you know?" Director Lin asked tentatively. "He's dead?" "No way, he was alive and kicking yesterday." Ruan Qiqi widened her eyes in surprise. Director Lin gritted his teeth and wanted to curse a few words, but he didn't know what to say. After all, this dead girl killed the Japanese, and he would have killed them if he were in her place. But this darn girl was too bold. Not only did she kill the Japanese, but she also stole the money. If the police find out, this darn girl will be in trouble. "Gao Yufei is a Japanese soldier, you know that, right?" Director Lin asked again, staring at Ruan Qiqi. "He's a Japanese? Oh my god, I don't know. Uncle Lin, who told you that?" Ruan Qiqi's eyes widened even further, and she acted very conscientiously. Director Lin rolled his eyes and whispered, "The police found out that Gao Yufei had a sum of money that was taken away by the murderer. It was quite a large amount. Uncle Lin, I've already got a lot of money back. Can I buy new equipment for the factory? When the production of our winery keeps up, we will definitely be able to grow bigger and stronger, break out of Tanzhou and go to Asia, don't you think?" Ruan Qiqi's answer was irrelevant to the question, but what she said touched Director Lin's heart. He had always dreamed of becoming bigger and stronger and making more contributions to the country, but unfortunately, he was unable to do so. Now that a great opportunity was before him, he was very tempted. "Was anyone seen you last night?" Director Lin asked in a low voice. "Uncle Lin, you're so mean. Lu Yi and I went to bed last night. Who came to see us?" Ruan Qiqi looked at him as if he was an old rogue. Director Lin's face turned red with embarrassment, and he felt relieved. He suddenly thought of another possibility. Maybe the person who killed the Japanese soldier last night was actually Lu Yi. Ruan Qiqi was just a little girl. Even if she was crazy, she couldn't be that capable, right? He knew Lu Yi's abilities and was sure he would be able to pull it off well. Director Lin was completely relieved and said with a smile, "I will talk to the finance department about the bonus and pay it with your salary next month. I will also make you a regular employee early. Qiqi, you have worked hard." The voice of calling Qiqi was much gentler than calling his own daughter. The way he looked at Ruan Qiqi was as if he was looking at a gold ingot. He felt that this girl was shining with golden light and was really beautiful. He was reluctant to hand over the money. After all, using it in the winery would be a contribution to the country. "Uncle Lin, let me discuss something with you," Ruan Qiqi said with a smile. "What's up?" Director Lin was in a good mood, with a smile on his face. "I'm going to college in the second half of the year. Can I transfer this job to my eldest sister?" "My eldest sister has absolutely no problem with her character. She is hardworking and honest. It's just that she has a low level of education. She only graduated from elementary school. She can go to the workshop to work. Is that okay?" Ruan Qiqi wanted to transfer her job to Ruan Shuangjiang. She will be made a full-time employee next month. Instead of selling her to someone else, it would be better to transfer her to Ruan Shuangjiang. With a stable job, Ruan Shuangjiang and her daughter will definitely have no problem with their future life. This can be regarded as fulfilling the promise to the original owner. "You're going to college? How come I didn't know that?" Director Lin's face changed, and his heart was in his throat. Now that Ruan Qiqi was gone, who would collect the factory's debt? There are so many people in the winery, but not one of them has the ability of this girl. They are all good-for-nothings. That's not right. You need a recommendation from your employer to get into university. The quota for this year has already been used up. Where did you get the quota? Director Lin reacted quickly. The winery has one recommendation quota every year, and he has the right to decide. However, the quota had already been decided in March, and the girl had already gone to college. Where did this girl get the quota? I don't take up the factory's quota, Uncle Lin. Will you agree to my request? Ruan Qiqi didn't tell the source of the indicator, and Director Lin didn't ask again. He thought it was Lu Yi who got it. He knew that Lu Yi was very capable, and it would not be difficult for him to get a quota for workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. You have the final say in your job, but I'll be frank with you. If your elder sister follows Lu Chuancao's example, I won't be polite to her. After every failure, Director Lin was wiser. He was afraid of attracting another Lu Chuanqiao, so he decided to make things clear in advance to avoid any trouble later. Uncle Lin, don't worry. Even if my eldest sister had the courage of a tiger, she wouldn't dare to do anything reckless. She was just too honest, so she was bullied by the man's family in front and almost lost her life. Ruan Qiqi told the truth about Wan Shuangjiang's unhappy marriage life, without any exaggeration. What a bunch of ignorant and futile people. It's better to divorce such an unlucky person. How about this? After you go to college, let your eldest sister work in the packaging workshop. She can get a room in the factory. You don't have to worry about the two girls going to school. The factory has a kindergarten, and there are also affiliated primary and secondary schools. Director Lin felt very sympathetic towards Ruan Shuangjiang's situation, and he could tell that she was an honest and loyal woman. Such people would not cause trouble when working in the factory, and he liked such employees. Thank you, Uncle Lin. I will definitely pay back the rest of the debt, not a penny less. Ruan Qiqi originally wanted to arrange for Wan Shuangjiang to work in the packaging workshop, which was cleaner and more relaxing. Director Lin was such a good man that he had arranged everything without her having to ask. Okay, the first time I saw you, I knew you were smart and capable. The factory is so lucky to have you. Director Lin's flattery skills were very crude, but Ruan Qiqi still found it very useful because she liked to hear nice words. Drinking Director Lin's precious Mingqian Longjing tea, Ruan Qiqi said goodbye.
Qiqi,
Gao Yufei's money is all here? Director Lin couldn't help but asked again. All the $30,000 are here.
I don't know about the rest.
Ruan Qiqi smiled and left. Director Lin patted his forehead and was too lazy to think about it anymore. Anyway, God and the earth knew, he knew, Ruan Qiqi knew, and Lu Yi knew, but no one else knew. Go forward, go forward. Soldiers have a heavy responsibility, and women have deep grievances. Director Lin was in a very good mood and couldn't help humming a song. He also went to make a cup of Mingqian Longjing tea. The girl just grabbed a handful of it, which made him feel so sorry for her. Good things should be drunk quickly, otherwise they will be taken advantage of by others. Ruan Qiqi left the winery. She looked at the time, and it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so she decided to go to the department store. Su Lina's 380 yuan debt yesterday. It doesn't matter if I'm 1 day late. I can also collect the debt that the department store owes to the winery at the same time. Manager Zhong was also on the debt list. The amount of money was not much, only 3,500 yuan. This guy was too timid to embezzle too much. Manager Zhong and Su Lina from the department store have been feeling very uneasy these past few days, as if they were being tortured. When Ruan Qiqi didn't go yesterday, they didn't feel relieved, but became even more worried. They were worried that Ruan Qiqi had a big trick up his sleeve and was going to kill them. Brother-in-law, is that woman going to report me? Su Lina has lost a lot of weight. She has been sweeping the toilet obediently for the past 4 days. She rolls her eyes every day because of the smoke. She can't eat anything and can't sleep well at night. She has lost several pounds. I thought that after I paid back the money yesterday, the matter was over, but Ruan Qiqi didn't come, so she had to continue the torture. Su Lina couldn't stand it anymore. She couldn't live a day in this kind of fear. Even if she was beheaded, she would rather do it quickly and stop torturing her. Are you scared now? You didn't listen to me before, and even thought I was meddling in your affairs. Manager Zhong rolled his eyes and spoke in a sarcastic tone. His parents are both from the countryside, and his wife's family is much better off than his. He was able to become a manager half because of his own ability and the other half because of the support of his father-in-law. His father-in-law was very good to him, but his mother-in-law and sister-in-law always looked down on him, spoke to him sarcastically, and looked down upon him. Brother-in-law, I know I was wrong. Please help me think of a solution. Lina was really scared. Her father went to ask around. Although Lu Jiefeng's father was unlucky, he still had a powerful older brother who was the deputy head of the regiment. No wonder the sister-in-law spoke so arrogantly. If she had known that brother Lu Jiefeng would be the deputy head of the group, she would not have broken up with him. What can I do? Just go and clean the toilet and prepare the 380 yuan. Listen to me, don't provoke Lu Jiefeng again. Even though he is unlucky, there are still 3 pounds of nails on the rotten boat. We can't afford to offend him. Manager Zhong advised earnestly that he was not worried about his sister-in-law but was afraid of being implicated. There was a knock on the door. The two of them looked up and saw Ruan Qiqi standing at the door, and their hearts sank. I was just talking about you. Come in, Lina, and give me the money. Manager Zhang's face was immediately filled with smiles. He greeted her warmly and even winked at his sister-in-law. Lina took out money from her pocket, a total of 500 yuan. After her father found out about this, he scolded her severely, then took out 500 yuan and asked her to return it to Ruan Qiqi. He also ordered her to get Ruan Qiqi's forgiveness, otherwise she could not go home. In the past, jobs were transferable, so they were called iron rice bowls. People tried their best to get a job in a state-owned enterprise. I am sorry to Lu Jiefeng. I was obsessed with my own ideas. I was afraid of being implicated. I was greedy and vain. It was all my fault. The extra 120 yuan is my apology. Please buy malted milk and beef jerky for Lu Jiefeng. They are his favorite foods. Lina handed over the money with both hands and apologized very sincerely with tears in her eyes. Ruan Qiqi raised an eyebrow, a little surprised by Lina's change. Had she been retrained in the past 4 days? My father-in-law severely criticized and educated Lina. This money is also my father-in-law's intention. Comrade Lu Jiefeng defended the country at the border and is a role model for our generation. He is worthy of being the son of Commander Lu. A tiger father will have a dog son. Life at the border is hard. This money is for Comrade Lu Jiefeng to buy some nutritional supplements. I hope he can return triumphantly and have a bright future. Manager Zhong is good at talking, and although it is a gift, it does not make people feel disgusted. You should be thankful that you have a good father, otherwise. Ruan Qiqi took the money and didn't say anything else, but Lina understood it and broke out in a cold sweat. She really regretted it now. You idiot born of a zich. Who do you think you are? You dare to mess with the commander's son? Even if he is unlucky, our family can't afford to offend him. Your father is just a small office director. The commander can crush me to death with just a little finger. If you want to die, don't involve your whole family. Anyway, no matter what method you use, whether you cry or kneel, you must ask for forgiveness from Lu Jiefeng's sister-in-law, otherwise you'll die outside, and don't come home. Lina could still hear her father scolding. An hour ago, she didn't understand what her father meant by these words, but now she did. In Ruan Qiqi's eyes, an ordinary person like her might not be much better than an ant, right? I won't dare to do it again. I know I was wrong. The tears that Lina shed at this moment were all out of regret from the bottom of her heart. She decided to break up with Ji Xianglian and no longer dream of marrying into a high-ranking official's family. She should listen to her father and find a man of equal status to live with. Ruan Qiqi saw that she was truly repentant, so she stopped making things difficult for her and said, "This matter ends here. You can leave now." Before Lina could react, Manager Zhong glared at her. "Why don't you get out?" She come to her senses and ran out like the wind, with the heavy stone in her heart finally relieved. At least I don't have to die outside, and I can go home. Ruan Qiqi took the 500 yuan and said to Manager Zhong, "Your company owes the winery 3,500 yuan. Isn't it time to pay it back? Manager Zhang's face changed, and he finally understood why Ruan Qiqi looked at him that way 4 days ago. It turns out he's here to collect a debt. Comrade, it's not that I don't want to pay back the money. I really have difficulties. The department store looks glamorous, but it's actually difficult. Can you be more tolerant for a while? When it comes to official business, Manager Zhong becomes calculating and shrewd again, and speaks with a strong flavor of a deadbeat. It is impossible to pay back the money now. It will take at least a few years. When he has made enough money, he will be transferred to other units and leave the bad debt to the next person. Ruan Qiqi was not in a hurry at all, and said slowly, Zhang Jinbu, male, 35 years old, from a poor mountainous area. His family was extremely poor, and he is where he is today thanks to the support of his father-in-law. Although he is not a son-in-law, he is better than a son-in-law. Am I right? Manager Zhong couldn't laugh anymore. What he hated most was people saying that he married into the wife's family. His son clearly had the same surname as him, so why did they say that he married into the wife's family? Men tend to spend money as soon as they have it, and Manager Zhong is no exception. There is a beautiful woman named Sue in the department store, but her husband is ill and her family is in financial difficulty. You call Sue to your office and take advantage of her under the pretext of a heart-to-heart talk. The timeline and steps are as follows. The first time, at a certain time and minute on a certain day of a certain year, in your office, you touch the buttocks of a woman named Sue. The second time you were a little braver and touched your face instead. The third time, you are so bold and daring, touching someone is really violent. The fourth time was 5 days ago. You put your hand inside and pinched it a few times. Manager Zhong, will you be sleepy next time? If your father-in-law and your cousin knew about this, would you still be able to keep your position as a manager? Ruan Qiqi spoke at a steady pace, describing the time, place, and details of the people clearly. Manager Zhang's face became paler and paler, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. I swear to God, he just had a little bit of lustful thoughts at the beginning. During such a long time, he only reached in and touched it a few times. He didn't do anything else. How did this woman know? Could it be that the window of his office was not closed properly on those occasions, and was seen by other people in the unit, and spread, and then reached Ruan Qiqi's ears? Manager Zhong felt a chill on his back, and suddenly thought of a sentence. When you see a cockroach in your home, it means that your home has become an infestation of cockroaches. The same goes for rumors. Once they spread outside, they have already spread all over the workplace. No wonder the people at work looked at him in a strange way these days, with a half-smile in their eyes. They must be laughing at him in their hearts. Manager Zhong had 2 of his 3 souls scared away, leaving only 1 in critical condition. He was seeing black spots in front of his eyes and could hardly stand. Don't worry, I'm the only one who knows this now. Ruan Qiqi comforted him, saying that it would be no good to scare him to death. Besides, it was not Manager Zhong who forced the matter. The woman surnamed Sue also had that intention. After all, her husband was sick and couldn't do anything. Manager Zhang's 2 souls that flew away immediately returned to their places. He looked at Ruan Qiqi sadly and asked her if she could speak all at once next time. His life also matters. If Manager Zhong refuses to pay back the money and a few people find out, I won't be able to guarantee it. After giving a sweet treat and a slap in the face, Ruan Qiqi looked at Manager Zhong, whose face was as pale as the ashes, with a smile. I'll return it right away. Please wait for me. Manager Zhong didn't dare to delay for a second. He ran to close the door and window, squatted beside the bonsai that was not growing well, and dug in the big pot. After a while, he dug out an oil paper bag. When he opened the oil paper bag, a pile of money came out. Manager Zhong looked at it with pity. He had been a manager for 3 or 4 years, but he had only made this little money. He was back to the days before liberation. This 3,500 yuan is the outstanding amount, and the remaining 500 yuan is my token of appreciation. It is my honor to meet a woman like you in this vast sea of people. Please accept it. Zhang Jinbu suppressed his grief and stuffed 2 portions of money into Ruan Qiqi's hands, hoping that she would keep her mouth shut and not have an affair with his father-in-law and his wife. Manager Zhong has such a pure heart. I really can't bear to refuse. By the way, I want to remind you that family harmony is the key to success. Manager Zhong, do you understand? Ruan Qiqi accepted the money without any hesitation. I understand. I will definitely change it in the future. Manager Zhong nodded vigorously. He would never dare to spend money again, even if he was beaten to death. He would live wholeheartedly with his wife from now on. Even if Daji came to charm him, he would not be fooled. And comrade Su Lina has serious ideological problems. She must do hard work for at least half a year. Ruan Qiqi did not let Su Lina off so easily. Even in later generations, this woman's cheating behavior was shameful. Sweeping the toilet for half a year was just a small lesson for her. Don't worry, I will personally supervise her, and she will definitely sweep for half a year. Manager Zhong was completely relieved and spoke with much more energy. He sent Ruan Qiqi to the entrance of the department store and watched her walk away. Only then did he dare to reach out to wipe his forehead and let out a long breath. Thank God, the dog's life was saved. Third update finished. We'll continue tomorrow. Good night. For one trip, Ruan Qiqi was in a very good mood. On the way back, he passed by the post office and called his hometown. She called Ma Chunxing and asked him to help convey the message. Comrade Wan, I was just about to call you. Ruan Guiming's family was poisoned and died. Ma Chunxing was indeed planning to make a phone call to tell Ruan Qiqi the good news. I already know, Director Ma. Please tell my eldest sister that I've found a job for her in Tanzhou. She will start working in July, so she can be prepared. Congratulations. I will go to Ruan Qiqi tomorrow and tell your elder sister the good news. Ma Chunxing was extremely envious and became more determined to curry favor with Ruan Qiqi. He learned from his younger brother that Ruan Qiqi had two fathers-in-law. One was a commander, and the other was a political commissar. Wow, the two biggest leaders of the military region were all from the same family. Such thick thighs must be hugged tightly. Moreover, as soon as he currying favor with Ruan Qiqi, the credit that was taken away from his brother Ma Chunlai was returned, and he was promoted to platoon leader. The effect of currying favor with Ruan Qiqi was very significant, and he will definitely cling to her even tighter in the future. Thank you for your hard work, Director Ma. Let your brother comrade, Ma Chunlai, work hard. There will be opportunities. Thanks to Comrade Ruan's advice, my brother has made progress. In addition, the He family has been reformed very well on the farm. They study the quotations from the Communist Party every day, but they are too weak and always fail to complete their work tasks. If this continues, we may have to move them off the farm. Director Ma is serious and responsible in his work. It is an honor for the He family. I hope they can really succeed in their transformation and turn over a new leaf. The two exchanged some official words on the phone, some information, and then hung up. Ruan Qiqi was in a better mood. The He family was almost finished. Ma Chunxing meant that after a while, the He family could be moved to the cemetery. Good things happen one after another. Ruan Qiqi was in a good mood, humming a song as she returned to the compound. It got dark late at the end of May. A group of children were playing downstairs in the family building, and the three children of the Prung family had returned home from school. The eldest and second sons were each holding a bundle of firewood in their hands. The third son was a girl named Peng Haixing, a very sensible girl. She was holding a bunch of wild onions that she had picked on the way home from school. Scrambled eggs with wild onions or fried meat are both delicious and fragrant. Hello, Aunt Seven. The three siblings shouted from a distance, but the eldest, Peng Haijun, shouted very softly with an embarrassed expression. He actually didn't want to call her that because he was 13 years old, only 6 years younger than Ruan Qiqi. He felt that he should call her sister, but his parents forced him to call her aunt, which made him feel very embarrassed. School is over. Ruan Qiqi smiled. She liked the three siblings of the Prung family very much. They were polite and sensible. You picked wild onions? She smelled the fragrance of wild onions, looked over, saw the wild onions in Peng Haixing's hand, and her mouth began to water. Yes, there are a lot on the road. Do you want one, Aunt Shi? Peng Haixing was also very tactful and gave most of the money to her. His parents said that Deputy Captain Liu had helped his family a lot, and that was why they were able to live a good life today. They also asked their brothers and sisters to keep the kindness in mind and remember to repay him in the future.
Want.
Ruan Qiqi took the wild onion without hesitation, and even took out a pack of steamed buns from her bag and forced it on the little girl. She didn't want to eat it for free. No, this wild onion is worthless. Peng Haixing wanted to return it, but Ruan Qiqi had gone far away, so she had to accept it. She returned home anxiously and told her mother about it. It's okay. Your seventh aunt is a good person, and she won't take advantage of our family. You and your brother can share the cake. Wang Shuhua did not blame the child. She had already experienced Ruan Qiqi's domineering way of giving things, and she really couldn't refuse. She will make some food later and send it to the Ruan family. After returning home, Ruan Qiqi washed the wild onions, cut them into pieces, and fried them with bacon. The aroma filled the corridor and could even be smelled downstairs. Everyone in the building was drooling at the aroma. Wild onion fried bacon with wild onions. The aroma spreads 10 miles away. There were many pumpkin flowers blooming in the space. Ruan Qiqi picked quite a few and stir-fried a large dish of them, and then steamed some fish. The portion of each dish was quite large, so she served a separate dish and put it into the space so that Lu Yi could also have some. Stir-fried pumpkin flowers, the wild onion fried bacon smelled delicious and tasted even better. Ruan Qiqi ate 3 bowls of rice. When she went to bed at night, she entered the space and found that all the dishes had been eaten, the bowls were washed clean, and there was a large plate of food. It seemed to be called bean skin, a snack unique to Jiangcheng. Wuhan bean curd skin, delicious. There is also a note. Qiqi, this bean curd is delicious. If you like it, I'll buy more. I miss you so much. I think about you even in my dreams. Ruan Qiqi smiled and replied on the note. I miss you too. Come back soon after completing your mission. She also put on lipstick and kissed the note, leaving behind a flaming red lip, which definitely captured Lu Ye's soul. Ruan Qiqi came out of the space holding a plate of bean curd. She felt full after eating only 3 of them. It was delicious, but it made her stomach bloated. She put the rest back into the space and would eat it tomorrow. River City. Lu Yi and his partner took a walk outside, and when they returned to the guest house, it was already dark. His mission this time was to find a batch of chemical reagents left behind by the Japanese in Jiangcheng during the war. His partner was Zheng Ji, codenamed Xuanwu, a native of Jiangcheng and very familiar with the terrain here. Moreover, Zheng Ji had found chemical reagents before and had experience in this area. Also, Zheng Ji had a steady personality, was older than Lu Yi, and was stronger, so he could suppress him. After all, they are chemical drugs, and many of them are aqueous solutions. Director Mu was worried that this big baby Lu Yi would get hurt, so she sent Zheng Ji to follow him, just to prevent Lu Yi from going crazy and hurting himself. I got some information that this batch of medicines should be hidden in the mountains. Let's go into the mountains to take a look tomorrow. Lu Yi said. Okay, go to bed early. I'll call you tomorrow morning. Zheng Ji knew that Lu Yi was good at gathering information and did not doubt the reliability of the information. He went to the next room to rest. After Lu Yi closed the doors and windows, he entered the space. When he saw the flaming red lips on the note, he somersaulted several times with joy. He wished he could go back to Tanzhou right now and hug his wife and kiss her hard. Darn the Japs, they surrendered, but still left so many hidden dangers. He should have sneaked into Yudi's lair and killed the old guy. Unfortunately, he was discovered by the Japs, who kept bombing the sea, almost killing him. After a while, he will sneak in again to take a look and retreat if it doesn't work. Now he is Qiqi, and Qiqi will give birth to babies in the future. He has to live well and can't act recklessly like before. The next day, Lu Yi and Zheng Ji went to the mountain. Following the direction he had inquired about, they slowly went into the deep mountains. There were villages outside the mountain, but the further they went in, the fewer people there were, with only some abandoned houses. Along the way, Lu Yi would find a mountain stream to wash his hands, mainly to gather information. The two walked and stopped, and finally found the cave where the chemicals were buried. There were also 3 families nearby, with bacon hanging at the door. They should be hunters in the mountains. They are lucky that nothing happened to them, living next to so many poisons. Zhong Ji couldn't help but sigh. Over the years, many people have suffered accidents or even lost their lives due to chemical poisons. These were all the harm left by the Japanese devils. These 3 families lived only 100 meters away from the cave, but nothing happened to them. They were really lucky. 3 families were not at home. Probably they had gone into the mountains to hunt. The entrance of the cave is not big and is covered by many wild vines. If Lu Yi did not have the ability to gather information, he would never have discovered this cave. He used a knife to cut off the wild vines at the entrance of the cave and quickly cleared it, revealing a cave entrance that was only wide enough for one person to pass through. The cave was very deep, and the smell was very fresh. Obviously, there was an exit inside. I'll go in, and you stay outside. Lu Yi chopped some pine torches nearby, made a simple torch, and went into the cave. The cave is gourd-shaped, small on the outside and large on the inside. It gets bigger as you go in. After walking about 10 meters, you will reach a hall of about 100 square meters. There are obvious traces of artificial carving on the cave walls, which shows that this hall was dug out by humans. There were more than 30 large wooden boxes stacked in the hall, sealed so tightly that they were still airtight even after decades. There were skull and crossbone symbols on the outside of the boxes, and it was obvious that these were the batch of leftover chemicals. Lu Yi counted them and found there were 35 boxes in total. If all these medicines were distributed, it was unknown how many people would die. During the war, many Chinese soldiers and civilians died from these chemicals. Darn it! Lu Yi gritted his teeth and greeted the Japanese devils across the country, preparing to go out and meet Zhong Ji to notify his superiors to deal with these medicines. After only taking a few steps, he heard the sound of a wooden cannon. In just a moment, his speed almost became a phantom, and in a few seconds, he appeared at the entrance of the cave. There were 2 bodies on the ground. Zhong Ji hid behind a tree and shot. There were 7 people on the other side, both men and women, and they were using rifles. They are the Japs, Zhong Ji shouted. Lu Yi's expression turned cold, and he changed his body's shape, dodging the bullets. He teleported in front of a Japanese soldier, stretched out his hand to grab his neck, and with a click his neck broke. He followed the same method and killed all the Japanese devils in less than 3 minutes. If Zhong Ji had not stopped him, not a single one would have been left alive. The last person left was a man in his 40s. He wanted to commit suicide by shooting himself, but Lu Yi was faster than him and dislocated his limb joints in just a few moves. Under Lu Yi's unique interrogation technique, the man couldn't resist at all and confessed everything. They were ordered to guard this batch of medicines at that time. Because they were in the deep mountains, they didn't know a lot of news. By the time they learned about the surrender, it was already 46 years. They couldn't go back to their country, and they didn't dare to go down the mountain. After discussing it, they stayed on the mountain. They stayed there for more than 20 years. During this period, they went down the mountain to buy daily necessities and to inquire about news. However, the more they inquired, the more desperate they became. We have already discussed that we will take all these drugs down the mountain, die together with Jiangcheng, and be loyal to Tian Huang. The Japanese were stubborn and refused to repent until their death. Go down there and serve your Tian Huang loyally, Lu Yi said coldly and was about to kill the Japanese soldier, but Zhong Ji stopped him. Brother, we must leave one alive for interrogation. He is a powerful person with incredible strength. Even Lu Yi can't break free. This is why he often partners with Zhong Ji. Because in the entire 759, only Zhong Ji's strength can control Lu Yi. Because he failed to kill the Japanese soldiers. He went to check several corpses, looked at each one with disgust, and kicked them aside. Too ugly, darn, none of them look like humans. This one is just okay. Leave it here. After picking and choosing for a long time, Lu Yi finally picked one. He examined it and found that the head shape was beautiful and the leg bones were straight. He was sure that Qiqi would like it. What are you staying for?
Zhong Ji didn't understand.
What's the use of the Japanese corpses? Even using them as fertilizer would stink. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. And you don't have any guests.
Lu snorted proudly.
He also looked at the bachelor Zhong Ji with disdain. At my age, I don't even have any guests. How shameful. Zhong Ji felt confused by the look on his face and felt upset. Darn it, he couldn't even ask questions since he didn't have any guests. It's great to have guests in the hall. The honest man Zhong Ji got angry. He turned his head away, not wanting to look at Lu Ye's disgusting face, and ran to search the Japanese's house, where he found a pile of bacon, all of which were game. We're in for a treat. These darn Japanese devils are pretty good at cooking. The bacon smells delicious. Let's each have half. Zhong Ji brought out a large pile of bacon, smiling. I have a guest, you don't. You can only take 1/3. Lu Yi shamelessly took 2/3 of it, because Zhong Ji had no guests. Okay. It's great that you have a guest. Zhong Ji was too lazy to argue with him. He seldom cooked by himself, and 1/3 of the bacon was enough for him. Lu Yi left a note on the prettier corpse. Don't have a fever. Leave it to Dr. Lia at the military hospital. She knows the procedures. Zhong Ji went down the mountain to contact 759, while Lu Yi stayed on the mountain. He also went deep into the mountains to collect a lot of medicinal herbs, which he transplanted into the space. The mission was successfully completed. Lu Yi handed over the work to the person sent by his superiors and emphasized the corpse. Comrade Tyrannosaurus, corpses are in short supply right now. Many people in the bureau have fallen in love with pan bones and are vying for the Japanese corpse. But don't worry, I will take good care of this corpse for you. The person handing over the work assured with a smile. What's wrong with them? Lu Yi was quite curious. In the past, people in the bureau would not even look at the dead bodies of the Japanese soldiers. Why did they like them so much now? I'm not sure, but I can tell you one thing. There's a new comrade in the bureau, codenamed Zhihua. He's very capable, and you may lose your first place. The other party was joking on purpose. Humph, Zhihua? This name sounds lame, and you want to compete with me for the first place? I can kill him with just one fart. Lu Yi snorted coldly. His desire to win was aroused. In this world, only Qiqi could make him second. No one else could. After a few days of rest, he will ask Director Mu for a task. Let's see how he crushes that delicate flower. In Tanzhou in May was changeable, sometimes hot and sometimes cold. It had been raining these few days, and Ruan Qiqi didn't want to go out. She stayed at home and ate the Jiangxing snacks that Lu Yi had put in her space. A big event happened in Tanzhou City recently. The cadres of the arsenal, from the factory director to the workshop directors and technicians, were basically caught in one fell swoop, and all were invited to have tea. In such a large arsenal, there was not even a person in charge. Production in the workshop was suspended until the matter was investigated thoroughly, and then new cadres would be assigned to manage it. Director Lin sat in his office restlessly, pacing around muttering, "This darn girl is really stabbing the heavens. Please, God and Earth, please don't find out about this darn girl." After being anxious for several days and no one came to visit, Director Lin finally felt relieved and decided to wait for Ruan Qiqi to come back to the factory and have a good talk with her. It would be fine if the debt could not be paid, but she should not cause any more deaths. He was old and could not stand all these surprises. If this happens a few more times, he will probably be dead. Ruan Qiqi was lying comfortably at home, not worried at all. Even if the case was really traced back to her, she would be fine with Pei Yuan, the old fox, protecting her. "Sister Wan, your phone number." There were shouts from downstairs. Ruan Qiqi lazily went downstairs. It was Pei Yuan who called. "Comrade Wan, the chestnut cake you ordered is ready. When do you think you can pick it up?" "In the afternoon." Ruan Qiqi didn't want to go, but since she had joined the company, she still had to listen to them. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Pei Yuan smiled and hung up the phone. Ruan Qiqi was walking slowly in her slippers, thinking about what to eat for lunch, and then she smelled a rich floral scent. "The gardenia is blooming?" she asked in surprise. Peng Haixing had a few gardenias in his hand, and the fragrance was particularly strong. "Yes, there are a few trees in bloom on the mountain." Do you want some, Aunt Qi? Peng Haixing took the initiative to hand over the flowers. She thought Ruan Qiqi wanted to arrange the flowers. Every year when the gardenias bloom, people in the residential building pick them and put them at home. They smell delicious. Yes, are there any more on the mountain? Ruan Qiqi took it. She knew what to eat for lunch. It was fried bacon with gardenia. She had eaten it in her previous life and it tasted very good. Yes, Aunt Qi, I'll go pick them for you. Peng Haixing volunteered and also called her second brother Peng Haiying. Pick more. Just the flowers, not the branches. Send them to my house. Ruan Qiqi ordered the children to work with confidence. I know. The brother and sister ran towards the back mountain, which was behind the family building. The mountain was not high, and children often went there to play. Only half an hour later, the brother and sister came back with a basket of gardenias. Aunt Qi, there are still many that haven't bloomed yet. Pick all the ones that have bloomed. The brother and sister ran with rosy cheeks, looking very cute. Thank you. Here's a bag of peach cakes for you to eat. Ruan Qiqi gave them a bag of peach cakes and said in a bossy tone, more peaches will bloom in a few days, so help me pick some more. Okay, my brother and I go to the mountains to collect firewood every day. Peng Haixing nodded vigorously. She was a little embarrassed to eat the peach cake, but now that Aunt Qi wanted more money, she could eat the peach cake with peace of mind. The brother and sister left. Ruan Qiqi removed the stamens of the gardenia and soaked the petals in water. Many small insects came out of them. She washed them several times before cleaning them. She then blanched them in boiling water and fried them with bacon. She had eaten it in a restaurant in her previous life. The gardenia flower was smooth and crispy and tasted very good. It was also delicious with fried bacon and twice-cooked pork. Fried bacon with gardenia, she fried a large pot of gardenia bacon and stewed a lot of green peppers. After peeling them, she made pepper-fried preserved eggs with them. This dish goes especially well with rice. The most important thing is that the peppers must be stewed over firewood or charcoal fire to make them especially fragrant. Just as she finished cooking, she heard familiar footsteps in the corridor. Ruan Qiqi's mouth curled up, and she fried some bandit pork liver and cooked some seaweed egg soup. Qiqi, I'm back. While still on the second floor, Lu Yi shouted, holding a large bunch of bacon in his hand, which was seized from the Japanese's home. You came back just in time for lunch. Ruan Qiqi brought the dishes to the table and asked him to wash his hands before eating. The bacon is hung up and eaten slowly. Qiqi, I found a very pretty little devil for you. I've sent her to Dr. Yin. Once she treats her, you'll have fun again. Lu Yi took a bite of the gardenia-cured pork. The taste was something he had never tasted before, and he couldn't help but ask, what is this dish? Gardenia. Plant some in the space later. Okay, I'll go dig in the mountain in a moment. Lu Yi also likes to eat fried bacon with gardenia. He didn't expect that this flower is not only beautiful, but also delicious. After the two of them finished their meal, Lu Yi wanted to enjoy the short separation, but Ruan Qiqi had to go out in the afternoon, so he could only go to the mountains to dig gardenias. Pick some wild onions too. They're delicious when fried with bacon. Ruan Qiqi gave some instructions and went out with her bag. When she arrived at Wudong West Point, she went in by herself and found Pei Yuan waiting for her in the office. You killed Gao Yufei, didn't you? Pei Yuan asked straight to the point. Well, he has no online connections and no accomplices. All the bad things he did are recorded in a little notebook, and I kept them all. Ruan Qiqi admitted it. She didn't want to hide it from Pei Yuan anyway. That's not the point. The problem now is that you are disorganized and undisciplined, and you are seriously lax. Ruan Qiqi, you are now an employee of 759. If you find anything, you should report it to me in time instead of killing Gao Yufei on your own initiative. Pei Yuan's expression was very serious, and he felt helpless inside. As a leader, what you fear most is subordinates like Ruan Qiqi, who are sloppy. They are very capable, but always like to act on their own, which makes people happy and sad. At this moment, Pei Yuan finally understood the director's complex feelings of love and hate towards Tyrannosaurus. Tanzhou 759 is divided into two groups. Director Mu is in Group A, and he is in charge of Group B. For a long time, Group A's task completion rate has been far higher than that of Group B because Group A has a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Every time the General Administration held a meeting, he would meet with Director Mu, and the two would discuss their recent work. He would then listen to Director Mu complain about Tyrannosaurus Rex's self-assertion. He always felt mixed emotions and felt that Director Mu was deliberately showing off. After suppressing him in Group B for so many years, you still show off in front of him. This is too much. Now, he finally understood that he was just being petty-minded. He felt very complicated when he had to deal with a capable and restless subordinate. When a general is away from home, he may not obey military orders. Ruan Qiqi replied stiffly. Pei Yuan was so angry that he laughed. This was a pretty sufficient reason. Ruan Qiqi, you have to change your laxity. This won't work. If it gets serious, it may cause heavy losses. Pei Yuan patiently persuaded. Did I delay 759's work? Ruan Qiqi asked. Pei Yuan was stunned for a moment and shook his head. Not really. Not only was there no delay, but efficiency was also improved, and everything was checked clearly in one day. Did I cause any damage? Ruan Qiqi asked again. No. Pei Yuan's voice became a little softer, and he wasn't as confident anymore. I accidentally discovered that Gao Yufei was a hidden Japanese soldier. The incident happened suddenly, and I didn't have time to report it. Gao Yufei was about to escape. If I didn't take action, I would have let a very evil Japanese soldier escape. As a passionate young man who grew up under the 5-star red flag, I killed this Japanese soldier immediately. Did I do anything wrong? Ruan Qiqi questioned loudly. That's right, you could have called me and told me. Pei Yuan touched his nose and spoke even softer. It sounds like it makes sense, but he seems to be forcing the issue. How could I have the time to call? I had to keep an eye on the Japanese. If I had really called you, they would have run away. Director Pei, the process is not important, as long as the result is good. I have successfully completed this mission, so what else is the problem? Ruan Qiqi lectured the leader in a contemptible manner, saying that there was a huge drawback in this era. People liked to write reports and ask for instructions on everything, and their efficiency was slower than that of a turtle. She hates writing reports and asking for instructions the most. If she had spent that time asking for instructions, the work would have been done long ago. Where is Gao Yufei's money? Pei Yuan asked. The police came to ask him for money, but he evaded the question. However, they still wanted to clarify the matter. It's just 30,000 yuan, just enough to pay off the winery's debt. The winery can't even pay the wages. Ruan Qiqi said half-truthfully that the police could conceal the money, but Pei Yuan certainly couldn't. Only 30,000? Pei Yuan asked with a smile. He didn't believe it. It's true, I don't care about money. Ruan Qiqi made the guarantee righteously. Pei Yuan didn't believe it at all, but he guessed it shouldn't be much more. Gao Yufei lived a tight life, and all the money he embezzled was used to corrupt the cadres in the factory. There probably wouldn't be much left. Ruan Qiqi could just take some of the money. Their bureau was still very tolerant towards the employees. When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. When a person is too strict, there will be no friends. Then you have to write a summary report to the bureau afterwards. This is the procedure. Pei Yuan had to settle for the second best and asked Ruan Qiqi to write the closing report. Okay, I'll write it now. Ruan Qiqi didn't want to make things difficult for him, so she took a piece of paper from his desk and started writing eloquently. She finished in less than 5 minutes. At a certain time and minute on a certain day of a certain year, Comrade Fu Manduo and I took Ma Mahjong out for a stroll. We came to the arsenal while strolling. Through my powerful ability, I accidentally found out that Gao Yufei was abnormal. After analyzing with my smart brain, I deduced that he was probably a hidden Japanese soldier. So, Comrade Fu Manduo and I sneaked into the arsenal, found out more information, and had face-to-face contact with Gao Yufei, confirming that he was the real Japanese soldier. Comrade Fu Manduo imitated Gao Yufei's voice and called the police to surrender. We sneaked into Gao Yufei's home at night and found that he was trying to escape. In a hurry, we took the initiative and stabbed the little devil with a knife, sending him to death. We also left the evidence we found intact to the police. Comrade Fu Manduo, Comrade Mama Jiang, and I have hidden our merits and fame and left after the mission is completed. Pei Yuan read her report and was so angry that he laughed. Are you reporting or bragging? Pei Yuan's head was buzzing with pain. He had never seen a report written in this way. The report has all the details about the time, place, and people clearly written down. Do you understand everything after reading it? Ruan Qiqi argued convincingly. Reports have their own format. Your report is too casual. Let's rewrite it. Pei Yuan finished speaking. He was interrupted by Ruan Qiqi. It's so troublesome. Why don't I go back to work at the winery? Most is writing reports. I have finished all my work, but still have to write a useless report. It is so annoying. Ruan Qiqi was really fed up with it. She might as well go back to work at the winery. It wouldn't be too late for her to go to the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University next year. Although the format of this report is not very formal, it is still very clear. Okay, you can go back now. Pei Yuan had to change his words. He had finally managed to dig up this treasure, Ruan Qiqi, and he would never let her go. He was also counting on Ruan Qiqi to help him win face and defeat the Tyrannosaurus Rex in Group A. Goodbye, Director Pei. Ruan Qiqi waved her hand and left without taking a cloud with her. Pei Yuan smiled slightly and watched her leave. Then his smile gradually disappeared, and he resigned himself to starting writing the report. Ruan Qiqi's report is definitely not good. It will have to be typed down after it is submitted. He should write a new one.
Well,
today is still more than 7,000 words. The author hates writing reports the most. I worked in a government department for a while, and I had to write reports for every little thing. My hair has gone bald. So, after a year, I decided to quit and write happily. In addition, in view of the author's diligence in updating during the National Day, can you give me a small gift and a 5-star rating? Leaving, Ruan Qiqi bought a few chestnut cakes. The chestnut cakes from Wudong Pastry are quite good, so she packed them up and took them home to eat slowly. This is for Mama-chan. Ding Yi gave her a bag of bread. His original job was a pastry chef, but because he was seriously injured and his superpowers disappeared, he could only make bread in the pastry shop. Thank you. Ruan Qiqi thanked him sincerely because she wanted to keep half of the bag of bread for herself. Ding Yi smiled, picked up the teacup to make tea, but the teapot was empty. He slapped his forehead in annoyance. I forgot to buy tea again. I have it. I'll give you a pack. Ruan Qiqi reached into her bag, actually taking something from the space, and took out a bag of tea, about 2 taels. The tea was wild tea grown in the space. It grew very fast and produced many tender buds. She picked them and roasted them into tea. There wasn't much, only about half a pound. However, she and Lu Yi didn't drink tea very often, so the tea leaves remained untouched. Thank you. Ding Yi took the tea leaves with a smile. After opening it, a rich tea aroma filled his heart. He was stunned and then went to make tea excitedly. After making the tea, he couldn't wait to drink it without waiting for the water to cool down, not even caring about the burned tongue. He swallowed the tea quickly, closed his eyes, and felt the shackles that imprisoned his body actually loosened a little. It was a very small looseness, almost negligible, but it was the only looseness he had experienced since he was injured. Because he was seriously injured, his supernatural powers were blocked, and he could no longer go on missions. He could only stay in the pastry shop. Although it was comfortable, he was not happy. Ding Yi looked at the bag of tea in ecstasy. Could it be that Ruan Qiqi was his benefactor? When the tea cooled down a little, he drank it all in one breath, even chewing the tea leaves and swallowing them. Sure enough, the changes in his body became more obvious. Ding Yi let out a long breath. He was 100% sure that this packet of tea could help him regain his superpowers. No, he has to curry favor with Ruan Qiqi. This girl likes to eat bread edges, so he should save more for her in the future. He would put more ingredients in chestnut cakes in the future and research some new varieties. He had to make this girl happy while eating them before he would have the nerve to ask for tea leaves to cure her illness. Ruan Qiqi brought the chestnut cake back to the compound. Just as she parked the car, someone in the telephone room called her to answer the phone. The call came from the Public Security Department, informing Lu Yi to claim the ashes of Lu Chunchao, who was executed by firing squad yesterday. We will collect the ashes tomorrow morning. Ruan Qiqi didn't want to go out again. Lu Chuancao's ashes were not worth her going out again. Lu Yi was washing clothes at home. Ruan Qiqi had taken off a lot of clothes in the past few days, and she wanted to collect more and wash them together. The house became brand new, with bright windows and clean tables, spotless. Lu Yi spent the whole afternoon cleaning, which was very virtuous. "You are so good. I will give you a cake as a reward." Ruan Qiqi praised him, scooped out a large piece of chestnut cake with a spoon, and fed it to him. "Tasty." Lu Yi swallowed it without chewing it. He finished a piece of chestnut cake in just 3 bites. "I have something to tell you. Lu Chunchao has been shot. We will go to collect his ashes tomorrow. We also need to tell your father." Ruan Qiqi took another chestnut cake and fed him, and told him the news of Lu Chuancao's death. The old man must be sad. Lu Yi sneered, finished the cake, and continued washing clothes. "It doesn't matter if he's sad, as long as we're happy. I'll make you something delicious tonight to celebrate." Ruan Qiqi prepared a big meal to comfort her man's delicate heart. "I want to eat banded duck and steamed pork with rice flour." Lu Yi ordered 2 dishes. He hadn't eaten for a long time and was a little craving for it. "You can order another dish. I'm in a good mood today because you're my guest, so I'll allow you to indulge yourself." Ruan Qiqi looked at him with a smile. "Then I'd like to have a cup of milk tea." Lu Yi didn't order any more dishes. Cooking was very hard work, and he didn't want Qiqi to suffer. "Okay, I'll give you 2 cups." Ruan Qiqi touched his head, took a cup of milk tea from the space and gave it to him, and considerately inserted a tube into him. "Qiqi, thank goodness for you." Lu Yi took a big sip of milk tea and suddenly sighed. Qiqi must have been sent by God. Otherwise, how could he survive alone? "Yes, I am your savior. Hurry up and wash the clothes." Ruan Qiqi pinched his face a few times and went to cook. Although she didn't like cooking very much, she hated cleaning the stove and washing dishes even more. So every time she cooked and Lu Yi cleaned up, and both of them were very satisfied. Dinner was another sumptuous one. Lu Yi worked quickly, not only washing the clothes but also hanging them up. "Uncle Lu, my mother made the potash pork liver. It's delicious." Ran into Lu Yi, who was drying clothes on the balcony. "Fried pork liver with potash. Filter the potash from the wood stove as a material. It is delicious and can improve eyesight." Lu Yi was wearing an apron with small floral patterns, which made him look a little funny. The little girl was trying so hard to hold back her laughter that her lips were twitching. "Laugh if you want to. Why should you hold back as a kid?" Lu Yi saw that the little girl was trying to hold back her laughter, so he slapped her on the head and made a teasing remark. Peng Haixing smiled boldly, handed him the bowl with a smile, and turned to go downstairs. "Thank you, Mom," Lu Yi called out. "I know," Peng Haixing replied loudly, and skipped downstairs. She was going home to eat, as she would have pork liver tonight. Since her father was promoted, the food at home has improved a lot. Half of the firewood at home is burned by coal, and the other half is burned by firewood. After school, she and her brother don't have to pick up too much firewood and can also play with their classmates. Mom said that the good times in our family were brought about by Uncle Lu and Aunt Seventh. They are such nice people. Lu Yi went home holding a bowl of potash pork liver. It was a few steps from the balcony to his home, so he ate a few pieces of pork liver. Wang Zhihua is an excellent cook and can make delicious dishes out of ordinary food. This bowl of potash pork liver is absolutely delicious. What is this? Why is it so black? Ruan Qiqi to see potash pork liver. It didn't look very good and didn't seem very appetizing, but Lu Yi ate it with gusto, so it must be delicious. I've eaten the potash pork liver sent by Deputy Battalion Commander Peng's daughter before. It's not only delicious, but also can improve eyesight, clear away heat, and detoxify, and is very good for the body. Lu Yi picked up a piece of pork liver with chopsticks and fed it to her. Ruan Qiqi chewed it for a few times and found it indeed had a unique flavor. She turned around and asked Wang Zhihua for instructions on how to make it, and then made it herself. Halfway through dinner, Lu Yi mentioned the pretty little Japanese soldier again and emphasized, Among the 9 people, this one is the prettiest, with a nice head shape and straight legs. The toys he makes will definitely be pretty. Great, I'll give you milk tea as a reward. Ruan Qiqi took out another cup of milk tea and gave it to him as a reward. Gao Yufei was so ugly that she even disliked his bones, so she generously left him to the police. She's not the kind of person who wants just any bone. One more. Lu Yi came closer, pursed his lips and kissed her hard on the face, leaving her face covered in oil. I hate it. Ruan Qiqi glared at him with disdain and wiped her face with his sleeve. Lu Yi took a big mouthful of rice with a smile on his face, feeling so happy that bubbles were bursting from his body. Now his life, even the air, was sweet. He now felt that the hardships he had endured in his childhood were actually nothing. There is a saying that goes, when God is about to confer a great responsibility on a man, he must first make his heart and mind suffer and his body hungry. He thinks it should be changed to, when God is about to confer a great responsibility on a man, he must first make his heart and mind suffer and his body hungry. All the sufferings I have gone through were just for the sake of meeting Qiqi. The next day, the couple slept until they woke up naturally. Lu Yi had just finished his mission and had 2 days to rest. Ruan Qiqi was more free. She could go to collect debts when she wanted to and rest at home when she didn't want to go. Ruan Qiqi didn't want to cook in the morning, so Lu Yi went to the cafeteria and got her a big bowl of white porridge, steamed buns, homemade pickled peppers, and fermented tofu. It was a very delicious meal. After breakfast, they went to collect Lu Chuancao's ashes and asked about the situation of Lu Hongling's family. He Jianjun has been sentenced to death and will be executed at the end of the month. Lu Hongling was sentenced to 7 years in prison. The charge was very serious, as she was suspected of collaborating with the enemy. However, because she did not cause much damage, she was only sentenced to 7 years. Otherwise, she would have been sentenced to death. Lu Hongbo used a woman and was sentenced to death. He will be executed by firing squad together with He Jianjun at the end of the month. Lu Hongtao was sentenced to 5 years in prison for taking credit for other people's work. The author made the random estimate of the sentence. He didn't quite understand the law at the time. Don't take it too seriously. Lu Chunchao is dead, Lu Hongbo will die soon, and only Lu Hongling and Lu Hongtao are left. After spending 5 to 7 years in prison, they are almost ruined. I believe the original owner must be very satisfied with this ending. They buried Lu Chuancao's ashes in the cemetery instead of dumping them in a random stinking ditch. After all, she was Lu Disheng's biological daughter, and the old man would definitely go to pay tribute to her in the future. The two arrived at the farm. It was almost noon. The residents were all cooking. The stove at Lu Disheng's door was not turned on, and he was at Yuan Huilan's house across the street. Yuan Huilan had always been in high spirits. Even when she came to work on the farm, she was always in good spirits. But at this moment, Yuan Huilan looked like a frost-bitten eggplant. She sat listlessly in a chair, her face pale, her lips bloodless, and a letter in her hand. Lin Mannion was cooking outside the house. Although she came to the cadre school, her salary was still paid as usual, so her life was still okay. She was in a good mood today, so she prepared some hearty dishes, steamed a plate of sausages, and fried bacon with wild onions. The aroma drifted into the house, making Lu Disheng drool. Darn it! All the bacon and eggs at home were eaten up, so he could only stir-fry wild onions. They smelled good but tasted dry and disgusting. Old Lu, would you like to eat together? Lin Mannion finished cooking the dishes and asked attentively. She has always wanted to remarry Lu Disheng. During her time on the farm, she experienced the fickleness of human nature and the cruelty of the world. When she was the commander's wife, everyone came to curry favor with her, but now everyone ignored her, and even her own family was snobbish. She was implicated because of her maternal family, but she suffered on the farm. Her maternal family never visited her once, not even a letter. She wrote a letter to her maternal family, hoping that they would send some food, but the letter fell into the sea, and there has been no reply to her until now. Lin Mannion didn't give up and called her parents. She answered the phone, but her mother didn't even have the patience to listen to her. She just said, Don't write to your family anymore. Your brother has been forced to go to the reformatory because of you. Your father and I can't hold our heads up high outside. Tell me, you are stupid. You can't even hold on to the ready-made backer, and you have to divorce Lu Disheng. Are you satisfied now? Her mother finished speaking. She hung up the phone heartlessly. Lin Manyun was completely heartbroken. She had helped her mother's family so much over the years, and was dragged by her brother to suffer on the farm. However, she was blamed instead. What an ungrateful person. After seeing the true face of her family, Lin Manyun began to appreciate the goodness of Lu Disheng more and more. She even felt that Lu Yi and Ruan Qiqi were better than her family. Therefore, she had to take advantage of the right time and place, use her gentleness and consideration to influence Lu Disheng, and strive to remarry before the end of the year. Lin Manyun was still very confident. After all, Lu Disheng was captured by her gentleness and thoughtfulness back then, and she believed that he could succeed now as well. Lu Disheng stepped back vigilantly, turned his head away decisively, and said coldly, "Please call me Comrade Lu Disheng, and don't be so clingy and ruin my reputation. Old Lu, I was wrong before. Isn't it enough for me to kowtow to you? A husband and wife for a day is 100 days of grace. We have been husband and wife for more than 20 years, and we have 2 sons, Jiefeng and Yuanchao. Are you really so heartless?" Lin Manyun looked at him sadly, with a pitiful look of being aggrieved. "You've ruined both the liberation and aid to Korea. Stop your bullshit in front of me. I won't buy your nonsense. What do you mean by a day of marriage and 100 days of grace? I only believe in betrayal once and a lifelong enemy. I will never trust anyone who has stabbed me in the back on the battlefield again." If the liberation and aid Korea were not mentioned, but once they were mentioned, Lu Disheng became furious. He was a hero all his life and was never afraid of hardship or death in battles. Some people called him stupid and reckless, but no one called him a coward. However, he had 2 cowardly sons, and these 2 pieces of trash made him lose all his face. Lin Manyun forced out a tear. Perhaps it was because she was old and her beauty had faded, so her tears were not as abundant as when she was young, and she could not squeeze out as many tears as she wanted. Now it took a lot of effort to squeeze out a tear. This teardrop hung on her eyelashes, about to fall, but it didn't have much effect in making me feel pity for her. After all, she was old and had worked on the farm for so many days, exposed to the wind and sun. Now she was dark, thin and old, and this tear seemed ridiculous. After hearing Lu Disheng's cruel and heartless words, Lin Manyun's tear seemed even more ridiculous. She could no longer continue her drama and had to end it in disappointment. Yuan Huilan looked dejected, as if she didn't hear their bickering and didn't even blink. If it were in the past, she would have made some sarcastic remarks. Seeing her lifeless appearance, Lu Disheng felt bad and asked, "What did Heping write in the letter? Isn't she studying in Beijing? Did something happen to her?" He was the one who brought back this letter, and it was signed by Mo Heping from Jingqing University, the daughter of Yuan Huilan and Mo Qiofeng. Mo Heping is beautiful, good at studying, and sweet-talking. Many elders in the compound like her. Lu Disheng also wants a daughter like her, but unfortunately his daughter is Lu Chunchao. Standing next to Mo Heping, they are like stewed eggplant and juicy cucumber. After reading the letter, Yuan Huilan became what she is now, and she doesn't even know what is written in the letter. Lu Disheng was worried that something had happened to Mo Heping. He hadn't been to the capital for a while, but he heard that things were not peaceful, especially for young students who were impulsive and easily irritated. He hoped that Mo Heping would not do anything stupid. Yuan Huilan responded this time. She handed the letter to Lu Disheng and let him read it himself. "You know all the characters, right?" She also asked. "I can also write reports, don't look down on me." Lu Disheng retorted in annoyance, went back to his room, got his reading glasses, and started reading the letter. Mo Heping's handwriting was very delicate, a very beautiful small regular script, and the beginning was some casual talk. Lu Disheng read it quickly and finally saw the main point of the letter. His expression became more and more ugly. Has Heping become stupid from studying so much? Could it be that someone else imitated her handwriting to write this letter? Lu Disheng asked with a dark face, feeling extremely angry. How is it possible? This is clearly Mo Hepping's handwriting. How can anyone else write such beautiful words? Oh, has Mo Hepping really become stupid from studying? Even a son would think his mother is ugly. She is a college student. They actually despise you and even advise you to take the initiative to divorce. TSK, TSK, TSK. If you ask me, what's the use of being well-educated? Take my family's Jiefeng and aid Korea. Although they were not good at studying, they are now defending their country on the border. How glorious! Lin Manyun's gloating voice sounded. She had just taken a few secret glances and saw the most crucial lines of words. Mo Hepping actually advised Yuan Huilan to take the initiative to divorce so as not to affect her father and brothers. Although he did not mention herself, it was obvious that Mo Hepping was also afraid of being implicated. After reading this, all the suffering that Lin Manyun had suffered from being oppressed and bullied by Yuan Huilan during this period was completely swept away, and she felt happier than after eating the ginseng fruit. Yuan Huilan. Oh, Yuan Huilan, you have finally come to this day. You deserve it. Eat your meal. What's your business? Lu Disheng glared fiercely. How come I have nothing to do with it? I'm living in the same room with Yuan Huilan now, and we work together. Lu Disheng, you're not feeling sorry for her, are you? Don't make any mistakes. She's still a guest of Mo Qiufeng's hall. Lin Manyun felt jealous and thought that Lu Disheng still had feelings for Yuan Huilan, so she couldn't help but be sarcastic. You deserve a beating, don't you? I'm an upright man. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll even beat up a woman. Lu Disheng was so angry that his face turned red, and he warned harshly. Lin Manyun snorted angrily and didn't dare to say anything more, for fear that he would really hit her. Her face still hurt from the slap she received last month. Yuan Huilan took back the letter and laughed at herself. She has been competitive since she was young, and always wanted to be the first in everything she did. When she was young, she competed with her brothers. Her father was patriarchal and believed that a woman's virtue lies in her lack of talent. It is enough for her to know a few words and be able to count. But she was not convinced, so she went to a private school to audit classes. As a result, she studied better than her cousin, but her father still refused to send her to the private school. So she took the opportunity when her father was entertaining guests to compose a 5-character quatrain. Because she had heard that the distinguished guests liked studious juniors very much, and as long as she performed well, the distinguished guest would speak for her. And her father wanted to curry favor with the distinguished guest, so he would definitely not dare to disobey. Things developed just as she expected. The VIP praised her highly and advised her father to send her to school, saying that she would definitely have a bright future. In this way, she successfully went to school and always did well in her studies. However, she still could not change her father's mind of using her to gain benefits. As soon as she turned 18, her father took a fancy to a man, an old widower whose wife had died and whose son was 1 year older than her. Her father forced her to marry him as a concubine, just because the old widower was a high-ranking official and could bring benefits to her father. She resisted, and her father locked her up in the ancestral hall, preparing to tie her up and carry her into the bridal sedan. Fortunately, her mother took pity on her and secretly released her, giving her a bag of silver dollar jewelry. She escaped overnight and by chance embarked on the road of revolution. Yuan Huilan felt that she was not a weak person and that she could get through any difficulties, no matter how big they were. But this letter from her daughter really made her discouraged. Being stabbed in the back by her children one after another, she felt like a failure and thought that perhaps it was God's punishment for her. Because of her indifference to her son, she suffered the betrayal today. Yuan Huilan forced herself to cheer up. She had to work the next day and had no time to feel sorry for herself. However, her feelings towards her daughter have also cooled a lot. Among her children, she was the best to Mo Hepping, but the one who stabbed her the hardest was her most beloved daughter. Even though Mo Jinsong's brother betrayed her, she could still convince herself that they were not her biological children after all. But Mo Heping is her own son, and when she was in trouble, this child was the one who hurt her the most. Forget it. The child will have her own ideas when she grows up. She should take care of herself in the future. As for Luya's child, he won't appreciate it even if she tries to make amends now. When she is old and can't move, she won't bother Luyi either. Dad? Ruan Qiqi's voice was heard outside. Here it comes. Lu Disheng's eyes lit up and he ran out like a flash. He thought that there would be delicious food when his daughter-in-law came.
What are you doing in there?
The two guests in front are here, and you seem to be very happy. Luyi glanced at him and made some sarcastic remarks. What nonsense are you talking about? Your mother is in a bad mood, so I'm going to go over and comfort her. Lu Disheng glared and felt his palms itching. The more he looked at this rebellious son, the more he wanted to beat him. Uncle Mo wants to divorce her? Lu Ye's eyes lit up. It would be a happy event if they really got divorced. Lu Disheng sighed and said in confusion, It was Mo Heping who wrote to persuade your mother to divorce. This girl was quite sensible when she was young. Why did she become so cruel after going to college in Beijing? Impossible. You must have seen it wrong? After all, you can't recognize a lot of big characters. Luyi didn't believe it. In his impression, Mo Heping was a little girl who would call him third brother and hide food for him. Even though she became a little distant from him after growing up, she was still polite to him. He had the best relationship with Mo Heping in the Mo family. But after Mo Heping went to Beijing to attend university, they still communicated at first, but later the letters became less and less, and they hadn't communicated for half a year. He would never believe that Mo Heping would say such cold-blooded words even if he was beaten to death. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. Your mother has always been a strong-willed person. When she was in the base, she would compete for first place even when picking cotton. After reading the letter, she collapsed. I've never seen her like that before.
Sigh.
Lu Disheng sighed again. Whether we are apart or not is none of my business. Luyi was too lazy to meet Yuan Huilan. He could have a few arguments with the old man if he met him, but he didn't even want to talk to Yuan Huilan. Ruan Qiqi didn't bring any cooked food today, only a few pieces of bacon and sausages. Lu Disheng picked a lot of wild onions, so she fried a plate of wild onion bacon and stewed a large pot of rice. It smells delicious. It makes me so greedy. Lu Disheng ate voraciously, finishing all the dishes and rice. He even mixed the soup at the bottom of the plate with the rice and shoulded it clean. After he burped loudly, Luyi said, Lu Chunchao is dead and burned to ashes. Belch. Lu Disheng burped again, but only half of it as the other half was startled back. But he was not too surprised, as Lu Chuancao's ending was expected. He just felt very upset and blamed himself. He didn't educate his daughter well, which hurt both himself and others. Where are your sister's ashes? Lu Disheng asked in a hoarse voice. Cemetery. Lu Yi answered briefly and added, Lu Hongba will be shot soon, so we can bury them together to save the mother and daughter from not being able to see each other. Actually, he wanted to save some money. Luckily, it was changed quickly. After all, the old man gave 10,000 yuan, which was enough to buy dozens of graves. Okay. Lu Disheng sighed again. The delicious food in his stomach became heavy, and he felt a little bloated. His daughter is dead, but he still eats so much.
It's a sin.
The third update is finished. Yuan Huilan's character is not ruined. The author would like to explain in advance that she is a good student and competitive, but she is indeed stupid in some things. The author has met people like her in real life. They are very capable at work, but their family relationships are a mess. Therefore, AI can never replace humans, because humans are so complex that no AI can interpret them. I have said a few more off-topic words. I will continue to update tomorrow. Good night. Dad, you are selfless and you are getting rid of harm for the people. The people will only be grateful to you. I believe that my eldest sister also figured it out before she died, and will not blame you. Ruan Qiqi comforted. Lu Disheng smiled bitterly a few times, his voice becoming even hoarser. It's okay as long as she doesn't hate me. I hate you. How come you don't care? When Lu Yi heard this, he got angry again and retorted. If you care so much about whether Lu Chunqiao hates you or not, why don't you care about his hatred? Lu Dishing choked for a long time, unable to utter a word, and lowered his head guiltily. However, after being criticized by Lu Yi, he was not so sad about Lu Chuancao's death. My daughter is so cruel that she wanted to poison Xiaoya. It's better for her to die so that she won't harm others. The two men only stayed for more than an hour before they were ready to leave, taking away a lot of wild onions. Lu Dishing was working on the mountain, where wild onions grew wildly, and you could easily pull a bundle of them. Qiqi. Lin Mannion was standing at the door. When she saw them come out, she smiled and greeted them in a flattering manner. Lu Yi snorted coldly and ignored her. Ruan Qiqi didn't want to answer, but was stopped by Lin Mannion, who begged her. Qiqi, do you know the address of the Jiefeng Aid Korea? I miss them in my dreams, and I don't know how they are doing now. I want to send them some food. After all, they are my flesh and blood, and I feel sorry for them. Lin Mannion spoke sincerely, and even shed a few tears. Ruan Qiqi didn't believe a word of what she said, but she pretended to believe it and asked, "What does Aunt Lin want to send? I can help."
No.
I won't bother you. I'll send it myself.
Just tell me the address.
Lin Manyun's eyes flashed. She had other ideas and definitely couldn't let Ruan Qiqi help send it. Besides, she didn't have much money left. So how could she have spare money to buy food? She was already living a miserable life. Lu Dishing had such a high salary, he would definitely not treat his two sons badly, so there was no need for her to subsidize them. Ruan Qiqi smiled and said caringly, I think Aunt Lin must have sent a lot of things. I heard that Jiefeng likes to eat beef jerky and malted milk. In addition to these, Yuan Chao also likes to eat egg cakes and luncheon meat. Aunt Lin should send these, right?
Yes.
That's it. Lin Manyun's eyes flickered even more, and she cursed in her heart. These things were so expensive. How could she afford them now? How pitiful are the parents in the world. They are so lucky to have you caring and loving them during the liberation and aid to Korea. Unlike my Lu Yi, it brings back bitter tears just talking about it. Ruan Qiqi sighed a few times, whetting Lin Manyun's appetite, and then told her the address of brother Lu Jiefeng. Thank you, Qiqi. Lin Manyun went back in ecstasy and planned to write the letter in the evening and send it out tomorrow. It should be received in half a month, right? She mainly wanted to encourage her son to perform well on the border and take the initiative to fight for some difficult tasks. It would be even better if he could make merit. A while ago, there was an old man on the farm whose son made a second-class merit, and the old man returned to his original unit to work. She was inspired by this old man. As long as her son made a contribution, she could go back to work in the hospital. She used to complain that being a nurse was too hard, but now she doesn't. Even working the night shift every day is better than working on the farm. On the way home, Lu Yi asked, Why did you give her the address? Let her show her motherly kindness. Ruan Qiqi answered with a smile. Lu Yi snorted and said sarcastically, She doesn't have much maternal love. I just want to let those two idiots see clearly how fun it is to have a mother-son estrangement. It's like your mother being stabbed in the back by her own daughter. It hurts more than you scolding her 10,000 times. Ruan Qiqi smiled and told her plan. Lin Mannion must have other purposes. Maybe she would send some food, but definitely not too much. This woman's salary is not high, and she is used to enjoying herself, so she can't save much money. Besides, she treats her son just like that. It is impossible for her to save money from her own food to support her son and live a hard life herself. How could Mo Hepping be that kind of person? Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Lu Yi still doesn't believe it. People change. How long has it been since you and Mo Hepping last met? Ruan Qiqi had never seen Mo Hepping. She came here in March, and Mo Hepping had already started school. But she had heard Lu Yi talk a lot about Mo Hepping. In his words, Mo Hepping was a beautiful and kind sister, and the best person in the Mo family treated her. However, Ruan Qiqi only believed half of it. After all, Lu Yi was the kind of person who would magnify countless times any kindness others showed him and would remember it in his heart. Of course, it is very possible that Mo Heping was a good person when he was young, but people change, especially when he goes to school in Beijing, and in this special era, young people's thoughts change too easily. Therefore, she didn't find Mo Heping's letter strange at all. At this time, there were many cases of fathers and sons, mothers and daughters turning against each other. After returning home, Ruan Qiqi wrote letters to the Liu Jiafeng brothers overnight. In order to make the alienation plan more effective, she prepared to send some more things, such as a can of malted milk, a packet of milk powder, and a few boxes of luncheon meat. After all, she had earned a lot from Sulina, so she didn't feel bad about these few things. I met your mother today. She asked me for your address and said that she was worried that you wouldn't have enough to eat at the border, so she wanted to send you some food. Aunt Lin said that you like malted milk, luncheon meat, and beef jerky, so she plans to send you more. Alas, parents are pitiful. Aunt Lin is lazy and has a crooked mindset. She always likes to hold back and betrayed our father. She stabbed him in the back and almost killed him. All these things are in the past. Even if Aunt Lin is not good in 1,000 ways, her love for you is real. Dad asked me to send these malted milk, luncheon meat, and milk powder. He misses you very much. He also told you to be self-reliant and strong, and not to bring shame to the soldiers. I believe you can do it. And the leeches on the border are actually a nutritious ingredient. As long as they are cleaned and cooked at high temperature, they can be made into a meat dish. You won't be afraid if you think this way. Come on. By your sister-in-law Ruan Qiqi, who truly misses you, on June 2, 1971. A letter was quickly written. In the letter, Ruan Qiqi described in detail how Lin Manyun had betrayed Liu Disheng. She also mentioned a leech recipe, stewed leeches with pork belly. She had heard about it in her previous life, and it was said to be very nutritious. Ruan Qiqi had never eaten it before, and she would not eat it no matter how crazy she was. She sealed the envelope, put a stamp on it, packed it into a package, and would send it out tomorrow. Sending them something again? That's too good for them. Liu Yi went to the bathroom to wash up, and when he came back he saw his wife sewing a package, and he felt a little jealous. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. These two idiots are your father's biological sons after all. They are not bad people. We can't let them be kidnapped by Lin Manyun. Besides, they have done you some good deeds. Ruan Qiqi just figured out something recently, and she was actually a little grateful to these two fools. What credit can they get? Liu Yi didn't believe it. Although he didn't hate these two idiots, he didn't like them either, because they were Lin Manyun's children. When you were a child, you were bullied by Lin Manyun, and you must have been angry. If it were someone else, they would have gone astray, but you didn't. Instead, you grew up to be a good and upright person. In addition to the fact that you are a good person, there is another reason. You vented your anger on these two idiots. Lin Manyun committed a sin, and they suffered for it.
So you still have some merits in you.
Ruan Qiqi explained to him patiently that she was not speaking for the Liu Jiafeng brothers, but was just discussing the facts. These two fools did make some contributions. Liu Yi blinked. That seems to be the case. Sometimes I hate her so much that I want to kill someone. I want to kill Lin Manyun and die with her. Every time I think about this, these two idiots will rush in front of me, and I will vent my anger on them, and I won't be able to kill Lin Manyun. He patted his forehead and said with a smile, then send it to them, as compensation for breaking their bones when I was a child. A little thing. He is not a stingy person. I know you are a very generous person. Most people don't have your tolerance. Ruan Qiqi flattered Liu Yi and made him smile. He happily picked up the mop, went to the bathroom to get a bucket of water, and went home to mop the floor with a grunt. Some people use leeches as food. If it weren't for the fact that it can make people live 100 years longer, the author would never eat it. Sent out the letter and package almost at the same time. Lin Manyun was sending a letter, but she didn't have time to buy anything, so she simply didn't send it. Mo Qiufeng also learned about his daughter's letter. He went to the farm and had a heart-to-heart talk with Yuan Huilan, trying to comfort her. I'm not that fragile, Mo Qiufeng. Let's get a divorce. Yuan Huilan's eyes were dark, and she looked very haggard. She had not slept all night, and was very tired. But when she closed her eyes, the words her daughter had written came to her mind. Every word seemed to come alive, dancing in her mind and automatically transformed into her daughter's voice, playing on a loop like a tape recorder. The day began to brighten. She finally figured it out. In the Mo family, she is indeed an outsider. Even her own daughter never treated her as a relative. Therefore, she should get a divorce to avoid these three siblings blaming her all day long. Huilan, I won't get a divorce. I will criticize Heping. The child is grown up and has her own ideas. We as parents can't control them. We just need to live our own lives in the future. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Think positively, Mo Qiufeng advised in a gentle voice. Although he was angry about what Mo Heping had done, he didn't feel that bad. Perhaps it was the character he had developed after years of lurking. After seeing too many people backstabbed, he had already developed a heart of stone. The children have grown up, and they have to walk their own paths in the future. It is best for them to walk the right path. He will at most pull them along the wrong path once, and if they still refuse to turn back, he will not pull them along again. Respecting the fate of others is the greatest good you can do for yourself. No one can predict what my future will be like, so let's get a divorce, so as not to affect the children's future. Yuan Huilan has made up her mind. She is a decisive person, and once she makes a decision, it is difficult for her to change it. The children's future is their own business and has nothing to do with us. You don't have to care about it, and I won't care either. If they think we will bring trouble to them, then let them sever ties with us and not affect each other. Mo Qiufeng said in a resolute tone, no matter what happens to you in the future, it will not affect me at all. Don't worry. He gave up going to the capital and came to Tanzhou to take up the post in order to live in peace and tranquility. After all, Tanzhou was his base and he was confident that he could control it. The two were deadlocked. One was determined to leave, the other was determined not to leave, and finally, they parted on bad terms. Mo Qiufeng was feeling depressed and didn't want to go back to the military area, so he took a stroll outside, bought some cooked food and wine, and went back to the farm to find Lu Dishing for a drink. Lu Dishing was cooking dinner, stir-frying bacon with wild onions. It was delicious. Oh, this is so strange. You, a cultured person, actually come to me to drink? Lu Dishing's skills in being weird and strange are becoming more and more profound. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want a drink? Mo Qiufeng put the dishes on the table. Pork head, peanuts, fermented tofu, and fermented beef in soy sauce were all delicious dishes. Drink. I can't stop drinking you. Lu Dishing swallowed hard, served out the fried bacon with wild onions, took 2 bowls, placed them on the lame table, and poured wine. The table had a broken leg, and half of the wine was poured out, so the table tilted, and the wine was almost spilled. Mo Qiufeng couldn't bear it anymore, so he went out and found a stone and put it under the leg of the table to make it more stable. You just going to leave him limping like this? You're too lazy to do something that can be solved with a stone. Mo Qiufeng was extremely disgusted. It's alright if I'm lame. It doesn't affect my meals. You intellectuals just like to find faults. Lu Dishing was annoyed. He was not lazy. He just felt it was unnecessary. Mo Qiufeng was too lazy to argue with him. He picked up the bowl and clinked it with his, then took a big sip. He was so bold that even Lu Dishing was a little dumbfounded. What stimulated you? Mo Qiufeng ate a piece of pork head, drank a sip of wine, and said calmly, Yuan Huilan insists on divorcing me, and I won't listen to her. Can you help me persuade her? Lu Dishing was so excited that he slammed the table, and the poor lame table almost fell apart. Slap your thigh. These things cost me a lot of money. If they fall to the ground, you will eat your ace. After drinking, Mo Qiufeng changed his usual elegance and spoke in a much rougher tone. I told you it's not a festival, but you bought all these delicious dishes to come drink with me. I guess Yuan Huilan dumped you too, haha. Lu Dishing was gloating to the extreme. He drank the whole bowl of wine in one breath, picked up several pieces of pork head and stuffed them into his mouth, eating with relish. He had fought in the war and survived many dangers. He finally returned to pick up Yuan Huilan after the battle, but found out that the woman had remarried. He couldn't say anything because the rumor was spreading in the army. Since he had died in the war, It was reasonable for her to remarry. But he couldn't swallow this humiliation. Until this moment, Lu Disheng finally calmed down. I won't divorce you. Please help me persuade her, and stop having these crazy thoughts. By Lu Disheng, Mo Qiufeng calmed down a lot. He regained his gentle demeanor and drank his wine slowly and leisurely. I can persuade her, but I can't guarantee that she will listen. Lu Disheng gave a heads-up in advance. He knew that Yuan Huilan had never looked him in the eye and would definitely not listen to him. It's okay. You can give your advice. It's up to her whether she listens or not. Okay, come on, let's have a drink and get drunk today. Lu Disheng even dropped a line of poetry, which made Mo Qiufeng look at him with new eyes. He praised him. Not bad, you can recite poetry now. It seems that the transformation is very effective. Of course, I recite quotations and read books every day, but I am no longer the same person I was back then. Lu Disheng proudly threw a peanut upwards, then caught it accurately with his mouth, chewing it with a crunching sound. The night progressed. The two were still drinking. They were both a little tipsy, and their words became more and more sincere. Lao Mo, you just love to pretend. That's what I hate most about you. You pretend to be a decent person all day long, but in fact you are not a good person at all. I have seen through your fox skin a long time ago. Nonsense, if I were a good person, how could I have stayed in the enemy's lair for more than 10 years? If I wasn't pretending, would I be alive until now? Mo Qiufeng rolled his eyes in annoyance. He admitted that he was not a good person, but his patriotism was real. The mountains and rivers are in ruins and the country is destroyed and the family is ruined. He doesn't need to be a good person. What he needs to do is to drive the enemy out of his home by any means necessary. I'm not a good person either. I saved so many people, but my own son almost died at home. I feel so sorry for Xiaoya. Lu Disheng took a big gulp of wine and shed a few tears. Mo Qiufeng also took a big sip and knocked Lu Disheng on the head a few times. He wanted to do this many years ago, and today he finally got his wish. Both of them were drunk and fell asleep on the table. They woke up when the rooster crowed the next day. Mo Qiufeng woke up first. He moved his sore neck and sniffed his body with disgust. It was full of alcohol. Lu Disheng was still sleeping soundly. Mo Qiufeng ignored him and rode his bike back to the compound. He left. He put reading glasses on Lu Disheng and painted his face black with ink. He felt much better when he returned. Lu Disheng slept for too long. In fact, he woke up several times. But when he opened his eyes, he saw darkness in front of him. So he closed his eyes as a matter of course and continued to sleep soundly. It was almost noon when Yuan Huilan came over. She heard that Lu Disheng didn't come to work and thought he was sick, so she came to check on him. As soon as she entered the room, she was hit by a pungent smell of alcohol. Lu Disheng snored loudly and slept more soundly than a pig. Seeing the black reading glasses he was wearing, Yuan Huilan couldn't help laughing, and her depressed mood improved a lot. She picked up the wash basin and then a stick and knocked on Lu Disheng's ears a few times. The enemy is attacking again. With just one shout, Lu Disheng jumped up like a spring, but he quickly realized that there was no war now. Yuan Huilan, are you mentally ill? Why are you screaming in the middle of the night? If you don't sleep, I will sleep too. Lu Disheng was furious. He was chewing a pig's trotter in his dream, but just as he put his mouth around it, Yuan Huilan ruined it. It's the middle of the night, you idiot. The sun is already high in the sky, and we've been working all day. Yuan Huilan took off his reading glasses, and a ray of sunlight came in. Lu Disheng quickly covered his eyes and became sober. That jerk Mo Qiufeng. I'm going to kill him sooner or later. Lu Disheng clearly understood that it must be the darn Mo Qiufeng who was responsible. Darn it, he was well-educated but had a bad conscience. He had good intentions to accompany this darn Mo Qiufeng for a drink to relieve his boredom, but he turned out to be ungrateful and framed him for missing work. Grass. Even if you have 10 more heads, you are still no match for Lao Mo, forget it. Yuan Huilan snorted and walked away. Duck. You jerks, if I ever get involved in your shoot again, I'll be named Dog. Lu Disheng cursed under his breath and hurried to wash up. Lu Yi asked a friend to find out some information about Mo Heping and came back to tell Ruan Qiqi. Mo Heping met a group of people in Beijing who were all quite radical. She was greatly influenced by them. Lu Yi's tone was a little worried. Although he didn't quite understand, he knew that what those people did was wrong. If Mo Heping hung out with these people all day, there would definitely be no good results. She is an adult now. Whether it is bitter fruit or sweet wine, she has to bear it herself. And if she doesn't hit the wall a few times, how can she turn back? Ruan Qiqi doesn't want Lu Yi to interfere in Mo Heping's fate. She respects the fate of others and fulfills her own blessings. Moreover, the capital city is full of twists and turns, and even an old fox like Mo Qiufeng doesn't dare to go there. She and Lu Yi should just stay in Tianzhou. Don't worry, I won't interfere. Lu Yi assured that although he had a good relationship with Mo Heping, the person he cared about most now is Qiqi. You don't need to intervene. Uncle Mo is much more capable than you. He didn't care, so it's obvious that there won't be any big problems. Ruan Qiqi comforted him. Capital University. Mo Heping received a call from his father. Who told you to write that letter to your mother? Mo Heping, I sent you to Beijing to study, and all you learned was to be ruthless and backstab your relatives? Mo Qiufeng's tone was stern, completely different from the gentle way he usually spoke to his daughter. Dad, I didn't backstab you. I just advised Mom to make the best choice. Mo Heping was a little panicked and felt aggrieved. She submitted the application. Her counselor had asked her to submit it a long time ago. It had already entered the public announcement stage, and it was a done deal, but it ended up falling through. The counselor told her that she failed because of some unexpected events on her mother's side. Mo Heping called his eldest brother and found out that his mother's family background was so complicated and even had overseas connections. As long as this relationship existed, she would never be able to join the organization in her life. Moreover, she will never have any future in the workplace. She wrote the letter not to force her mother to divorce, but just to make a suggestion. The final decision still lies with her mother. Mo Heping asked herself if she had a conscience. If it were someone else, they would have cut off ties with such a mother long ago. Whether your mother and I should divorce or not, I don't need your advice. You just need to do your own thing. Mo Qiufeng's tone became even colder. Dad, what should I do? I should have been a glorious D member now, but because of her, I was eliminated. I worked harder than everyone else and performed so well, but it was all in vain. You criticized me without knowing anything. Do you know how wronged I am? Mo Heping cried out of grievance. Since you feel so wronged, just cut off your relationship with us, and we will never implicate you. Mo Qiufeng's tone was cold and almost ruthless, and he was also very disappointed with his daughter. Family members should share the joys and sorrows. My daughter has enjoyed 22 years of happiness, but now she has just suffered a little bit of hardship, and she starts to complain and blame all the mistakes on others. She is too selfish. He was even more helpless because his 3 children all disappointed him. On the contrary, Lu Yi, who grew up in a wild environment, was the most promising among his children. Is it really the survival of the fittest? Dad, how could you do this? I am your biological daughter. Mo Heping was so scared that she even forgot to cry. She couldn't believe her ears. Her father loved her so much before, but now he wanted to cut off all ties with her? It's your own choice. Your mother and I will not divorce. Whether you are a couple or a mother and daughter, you need to stick together through thick and thin. We used to give you a stable and affluent life. You've lived dozens of times better than your peers. Now you blame your mother for just a little setback and even stab her. You're too selfish, Mo Heping, make your own choice. Mo Qiufeng finished speaking earnestly. He hung up the phone, not wanting to listen to his daughter's nonsense anymore. He sighed deeply, took out the Fenjiujing, scooped a large piece, and applied it on his temple. His children are all debt collectors, alas. Mo Heping in the capital city had a lot of grievances and no one to confide in. She was also very panicked, fearing that her father would really break off relations with her. After thinking it over, she called Lu Yi. Lu Yi was taking a shower and Ruan Qiqi answered the phone for him. Third brother, I am Heping. There was a sweet voice coming from the other end of the phone, and you could tell it was from a girl who had never suffered. Hello, I'm Ruan Qiqi, Liu Ye's wife. Your third brother is taking a shower and can't answer the phone. Hello, third sister-in-law. I didn't make it back for your wedding. Congratulations on your marriage to third brother. Mo Heping is a very sweet talker, and just as Liu Yi said, he is good at coaxing people. Thank you. What can I do for you? Ruan Qiqi was not coaxed. She had already witnessed the selfishness and coldness of her sister-in-law and did not have a good impression of her. Nothing. Nothing. I just haven't talked to my third brother for a long time, and I want to talk to him.
Montag Heping hesitated.
Call me later. Your third brother will be done with his shower soon. Ruan Qiqi was too lazy to talk nonsense with her and asked her to call back in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the call came as expected. Liu Yi chatted with her for a while and his expression turned ugly. Uncle Mo is right. You are indeed very selfish. Although Yuan Huilan is not a good person, she has been very kind to you. She raised you with good food and drink and even allowed you to go to college in Beijing. Now that something has happened, you want her to divorce you. You are an ungrateful person who eats with the bowl in his hand and curses when he puts it down. What Liu Yi said was much more unpleasant than what Mo Qiufeng said. He was critical of the matter, not the person. Moreover, he was a little disappointed with Mo Heping. Yuan Huilan was so good to her, but she stabbed her in the back without any reason. He was just the third brother with ordinary feelings for her. If something happened to her, he would probably stab her even more severely. Qiqi is right. He should stay away from this sister from now on. If the lightning strikes the wrong direction, he will be in trouble. Third brother, I had no choice. I worked so hard for so long, but in the end I failed. Mo Heping was still crying and complaining, but was interrupted by Liu Yi. Your mother has raised you for 22 years, and you stabbed me anyway. Don't call me anymore. I don't dare to get close to you. What if you stab me? I have a family now. After saying that, he hung up the phone with a bang. The affection for food that we had in our childhood was completely gone at this moment. After all, after he joined the army, he often used his allowance to buy gifts for Mo Heping. When there were bonuses for completing missions, he would also give him pocket money. What he gave in return was much more than what Mo Heping gave, so they owed each other nothing. Liu Yi returned home angrily. As soon as he entered the house, Ruan Qiqi handed him a cup of milk tea. Don't be angry. I'll treat you to milk tea. I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. I never thought she was that kind of person. Liu Yi took a big sip of milk tea in one breath and felt much better. True friendship is revealed in times of trouble. It is not obvious before anything happens. That a journey of 1,000 miles tests a person's strength and time reveals a person's true character. The weather in June was getting hotter and hotter, and many girls on the street wore skirts. Ruan Qiqi didn't like wearing skirts because it was inconvenient to wear them in a fight. In the blink of an eye, it was mid-June. Brother Liu Jiafeng at the border received a package and a letter on the same day. Before that, they also received a letter from Ruan Qiqi. Reading that letter filled them with mixed emotions, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Even though their minds were clear, they recalled many past events. The third update is finished. This is the first time Mo Heping appears. She is not a positive character, nor can she be considered a villain. She is just rather selfish and cold-hearted. In fact, there are not many pure villains in this book because people are complex individuals. Even Lin Manyan has a good side. I am not trying to whitewash her, but her ending will definitely not be good. I have said a lot of nonsense again.
Haha.
Good night. Brother, Mom is actually quite mean to you. Lu Yuanchao suddenly said something in a sullen tone. His memory was not very good. He still remembered many things. His father was often not at home, so there were only 4 people at home. Him, his brothers, his mother, and Liu Yi. The clothes Liu Yi wore were all old clothes that his brothers had given away. They were either too short or too tight, and none of them fit him. Lu Yuanchao remembered that one time his mother took him and his brother to a department store to buy new trousers. He deliberately picked out a long pair. After he got them home, he found that the trousers were much too long, So he said he would give them to Lu Yi, but was scolded by his mother. That pair of pants, and his mother took it to a department store to exchange it for a pair that fit him better. Lu Yuanchao was very depressed at the time. However, he was not depressed for too long, because Lu Ye's pity was soon transferred to him and his brother. Every time his mother bullied Lu Yi would beat them up very hard. Ever since the first beating, the good days for him and his brother were gone forever. After all, she is our biological mother. She is very nice to us. Lu Jiafeng sighed and tried to save Lin Manyun's face. Although they were hurt by Lin Manyun before coming to the border, she was their biological mother after all. She was always kind to them brothers and never deprived them of food and drink. But Lu Jiafeng felt very unhappy. His memory was better than his brother's, and he was 2 years older than him, so he remembered a lot of things. Often, the three of them, mother and son, would eat in the house, while Lu Yi would be left alone outside, standing hungry as punishment. He and his brother were not allowed to speak up for Lu Yi, as if they did, they would be scolded by their mother. Later, they were severely beaten by Lu Yi, and he no longer sympathized with Lu Yi. His own life was almost gone, so how could he have the right to sympathize with others? Ruan Qiqi's first letter reminded the two brothers of many past events, and their feelings towards Lu Yi became more complicated. I was just afraid before, but now I feel more guilty. After all, Lin Manyun, who bullied Lu Yi, is their biological mother. When they were in trouble, their own mother didn't care about them. Instead, it was Lu Ye's guest who sent them money. Alas, the two brothers had a good time during this period. They would go to the canteen to cook for themselves every 2 days. Although patrolling was still hard and leeches were still scary, they were probably satisfied as long as they could have a big meal every now and then. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, I received another package from Ruan Qiqi and a letter from Lin Manyun. Brother, which one should we open first?
Lu Yuanchao asked.
The two brothers have been looking at the package and the letter, struggling for a minute. Unpacking. Lu Jiafeng made a decisive decision that his sister-in-law must have sent some delicious food. Ma might have put money in the letter. Lu Yuanchao muttered. Then open it and take a look. Lu Jiafeng opened the package neatly. He also thought that his mother would send money. He and his brother had been at the border for more than a month, and even his sister-in-law had sent money and things. It wouldn't be that his mother would not show any appreciation at all, right? Lu Yuanchao quickly tore open the envelope, and a piece of letter paper fluttered to the ground. He shook the envelope, and it was gone. He shook it a few more times in disbelief, but still nothing fell out. Lu Yuanchao opened the envelope and looked inside with wide eyes. It was empty, without any money or tickets. Brother, no money. Lu Yuanchao's tone was depressed, his heart was bitter, his head was drooped, and he looked like a Samoyed abandoned by his owner. My sister-in-law sent me malted milk, luncheon meat, and milk powder. Lu Jiafeng's voice became more and more excited. He took out one thing after another from the package, including a can of malted milk, 4 boxes of luncheon meat, and a packet of milk powder, all of which were his and his brother's favorite foods.
Ah,
spam. Lu Yuanchao's frustration suddenly disappeared, and he even forgot to pick up Lin Manyun's letter on the ground. He rushed over, picked up the luncheon meat, and was about to open it and eat it. Read the letter first. My sister-in-law also wrote a letter. Lu Jiafeng stopped him and told him he could only eat after reading the letter. Lu Yuanchao put down his luncheon meat and read the letter with his brother. The letter written by Ruan Qiqi was very short, and they finished reading it quickly. The brothers felt even more mixed emotions. They only knew that their parents were divorced, but they didn't know the hidden story behind the divorce. Their mother actually wrote down the 10 major sins of their father.
How could she do that?
That's Dad. Although their father either beat or scolded them and never had a good face, they still admired their father very much. They had heard others talk about their father's heroic deeds since they were young, and they were very proud. How could Mom stab Dad in the back? What is the difference between this and a traitor? The two brothers instantly lost the mood to eat luncheon meat. They snuggled together in grief for at least half an hour before they forced themselves to continue reading Lin Manyun's letter. However, after reading the letter, they felt even more upset. At the beginning, my mother only said a few perfunctory words of concern to them, and then she asked them to take the initiative to apply for difficult tasks and strive to win a second-class merit so that she could leave the cadre school. Although my mother didn't say it directly, this was what she meant. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to cite the example of the old man in the cadre school. Lin Manyun's ulterior motive was so obvious that even Lu Yuanchao, a blockhead, could see through it. And my sister-in-law said that my mother would send something, but now there is only a cold letter. Brother, does Mom know that first-class merit requires life, and second-class merit results in disability? Lu Yuanchao said in a buzzing voice. Coming to the border, he and his brother had found out all this clearly. The two brothers had discussed it and decided not to seek merit, but only to stay alive. She works at the military hospital. How could she not know? Lu Jiafeng had a mocking expression, and his eyes became much colder. He finally understood that his mother only cared about herself. When things got bad, she could betray her husband and abandon her son. The two brothers looked at each other and continued to be sad. Another half an hour passed before they felt better. They threw Lin Manyun's letter aside and continued to study Ruan Qiqi's letter. My sister-in-law said leeches are meat dishes. Is that true? Lu Yuanchao's thick eyebrows were twisted into a straight line, and he was extremely confused. Really, I don't want to eat it. I'd rather eat porridge. Lu Jiafeng's tone was full of disgust. He couldn't eat such a disgusting thing even if it was Tang monk's flesh. I don't eat them either. Leeches are not as delicious as luncheon meat. Lu Yuanchao opened a box of luncheon meat and shared it with his brother using a spoon. They then opened a box of malted milk and ate it dry, taking you and I spoonful at a time. They loved eating this way when they were little, and they still love it when they grow up. Maltese is delicious. Brother, did sister-in-law receive the beef jerky we sent? After eating luncheon meat and malted milk, Lu Yuanchao felt very happy and was filled with gratitude towards Ruan Qiqi. You should have received it. Eat less and don't eat it all in one go. Lu Jiafeng put away the malted milk. There was only 1 can in total, so he had to eat it sparingly. From now on, whenever Servant Chui makes malted milk, I will make milk powder to make him so greedy. Lu Yuanchao snorted proudly. He was woken up every morning by the smell of Chui Xiongwei's malted milk. Now he won't have to be craving for it anymore. Lu Jiafeng's eyes lit up, and he suddenly came up with a bad idea. Let's go catch some leeches, stew them with meat, and invite Servant Chui to eat. The two brothers were very proactive and did what they thought of. The next day was their day off, so they went out to buy some meat and caught a lot of leeches on the way back. The grass on the roadside is full of leeches. You can fill a basket with just one grab, and they are all very fat. Lu Jiafeng asked around to the pharmacy and found out that leeches can indeed be used as medicine. If they can be used as medicine, they certainly won't kill people. He also asked the pharmacy for advice on how to deal with leeches. As long as they are handled cleanly and cooked at high temperature, they will not kill people when eaten, but they can make people sick to death. Chui Xiongwei was even more afraid of leeches than they were. Every time he went on patrol, he was wrapped up tightly, with not a single bit of skin showing. The two brothers found a secluded place to process the leeches, then took the meat and the processed leeches to the kitchen to borrow fire to stew them. What delicious food are you making? It smells weird. The head of the kitchen team came over and curiously lifted the lid of the pot to look. Oh, it's stewed meat. The food is quite good. My sister-in-law sent something again. Lu Yuanchao showed off proudly. You are such a fool. You should be filial to your elder brother and his wife in the future. The head of the kitchen team, Old Huang, was extremely envious. He thought that the silly boy was so lucky.
No.
The brothers responded. Lao Huang wanted to taste a piece of meat, but was stopped by the two brothers. There are leeches in it. Eat them if you can. Lao Huang's chopsticks were already in the pot. When he heard this, he was so scared that he quickly took them out and looked at them, as if they were lunatics. Are you crazy with hunger? You dare to eat even leeches? Are you trying to save your life? Leech is a medicinal herb, very nutritious. Eating a moderate amount is good for your health. You don't know anything, so read more books and learn more. Lu Jiafeng rolled his eyes in disdain, but still argued. I know this thing can be used as medicine. Is it really a tonic? Old Huang was eager to try it. If you don't believe me, go to the pharmacy and buy some. But don't eat them carelessly. You have to clean them and cook them for a long time. Lu Jiafeng gave Lao Huang a vaccination because he was afraid that something might happen to him if he took it. I understand. Old Huang took a sip of Sichuan soupu, then looked at the ingredients boiling in the pot and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Wow, this leech tastes really good when stewed. I'll go ask the military doctor if it's really edible. The two brothers were afraid that they couldn't kill the bacteria, so they stewed it for 3 hours. All the ingredients were melted, and the dish became a big pot, smelling delicious. Let's go back to the dormitory. The two brothers carried a large basin and returned to the dormitory excitedly. Cui Xiongwei had just returned from patrol, feeling tired and hungry. Although he was wrapped up tightly, some leeches still managed to escape, with a few of them full of leeches on his body. He took off his clothes and asked his comrades to sprinkle salt to get them off. This darn place. I can't stay here for even one more day. Looking at the disgusting leeches, Cui Xiongwei finally broke down and burst into tears. He lived the life of a rich young master in Shanghai, eating Western food, drinking coffee, watching movies, and visiting parks. What a comfortable life and wonderful youth, but he was unlucky. He had a heartless and ungrateful father who packed him up and exiled him to the frontier. His Western food, his coffee, his youth, his life are all gone. Cui Xiongwei was crying loudly, but his crying stopped abruptly when Lu Jiafeng and his brother came back. He would never cry in front of these two idiots. The two brothers saw his red and swollen eyes, with tears still hanging on his eyelashes. In the past, they would have ridiculed him, but today they did not. Instead, they said enthusiastically, "Let's eat meat together." Old Huang's cooking skill has made a big pot of stew. Mr. Cui Xiongwei, stop crying. We will treat you to meat, and we will live in peace from now on. Lu Yuanchao almost called him Servant Cui again, but quickly changed his words with a very sincere expression. We were wrong before. We shouldn't have given you a nickname. From now on, we won't call you Servant Cui anymore. This pot of meat is our apology. Lu Jiafeng is more sincere. The two brothers have teamed up to cheat Lin Mannion for money since they were young, and his acting skills are still quite good. The meat in the pot was stewed until it melted, and a lot of seasonings were added. The color, aroma, and taste were very tempting. Cui Xiongwei was already starving to death, so he couldn't resist the temptation and swallowed hard. In addition, the two brothers apologized sincerely, and he felt bad, so he said awkwardly, "You called me Grandpa first, and then I called you fools. I won't call you fools anymore, and I won't eat your meat for free. When my mother sends me money, I will treat you back. No, it's just a little meat. Come on, let's eat together." Lu Jiafeng greeted the others with a smile. They were all Cui Xiongwei's followers and had helped Cui Xiongwei fight against them in the past. Everyone was a little embarrassed at first, but after eating a few pieces of meat, they all became more relaxed and started talking and laughing. Liberation. Why don't you eat the aid to Korea? Someone noticed that the brothers didn't eat a single bite. We ate a lot in the cafeteria and left some for you. The two brothers resisted the urge to eat and spoke in a sanctimonious manner. Darn it, I didn't expect that leeches stewed with meat is so delicious. My sister-in-law really didn't lie to me. Thank you. Everyone was even more moved and already regarded them as good brothers whom they could trust with their backs. You're welcome. Just eat while it's hot. The two brothers watched them eat with smiles on their faces, especially Cui Xiongwei, who seemed to like the taste of leeches particularly and chose to eat them specifically. What kind of meat is this? It tastes so special and delicious. Cui Xiongwei also noticed the difference in the texture of the meat, as if it was meat he had never eaten before.
Game.
We caught it in the mountains. Is it delicious? It tastes good, but it doesn't look like rabbit or snake either. What is it? Everyone guessed excitedly, but no one guessed correctly. They had almost finished eating, and the big bowl of meat was soon empty, leaving only some soup. Cui Xiongwei wanted to go to the cafeteria to get some steamed buns to soak in the soup.
You all didn't guess it right.
It's leeches stewed with pork belly. Cui xiongwei, the ones you like to eat are the leeches that suck our blood. Yuan Chao and I caught them specially and spent a long time to prepare them. Don't worry, this stuff is very nutritious and aphrodisiac. Cui xiongwei, you are weak. Eat more to become truly majestic. Lu Jiefeng said the truth with an expression that said, I'm doing this for your own good. My eldest sister-in-law is well-read and knowledgeable. She knows everything from astronomy to geography. She said that leeches are very nutritious and can strengthen the yang. She is absolutely right. Cui xiongwei, you should be happy. Lu Yuanchao exaggerated the facts a little, praising Ruan Qiqi as Ruan Banxian, and spoke in a tone of showing favor. The few people who were happily enjoying their meal just now suddenly became stunned, as if they had pressed the pause button and didn't even blink. The air was quiet for at least 3 minutes, and Cui xiongwei was the first to react. He covered his mouth and rushed out, but vomited before he reached the toilet. Not only did he vomit the big meal he had just eaten, he also vomited his breakfast. In the end, he even vomited out yellow bile and was half dead. The others were fine, although it was a bit disgusting, but they ate it anyway, and there was nothing unacceptable.
I
will never reconcile with you. Cui xiongwei was carried in here by someone. His legs were so weak that he couldn't even stand steadily, let alone take revenge. TSK. Speak louder. I can't hear you clearly. Lu Jiefeng sneered disdainfully. You didn't eat? Women are louder than you when they call you Cui xiongwei. Why did your father give you this name? Why don't you call yourself Cui Xixiao? Lu Yuanchao's words were even more vicious. He directly changed the person's name. I'll kill you. Cui xiongwei was so angry that he jumped off the bed and started fighting with the two brothers. Other people were trying to mediate the fight. They were biased and secretly helped Cui xiongwei. But the Lu Jiefeng brothers had good meals during this period, and they also ate malted milk and luncheon meat, so they were extra strong, and even though they were outnumbered, they still managed to win the fight to a draw. As a result, the squad leader came back and punished them all by putting them in solitary confinement, without sparing a single one. Ruan Qiqi didn't know that a casual sentence she wrote had caused the Lu Jiefeng brothers to be put in solitary confinement. The next day after she sent the letter, she received a parcel list sent from the border. She was quite curious about what the two idiots could send, so she went to the post office in the afternoon to pick up the package. Wow, it's such a heavy bag. She needs both hands to lift it. After taking it home, Ruan Qiqi opened the package. The heaviest item was beef jerky. The meat of yaks, which are unique to the border area, was particularly firm. Although the beef jerky was hard, it was really delicious. There was also a bag of dried mushrooms. She didn't know what kind of mushrooms they were, but they smelled quite fragrant. She decided to use these mushrooms to stew chicken in the evening. At dinner time that day, a strange aroma wafted through the entire residential building. It was Ruan Qiqi stewing chicken. The dried mushrooms sent by brother Lu Jiefeng were so fragrant, and the beef jerky was also fragrant. He wrote back and asked them to send more. Leah had just come back from work when she started drooling at the aroma. She couldn't help but secretly feel lucky that she had worked a few night shifts and dealt with Kenichi Tanaka. Ruan Qiqi specifically instructed that Tanaka Kenichi should deal with him properly because this little Japanese had a well-proportioned build and a beautiful head and bone shape. I'm going to the Ruan family. You go to the cafeteria and get some more food. Leah put the bones wrapped in newspaper into a bag and asked her husband to prepare more food. Okay. Gao Shangjin agreed with a smile, took a super large basin, and went to the cafeteria excitedly to get rice. Ruan Qiqi stewed a big pot of mushroom chicken soup and also made braised pork, banded duck, and steamed some earthenware bowls. The portions of each were large, and she planned to send some dishes to the Gao family later. The day before yesterday, she went to the bureau and met Comrade Xiao Chao. This guy also made a magic wand which he held in his hand every day. Ruan Qiqi took a look and found that Comrade Xiao Chao's magic wand was not as beautiful as hers. The main difference lies in the professionalism with which the bones were handled and the observability of the original owner. After all, most of the Japanese devils are ugly, and there are very few beautiful ones. Comrade Xiao Chao staff owner must not be very good-looking, and the doctor who processed the bones is not as good-looking as Lia, so Ruan Qiqi felt more and more that she had to win over Lia and not let her be stolen by others. Comrade Juan, the things have been processed. Do you want to take a look? Lia walked over, as cold as ever, but her eyes were fixed on the pot of chicken soup, and her throat moved a few times. It smells better when you get closer, so tempting. No need, Dr. Yin's cooking skills are absolutely first-rate. Today we have chicken soup. My brother-in-law sent some dried mushrooms from the border. They are very fragrant. I'll serve them to you. Ruan Qiqi filled a large bowl of chicken soup and also picked up a lot of each dish, enough for Lia and her husband. She also generously gave some beef jerky. She has always been generous and not stingy towards people who share the same ideals as her. This is yak jerky. It's hard but delicious. My brother-in-law sent it from the border. Lia's eyes lit up. She bit off a piece of dried meat and chewed it carefully. As expected, she tasted the unique flavor. Her eyes lit up even brighter. It's delicious. Can you ask your brother-in-law to buy some for me? I'll pay for it. She doesn't eat it for free, she pays for it. Of course, I'll tell you the price after I ask. Ruan Qiqi agreed readily. She didn't have enough to eat anyway. The Lu Jiafeng brothers were easy to please. They could be coaxed into submission with just a little bit of benefit. They were exactly like old man Lu. She now doubts that when Lu Dixing was young, he should not be much stronger than the Lu Jiafeng brothers. Otherwise, how could he be so bewitched by Lin Manyun's not-so-clever methods? There's a new little devil here. He's pretty, just as pretty as this one. I'll send him to you after I've dealt with him. Lia mentioned the new Japanese soldier, who had arrived recently. His head shape and bone shape were very standard. He was sent by someone from above and was specifically asked to be dealt with. As soon as she heard it, she knew it was what Ruan Qiqi wanted. Okay, take your time, don't rush. Ruan Qiqi was smiling and in a very good mood. Now that she had 2 sets of spines, she could make bone whips in the evening. Lia was also in a good mood. She placed the dishes on the tray and held it steadily, with the bag of beef jerky still hanging on her arm. Although she looked thin, she was very strong. When she got home, the soup was not spilled at all. Gao Shongjin had already brought back a large bowl of rice. When he smelled the aroma of the chicken soup, his eyes lit up. He took the dish attentively, moved a chair for his wife, served the rice, and served her very attentively. He has a good life now, thanks to his wife. Now he finally understands Lu Yi. It really feels good to live off someone. Lu Yi hasn't come back today. He is in Group A's old nest. The contact point is a gray hotel called Guoguang Hotel. There is a secret passage in the hotel leading to Group A's office. Lu Yi was called over by Director Mu because he had not submitted his last mission report in Jiangcheng, but Zhong Ji had already submitted his. Zhong Ji has already written it. Why should I write it too? Lu Yi was very impatient. He hated writing reports the most. He had already finished his work, but why was he still writing a report? What a waste of time. What's his is his, and what's yours is yours. That's the Bureau's rule. Director Mu patiently explained the situation to him. Broken rules must be corrected. I spend all day writing reports but not getting much done. Lu Yi retorted unhappily, but still took paper and pen from Director Mu's desk and started writing the report. On a certain day of a certain month of a certain year, Comrade Xuanwu and I went to Jiangcheng to carry out the task of searching for chemical drugs. After our efforts to inquire, we went to a deserted mountain forest and found that the drugs were hidden in a hidden cave. Comrade Xuanwu kept watch outside the cave while I went into the cave to explore. We found 35 boxes of drugs and bravely eliminated the 9 remaining Japanese devils. The mission was successfully completed. Lu Ye's report was concise and clear, and it was written in just 1 paragraph. Director Mu was not surprised and had long been accustomed to it, so she said nothing. After all, even if he said it, Lu Yi wouldn't listen, and instead made him angry to death. There's a girl from Group B? I heard she's very good? Lu Yi asked curiously. Pei Yuanxin has recruited a powerful person. He has an ace in his hand, and his special ability is unknown. He has only been here for less than a month, but he has successfully eliminated the Japanese who have been lurking for many years and also captured many cadres who are corrupted by the Japanese. His ability is indeed very good. Director Mu deliberately exaggerated the situation a bit to arouse Liu Ye's desire to win. I also killed 9 Japanese devils. Liu Ye sneered, very unconvinced. You and Xuanwu killed it together, so you should split it in half. Director Mu corrected. From now on, I will carry out the mission alone. Liu Ye was unhappy. He could complete the task alone without a partner. No, I must be with Xuanwu. Director Mu flatly refused. He said that he could only feel at ease as long as Xuanwu was around. Otherwise, this kid would go crazy and chop himself. Let's go together. I'll still crush Zhihua. Tell Group B that I'll definitely take first place. Zhihua? Forget it. Liu Ye held his breath. He must get the first place and must not lose to that delicate flower. As the number 1 in the bureau, he receives a considerable bonus every year. Now that he has a family, he must earn this money. Okay, I'll pass it on for you. Director Mu was very happy because he liked healthy competition among his subordinates. What delicate flower. I'm a Tyrannosaurus Rex. I can scare him to death with just a sneeze. Liu Ye snorted proudly and went back to have dinner. Qiqi said there would be delicious food in the evening. Director Mu watched his disappearing back with a smile, sighed, and resigned herself to writing the report. Liu Ye completed every task excellently, but this report was written so badly that he had to rewrite it. Well, the 3rd update is complete. The 2 of them will not recognize each other for the time being. It will take some time. We will continue tomorrow. Good night. In the evening, Ruan Qiqi and Liu Ye enjoyed delicious chicken soup. The chicken was an ordinary chicken, but the mushrooms were definitely not ordinary. The soup was so delicious that it made their eyebrows fall off. I'll write to your brother and ask him to send some more beef jerky and mushrooms. They're delicious. The food over the border is pretty good, too. Ruan Qiqi had never been to the border, but the food here was really good. The border is very friendly to animals and plants, but not to humans, and is not suitable for human habitation. Liu Ye poured the remaining dishes into a bowl, mixed them with rice, and ate them all. I'll go over there if I get a chance. Ruan Qiqi did not give up. The border, where the Liu Jiafeng brothers stayed in their previous life, was a popular tourist destination. Many outdoor travelers would check in there, and the photos taken were indeed beautiful. Maybe there will be missions to the border in the future. Soon it was mid-June, the temperature was even higher, and people only needed to wear a shirt when going out. Ruan Qiqi paid back the remaining debts, a total of more than 100,000 yuan. Director Lin was also very trustworthy and paid her the 3,000 yuan bonus in full, and also made her a regular employee. Ruan Qiqi took out half and gave it to Manzai. Qiqi, are they all mine? Manzai asked happily. Yes, we'll each take half, and you give the money to Mom. Ruan Qiqi instructed. Okay, buy new clothes for Mom, buy bread for Dad, buy bones for Mama, buy cake for Qiqi, and buy candy for Ye. Manzai carefully put the money into his school bag and even made plans on how to spend it. Why don't you buy yourself something? Ruan Qiqi was very touched. She didn't expect that Manzai had even included her. Manzai doesn't need it. Manzai shook his head. He had clothes to wear, he was not hungry, and he didn't need to spend money. I'll buy it for you. Ruan Qiqi sniffed and was so moved that her nose started to run. Manzai's hand with a smile. You can have one more cup today. Drink it quickly. Thank you, Qiqi. Manzai took a big sip and was very happy. After drinking half of the milk tea, he suddenly said very seriously, Manzai is so happy now. You'll be happier in the future. Ruan Qiqi promised with a smile. As long as she is in this time and space, she will definitely make Manzai live happily. After drinking the milk tea, Ruan Qiqi sent Manzai home and talked about the money. Manzai has been accompanying me to collect debts these days. He is very capable and has helped me a lot. Without Manzai, the debt collection would not have been so smooth. We split the bonus the factory gave me in half. Manzai said he wanted to buy new clothes for Mom, bread for Dad, and also buy things for me, Liu Ye, and Mama Zhong. Ruan Qiqi smiled and repeated what Manzai had said before. Manzai, who was sitting next to her, shyly covered his face, feeling very embarrassed. Mama Zhong seemed to understand as well, and she kept wagging her tail at her owner until her tail was almost broken. Guan Zhihua and Mr. Liu were so moved that their eyes turned red. They didn't know how much money there was and thought it was just a few dozen yuan, so they didn't refuse. After Ruan Qiqi left, Manzai took out a thick stack of money from a school bag, which scared the old couple. The first reaction was that Manzai had gone to rob a bank. Did Qiqi give it to you? Guan Zhihua asked. Yes, Qiqi said we should each take half, so I should give it to Mom. Manzai stuffed the money into Guan Zhihua's hand. The old couple counted the money and found it was 1,500, a huge sum of money. They didn't expect that Ruan Qiqi would give so much money to Manzai without hesitation. This girl is so really kind-hearted. No wonder Manzi likes to play with her. Guan Zhihua was very touched. Manzai had been visibly happier and in better spirits these days after hanging out with Ruan Qiqi. She didn't expect to get so much money. To put it bluntly, even if Ruan Qiqi didn't share the money, they would think it was natural. After all, who would have the patience to play with a mentally ill person? Ruan Qiqi not only played with Manzai sincerely, but also found a job for Manzai, doing a better job than their parents. Since it is divided equally between Manzi, just accept it. You can thank this girl in other ways in the future, said Grandpa Liu. I'm afraid we won't have the chance to thank her. This girl is very capable and is doing very well in 759. Guan Zhihua smiled. She and Lao Lu had both participated in the construction of 759. Although they have retired now, they still have connections there. Ruan Qiqi is a natural born to do 759. She is calm, bold, careful, and capable. Not long after she started, she became the ace of Group B. Pei Yuan is so precious to her. It's better that there is no chance. It means that the girl is living well. We should be happy for her, said Mr. Liu with a smile. Right. The old couple smiled at each other. Guan Zhihua decided to open a separate account for this money and deposit it for Manzai. Although the debt was almost paid off, Ruan Qiqi did not go to work. She was going to quit at the end of June. Ruan Shuangjiang had already made the decision to take the children to the city at the end of the month, and Ruan Xiaoxue would also come with them. Sister Ruan, phone call. Shouting downstairs. Here it comes. Ruan Qiqi trotted downstairs. The person on the phone was Ding Yi. Comrade Ruan, the chestnut cake you ordered is ready. It's hot, and the cake won't keep long. You'd better come and pick it up as soon as possible. I'll come over now. Ruan Qiqi knew that this was a mission. After returning home to get her bag, she rode her bike to Wudong, West Point. Would you like to try your chestnut cake? I added a lot of ingredients to it. Ding Yi handed over a piece of chestnut cake with a smile, and he looked much better than last time. He drank half of the 2 taels of tea. The effect was very good, and he was able to accumulate a little bit of supernatural power. He has the ability of speed. Although he is fat, even a Tyrannosaurus Rex can't catch up with him when he is fast. Ruan Qiqi dug out a big piece and ate it. It was indeed filled with a lot of ingredients and tasted great. A new item in the store? Ruan Qiqi finished a piece of cake in just a few bites and then took another piece to eat. No, I made it just for you. To thank you for the tea. Ding Yi did not hide his purpose. He had dealt with Ruan Qiqi several times. This girl did not like intrigue and was more suitable for being straightforward. Is the tea delicious? Ruan Qiqi was a little proud. It was her first time to stir-fry tea, but she did a pretty good job. She was truly a genius. It tastes very good, even better than the top-grade tea I bought. Comrade Ruan, do you still have this tea? Can I buy it for you? Ding Yi was generous in his praise and gave the utmost praise. Yes, it's free. I fried it myself, and the rest is all yours. Gave all the remaining tea leaves to Ding Yi. Anyway, the tea leaves in the space have grown new buds, so she can fry them later. Thank you. I will make sure you have enough cake from now on, absolutely. Ding Yi made a solemn promise. Okay, I'll give it to you after you finish your tea. Ruan Qiqi also promised that exchanging tea for cake was a very good deal. Both parties reached an amicable agreement and were very satisfied. Ruan Qiqi ate 3 pieces of chestnut cakes and asked Ding Yi to pack a few more pieces for her to take home for Lu Yi. She went to Pei Yuan's office. There is a Japanese soldier who's been lurking for many years. He once caused us great losses. His code name is Eel. We have been looking for him for a long time, but there is no news. We once suspected that he was dead, but recently we captured a Japanese soldier. He confessed that Manhwa is still alive and in Tanzhou City. The organization hopes that we can find Manhwa. This task is given to you and Comrade Fu Manduo. Is there any problem? No problem. Where's Manhwa's information? Ruan Qiqi agreed readily. She was the best at finding people. Pei Yuan gave her a stack of information, but there was no photo of Manhwa. This Japanese soldier was very careful and was a master of disguise. He never revealed his true face. The information is very thick, containing all the evil things that the eel has done. He is indeed a powerful guy. He was almost caught several times, but he always managed to escape. Judging from his age, he should be around 50 years old. By the way, I have something else to tell you. Comrade Tyrannosaurus from Group A sent someone to tell me that the first place will always be his. Don't even think about it. Pei Yuan said with a smile. Who does he think he is? He's not afraid of getting his tongue tangled when he brags. Tell him that the first place is mine and he won't even think about it. Ruan Qiqi had no interest in being the first, but she could not stand provocation. This Tyrannosaurus was too arrogant. He actually dared to issue a challenge to her. Humph, let's fight. She is a delicate flower covered with thorns, and she can't kill this Tyrannosaurus Rex. I have confidence in you. Our Group B will definitely be the first this year, and the prize money will definitely be yours. Pei Yuan encouraged. There's a bonus for first place? How much is it? Ruan Qiqi's eyes lit up. In the past, it was 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, which was allocated by the general administration. Depending on the completion rate of the task, this year it should not be less than 3,000 yuan, and there are also TV tickets and air tickets. Pei Yuan threw out a delicious bait. TV and air tickets are very popular. Ruan Qiqi was not very interested in the TV and plane tickets. She wanted the 3,000 yuan. Tell that little bug again that I'm a queen of flowers who eats bugs. I'll take the first place. He can go wherever he wants. Ruan Qiqi raised her delicate chin and uttered harsh words. Okay, I will definitely pass it on to Group A's mother director, and he will pass it on to Tyrannosaurus. Pei Yuan suppressed his laughter and agreed. Once you find Manhwa, don't alert him. Be sure to inform the bureau. Eel's knife skills are very powerful. Even you and Fu Manduo combined can't beat him. Pei Yuan reminded again and again. Ruan Qiqi is his beloved baby. Nothing must happen to her.
No.
Ruan Qiqi agreed. She was also quite curious about the eel. It was the first time she saw Pei Yuan so serious. How powerful could this little Japanese be? After Ruan Qiqi left, he couldn't wait to call Director Mu. Comrade Lao Mu, I have something to tell you.
I'm so sorry.
Comrade Zhihua from our group has a bad temper. She asked me to pass a message to Comrade Baolong. The original words were as follows. Pei Yuan imitated Ruan Qiqi's tone perfectly, especially when he said little bug. He even slowed down his speech. This Zhihua is too arrogant. Although he is a bit more capable, Tyrannosaurus is still his senior. Xiao Pei, you are not qualified as a leader. You have not done a good job in ideological work for your subordinates. Director Mu was not happy to hear this, because Tyrannosaurus was his right-hand man, and Zhihua looked down on Tyrannosaurus, which meant she looked down on him. I can't help it. Zhihua is too powerful. My dear, she can't catch up. Comrade Mother, you can definitely understand my feelings. After all, Tyrannosaurus used to have this temper. Pei Yuan finally got back the frustration he had felt back then. He had to listen to Director Mu showing off every year, and he had no choice but to listen. It made him feel so frustrated. Things change, and this year it's my mother's turn to feel upset. The two leaders fought openly and secretly, and the fight between Tyrannosaurus and Zhihua also officially began. especially when Lu Yi learned that Zhihua actually called him a little bug. He was so angry that he almost used his supernatural powers to find out Zhihua's address and go to her house to teach this guy a lesson. But he still restrained himself because the Bureau had regulations that prohibited using supernatural powers on colleagues. Stimulated, Lu Yi changed his previous lazy attitude and took the initiative to ask Director Mu for tasks, asking for 3 at a time. As a result, he was extremely busy in June and often did not go home for several days. Why are there no troops left? Are you being sent alone to carry out the mission? Ruan Qiqi was a little resentful. He was away from home for most of the month. They had only been married for 3 months, and she was going to be alone in an empty house? Don't mention it. Here comes an arrogant guy who threatens to challenge me. Humph. I have to teach him a lesson. Lu Yi didn't elaborate. He rarely talked about work at home. How dare you look down on you? Give him a lesson and teach him a lesson. Ruan Qiqi was also angry. Looking down on her man meant looking down on her. Don't worry, I will definitely make him regret saying those crazy words.
Lu Yi snorted.
In this world, only Qiqi could suppress him. No one else could. Soon, Ruan Qiqi no longer felt resentful because she also started to get busy. Originally, she thought it would be easy to find Manyu. After all, she had all the trees in the city to help her, especially the camphor trees and ginkgo trees. Because of the old ginkgo and old camphor trees, communication was particularly smooth, and she was able to find out a lot of information. However, according to the information given by Pei Yuan, she asked the ginkgo and camphor trees in the city to investigate, and did find out a few suspicious people, but when she and Manzai went to test them, none of them was Manyu. Ruan Qiqi was somewhat suspicious that Pei Yuan had received false news and that Manyu was either dead or not in Tanzhou City. Impossible. The news is absolutely reliable. Manyu is in Tanzhou City. Pei Yuan's tone was very confident. The Japanese soldier who confessed was interrogated by Tyrannosaurus himself. The information obtained from Tyrannosaurus' interrogation was never wrong, because no one could stand his interrogation method. They just wanted to die quickly and would not make false confessions. Tyrannosaurus can't be wrong when interrogating people. This mission originally belonged to Tyrannosaurus, but I snatched it away from him. Tyrannosaurus also said that if you can't find it, you should return the mission to him. I'm sure I'll find it. Ruan Qiqi knew that Pei Yuan was trying to provoke her, but she just couldn't stand it. Even if this fish had burrowed into the bottom of the sea, she would find it out. And that Tyrannosaurus Rex, it's a pity that 759 didn't allow her colleagues to investigate. Otherwise, she would definitely go and teach this guy a lesson. Ruan Qiqi was not in a hurry to look for Manyu. She felt as if she had walked into a misunderstanding, like a maze, going around in circles and wasting time. Why not take a few days off first? Maybe we'll make some new discoveries. Just like when she was doing math problems before, she tried several solutions but none of them worked, so she went out for a walk. When she came back, it suddenly became clear to her, and she solved the problem right away. Besides, Ruan Shuangjiang and Ruan Xiaoxue are coming, so she has to go home to receive them. Ruan Qiqi cleaned up the dining room, partitioned off half of it, and put 2 beds in it, just enough for 2 adults and 2 children to sleep. Wednesday. Ruan Shuangjiang had already packed her luggage. Her second sister said on the phone that she only needed to bring a few sets of clothes to change, and she could buy whatever she needed after entering the city. But she still packed several large bags. Her second sister's money was not blown by the wind, so she could save a little bit. Mom, can we really go to school in the city? Ruan Yen still couldn't believe it. It was like a dream. She was worried that she would suddenly wake up and return to her previous life. Every time she asked her aunt if it was true, her aunt would take her to see the graves of her grandparents and father. The tombstones were still new, and the cemetery was desolate and overgrown with grass. Seeing the grave, Ruan Yen felt relieved. All the members of the Li family were dead and would never bully them again. But after all, they are children, and they will start to worry after a while. After all, their life now is too happy, so happy that it doesn't seem real. It's true. Your second aunt found a job for Mom. From now on, we can all eat state-funded food. You and your sister can go to school in the city and don't have to go back to the countryside. Ruan Qiqi actually felt like she was dreaming. In less than half a year, her life had changed dramatically. The second sister married a military officer, and the youngest sister is about to become a glorious female soldier. She is now on the government payroll, a life she never dared to dream of before, but now it has all come true. This is all the blessing brought by my second sister. Sister, it's time to go into the mountains. Ruan Qiqi walked in. She had prepared some side dishes and some wine, all of which were her parents' favorite dishes when they were alive. I have to tell my parents before I leave, because I won't come back often in the future. Ruan Qiqi felt a little emotional. She had no regrets about leaving Ruan Qiqi, but she was most reluctant to leave her father Ruan. Her mother had faded a lot in her heart. After all, she had passed away for so many years. Fortunately, Tanzhou City is not far from Ruanjia, so she can find time to come back and visit her parents later. The family walked towards the back mountain and met many villagers on the way. The team leader was also there. They were all working in the fields. Frost, light snow, are you going to the mountain? The captain asked enthusiastically. Well, my eldest sister is going to the city to work and is saying goodbye to my parents. Ruan Qiqi said loudly. The eldest sister's job is now settled, and she can finally show off to the villagers and make those who look down on her sisters jealous to death. The air suddenly became quiet, and everyone's expressions froze as if they had pressed the stop button.
Ouch.
The captain's hand fell down and hit his own foot, causing him to cry in pain. Others also reacted and asked questions at once. Shuangjiang wants to go to the city to work? He is a temporary worker in the county? Which factory? Everyone thought that Ruan Shuangjiang was going to the county town as a temporary worker. There were only 2 state-owned factories in the county town, a textile factory and a machinery factory. No matter which one she went to, they would be jealous. Temporary workers can earn more than 10 yuan a month. Even if they work very hard in the countryside, they may not have more than 10 yuan left at the end of the year. Temporary workers are also very popular, and you need connections to get a job. It's Tanzhou City. My second sister's job was transferred to my eldest sister, and she's now a full-time employee at the winery. Ruan Qiqi said proudly.
Ouch.
The captain dropped the hoe he had just picked up again, this time hitting his other foot, and both feet were swollen. He didn't care about the pain in his legs and asked anxiously, Qiqi is not going to work? Is she going to have a baby? My second sister performed so well that she was recommended to go to the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. Ruan Qiqi's answer shocked everyone again. Everyone was shocked once, twice, and 3 times, but they had become numb and their jealousy faded. This Ruan Qiqi is like a blessed being. Good things keep coming to her. They are so jealous. There is also Ruan Shuangjiang, a divorced old woman with 2 burdens, who actually eats the government food in Tanzhou City. To put it bluntly, Ruan Shuangjiang is not ugly, not old, and eats the government food, so it will be no problem for her to find a younger man. It really was true what that crazy woman Ruan Qiqi said. Ruan Guiming's family is getting more and more unlucky, and now they have turned into ashes, while the lives of their sisters are getting better and better, and they all eat government food. No, there is another Ruan Qiqi. Villagers felt a little relieved. At least there was someone like them. Qiqi, will you be alone in the village from now on? Asked the team leader. I will sign up for conscription in the second half of the year. Ruan Qiqi said with great pride. Her biggest wish was to become a glorious female soldier, and it finally came true. The villagers were finally heartbroken. Ruan Qiqi's husband was the deputy regiment commander, and it was a foregone conclusion that Ruan Qiqi would join the army. Congratulations to you. The team leader said the congratulations against his will. He was almost jealous to death. Darn it, the 3 crazy women in the Ruan family were all eating public food, but he was still just a small team leader who had to work in the fields in the wind and rain every day and couldn't even afford to buy meat. 20 years in the east, 20 years in the west. The captain suddenly thought of this sentence. It has not even been 20 years yet. When Ruan Qiqi's father was alive, the family conditions were very good. It was only in the 2 years since Ruan's father passed away that the family became a little tight. Unexpectedly, after this girl Ruan Qiqi went crazy, her luck became better and better. Could it be that going crazy could really bring good luck? The team leader couldn't help but think deeply and felt eager to do something. He had to go to the commune for a meeting in the afternoon, otherwise, would he also go crazy? The Ruan Qiqi sisters went up the mountain under the envious gazes of everyone. It had rained yesterday, and the mountain road was very slippery. If they were not careful, they would fall, so they had to walk slowly. You shouldn't tell anyone about your military service. It's easy to get jealous. After I move to the city, you'll live alone. You have to keep a low profile on everything. Ruan Qiqi whispered to her that her younger sister was a beautiful girl, living alone in the countryside, and she was really worried about her. We were low-key enough before, but we were still bullied. Humph, I won't swallow my anger in the future. I will do whatever I want. At worst, I will fight to the death. As Ruan Qiqi spoke, she used a hatchet to cut the thatch on the roadside. The thatch in June grew very tall, and the leaves were like scimitars, very sharp, and could easily cut the skin. Thatch, blades like knives, yes, fight with all your strength. Ruan Qiqi responded loudly, and was also using a sickle to cut the thatch. She had been eating well these days, and had grown a lot taller, and gained more strength. She is now Ruan Qiqi's little follower. She is brave, has a strong personality, and is not afraid of fighting. All the older children in the village are afraid of her. Ice life. Responded in a baby voice. So good. Ruan Qiqi gently pinched the two girls' faces and spoke in a praising tone. Ruan Qiqi was amused by them and stopped trying to persuade them. She had been reflecting on this these days. Perhaps the ideas she had been taught since she was a child were not right. Women did not have to be virtuous and endure hardships. Living happily and freely like her second sister would make them happier. She'll have to change in the future and set a good example for her two daughters. Ruan's father and mother were buried together. The cemetery was clean and tidy. Ruan Qiqi often went up the mountain to clean it. She and Ruan Qiqi put down their baskets, pulled out the newly grown grass, placed the side dishes in front of the tomb one by one, poured wine, and lit incense and candles. Although feudal superstition is not allowed nowadays, people in the village still worship their ancestors. Everyone knows it, and no one will report it. Dad, Mom, my second sister is very capable now. She is the pillar of the family. She also found a very good son-in-law who is an officer and is now the deputy commander of a regiment. My second sister will go to college soon. She also found a job for me in a state-owned factory. My youngest sister will also join the army in the second half of the year. Our family is now the best in the village. You and Mom can rest assured. Ruan Qiqi poured the wine on the ground and talked about how life at home was getting better and better. Sisters talked a lot and finally kowtowed respectfully and went down the mountain. We'll be going into the city tomorrow. After dinner in the evening, they will prepare to go to bed. They have to get up early tomorrow morning to take the bus to the commune. Frost, light snow. There was a loud knock on the door, and the captain's wife's anxious voice came in. Here it comes. Ruan Qiqi had already gone to bed. She quickly put on her clothes and went to open the door. When she saw the captain's wife, who had always been strong, her eyes turned red and her face was full of anxiety. Qiqi, something happened to your second uncle. The captain's wife burst into tears as soon as she opened her mouth. Ruan Qiqi helped her into the house, made a cup of hot tea, and finally understood. Second uncle has always been steady. How could he do such a stupid thing? Ruan Qiqi was very puzzled. The team leader, who had always been timid and fearful, was so bold as to tease the commune secretary. In the afternoon, he went to the commune for a meeting. After the meeting, the team leader took the initiative to find the secretary to report on his work. As he was talking, the team leader became crazy and approached the commune's secretary mysteriously and asked with a wicked smile, "Secretary, do you want to have love 7 times a night? I have a secret recipe." The The secretary actually asked him to tell the secret recipe, but the captain actually asked the secretary to drink his own urine, which made the secretary speechless for at least 3 minutes. Finally, the secretary said, "Comrade Ruan Qiqi, you're not strong enough, so give the opportunity to the young people." Afterwards, but the captain's heart was in his throat. He went home and locked himself in the room, keeping silent. During dinner, the captain's wife called him for a long time, but there was no response. Then she realized that he was missing. This unlucky guy who got his head chopped off not only drinks urine himself, but also makes the secretary drink it. Does he think his life is too long or too hard? Now he can't even be the team leader. I know him best. He is a power-hungry person. Not letting him be the team leader is like asking for his life. This unlucky guy must be seeking death. The captain's wife was crying and cursing. She couldn't find anyone in the village to discuss things with, so the first people she thought of were the Ruan Qiqi sisters. Now, they were the most promising sisters in the village. Second uncle is very afraid of death. He will definitely not seek death, don't worry. Ruan Qiqi also stood up. She was very disgusted with the team leader, who was so stupid that it didn't matter that he drank his own urine, but he also went to the secretary and acted crazy. He deserved to be scolded by the secretary. "Shuangjung, Xiaoxue, you have a good relationship with Director Ma. Can you talk to him and ask the secretary to plead for mercy and ask him not to remove Guiliang from his position, okay?" The captain's wife begged. The secretary is just talking. He didn't really remove second uncle from his position. Although second uncle is mediocre and timid, in the entire Ruan Qiqi, second uncle is the only one who can be the captain. The secretary will not replace him with anyone else, don't worry. Ruan Qiqi's tone was very certain. The secretary was not a petty person. It was impossible for him to remove the team leader from his position because of a crazy remark. At most, he just wanted to scare him. Really? Xiaoxue, please don't try to trick me? The captain's wife didn't quite believe it. After all, when the captain returned home, he looked so sad that she didn't even feel that sad when her father-in-law died. "I coaxed you to get money? Second aunt, you should go home and take a nap." Second uncle came back because he was hungry. He is timid and dare not stay in the mountains for too long. Ruan Qiqi knew very well the captain's bad character, and maybe he had already gone home for dinner. The captain's wife went home half believing and half doubting. As soon as she entered the house, she saw the captain sitting by the fire, wolfing down a bowl of cold rice. She felt relieved immediately. "Xiaoxue said that you will have no problem with your small position. Just keep calm." Did she really say that? The captain's eyes lit up and his mind was working rapidly. Ruan Qiqi and Director Ma had a good relationship, so maybe this was what Director Ma meant. Darn it, he had worried for nothing all night. "I lied to you and you got paid? Brush your teeth after dinner. I'm warning you, if you drink urine again, I'll feed you shoot. It's not enough for you to drink the annoy of a stupid pig, but you went to the secretary and talked nonsense. If I were the secretary, I would slap you to death." The captain's wife went to bed cursing, but the captain didn't even fart. He finished his meal obediently, brushed his teeth, and washed his face honestly, cursing in his heart. He is so unlucky. His third uncle drank urine and was able to give birth to a fat son at the age of 70. But drinking urine is useless for him, and he is still unable to do what he wants. Ruan Qiqi was able to marry an officer and go to college when she went crazy, but he finally went crazy and was scared to death. Darn. Nothing good ever happens to him. The third update is completed. Today's word count is quite large. It's not that the author won't update, but the author often gets stuck. Once stuck, he can't write more than a few words in a day, so he can only use the saved drafts. Also, the author often has to go out to absorb yang energy, so he also needs to have saved drafts. Therefore, the author can only guarantee 3 updates, but the word count is definitely more than 6,000, and sometimes there will be more than 7,000. Mwah. Good night. Ruan Qiqi got up early on purpose and rode her bike to the vegetable market to buy a lot of vegetables. Tanzhou Vegetable Market occasionally sells eels, but it depends on luck. She took out 2 eels from the space and thought they were bought at the vegetable market. Sister Ruan, are you expecting a visitor? When I returned to the family building, people greeted me along the way. My eldest sister, my younger sister, and my niece are coming to stay for a few days. Ruan Qiqi responded with a smile. No wonder you bought so many vegetables? Sister Ruan, this is the dried pomelo I made. Give it to your niece. Zhihua enthusiastically handed over a small bag of dried grapefruits. There were not many, only about 2 or 3 tails. They were crescent-shaped, with green skin and snow-white flesh, and looked very nice. Ruan Qiqi took a piece and ate it. It was sweet and a little hard, with a fresh scent of grapefruit. It was very refreshing and tasted very good. Is this made of grapefruit? It was her first time eating this, and she was very curious, and she also developed a strong interest in Zhihua's hometown. There are many foods she has never eaten, and they all taste delicious. She must go there to have a try if she has the chance. Yes, it's made from green grapefruit from my hometown. It's called orange peel. It uses a lot of sugar, so I rarely make it. Zhihua talked about the production process, which is very complicated and costly. She only makes a little every year for herself and her children. If she didn't want to curry favor with Ruan Qiqi, she would not be willing to give it away. Orange peel, a specialty of Yongxin, Jiangxi. The author has only eaten it in Jiangxi. It is delicious. Ruan Qiqi understood what she meant, accepted the dried grapefruit, and said, I will provide the materials when the time comes, and you can help me make a batch, and I will pay you. How much salary do you need to live in a building? Zhihua smiled, and the reluctance in her heart immediately disappeared, and she even said a few polite words. I'll pay you, but you have to finish the work with all the materials I give you, and it has to be clean and hygienic. If you can't do it, I'll find someone else to do it next time. It's absolutely clean and hygienic. You can rest assured that I'm doing a good job. I'm not bragging. All the women in the family building combined are not as good as me in cooking. When it comes to cooking, I'm second to none. No one dares to claim to be the best. Zhihua was so proud that she almost stuck her tail up to the sky, and she took the opportunity to step on all the women in the building. Lu Danny, who happened to be passing by, heard her shameless words, snorted heavily, and stuck her butt out hard, pushing Zhihua to the side and almost causing her to fall flat on her face. I'm sorry, I saw you, but I didn't see my butt. It's because I have a big butt. In this building, my butt is second to none. Lu Danny imitated her way of speaking, raised her chin, and was full of arrogance. After she finished speaking, she squinted her eyes and walked away with a swagger. Zhihua was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but she only dared to curse in a low voice. She was no match for Lu Danny in terms of fighting strength, and her popularity was not as good as Lu Danny's. She couldn't win. Ruan Qiqi watched the show and left with a smile. Although the women in the family building each had their own shortcomings, they generally did not have any bad intentions. In the past, it was Ji Xianglian who was doing bad things. After she left, the atmosphere in the family building improved a lot. At noon, Lu Yi went to the bus station to pick them up. They all looked tired after sitting on the bus for such a long time. Ruan Qiqi prepared a large table of dishes, including steamed eel, braised pork, fried prawns, sweet and sour spare ribs, dried bamboo shoots and old duck soup, etc. Second sister, I picked some ground vegetables this morning, washed them, and fried them to eat in the evening. Ruan Xiaoxua handed over the basket with a smile. She had gone up the mountain to pick ground vegetables before dawn in the morning. She washed them clean in the river and brought them specially for her second sister. And the snail meat, wash it clean and stir-fry it with chili and basil. It's delicious. Ruan Shuangjiang took out everything from the backpack, most of which were wild vegetables, snail meat, dried mushrooms, dried bamboo shoots, dried wild vegetables, etc., which were piled up on the ground into a small hill. She and her child didn't bring much with them, just some clothes to change into. Let's eat first. Nian Nian and Pan Pan are both hungry. Ruan Qiqi put the things aside and would clean them up later. Ruan Nian and Ruan Pan kept swallowing their saliva, but they didn't dare to move until the adults started eating. The family sat down. Manzai's voice came from the corridor. Qiqi, yeah, eat dumplings. Mama Zhong ran fast and arrived before Manzai. She rushed in front of Ruan Qiqi and wagged her tail. Ruan Qiqi picked up a piece of braised pork and stuffed it into its mouth. The pork was swallowed in one gulp and it raised its head to eat more. We haven't eaten yet, wait. Ruan Qiqi cursed with a smile and pushed the dog's head aside. Mama Zhong came closer again shamelessly, with its tail swung like a phantom. The dog also had its own ideas. It must be because it didn't shake it hard enough, so it won't eat the meat. Oh. It needs to shake it harder, so it can have more meat to eat. Ruan Qiqi was so annoyed that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had to get a basin and mix a large bowl of rice with the broth for it and put some of each dish in it, even the green vegetables that Mama Zhong hated. Eating a combination of meat and vegetables is good for your health.
Eat it.
She brought the meal to the door and let Mama Zhong eat by herself. Manzai also arrived, holding a large bowl of dumplings. He stood at the door and didn't dare to come in. He had never met the Ruan Qiqi sisters and felt a little restrained. Qiqi, yeah, eat dumplings. Manzai said in a low voice, trying to shrink his tall body as much as possible for fear of attracting other people's dislike. They are my sister and my niece, they are my family, don't be afraid, Manzai. Today we have your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs and prawns. Do you want to eat together? Ruan Qiqi walked over and pulled him into the house, and Lu Yi also went over to comfort him. Manzai then came in hesitantly, looked timidly at Ruan Qiqi and Ruan Xiaoxue, and finally chose to sit next to little Ruan Yan. Hello, uncle. Ruan Yan called out politely. Call me daddy. Manzai suddenly perked up and corrected her. My father is dead, and you are my uncle. Ruan Yan corrected him seriously. She felt that this uncle was not very smart. Ruan Qiqi didn't care. Manzai was different from normal people, and she could tell it at a glance, so her words couldn't be taken seriously. Manzai and the sisters Ruan Yan got along very well and made an appointment to play the statue game after dinner. In just a few minutes, Manzai became very active with them. The fish is delicious.
Ruan Pan likes to eat steamed eel.
The meat is tender, boneless, and very fresh. She ate a big piece and wanted to eat more. Manzai also liked to eat it. He picked up a piece of eel for Ruan Pan, picked up a piece for Ruan Yan, and picked up a piece for himself. He said to them, It's called eel. It can be a father or a mother. It's amazing. Aren't there male and female ones? Ruan Yan didn't quite understand. Just like chickens, ducks, pigs, dogs, and cows, there are male and female ones. Fish are also divided into male and female. Female fish have eggs, but male fish don't. Why is this fish neither male nor female? Because they're awesome. Manzai couldn't explain it clearly. He just said that eels are powerful. It was the first time for Ruan Xiaoxue and Ruan Qiqi to eat eel. They had never even heard of it before. They were so surprised. Ruan Qiqi smiled and asked, Is it the same as yellow eel? She knew that there is no distinction between male and female eels. They are female when they are young and male when they grow up. There are also earthworms, both male and female. Manzai's big eyes were confused, and he didn't know how to answer. Lu Yi was also a little confused because he only knew how to eat and had never paid attention to the issue of male and female. Everyone looked at Ruan Qiqi, subconsciously thinking that she should know. Ruan Qiqi ate a piece of eel meat and said with a smile, The gender of eels can change with the environment. They can be male or female. That's why Manzai said that they can be both mother and father. This is amazing. If people can do this, they can save money on marrying a wife. Ruan Qiqi sighed. Now she could save all the money on betrothal gifts and dowry. What a relief. Sister, what are you talking about? If people were like eels, they would become servants. Ruan Xiaoxue said with a smile. Ruan Qiqi was listening with a smile on her face, but suddenly her expression changed. The confusion that had been bothering her for a long time suddenly became clear.
Eels
can be male or female, changing gender as the environment changes. So, she only let the trees find men, which was the wrong direction. That darn eel might be hiding in Tanzhou City as a woman. watching her make a fool of herself. What happened to Qiqi? Lu Yi asked with concern. Nothing, just remembered something. These dumplings are really delicious. Ruan Qiqi picked up a dumpling and ate it. It was stuffed with shepherd's purse and meat, with more meat than vegetables. It tasted better than the ones made by Wang Zhihua and Yuan Huilan. My mom made them. Manzai was very proud and said, My mom's wontons are delicious too. I'll bring some to you next time.
Ugh.
Ruan Qiqi agreed with a smile. Guan Zhihua was from Shanghai, and the wontons in Shanghai were indeed delicious. After dinner, Manzai went downstairs to play with Ruan Yen and Ruan Pan. They also called a group of children to play the statue game together. They had a lot of fun. Ruan Yen and her sister quickly became friends with the children in the staff building. The next day, Lu Yi went to work, while Ruan Qiqi took her family shopping to buy clothes for Ruan Shuangjiang. She originally wanted to buy ready-made clothes, but Ruan Shuangjiang strongly opposed it. In the end, she only bought cloth so that she could make the clothes herself and save a lot of money. She also bought sandals and bags and new shoes for Ruan Xiaoxue and the two little girls, as well as snacks and candies. Seeing Ruan Qiqi spending money like water, Ruan Shuangjiang felt very distressed and kept persuading her to buy less, but Ruan Qiqi didn't listen. Ruan Shuangjiang lived in the staff dormitory for 3 days and then reported to the winery. Director Lin kept his word and arranged a house for her. The furniture was ready-made, and there was no need to buy anything. The Ruan Yen sisters also went to the factory kindergarten, and they didn't have to pay tuition, which saved Ruan Shuangjiang a lot of trouble, and she could work with peace of mind. Ruan Xiaoxue stayed there for a week and then returned to Ruanjiwan. Since there would be conscription in the autumn in the second half of the year, she couldn't stay in Ruanjiwan for long. Ruan Qiqi also started working, taking Manzai and Mama Jiang with her to look for eels. This time she asked Shu Shu and the others to find a woman. Sure enough, within 3 days, they received a reply. There was a tractor factory in the city, and there was a woman named Wang Zhihua who looked very similar to the eel in the information. Wang Zhihua worked as an accountant in the tractor factory, which has been in operation for 10 years. She has strong professional skills and is now the chief accountant of the tractor factory, enjoying the trust of the factory director. The woman is about 165 centimeters tall, with fair skin, a slightly plump figure, and speaks softly. Although she is in her 50s, she looks no more than 40. She is still charming and is very popular among the men in the factory. From a retired old man in his 70s to a bachelor in his 30s, all of them are the meat in Wang Xihua's bowl, and they are very passionate about each other. Ruan Qiqi found the tractor factory and sneaked in with Manzai. There were many ginkgo trees planted in the factory, so it was effortless for them to get information, and they soon obtained more complete information.
Wow.
Wang Zhihua is such a capable person. Regular mistresses and countless casual affairs. Moreover, the 3 regular mistresses all know each other's existence, and they always tacitly stagger their trysts, and they get along very harmoniously. Wang Zhihua is very popular in the factory. From the factory director to the old janitor, men and women, young and old, everyone has a very good relationship with her. Even the mistress's wife became best friends with Wang Zhihua. They were so close that even Ruan Qiqi, who came from the future, was dumbfounded and amazed. Wang Zhihua had a lover who worked in the factory's security department. He was in his 40s and strong. He was the lover she was most satisfied with. Another lover's cousin had a good relationship with her, so she introduced the lover in the security department to the cousin of another lover, and all of them were very satisfied. Ruan Qiqi was confused by the news reported by Gossip Ginkgo. This was no longer a simple triangle relationship, but a complicated 4-corner relationship. No, it was a 5-corner relationship. She had to sort it out. Ruan Qiqi took out a pen and paper from her bag and marked all the characters that appeared. Wang Zhihua, Mistress A, Mistress B, and Mistress C. Among them, Mistress C is a bachelor, Mistress A's physical condition is slightly inferior, and Mistress B is strong and healthy. Then, Mistress B got in touch with Mistress A's cousin through Wang Zhihua. According to Ginkgo, Lover C and Lover A's cousins seemed to have hooked up, and it was also Wang Xiuhua who introduced them. Ruan Qiqi was listening to ginkgo gossip while writing and drawing on paper. Looking at this pile of complicated relationships, she had 3 black lines on her forehead. Older generation are so exciting. She is now somewhat doubtful of Wang Xiuhua's identity. She is playing so wildly, so she should not be a Japanese soldier, right? Almost all the Japanese devils she had dealt with during this period lived in fear, being cautious and low-key, and absolutely dared not engage in matters between men and women. Even though Gao Yufei was married, he killed his wife. However, Wang Xiuhua lived a comfortable life and had many concubines in her harem. Not to mention, in the 1970s, even in later generations, her behavior was too eye-catching. Is she really the eel that even Pei Yuan is afraid of? Ruan Qiqi was a little skeptical. According to common sense, people who do undercover work would not be as ostentatious and high-profile as Wang Xiuhua, as if they were afraid of not being discovered. This was not something that a good agent would do at all. She also asked the trees in the tractor factory, but none of them noticed anything abnormal with Wang Xiuhua. Gao Yufei and Tanaka Kenichi were both very cautious, but they still revealed their flaws. For example, Gao Yufei would speak his hometown dialect under a tree alone, and Tanaka Kenichi would secretly make sushi at home. This is because people are not robots, and after being away from home for many years, it is impossible not to miss home, and it is inevitable that some flaws will be revealed. But Wang Xiuhua was flawless. She spoke fluent Tanzhou dialect, even with a slight accent from the nearby county. It was obvious that she was not a native of Tanzhou, but someone who had migrated from a small county. Wang Xiuhua's file states that her hometown is a county town next to Tanzhou. The accent matches perfectly, and this woman can also cook authentic hometown food. It would be difficult for someone who is not a native of the area to make such authentic flavors. Ruan Qiqi got Wang Xiuhua's file. There was not much content, but it described this woman's life clearly. She got married once when she was 20 years old, but her husband died in the war. She had no children and never remarried. She has been single ever since. However, Wang Xiuhua's private life has always been rich. After her husband died, she lived with a man who worked in a bank. She had no worries about food and clothing, and this man also taught her accounting. Over the years, Wang Xiuhua has been surrounded by a constant stream of men, including foreign compradors, government officials, police officers, military officers, doctors, etc., all of whom are prominent men in society. 10 years ago, Wang Xiuhua relied on the relationship of a mistress to come to the tractor factory to work as an accountant, and has been working there ever since. Ruan Qiqi still admires this kind of woman. Putting aside the moral point of view, a woman like Wang Xiuhua can live a good life at all times and will never compromise herself. So, could such a woman really be the cold-blooded and vicious agent eel? Ruan Qiqi and the trees near Wang Xiuhua's residence chatted for a while, but still found nothing. She was undecided, so she ran to find Pei Yuan and told him about her discovery, hoping that Pei Yuan would give an order to arrest Wang Xiuhua. She still believed in the information she had found. Holmes told Watson that when you have eliminated all the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how unbelievable, is the fact. In Tanzhou City, the only person who matches the information is Wang Xiuhua. Wang Xiuhua? She's a female, has a chaotic private life, has 3 regular mistresses, and has had countless casual affairs. Pei Yuan looked at the information submitted by Ruan Qiqi, but couldn't read any further after reading just a few lines. Sharuan, the information I gave you clearly states that Eel is a man and is not interested in women. He likes to be alone. Even his colleagues have never seen his true face. His whereabouts are very mysterious. How is this Wang Xiuhua you found similar to Eel? Pei Yuan asked in a nice voice. You said that no one has ever seen the true face of Eel, so how can you be sure that he is a man? Can't he be a woman disguised as a man? Ruan Qiqi asked back confidently. Pei Yuan choked and began to reflect. It did make sense. No one had ever seen the eel's true appearance, so how could they be sure that he was a man? Even if Eel is a woman, What she did violated the taboos of agents. You have to know that Eel is an excellent agent that Sakura country is proud of. She has caused us great losses. She is not an ordinary person. Pei Yuan's tone was very serious. Before he came to 759, he also did underground work. Although he had never dealt with eels directly, his master who introduced him to the industry, an excellent old underground worker, was exposed because of eels. Less than a month before the Japanese surrender, his master died. He was not able to see the Japanese surrender with his own eyes, nor was he able to see the founding of New China, which was his master's dream. Pei Yuan swore that he would catch an eel in his lifetime, bring the blood of the darn Japanese devils, and go to his master's grave to pay tribute to him and comfort his master's spirit in heaven. Because she is not an ordinary person, she behaves in a unique way, and she does the opposite. The effect is really achieved. If you don't believe that she is an eel, others certainly won't believe it either. Wang Xiuhua has achieved the goal of hiding in the crowd. The more Ruan Qiqi analyzed, the more he felt that Wang Xiuhua was an eel. But if Pei Yuan didn't give the order, she couldn't arrest Wang Xiuhua. There were too many rules now, and it was very restrictive and troublesome. Pei Yuan frowned slightly. It sounded somewhat reasonable, but he was the leader and could not act as arbitrarily as Ruan Qiqi. Once he gave the order to capture, it would be fine if he caught the right one, but if he caught the wrong one, it would alert the real eel hiding in the dark, and it might be impossible to catch it again. If she is really an eel, she will definitely show flaws. No one can be flawless. Xiao Ruan, keep an eye on her for a few more days. Pei Yuan decided to keep an eye on it for 3 more days. Ruan Qiqi frowned and said unhappily, "You guys are too slow in doing things. After 3 days, the daylily will be cold. Can't you just arrest the person and interrogate him directly? If we catch the wrong one, the real eel will run away. He has been hiding for 10 years. We finally have news of him this time. We can't let him run away again." Pei Yuan didn't dare to make any mistakes. He and Eel had a blood feud, and he must catch this jerk. "All right," Ruan Qiqi agreed and said, "No matter what happens in 3 days, I will catch him." "Okay, I'll send someone to assist you. Don't act rashly. Eel's knife skills are very powerful," Pei Yuan reminded.
"No."
Ruan Qiqi nodded. She was not crazy enough to challenge a kung fu master alone. With Pei Yuan, she went to see the little devil who had talked to Eel before. He used to be Eel's subordinate, but he had never seen Eel's true face and had only talked to him in the dark. The Japanese soldier's name was Nakamura Duojiang, and he had just been captured by Tyrannosaurus. The reason for his exposure was very simple. It was just because Tyrannosaurus was in the crowd, looked at him for a second longer, and suddenly rushed over to capture him. Even Director Mu didn't know how Tyrannosaurus was so sure that the other party was a Japanese. After all, Nakamura Taki had lived in China for many years, and his speech and behavior were almost the same as those of a Chinese, so it was difficult to tell that he was a Japanese. In fact, Louis just found an extremely ugly skull in the vast crowd. Recently, because Ruan Qiqi fell in love with pelvis, he also became interested in bones. When he went out, he would subconsciously stare at the back of passers-by's heads to study the beauty or ugliness of the skulls. Watching for a long time, Louis came to a conclusion: 9 out of 10 Japanese devils are ugly, and very few of them are pretty. So, when Louis accidentally saw the ugly back of Nakamura Taki's head that day, his first reaction was that he was a Japanese devil. With the idea of killing 1,000 by mistake rather than letting one go, he arrested the man and prepared to take him back for interrogation. Nakamura Te has not had an easy life in recent years. She has lost contact with the eels, has no funding, can't even afford meat, and is always worried about being caught. Was already frightened, and after being caught by Liu Yi, he became even more panicked, which aroused Liu Ye's suspicion. He took him back and used his unique secret technique to interrogate him, and found that he was indeed a Japanese devil. He also got the latest news about the eel. Ruan Qiqi talked with Nakamura Duojiang for a while. Manzai was there too. When he saw Nakamura Duojiang for the first time, he had only one word in mind: ugly. Take one more look and 2 words, too ugly. The head looks like it was pressed by a door, and the front and back are equally flat. Even if such bones are given to her for free, she wouldn't want them. Nakamura Te didn't know much about the situation. The only useful information was that he had talked to the eel before. When you talk to eel, is he a man or a woman? Ruan Qiqi asked. Of course it's a man. How can a great eel be a woman? Nakamura Taki was angry. Eel was his most admired role model. How could it be a woman? Let me tell you a secret. Your great eel is a hermaphrodite. It can be male or female. Do you understand? Ruan Qiqi was actually not sure whether eel was a hermaphrodite. She was just guessing and deliberately provoking Nakamura Duojiang. Why do you think those darn Japanese devils deserve to be called great? Nakamura Te's face changed drastically, and he immediately flew into a rage, cursing. Baka. Duck you, you're still not obedient after being caught. Eat a handful of it. Ruan Qiqi's face turned cold, and she took out a staff from her bag. It still had a cherry blossom pink bow, and the jade color was even more translucent. She grabbed the staff and hit Nakamura Duojiang's head hard 3 times. Nakamura Takashi gritted his teeth, didn't make a sound, and stared at her, refusing to surrender. You still don't accept it? Take another whip from me. Ruan Qiqi put back the staff and took out a bone whip from her bag. She had just made it and hadn't tested its effect yet, so it was a good opportunity to try it out on this little devil. Nakamura Te was whipped hard several times. At first he gritted his teeth and endured it, but later he could not bear it anymore and started howling. Someone was passing by in the corridor outside and heard the screams, but no one cared. If they were in a bad mood, they would go and vent their anger on the Japanese. It was a normal thing to do as long as they didn't kill anyone. Nakamura Te was beaten to the point of losing her temper, and under Ruan Qiqi's powerful bone whip, she was forced to admit that eel was a hermaphrodite who is neither fair nor female. Woo-woo. Eels are hermaphrodites, neither fair nor feminine. Woo-woo. Nakamura Te's faith collapsed, and he lay on the ground crying. He hated it so much that the eel, whom he respected the most, was humiliated by the hateful Chinese. Ruan Qiqi put away the bone whip, took Manzai and Mama Zhong with her, and continued to stare at Wang Xiuhua. On the 3rd day of surveillance, Wang Xiuhua lived her life as usual, working during the day and meeting with her lover at night. She had been with Lover B for the past 2 nights, making love in Wang Xiuhua's house. Wang Xiuhua has a small house in the alley. She has a very good relationship with her neighbors and is very enthusiastic. She is very active in donating money and effort. Her neighbors all give her a thumbs up when they mention her. It was getting dark, and Ruan Qiqi planned to watch for another hour before calling it a day and going home. Lu Yi is not at home. He has been on business trips every few days recently and is so busy that he can hardly be seen. Ruan Qiqi, Manzai, and Mama Zhong hid in the alley where Wang Xiuhua lived, pretending to be nearby residents. Mama Zhong was a sociable dog, and in just a few days, she became familiar with all the nearby dogs. In addition, Ruan Qiqi fed them from time to time, and the dogs would wag their tails enthusiastically when they saw them from afar. The residents in the alley never doubted their identities. After all, dogs don't lie, and if they were strangers, they would have pounced on them and bit them. That day, Wang Xiuhua did not date her lover, but received a guest from her hometown. She was a woman in her 40s, and her dress and accent were like those of a mountain person. This woman was called Wang Xiuhua's cousin, and she came to the city to borrow money. Wang Xiuhua generously lent the money and even let the woman stay for 1 night. While they were having dinner, they chatted animatedly in their native dialect. Ruan Qiqi couldn't hear anything from outside, but there was an osmanthus tree in the yard, which had been trained intensively by Ruan Qiqi in the past 2 days, so it was very good at getting information. She broke off a branch of the osmanthus tree and was able to communicate with the tree without entering the yard. The wind carried the sound inside to the osmanthus tree, and the osmanthus tree passed the message to Ruan Qiqi, almost achieving a live broadcast. Ruan Qiqi listened for a long time, but didn't find anything unusual. Could she have really made a mistake? Wang Xiuhua is just an ordinary woman and has nothing to do with eels? Ruan Qiqi really wanted to test her, but she was afraid that she was a real eel. If she alerted the enemy, she would definitely not be able to defeat her. As the night grew deeper, the residents around had all gone to sleep, and Wang Xiuhua and her guests also prepared to wash up and go to bed. "Cousin Yuri not asleep yet?" After the guest finished washing up, he saw that Wang Xiuhua was not ready to go to bed yet, so he asked her, "I'm going to take a bath, you go to sleep first." Wang Xiuhua took some change of clothes and went to the bathroom to take a bath. "It's very cool today, I didn't sweat at all. I just wiped my body, and I won't wash it anymore." "Cousin, you are just like the people in the city now, you really like to be clean." The guest's tone was full of envy. Her cousin was 10 years older than her, but she looked much younger and prettier than her. The food in the public sector was much more nourishing than the food in the countryside. "You're used to it. Go to sleep." Wang Xiuhua smiled and went into the bathroom. The bathroom was behind the house. Ruan Qiqi bent down and tiptoed around it. Manzai and Mama Zhong were waiting for her outside. The eel is very skilled and her 5 senses are definitely more sensitive than those of ordinary people. She has the cover of trees and is not easy to be discovered. Wang Xiuhua had taken off her outer clothes, revealing a light red belly band embroidered with a pattern of mandarin ducks playing in the water. Her skin was white and tender, and her curves were rippling, making her look very charming. The curtains in the bathroom were drawn, so Ruan Qiqi couldn't see inside. She could only hear some sounds of water. Fortunately, the bathroom was close to the road, and there was a tall sycamore tree, which must be quite old. Ruan Qiqi and Watangsha started chatting. "This person takes a bath every day," Phoenix Tree said in a sullen tone. There was so much water that it was enough for it to drink and be full. Why was it taking a bath? "It's normal for women to like cleanliness," Ruan Qiqi said casually.
Ah.
"He's not a woman. He pees while standing, which doesn't make sense. He's fierce and sleeps with men, so he should be a woman. I don't understand. You humans are so complicated." Phoenix Tree became more and more confused as it talked, and it couldn't tell whether it was male or female. Ruan Qiqi blinked her eyes. Darn, she guessed it right. What an unfair and hermaphroditic person. He has a really big bathtub. He has to put so much water in it every time he takes a bath. What a waste. The Polonia tree had a very resentful tone, because it remembered that there was a drought one year and it hadn't rained for a long time. It was almost dying of thirst. Those darn unfair humans had to use so much water to take a bath every day. It was so thirsty that it was smoking outside. It was so angry that the tree must have died. Ruan Qiqi felt a chill in her heart. She had to take a bath every day, no matter spring, summer, autumn, or winter. Isn't this the Japanese devil? The 3rd update is complete. Today's update is nearly 8,000 words. The Japanese soldiers like to take baths. The author has checked the information. During the war, the Japanese soldiers liked to snatch large water tanks and take them home to take baths. They would feel uncomfortable if they didn't take a bath for a day. I chatted with them for a few more words. Good night. In the 1970s in China, taking a bath was not convenient. People only took a bath every day in the summer. It was common not to take a bath for a week in the winter. In rural areas, it was not uncommon not to take a bath for a month. Wang Xiuhua took a bath 365 days a year. She was obviously a Japanese devil. Ruan Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. The truth was finally revealed. Wang Xiuhua was the eel. She asked Watangshu to help her climb over the courtyard wall and meet Manzai outside. She planned to stay here and let Manzai take Mama Zhong to contact Pei Yuan and ask someone to arrest Wang Xiuhua. Ruan Qiqi had just finished giving instructions to Manzai and was about to find a place to hide when her heart suddenly felt like it was burned by fire. She subconsciously turned sideways and a flash of a knife passed by her cheek. Darn, he almost got disfigured. Ruan Qiqi threw up a few handfuls of quicklime. She had prepared a lot of it in space. No matter how powerful Eel's knife skills were, his eyes could not block the attack of the lime. Baka. Wang Xiuhua was wearing pajamas and slippers, her hair was wet, and there was lime in her eyes. She was in so much pain that she cursed and swung her samurai sword in a disorderly manner. Ruan Qiqi took out a bone whip to fight back, but she was a wild fighter, and even if Wang Xiuhua couldn't see clearly, she was still no match for her. Ruan Qiqi shouted at Manzai to leave, saying that she could hide in the space and would not be in danger. As soon as she was distracted, Wang Xiuhua's knife chopped at her, and the situation was extremely dangerous. "Don't beat him, you bad guy." Manzai rushed over angrily, holding a brick in his hand, and hit Wang Xiuhua hard. He also pounced on Ruan Qiqi, trying to protect her. The brick hit the samurai sword, and the tip of the sword deflected and stabbed Manzai's shoulder. Before Wang Xiuhua could make a decisive move, Mama Zhong pounced on her and bit her wrist. Her sharp teeth pierced through the flesh, biting deeply. Wang Xiuhua, who was furious, quickly changed the knife to her left hand, wanting to kill Mama Zhong with one blow, but a sharp bone whip came at her, and a blood mark immediately appeared on her face. Ruan Qiqi, filled with anger, whipped Wang Xiuhua one after another, and the bone whip turned into a phantom, leaving no chance for Wang Xiuhua to breathe. But Wang Xiuhua still escaped. She set off a smoke screen with thick smoke billowing. When the smoke cleared, she also disappeared. "Manzai, are you okay?" Ruan Qiqi checked Manzai's wound and breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a flesh wound, but the wound was still very deep and a lot of blood had been lost. "It hurts. Qiqi, it hurts so much." Manzai's eyes were red, and his face looked aggrieved. "I'll give you milk tea. I promise you that I will catch the bad guy and cut her into pieces to avenge you." Ruan Qiqi gave him an extra-large cup of milk tea with a lot of ingredients in it, and promised to catch Wang Xiuhua. She promised the two elders to take good care of Manzai, but she broke her promise. If she doesn't catch Wang Xiuhua, how can she face the two elders in the future? "It doesn't hurt anymore? Qiqi, don't be sad." Manzai took a big sip of milk tea and tried hard to smile to comfort her. "I'll apply medicine for you." Ruan Qiqi took out a bottle of Yunnan Baiao from the space, poured out the safety pill, and let Manzai swallow it, then sprinkled the medicine powder on the wound. After using a whole bottle of medicine, the bleeding slowly stopped, and then she wrapped the wound with gauze. She also took out a large bag of beef jerky and gave it to Mama Zhong as a reward. If Mama Zhong hadn't bitten the eel and delayed a little time, she would probably have been injured as well. Mama Zhong was not so happy to see the dried meat. He looked at Manzai worriedly, licked his hand from time to time, and put the dried meat in his hand, motioning Manzai to eat it.
"Mom, eat it."
Manzai wanted to reach out and touch it, but as soon as he raised his hand, he pulled the wound, and the pain made him break out in a cold sweat. "Don't move, let's go home." Ruan Qiqi cut down some branches, made a simple stretcher, and dragged Manzai away. She didn't dare leave Manzai alone to make a phone call. The eel was secretive and had great skills. It might be a ninja from the Sakura country. The ninja was best at hiding. If the eel was still hiding nearby, it might be bad for Manzai if she left. Fortunately, there was a telephone booth at the end of the alley. Seeing that the ant in the booth had locked the door, Ruan Qiqi called her and said she wanted to make a call. "Didn't you see that you're off work? Call me again tomorrow." The auntie spoke in a bad tone. She was in a hurry to go home and sleep. "My brother is sick, and his life is at stake," Ruan Qiqi explained patiently. The aunt looked at the half-conscious Manzai and saw blood all over his body. She immediately became alert and turned and ran away. "Why are you running? Come here." Ruan Qiqi became impatient and swung the bone whip, which hooked the aunt's arm like a snake and pulled her back. "Open the door." Okay, I'll open it right now." The aunt was so frightened that her face turned pale, thinking that they were criminals who had just committed a crime. She was afraid that Ruan Qiqi would be unhappy and kill her. Ruan Qiqi called Wudong West Point and found out that there was someone on duty that night. Answered the phone was Ding Yi, a bachelor who lived in the Wudong West Point store. "I want to eat a cake with lots of strawberry jam. I only want one piece. Please send it to." Ruan Qiqi said the code word. A cake covered with strawberry jam meant that someone was injured, and just one piece meant one person was injured. Okay, it will be delivered right away. Please wait where you are, Dingy said in a serious tone. Ruan Qiqi hung up the phone and signaled to the aunt on the phone that she could close the door. The aunt saw that she was a beautiful young girl and did not look like a criminal, so she was not so scared anymore and even asked bravely, "Sister, what happened to your brother?" "A thief came to steal something and my brother was stabbed. The thief ran away. My brother wanted to eat strawberry cake, so I called him to buy him a piece." Ruan Qiqi gave a casual explanation. "Oh my, sister, you are really something. Why are you ordering a cake at this time? You have to call the police. I'll help you." The aunt on the phone was very enthusiastic and offered to call the police, but was held back by Ruan Qiqi.
"Thank you, Auntie. You can go home now."
Ruan Qiqi spoke in a light tone and swung the bone whip. The aunt's heart sank, her arm ached slightly, and her back felt cold. "I'm going home, haha. I'm going home now." The aunt laughed dryly a few times, swallowed hard, turned around and left. After a while, she disappeared. Ding Yi and Xiao Chao arrived very quickly, and Xiao Chao was wrapped in a piece of dark blue curtain cloth with a pink cake box ribbon tied in the middle, which looked out of place. Ding even couldn't find anyone for a while at night, so he planned to come here by himself. He happened to meet Xiao Chao, who couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and ran into the store to steal cakes, so he dragged him over. But before Xiao Chao came to the store, he ran around naked without wearing anything, so Ding Yi had to pull down the curtains in the store, wrap him up, and then cut a pink ribbon to tie it tightly to prevent him from exposing himself. Ding Yi checked Manzai's wound and looked Ruan Qiqi up and down. Then he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was just a minor injury and nothing serious. The eel was too alert. She attacked me by surprise. Manzai took the knife for me. Mama Jiang was very brave and bit the eel's wrist. Otherwise, I would have been injured too. Ruan Qiqi briefly recounted what had happened. Her tone and expression were very cold, completely different from her usual soft and cute appearance. "Don't think too much, go back first." Dingy comforted her, saying that almost everyone in the bureau had heard of the eel's great reputation, and it was already amazing that Ruan Qiqi could find the eel. He and Xiao Chao also went to Wang Xiuhua's residence. The cousin was still sleeping soundly and had no idea what was happening outside. Ding Yi knocked his cousin unconscious and carried her out. He drove here, and when they returned to the bureau, Pei Yuan had already arrived and brought a doctor with him. "The wound is not serious. Don't touch water or eat spicy food in the next few days." The doctor treated the wound and prescribed some medicine. Ruan Qiqi and Pei Yuan went to interrogate the cousin, but the woman knew nothing about anything and kept crying and making a fuss about wanting to go home, saying that she was a poor peasant from 8 generations of innocent origin. Pei Yuan was an expert in interrogation and was particularly good at attacking people's minds. After only asking for more than 10 minutes, he was sure that his cousin was indeed unaware of the situation, and she did not know that Wang Xiuhua was a Japanese soldier. Impossible! How could cousin Zhihua be a Japanese soldier? Her husband was killed by the Japanese soldiers. She and I are from the same village and I know her parents, my aunt and uncle. It is absolutely impossible that she was a Japanese soldier. My cousin's tone was very confident, and she even thought Pei Yuan was joking. There was no useful information on this woman, which showed how successful Eel's disguise was. Even her cousin, who grew up with her, couldn't tell that she was fake. My cousin is being held in the police station temporarily and will be released after she catches an eel. Ruan Qiqi and Pei Yuan reported on the situation over the past 3 days. Wang Xiuhua is the eel. Although her lifestyle and diet have changed completely and are almost the same as those of Chinese people, she has one habit that she cannot change. She takes a bath every day. Even in the cold winter, she will take a bath without fail. I was just outside the bathroom and accidentally revealed my whereabouts and was discovered by the eel. Ruan Qiqi reflected on it and thought that maybe she was confirmed of Wang Xiuhua's identity. She was a little excited, and her breathing was unstable. Ordinary people couldn't detect it, but Eel was a ninja, so she would definitely not be able to hide it. "You're already very good at finding the eels. Don't blame yourself too much for Comrade Fu Mandua's injury. In our line of work, getting injured is commonplace. Pei Yuan saw what she was thinking and comforted her. I don't blame myself, this darn eel. I must catch him. Ruan Qiqi gritted her teeth and swore that the eel was injured and would not be able to run far, so she must catch this little Japanese with her own hands. You can't beat him. I will notify the general administration to send someone to help. Eels are cunning and vicious and good at hiding. Even if he is injured, he is not that easy to deal with. Xiao Ruan, you have worked hard these days. Take a few days off first. Pei Yuan's tone was very serious and he disagreed with Ruan Qiqi acting alone.
No.
Ruan Qiqi agreed readily, but it made Pei Yuan even more worried. Comrade Ruan Qiqi, promise not to act alone. Pei Yuan was worried and asked her to make a promise. I promise not to act alone. Ruan Qiqi promised obediently. Okay, you rest at home for a few days. I promise to catch the eel and avenge Comrade Fu Manduo. Pei Yuan also promised to avenge not only Manzai, but also his master's blood feud. Moreover, Eel has a list of some of the agents who infiltrated the Mei agency back then. This list is very important and must be found. Ding Yi drove to take Ruan Qiqi and Manzai home, first to Lu's house. The two old people haven't gone to bed yet. They are waiting for Manzai. Uncle Lu, Mama Guan, I'm sorry I didn't take good care of Manzi. Ruan Qiqi apologized as soon as she entered the door. It's none of Qiqi's business. Manzi won't feel any pain. Manzai has woken up and is anxious to explain. Qiqi, it has nothing to do with you. It's normal to get injured while performing a mission. Don't blame yourself. After checking Manzai's wound, the two elders felt relieved. It was just a flesh wound and nothing serious. They comforted Ruan Qiqi and told her not to take it to heart. Go back and have a good rest. Guan Zhihua reached out and patted her shoulder gently with a particularly kind and warm smile. Well, Mama Guan, Uncle Lu, Manzi, good night. Ruan Qiqi nodded and said goodbye to the Lu family. The car drove to the family building and Ruan Qiqi went upstairs. Ding Yi started the car and left, but before he had gone far, Pei Yuan asked him to go back and find a secluded place to hide.
Why?
If you don't go to bed, I will go to bed. Ding Yi was unhappy. He was an injured patient now, and sleep was very important to him. Ruan Qiqi agreed so readily that I'm worried. Pei Yuan expressed his concerns. Years of carrying out missions had developed his keen foresight, and he had a hunch that Ruan Qiqi would not behave herself tonight. She can't go out alone in the middle of the night. Why are you worrying about it? Ding Yi muttered unhappily, and after he finished speaking, he was stunned and looked at each other with Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan smiled bitterly. He was worried that this girl would act alone, so he sacrificed his sleep and stayed to watch over her. Ding Yi also started to worry. Ruan Qiqi was his beloved baby, and not a single hair of her could be in danger. He immediately turned the car around and parked not far from the family building. He and Pei Yuan took turns to wait outside the building. After Ruan Qiqi returned home, she closed the doors and windows, went into the space to eat something, took a shower, changed into black clothes and sneakers for running, and lay down on the sofa with her clothes on to sleep. The night gradually deepened, and the moon hung in the sky. Ding Yi was staring downstairs, and there were a few cigarette butts on the ground. He raised his wrist to look at his watch. It was already midnight. Ruan Qiqi shouldn't go out, right? Just as Ding Yi was thinking this, he saw out of the corner of his eye a black shadow falling from the family building, landing straight on the tree, and then landing lightly on the ground. It was Ruan Qiqi. She was dressed in black, with her hair tied into a bun and wearing sneakers. She was dressed very simply and neatly. She held a bone whip in her right hand and had a cold expression. She looked very different from Ruan Qiqi during the day. She walked without looking around.
Wow.
Old Pei really guessed it. Ding Yi left quietly. His supernatural power recovered a little bit, and his speed was much faster than that of ordinary people. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the car. Pei Yuan leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest, but when Ding Yi arrived, he quickly opened his eyes and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The darn girl came out of the cave. Dingy said in a low voice. Go and stop him. Pei Yuan moved to the driver's seat and started the car. He knew that this darn girl was extremely bold. Just like the Tyrannosaurus Rex in Group A, she wanted to sneak over and assassinate UD when she got crazy. This darling girl of his was no less bold when she got crazy. Ruan Qiqi walked very fast. She was like a wandering soul, moving through the compound, and she avoided the patrolling soldiers every time and easily reached the place where the military parked its cars. What is she going to do? Dingy asked in a low voice. Steal a car. Pei Yuan answered through gritted teeth. He finished speaking. Ruan Qiqi opened the car door easily, got in, and started the car easily. Soon, the car drove out of the military area.
Duck.
When did she learn to drive? Dingy's eyes almost popped out. Pei Yuan ignored him and drove closely behind him. He also found the patrolling soldier and showed his ID. I have an urgent mission. I will lend you a car and return it tomorrow. With ID number 759, the soldiers quickly let us pass. Pei Yuan drove to Wang Xiaohua's residence, and sure enough, Ruan Qiqi's car was parked there. She was standing under a tree, thinking deeply. After a few minutes, Ruan Qiqi got in the car. Shu told her that Wang Xiaohua had not come back. Obviously, she had other bases in Tanzhou City. Along the way, Ruan Qiqi walked and stopped, got off the car from time to time, and stood under a tree to think for a while. Pei Yuan looked thoughtful. He probably knew the girl's special ability. It should be that she could communicate with plants. There were plants everywhere in the city, so this girl was so good at gathering information. Old Pei, have you noticed that there is something wrong with this girl? Dingy noticed something unusual. Ruan Qiqi's eyes were fixed, and her expression was blank. It was obvious that something was wrong. She is sleepwalking. Don't disturb her. Pei Yuan had already noticed it, so he just followed her secretly without disturbing her. This girl is too obsessed. She can't catch enough during the day, and she wants to catch them even in her dreams at night. Old Pei, our group is sure to win first place this year. Dingy joked with a smile. Pei Yuan glanced at him. The joke was not funny. He was more worried about their safety now. If Ruan Qiqi really finds a eel, even the three of them combined may not be able to defeat the eel. If we really find the eel later, I will drag him away and you take Ruan Qiqi away. Pei Yuan instructed. Forget about your small body. I'll carry you, and you take Xiao Ruan away. Dingy rolled his eyes in disdain. I am the director. This is an order. Pei Yuan used his official power to suppress Dingy. They followed Ruan Qiqi to the outskirts of the city. It was deserted, the street lights were broken, and it looked eerie. Ruan Qiqi walked under a ginkgo tree. After a few minutes, she turned around and climbed a nearby hill. The mountain is not high, but you can vaguely see a few clusters of blue ghost lights. The shadows of the small trees on the side of the mountain road are twisted into all kinds of terrifying shapes under the moonlight. There are also strange noises on the mountain and the sound of owls like a child crying. All these things add to the weird and terrifying atmosphere of the mountain. Ruan Qiqi walked very quickly, holding the bone whip, and soon reached the hillside. What you see is a field of tombstones and a few graves without tombstones. They have probably been abandoned for many years. The top of the hill is very eerie and scary, making one's back feel cold. Dingy rubbed his arms and whispered, "The eel won't hide in the grave, right?" "Hush." Pei Yuan took out the wooden warehouse and looked alert. The eels were most likely hiding here. Dingy also took out the wooden warehouse, and the two of them stood back to back. Ruan Qiqi walked straight to a tomb that looked relatively luxurious. There were burnt incense sticks and empty plates on the grave, which showed that some descendants had come to pay homage there. She pulled out some grass, placed it beside the grave, and lit it with a lighter. Soon the grass began to burn and thick smoke billowed, but the smoke did not drift away. Instead, it went into the tomb. Apparently, there was a hole in the tomb. Ruan Qiqi threw a few dried chilies into the burning grass. Soon, the dried chilies began to crackle and the pungent smoke penetrated into the tomb. The tomb was very large, about 7 or 8 square meters, and was equipped with food and bedding. It was like a small suite. The eel covered his face with a wet cloth, but was still choked to death, and his nose and tears flowed. Baka. Darn Chinese. Eel cursed softly. His right hand was injured, and he couldn't use the knife. The knife in his left hand could only exert half of its power. Now he didn't know how many pursuers were outside, so he was not sure he could escape. Another wave of spicy smoke came in. Ruan Qiqi also added a handful of peppercorns. The eel could hide in there for a lifetime. Later she would add a handful of cumin and make it grilled eel. Ahem. The eel was choked so hard that he couldn't open his eyes and kept coughing. He picked up the samurai sword and had to fight for one last chance. Bang! A hole was split in the tomb, and the eel shot out at a very fast speed like a ghost, and the samurai's sword chopped at Ruan Qiqi. He was delighted to see that Ruan Qiqi was the only one there. This Chinese woman was so weak in martial arts that he could easily deal with her even with just his left hand. Haha, God helps him.
D.
The eel attacked with confidence, and his voice changed, no longer the charming female voice, but returned to a male voice. Ruan Qiqi said nothing and whipped him directly. Her speed and strength increased by at least 3 times. The whip directly turned the eel into a hairtail. Her head was buzzing, and she almost couldn't hold the samurai sword. Before the eel could react, Ruan Qiqi's bone whip came again.
Pa. Pa.
The bone whip hit the eel, making a crisp and pleasant sound. Every time it was whipped, the eel felt pain all over its body. Even its bones hurt. Baka. The eel screamed angrily and swung the samurai sword, but the bone whip also came over, flexibly wrapped around the samurai sword, and pulled hard, and the eel fell to the ground with both the sword and the eel. Ruan Qiqi smiled contemptuously, and the bone whip was like a snake. She rolled up the samurai sword and threw it far away. The eel without the samurai sword was like a dead fish and had no power to resist her bone whip. Pei Yuan and Ding Yi opened their mouths in astonishment without even blinking. They originally wanted to come to support, but Ruan Qiqi's fighting power left them dumbfounded. Ruan Qiqi, who is sleepwalking, has such high fighting power that even eels are no match for her. This is such a great treasure. Pei Yuan's eyes were brighter than the stars in the sky, and his heart was filled with joy. If he hadn't been afraid of scaring Ruan Qiqi, he would have wanted to laugh out loud towards the sky. Stop hitting me. I have the important list you want. If you kill me, you will never get the list. Eel was beaten all over. The bone whip in Ruan Qiqi's hand was extremely lethal, and blood would be drawn with every whip. If this woman continued to whip him, he would definitely lose his life.
He didn't want to die.
He wanted to use the list in his hand to exchange for a chance to survive, and then find a way to return to his homeland. Ruan Qiqi ignored him and continued to whip Manzai. She had promised Manzai that she would avenge him with her own hands. Just as the eel was about to become a dead fish, a figure quickly passed by. Ruan Qiqi's eyes blurred, and the eel on the ground disappeared. She chased after the shadow, but couldn't catch up. Ding Yi carried the eel and used all his skills to finally escape Ruan Qiqi's pursuit. Ruan Qiqi stopped, tilted his head, listened to the roosters crowing for a while, then turned around and went down the mountain. Pei Yuan, who was hiding in the dark, breathed a sigh of relief. He sent Ruan Qiqi back to the compound and saw her enter the house with his own eyes before driving back to the bureau. Ding Yi has returned, bringing back a seriously injured eel. I almost lost my life. I didn't expect this girl to be so good at sleepwalking. It's really rare. Ding Yi wiped his sweat and admired Ruan Qiqi very much. Only we know about this. Don't tell anyone else. Pei Yuan reminded. I know, I'm going to bed.
Ding Yi on it.
He had to get up and bake the cake tomorrow. Pei Yuan kicked the unconscious eel on the ground, but it didn't wake up. He sneered, locked the eel up, and then called his superiors to report. The eel was caught. It was Comrade Zhihua who caught it and Comrade Shanbao, and I assisted. Pei Yuan concealed the fact that Ruan Qiqi was sleepwalking. Shanbao was Ding Yi's code name. We must get the list from eel. We can send Tyrannosaurus from Group A to assist. He is good at interrogation, said the leader. Pei Yuan refused, saying that they had Zhihua in Group B and did not need Tyrannosaurus help. That night, Ruan Qiqi slept very soundly and slept until noon. When she woke up, she saw the black clothes and sneakers beside the bed, and the corners of her mouth curled up. She had no memory of what happened last night, but she was definitely sleepwalking. In her previous life, she discovered that she could control dreams, so before going to bed last night, she made preparations. Even though she couldn't beat the eel during the day, she could definitely beat it while sleepwalking. She had promised Manzai something, so she must do it. Finished the third update. Going out to visit the museum tomorrow. I wanted to make an appointment for the Egyptian artifacts exhibition, but there were too many people. I can't make an appointment. Then I'll go to see the bronze artifacts. I'll be back in 1 day. Good night. Ruan Qiqi took a bath, cooked a big bowl of rice noodles, and then rode her bike to Wudong Western Pastry Shop. Would you like some almond cake? I made it fresh. Dingy handed over a piece of freshly baked almond cake with a smile on his chubby face, but his eye sockets were dark and bloodshot. Did you steal last night? Ruan Qiqi took the cake and ate it, and also made a joke. Yes, to rob graves. Ding joked half seriously. You have a very special hobby. Ruan Qiqi curled her lips in disdain, finished her cake, and went to find Pei Yuan. It's you who are special, Comrade Zhihua muttered quietly and continued making the cake. Pei Yuan did not go home last night and slept in the office. Like Dingy, his eye sockets were dark and there were red bloodshot eyes. Did you guys go to rob graves together last night? Ruan Qiqi joked. Yes. Have you had a good rest? Pei Yuan asked with a smile, looking at her with a particularly kind look. Rest well. I want the whole eel. Ruan Qiqi made a direct request, saying that the eel must have been caught, and that the little Japanese guy was very pretty, even prettier than Tanaka Kenichi, and she was greedy. No problem, but it will take some time. I want to interrogate Eel. He has important information in his hands. Pei Yuan agreed readily. Will he hand it over? Ruan Qiqi sounded doubtful. Eel was very cunning and unlike other devils, this guy knew how to enjoy himself and would definitely not want to die. He would definitely use this list to buy a chance to live. Pei Yuan shook his head. He put forward a condition. After handing over the list, he would be given a clean Chinese identity. Why? He killed so many of us. Why should he be allowed to live? You have to hand over the list, and your life as well. Ruan Qiqi firmly opposed it. The Japs must die, especially since they were evil ones. It would not be too much even if they died 100 times. Pei Yuan thought so too, but the eel's mouth was very stubborn. He had already interrogated it and even used the most severe torture methods, but he couldn't pry open the eel's mouth. This guy wouldn't take any tricks. If it doesn't work, I'll ask Tyrannosaurus to interrogate him. He's an expert at interrogation. Ruan Qiqi immediately became alert and asked, Tyrannosaurus is here to interrogate us. Should we give him a share of the credit? Certainly. Pei Yuan nodded. No need to look for Tyrannosaurus. I will interrogate him. Ruan Qiqi took it. It was just an interrogation. There were so many perverted interrogation methods on the internet in her previous life. She didn't believe that she couldn't open the Japanese's mouth. Pei Yuan didn't want to share the credit, so he agreed to let her try it first. Ruan Qiqi was not in a hurry to interrogate him. She had to prepare some handy tools. 2 hours later, she came back with 2 bags, one of which contained a living thing that was still wriggling. Can I sit in? Pei Yuan became very curious and wanted to see how Ruan Qiqi interrogated him.
Up.
Ruan Qiqi agreed generously. She hoped to promote those perverted methods and use them on the Japanese devils. Eel was handcuffed to a chair, his body covered with wounds. He looked up at the person who came in and smiled slightly. Have you applied to the leader? My request is not high. You have been looking for that list for 20 years, and you only use it to exchange for an ordinary person's identity. I am very considerate. Stop talking nonsense. It doesn't matter whether you hand over the list or not. I'm not interested at all. I caught you, so I have the final say on how to deal with you. Ruan Qiqi spoke in a very arrogant tone and directly said that he did not want the list. This eel was so crazy because she was so desperate that Pei Yuan wanted the list. She was really not interested in the list, and she was not lying. Eel also saw that she was not lying, and he couldn't help but panic. The list was his life-saving talisman. If it lost its effectiveness, how could he make his demands? You really don't want the list? It contains a list of 20 important agents of the Mei Agency. At least 10 of them are still alive, lurking in various cities in China, and some are even in important departments. Are you sure you don't want it? Eel threw out a bigger bait. This list was the infiltration plan of the Mei Agency. It sent a group of specially trained people to lurk in various cities in China, trying their best to infiltrate important departments and be loyal to Tian Huang. Pei Yuan had a blank expression on his face, but he was very excited inside. He had to get his hands on this list. However, before he came in, he agreed to let Ruan Qiqi make the decision, and he could not speak. Not getting a response from Pei Yuan, Eel became even more panicked, but he remained calm on the surface. As an excellent agent, no matter how anxious he was, he would not show it. It's none of my business. You hurt my friend, so I'm going to kill you. And I'm going to make sure you don't die peacefully. I'm not interested in any list or no list. Ruan Qiqi snorted coldly, put 2 large bags on the ground, and took out a bottle of honey from one of the bags. This is high-quality Sephora Japonica honey. You are a tiny country like Sakura country, and you have never seen any good things. You must have never tasted honey this good. I will treat you to some. Ruan Qiqi unscrewed the lid, and a rich, sweet fragrance wafted out. Eel swallowed his saliva. He hadn't eaten since last night. Honey happened to be his favorite food, and the smell made him even hungrier. Want to eat? Don't worry, I'll treat you to my feet first. Ruan Qiqi took off his shoes and socks, poured some honey on paper, and applied it on the soles of his feet with a brush. This trick was something she learned from an online article in her previous life. She would give it a try. If the eel could resist, she would use other tricks. There were countless ways to force confessions on the internet anyway, so she would try every one of them. Eel's expression changed and panic surged in his heart. He had a hunch that what Ruan Qiqi did was definitely not human. He was not afraid of torture. He had received rigorous training and could endure all these methods of extracting confessions, so Pei Yuan could do nothing to him. But Eel is very afraid of Ruan Qiqi. This woman is very evil. After smearing a thick layer of honey on the soles of the eel's feet, Ruan Qiqi took out a glass bottle from the bag. The bottle was dark. She unscrewed the lid, and a group of ants crawled out. Attracted by the scent of honey, they all crawled onto the soles of the eel's feet. Soon, the soles of the eel's feet were filled with black ants, wriggling in dense masses, which made people feel a little nauseous. An ant bite doesn't feel much, but the bites of thousands of ants, especially on the sensitive soles of the feet, will magnify even the slightest pain countless times. And it's not just pain, there's also numbness, itching, and swelling, which all mix together and amplify, making it unbearable. Even though the eel had received harsh training, he was tortured badly. He could still bear it at first, but later on, he let out a cry of pain and twisted his body constantly to try to relieve the pain, but to no avail. Pei Yuan swallowed his saliva. He had heard of this method of torture, but had never tried it. After all, honey was a precious thing, and he himself couldn't bear to eat it, so how could he bear to give it to the soles of the Japanese soldiers' feet? Is it tasty? Ruan Qiqi asked. The eel gritted his teeth and said painfully, I will not give in. If you want me to hand over the list, you must agree to my terms. You don't understand what I'm saying? I don't want your list. I just want your life and your bones. Your bones are very beautiful, very suitable for making magic tools. Do you know what magic tools are? Ruan Qiqi asked slowly and took out a staff, a bone whip, and a skull candlestick from her bag. This candlestick belongs to Kenichi Tanaka. This little devil has beautiful bones, and the candlestick is very beautifully made. Ruan Qiqi was reluctant to put it outside, fearing that someone would see it and steal it, so she hid it in the space. The eel's pupils shrank, and he seemed to sense a familiar breath. Ruan Qiqi lit the candlestick, The faint blue flame flickered, and the hollow skull grinned happily at the eel. The original owner of this skull is called Kenichi Tanaka. He is your fellow villager. He has a handsome face and beautiful bones. I liked him at first sight, and sure enough, he is very beautiful when made into a magic tool. And this magic staff is also very beautiful, isn't it? Ruan Qiqi picked up the bone and shook it in front of the eel ostentatiously. You deserve to die. The eel gritted his teeth. Darn zitch. How dare she humiliate the corpse of his compatriot and make it into a magic weapon? How abominable. Do and be angry. After I kill you, you will become a magic weapon. You should feel honored. I am very picky. I don't look down on ordinary devils. You must be beautiful. It's a pity that there are too many ugly people in your country and too few beautiful people. Ruan Qiqi sighed regretfully, picked up the bone whip again, and boasted, My whip is powerful, isn't it? These are two of your compatriots. How does it feel to have your compatriot's spines injured? Eel stopped cursing. He looked at Ruan Qiqi viciously and swore secretly in his heart that as long as he could escape, he would kill this woman and grind her bones to ashes to avenge his dead compatriots. Your bones are really hard. Forget it. I won't treat you to honey anymore. Let me try a new method. Ruan Qiqi used a brush to brush all the ants on the soles of the eel's feet into the bottle, and then released them. She was such a kind person that she couldn't bear to hurt even the ants. Pei Yuan watched from the side and cheered secretly. He believed that the best way to interrogate was to attack the heart. When he was interrogating, Eel remained very calm, without any change of mood. Ruan Qiqi did not use ordinary means, but angered Eel with just a few words. People to remain calm when they are angry. Ruan Qiqi's interrogation was already half successful. Pei Yuan was very curious about what method Ruan Qiqi would use next. You are a hermaphrodite, right? You can pee while standing, but you have female characteristics, so you codenamed yourself Eel. Eels can change their gender according to the environment, and you are the same. You can be a man or a woman. Ruan Qiqi chatted with Eel as if she was chatting with her family. Eel still didn't say anything, but he was not at peace inside. Ruan Qiqi was the first person to discover his true identity. This woman was indeed weird, and he felt very uneasy. I'm curious, do you have 2 sets of reproductive organs? Ruan Qiqi had a dagger in his hand and cut open Eel's pants. Pei Yuan opened his mouth and wanted to stop her. Even if eels are neither male nor female, they are still half men. This girl is not afraid of getting sty. Baka, what are you doing? The eel's face changed, and he shouted angrily. What he hated most was having his shortcomings seen by others. When he was a child, he was ridiculed and looked down upon countless times because of his unique physical characteristics. Even his parents and brothers and sisters called him a monster. He grew up amidst cold stares and ridicule. At the age of 12, he was spotted by a ninja organization and began rigorous training. Eventually, he became an excellent ninja and agent who almost never failed. But he still didn't dare to reveal his true identity, so he never showed his true face. Even when he was having a tryst with his mistresses, he turned off the lights so that no one could see him. It's just love for everyone. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Ruan Qiqi sneered disdainfully and tore his clothes with a bone whip. Sure enough, it was just as she had guessed. She had indeed seen hermaphrodites in her previous life. There was one in a mental hospital. Because of his abnormal physical characteristics, he had been discriminated against since childhood. Even his parents disliked him, which led to mental problems. His parents were too lazy to care for him and sent him to a mental hospital. When this patient became ill, he loved to run around naked in the mental hospital, shouting that he was a man, but in fact his physical characteristics were more like those of a woman. Later, Ruan Qiqi couldn't bear it anymore, so she paid for the patient's surgery, and she was completely transformed into a woman, a very beautiful woman. The operation was very successful, and the patient was completely cured and never got sick again. After she was discharged from the hospital, she found a handsome boyfriend and got married happily. She also often came to the mental hospital to visit Ruan Qiqi and bought a lot of things every time she came. You have to have 3 mistresses even when you are lurking. It is obvious that you enjoy the pleasure of love and prefer being a woman. Let me ask you something.
Can you
have love with a snake? Ruan Qiqi bent down, blinked her eyes, her face full of curiosity. Pei Yuan turned his head away and suppressed the twitching corners of his mouth with difficulty. Although this girl is married, her words are too shocking. Fortunately, he was the only one in the room and no one else heard it. Il was also a little confused. He prided himself on being extremely smart, but for a moment he didn't understand what Ruan Qiqi meant. It shouldn't be what he understood, right? Never? No way, you haven't even tried this. TSK, you missed the most extreme happiness in the world. Fortunately, you met me. I will make up for your regret now. Ruan Qiqi said in a serious tone, put on gloves, and reached into another bag to take something out. Pei Yuan twitched his lips and roughly guessed what was in the squirming bag. I was only out for 2 hours. Where did this girl get so many snakes? She is quite good at catching snakes. He didn't know that Ruan Qiqi didn't have to do it herself. She just had to run to the mountain and say hello to the trees, and the trees would bring the snakes from the mountain over. It was very convenient. Ruan Qiqi really took out a small snake that was about a foot long. The snakes she caught were all non-venomous snakes that would not bite people to death, but they could scare people. The eel was very calm, even relieved. As a ninja, he had to deal with all kinds of insects since he was a child. How could a mere small snake scare him? The little snake coiled around Ruan Qiqi's wrist, raised its head, and spit out its tongue at him. I know you're not afraid of snakes. You ninjas must have had a lot of experience with snakes when you were little. Isn't this little snake cute? Ruan Qiqi grabbed the little snake and brought it in front of the eel. The snake's tongue was only 1 centimeter away from his eyes. The eel remained silent, but his eyes were full of contempt. He was not afraid of such childish tricks at all. Ruan Qiqi smiled and suddenly cut Eel's hand with a dagger. Bright red blood flowed out. She dipped a brush in the blood and smeared it on his private parts. What are you going to do? The eel's face changed, and a strong panic surged in his heart. Having undergone rigorous training, he was almost fearless, but he had a fatal weakness, which was his hidden physical disease, which was like his Achilles heel and would be destroyed at the first blow. Don't be afraid. You'll be super happy soon. Ruan Qiqi smiled sweetly, her voice full of temptation, but Eel became even more panicked, with cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Pei Yuan's eyes were filled with interest. He had already guessed what Ruan Qiqi was going to do. This method of punishment was quite novel. He had to learn a little bit. In the future, when he encountered a stubborn enemy, he would use this trick. Ruan Qiqi smeared a lot of blood. The little snake on her wrist was spitting out its tongue excitedly, and the snake in the bag was also wriggling excitedly. Why are you in such a hurry? Shui Lingling's people can't escape. There's enough for you to eat. Ruan Qiqi used a brush to smear a lot of blood. Eel's face became paler and paler, and his eyes became fearful. He really liked pleasure, but only with men, not like now. Darn Chinese woman. One day he will take revenge. Ding 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 ding. It's time for dinner, Eel-san, enjoy it. Ruan Qiqi put the little snake on the ground. The little snake slid excitedly and found the source of the bloody smell. Then another 1, 2, 3. 6 came swimming over. There are 6 in total. Because Ruan Qiqi likes Lu. Eel is still very powerful. Although he is a little devil, his willpower is amazing. Even Ruan Qiqi admires him a little. The eel's face was pale as a ghost, even paler than a dead person, but he still tried hard not to scream, but the fear in his eyes grew deeper and deeper. Ruan Qiqi knew that this guy couldn't hold on any longer. Come one by one, line up, no need to rush. Everyone will have a share. Ruan Qiqi caught a little cutie who wanted to cut in line and moved her to the back. Even if she was a little cutie, she had to queue up obediently. Cutting in line was shameful. She applied some more blood, otherwise the cuties would have no motivation. Pei Yuan couldn't bear to watch it any longer. He just felt uncomfortable all over his body. The visual impact was so uncomfortable. One can imagine how uncomfortable the eel was at this moment. He put himself in the other person's shoes and thought about it. If he were in the other person's shoes and was being tortured to extract a confession, would he be able to withstand it? Pei Yuan suddenly felt a chill on his back, because he felt that he might not be able to withstand it, and he would find ways to commit suicide. The eel thought the same thing, and wanted to bite his tongue to commit suicide. But Ruan Qiqi had predicted it in advance and removed his jaw, and the poison in his teeth was also removed by Pei Yuan early on. He is now unable to live or die. You so happy you want to die, right? We Chinese are the best. We repay evil with kindness. We entertain you in such a happy way. Isn't it better than your beloved lover, Wang Taizhu? Ruan Qiqi squatted down with a smile on her face, smearing blood while chatting with Eel. She looked relaxed and casual throughout the whole process, and it didn't seem at all that she was doing something horror that was not suitable for children. Pei Yuan let out a long sigh and secretly admired her. He was a little unsteady just now, but this girl was calm and composed, chatting and laughing. She was simply a natural interrogation expert, on par with the Tyrannosaurus Rex in Group A. Whoa. The eel's face was distorted. He was a ninja, and his body was more sensitive than that of an ordinary person. He could feel the pain in his body firsthand. He didn't want to experience this kind of extremely terrifying feeling at all. Want to confess? No need. I said I'm not interested in your list. I just want your life.
Got it?
Ruan Qiqi shook his head, grabbed another little cutie, pretended to stuff it into his mouth, and joked, Do you think it can successfully reach the large intestine? Whoa. The eel shook his head vigorously. He didn't want to eat the snake alive, otherwise he would definitely lose his life. TSK. The famous eel is just like this. The little snake is so cute, and you actually despise it. Ruan Qiqi curled his lips and took the little cutie out of his mouth. There are 3 inside and 3 outside, trying hard to explore. It's smelly in there, not fun. I'll treat you to a big meal later. Ruan Qiqi caught the 3 little cuties and put them into the bag, as they would be useful later. Time passed by minute, but in fact only a few minutes had passed, but to the eel it felt like a very long time had passed, and every second felt like a year. It's only 5 minutes. Why are you in such a hurry? Compared to the evil deeds of you little devils, my talent is nothing. I will endure the discomfort. Ruan Qiqi snorted coldly. They were just 3 little snakes. They wouldn't kill her. At most they would just bite a few holes in her stomach. She could then just open it up and sew a few stitches. Pei Yuan was a little worried that someone might get killed. He hadn't got the list yet, so he glanced at Ruan Qiqi. Ruan Qiqi looked back at him and told him not to worry. She was sure. Pei Yuan twitched his lips. He just couldn't let go of the worry in his heart. This girl was even crazier than the Tyrannosaurus Rex in Group A. He was really worried that the eel wouldn't be able to bear it and would be killed by this girl. Another 5 minutes passed, and the eel was already dying. Don't play dead. You ninjas are not that fragile. I'm not someone you can fool. Ruan Qiqi kicked him, but the eel didn't react. It looked real. Why hasn't he come out yet? He's not really making a nest in there, is he? Ruan Qiqi muttered to himself, squatting carelessly. Just looking at Pei Yuan couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so he walked over and covered it with a tablecloth. Stop it, I'm watching. Ruan Qiqi pulled the tablecloth aside with disgust. Pei Yuan touched his nose, walked to the side and stood obediently against the wall.
Just give it a try.
If it doesn't work, let these 3 little cuties build a nest and lay eggs in your belly. I forgot to tell you, these 3 are 2 males and 1 female. They will definitely fight later. Just be patient. Ruan Qiqi was mumbling to herself, just like chatting, but the words she said made the eel, who was pretending to be dead, come back to life and look at her viciously. First, apply some blood. When the little cutie smells the blood, he will come out. In theory, it's right, but in practice, I don't know. Let's try it first.
Hey.
The blood is dried up. Stab it again. Ruan Qiqi kept muttering to herself while working. The blood from the previous stab wound had coagulated, so she stabbed it again with a knife, this time deeper, and blood gushed out. She smeared a lot of blood, then hugged her knees with her hands, squatted like she was taking a dump, and stared intently. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes passed. The eel groaned. All came out. Are you feeling comfortable? Are you grateful to me now? We will have a delicious meal soon. Ruan Qiqi's face was particularly sweet, but it made Eel tremble with fear. He finally understood that this seemingly harmless woman was the most cruel. You like being a woman so much. It's too cumbersome to carry this thing around with you every day. Let me help you do it. The dagger in Ruan Qiqi's hand came closer, and the coldness of the blade made Eel shudder. Although he likes being a woman, this is also his male dignity. How could he dislike it? Woo-woo. The eel shook his head vigorously. Although his male dignity was dispensable, it was better than having it nothing. He didn't want to be a rootless person. Are you extremely happy? No need to thank me, I just like to do good things. You can rest assured, I have fried pigs and cows before. It is clean and neat, and it completely eliminates the root of troubles. Ruan Qiqi made a beautiful knife flower and lied with her eyes open. Neither her original body nor her previous life had ever done this job. It hurts a little bit, bear with it. Ruan Qiqi was very patient, just like coaxing a child, but she acted decisively and cut the victim with one move. The eel closed his eyes, not daring to look, but the expected severe pain did not appear, only a little stinging. He opened his eyes and saw that it was only pierced a little and bleeding. Come, let's have a feast. No need to queue. After all, it's too small. There's not enough for each of you to take a bite. Go grab some. As soon as Ruan Qiqi finished speaking, 6 snakes that smelled the blood rushed forward. The place was too small, so they twisted themselves into a knot, but still did not forget to eat their feast. Ah! The eel screamed in pain, the sound piercing the sky and could be heard throughout the building. Pei Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't stop. Just castration. No one will be killed. Another 5 minutes passed and the 6 snakes finished eating, but it was obvious that they were still not satisfied and were not full. I'm sorry, it's a little small. Now I know where the meat is. Ruan Qiqi slapped her forehead and tore open Eel's clothes, revealing the belly band of a mandarin duck playing in the water. Pei Yuan's face changed, and he quickly turned his head away. The 3rd update is finished. It's a bit perverted, but the author wrote it very happily. I changed some places. It's more obscure. I'll continue tomorrow. Good night. Whoa. The eel screamed miserably, but unfortunately his jaw was broken, and he couldn't speak. However, Ruan Qiqi knew what he wanted to say. The physical characteristics of this little devil are more like those of a woman, and he himself enjoys being a woman. The reason he uses a male identity is that in the Sakura country, the status of men is much higher than that of women. Loses his male dignity, he will at most feel uncomfortable, but it will not cross his bottom line. However, if he loses the ferocity of a woman, he will definitely not be able to bear it. Eel is over 50 years old, but she still wears a charming belly band with a mandarin duck pattern. Ruan Qiqi also found several belly bands embroidered with exquisite patterns in his home closet. It is obvious that Eel is very satisfied with her female figure and takes good care of it. Want to confess? Why are you in such a hurry? I have only used 1/10 of my tricks. There are still many things I haven't used yet to satisfy you. Ruan Qiqi smiled faintly, and her movements were orderly, and she did not stop. The eel's eyes became even more terrified. He looked towards Pei Yuan and kept shouting. Although he couldn't speak, Pei Yuan understood his look and was overjoyed. This guy was finally going to confess. Ruan Qiqi raised her knife and stabbed him in the front, and blood flowed out. The 6 little cuties twisted their legs excitedly, trying to climb up. Eel screamed even louder and even shed tears. His perfect body could not have any flaws. This woman was too cruel and hateful. Give him another chance, okay? Pei Yuan spoke out to stop him and tried to persuade him in a gentle voice. No, I just want to feed my snake now. Ruan Qiqi flatly refused and grabbed one and put it on the wound. The little cutie bit it without hesitation. The eel was in pain and fear, and its nerves finally broke, and it screamed at Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan tried to persuade Ruan Qiqi a few more times and finally convinced her. I'll give you 3 minutes. If he refuses to confess, I'll continue to feed the snake. When the snake is full, I'll peel its skin. This guy has delicate skin and tender flesh. I'll tattoo a rose on its back first, then peel the skin off and make a lampshade for the skull lamp. It will definitely look good. Ruan Qiqi has already figured out how to make the best use of everything. Il felt a dull pain in his back after hearing this. He looked at the skull candlestick in front of him and imagined that the candlestick was made of his own skull and the lampshade was made of his own skin. My back hurts even more. He considered himself to be more perverted, but this woman was even more perverted than him. He was convinced. No, as long as Mr. Il hands over the list, we will still treat the prisoners well. Pei Yuan said pretentiously. Il breathed a sigh of relief. He had heard that the Chinese treated prisoners the best. As long as he was still alive, he would definitely be able to escape. Pei Yuan closed his jaw. I can hand over the list, but I need a clean identity. The eel raised the conditions again. He hadn't given up yet. 2 minutes left. Ruan Qiqi reminded coldly. The eel shuddered and said quickly, give me a pen and paper. The list is in my head. He no longer wanted his identity. Right now he just wanted to live. Pei Yuan gave him paper and pen, and Il began to write quickly, writing down each agent's real name and code name, their identity in China, and their current department. There are a total of 20 names, mainly lurking in Tanzhou City and Jiangcheng, and they are all in important departments with high positions. How can I be sure that your list is true? Ruan Qiqi sounded doubtful. It's absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can go find these 20 people and tell them that the cherry blossoms are about to wither and it's time to go home, and they will take action. This is the code word we agreed upon for the meeting. Il confessed completely, even revealing the secret code. Pei Yuan received the list and planned to ask someone to test the next 20 people. The feast will have to wait until then. If there's a fake on this list, I'll take you guys out for a feast. Ruan Qiqi looked at the eels regretfully, sighed, and put the 6 snakes into the bag. At this moment, Il felt a sense of fear as if he had survived a disaster. It was the first time he felt scared in his 30 or 40 years of work. He had to inform his companions that this Chinese woman must die. Pei Yuan called a doctor to treat the eel's wound. TSK. This is a really good idea. Who came up with it? The doctor was very curious when he saw the jagged wound. He asked Pei Yuan and learned that it was a snake bite. He couldn't help but praise him highly. Pei Yuan did not answer who it was, and the doctor did not ask any more questions. He quickly treated the wound. The eel had lost too much blood and was half dead. Its condition was very bad. However, Pei Yuan did not dare to underestimate him. He still locked him up and sent people to guard him. I want both the skin and bones of the eel. Don't give them to others. Ruan Qiqi found Pei Yuan and ordered the whole body of the eel. She wasn't joking before. She really liked the eel's skin, which was white and tender, without any flaws, and would definitely make a beautiful lampshade. We have to wait for a while to confirm whether these 20 people are real or fake. Pei Yuan agreed. Come to me. What if the code word eel said was to inform them to run away? The Japanese are very cunning, and they definitely don't tell the truth. I promise to find out everything for you. Ruan Qiqi volunteered. As long as he was a Japanese soldier, he would definitely reveal his true colors. Even a ninja as powerful as Il would be exposed sometimes, let alone other Japanese soldiers. Pei Yuan thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he agreed to go and investigate first. 13 of the 20 were in Tanzhou City, and 6 were in Jiangcheng. Ruan Qiqi first inquired in Tanzhou City. Manzai was recuperating at home, and she went out for a walk every day and was very active. Louis has not been at home for a while, and she is alone in the empty room, feeling very bored. She might as well go out to work. And she quickly got the whole carcass of the eel and made a beautiful lampshade, which was absolutely beautiful when the light was turned on. In the blink of an eye, it was July, and Tanzhou City officially entered the hot summer. The day was like a furnace, and the sun made people's scalps hurt. Ruan Qiqi was fully armed, wearing a hat and long-sleeved shirt, covering himself tightly. She spent a week investigating in Tanzhou City and confirmed that among the 13 people, 8 were Japanese devils and 5 were not. Furthermore, these 5 were all technical elites in the department, which showed how sinister Eel's intentions were. She went to Jiangqing again and spent another week investigating. Among the 7 people, 5 were Japanese devils and 2 were not. They were also core elites and the backbone of the unit. Ruan Qiqi went back to Pei Yuan to report, these 15 people are marginalized people in the unit. I suspect that Eel did not hand over the real list. Retrial. Pei Yuan was not surprised. It was within his expectations. If the eel was so easy to deal with, it would not be an eel. Only, Director Pei, the eel is dead. Someone came to report it was the person guarding the eels. How did he die? Didn't you guys have to watch over him 24 hours a day? Pei Yuan's face changed drastically, and he immediately rushed to the room where the eel was imprisoned. Sure enough, the eel was lying on the ground with black blood flowing from the corner of its mouth, obviously committing suicide by taking poison. Where did he get the poison? Pei Yuan looked very unhappy. Before Eel was imprisoned, he personally searched Eel's body and was very sure that there was no poison in Eel's body. But now Eel had committed suicide by taking poison. His face felt like he had been slapped several times, and it was burning with pain. I don't know. We took turns staring at him without even closing our eyes. I'm sure no one had any private contact with him. The 2 guards were very sure in their tone. Eel was a serious criminal, and Pei Yuan had reminded them again and again that they dared not slack off even for a moment, and even went to the toilet at the wrong time. Went to chat with a few trees outside. Human?
No.
It's a bird. I don't know these little birds. I don't like them. They stink. I want to beat them up. It has never been here before. It must be a foreign bird. It knew the dead man and flew in to talk to him. If a little bird eats the heartbreak grass, it will kill you. The trees talked at once and finally made things clear. Ruan Qiqi was a little annoyed. She underestimated her enemy. The Japanese ninjas were really powerful. They could even tame birds. The bird that the trees disliked must have been tamed by the eel. The bird brought him some heartbreak grass, which made him commit suicide. Ruan Qiqi's heart shuddered, and she suddenly remembered something. She ran back, turned the eel's body over, and tore off its clothes. Sure enough, there were crisscrossing scratches on its back, and there was no good skin left. The eel's face turned green, and the corners of its mouth were raised, as if it was mocking someone. Ruan Qiqi was furious. The darn Japanese must be mocking her. She was so angry that she kicked the corpse several times. Her rose lampshade was gone, but fortunately the bones were still there. She would ask Qianglian to deal with them later. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Ruan Qiqi couldn't help but kick the corpse a few more times, with a stronger kick. The corpse's clothes were torn open a little more, revealing its shoulder blades. Pei Yuan's face changed. He squatted down and stared at it intently. On the shoulder blade of the corpse, there was a black chrysanthemum tattooed. He recognized the tattoo. It was the mark of an ancient ninja family from the land of Sakura. This family is famous for training ninjas. Many of the Japanese's outstanding agents come from this family. Even Tian Huangyuqi is very respectful to the patriarch of this family. The mark of the Kikuno family, Pei Yuan said in a low voice. The Kikuno family is very powerful? Ruan Qiqi had never heard of this family. It's a ninja family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Even the little devil Tian Huang is very polite to them. I didn't expect that the eel is actually a member of the Kikuno family. Pei Yuan's expression was very serious. He was now very worried about whether Eel had conveyed any message to the family before his death. The Kikuno family is the most vengeful and will never give up even if the pursuer reaches the ends of the earth. Let me tell you something. Eels can train birds. They use birds to pass messages to the outside world. The heartbreak grass was also brought by birds. Ruan Qiqi told the news she had found out. As for the Kikuno family, she was not too afraid, mainly because she had never heard of them. She only knew that Ultraman was more powerful than the others on the Japanese side. Pei Yuan's face became even more serious, and he said solemnly, Xiao Ruan, you should rest at home during this period of time, and don't go out. The person Il hated the most during his lifetime was Ruan Qiqi, and he must have reported her to his family. Maybe Ruan Qiqi has already been on the Kikuno family's wanted list. The treasure he had found with great difficulty must not be harmed. The Kikuno family's headquarters is in Sakura country. There's nothing to worry about. Ruan Qiqi felt a little heavy-hearted, but she didn't take it too seriously. You'd better be careful. You've made a great contribution this time. Take a good rest. Pei Yuan warned. Where do I rank now? Ruan Qiqi asked curiously. You joined the department relatively late, and you are currently ranked 8th. Your speed is amazing. Even the Tyrannosaurus Rex back then was not as fast as you. Pei Yuan was not trying to comfort her, but was telling the truth. Ruan Qiqi had only been working for a month, but she was already ranked among the top 10. That was amazing. Tyrannosaurus número 1? Ruan Qiqi asked. He has completed 5 months' worth of tasks longer than you. If we only consider this month's tasks, you have definitely surpassed him. Pei Yuan consoled. The year-end ranking is calculated based on the total mission rate, right? Yes, let's not compete this year. Let's compete next year. Compared to this year's, even if I have to do 5 months less of missions, I'm still better than that little bug. Ruan Qiqi snorted, turned, and left. Couldn't just wait passively for Pei Yuan to issue tasks. She had to take the initiative, go out every day, and look for those suspicious people who might be enemy spies. The task ranking in the bureau is calculated based on the number of enemy spies captured, so she only needs quantity. Ruan Qiqi, who had already walked out of the door, turned back and warned. It's hot. Don't keep the body for too long. Quickly move it to Dr. Xianglian at the military hospital. She knows the procedure. No. Pei Yuan agreed. Ruan Qiqi walked away with satisfaction. After taking a few steps, she met Comrade Xiao Chao, who had rushed over after hearing the news. I heard a little Japanese soldier just died. Xiao Chao was so excited that he rushed over to take over the corpse. Ever since his staff was seen by his colleagues, there has been a craze for pelvic bones all over the place. The corpses of the Japanese soldiers, which he used to look down upon, have now become hot commodities, causing his bone whip to still not be completed. Yes, but the little devil is mine. I have already made an agreement with Director Pei. Ruan Qiqi raised her chin, her face full of pride. Fortunately, she acted quickly. You already have so many, give me one. I won't take it for nothing. I'll give you something good in exchange. Comrade Xiao Chao's tone and expression were mysterious. What good stuff? Ruan Qiqi became a little interested. How about the 50-year-old wild ginseng? Director Pei asked me for it, but I was reluctant to give it to him. Xiao Chao asked hopefully. Deal. Where's the ginseng? Ruan Qiqi agreed decisively. The Japanese were common, but ginseng was not. This deal was a good deal. I left it at home. I happened to dig it up when I was on a mission in Chongbai Mountain some time ago. I'll get it for you later. Xiao Chao was ecstatic. He could finally make a beautiful bone whip. I carefully selected this little devil. She is very pretty. Leave her to Dr. Xianglian from the military hospital. She handled her very well. Don't tell anyone else. Ruan Qiqi couldn't bear to see her beautiful bones being ruined by someone with no American business sense, so she asked Comrade Xiao Chao to find Xianglian, and she would make some more delicious food to reward Dr. Yin. For the sake of the 50-year-old wild ginseng, she is willing to work harder. Thank you. I'll send the ginseng to your house later. Comrade Xiao Chao ran excitedly to move the corpse. When he saw the well-proportioned eel, his eyes lit up. The delicate flower had not deceived him. It was indeed very beautiful. How beautiful the staffs, bone whips, and skull candlesticks would be. Ruan Qiqi first went to Wudong pastry shop and packed a few cakes, then returned to the compound to see Manzai. His injuries were almost healed, and he couldn't wait to go out and play with her. In the next few days, until your injuries are fully healed, I will give you the cake. Ruan Qiqi comforted him and told him to rest at home for a few days. Then she would go out to look for enemy spies and try to outnumber the Tyrannosaurus Rex. That night, Lu Yi returned home. He had completed several missions during this period and went home to recuperate. The next day, I received a parcel slip, which was sent from the border. Half a month ago, Ruan Qiqi called the border and asked the two brothers to send more beef jerky and mushrooms. She would remit the money. The two brothers agreed. I guess the beef jerky and mushrooms have been delivered. Ruan Qiqi asked Lu Yi to go to the post office to pick up the package. He brought it back home an hour later, and it was indeed big and heavy. The beef jerky there is so cheap, and the mushrooms are cheap too. I must go there if I have the chance, and buy some to put in my space. Ruan Qiqi opened the package and smelled the rich aroma of beef jerky. She took a piece of dried meat and stuffed it into Lu Ye's pocket, and took a piece for herself and chewed it slowly. There was a letter in the package, written by the two brothers. The handwriting was obviously from Lu Jiefang. Dear sister-in-law, hello. The leech recipe you mentioned last time is really delicious. Several of my comrades have fallen in love with it and caught it and stewed it with meat in their spare time. I'm sure you like it too, so Yuan Chao and I caught some leeches during our vacation, cleaned them, dried them, and sent you a bag. You and your brother can stew them with meat. It's very nutritious. Ruan Qiqi's mouth twitched. These two idiots were too honest. She just mentioned the recipe casually, but the two idiots actually sent her dried leeches. God, stew meat. But this leech stew is really delicious? Ruan Qiqi was a little curious. In her previous life, she saw on the internet that some people in the south ate this as a tonic. She didn't expect that Lu Jiefang's comrades actually fell in love with it. Could it be that it tasted really good? What's this? Lu Yi took out a small bag, opened it, and saw that it contained dried insect corpses. He couldn't tell what it was at first. Darn it, your brother gave this to us as a gift, Ruan Qiqi said with a smile. Lu Yi had just picked up a leech for research, but threw it away immediately after hearing what he said. He had been on a mission at the border before and had had a lot of blood sucked by leeches, so he got angry when he saw this thing. Ruan Qiqi mentioned the recipe and said with a smile, I just mentioned it casually, and these two idiots actually shared it with their comrades. They must have eaten it, and it must taste good. Otherwise they wouldn't have sent it to me. Is this really edible? Won't it kill people?
Lu Ye frowned.
He was fearless, but he was a little afraid of this leech. When I was a child, I heard from the elderly that leeches cannot be killed by burning. Even if they are burned to ashes and thrown into the water, they will turn into thousands of leeches. If you eat them, your body will be full of leeches, and they will suck you dry. Having heard this from the elders since childhood, Lu Yi has a traumatic impression of leeches. He really can't imagine how to eat this thing. You can eat them, but you have to prepare them properly. Leeches are also medicinal herbs. Ruan Qiqi threw the dried leeches aside. She would definitely not eat them unless they could prolong her life. She took out half of the beef jerky, about 4 or 5 pounds, and went back to give it to Leah, who had paid for it. They still ate chicken in the evening. The mushroom stewed chicken from the border was super delicious. She and Lu Yi never got tired of it. After the dish was ready, Ruan Qiqi personally delivered it to Leah. Leah was frying Chinese kale in the corridor, while Gao Shangjin was mopping the floor. When the couple saw them, they immediately put down what they were doing and rushed over to her in 2 steps. This is beef jerky plus postage, $5.60, and you can have these vegetables. Ruan Qiqi paid the bill and found out that the beef jerky at the border was not expensive and was much cheaper than in the mainland. Such a small amount of money? Isn't it too little? Leah couldn't believe that beef jerky was cheaper than pork jerky. That's the price. It's cheap at the border. Which border? Leah asked. In the southwest border, my family member Lu Yi said that the people there are very friendly to plants and animals, but not to humans. My brother-in-law is sucked blood by leeches every day. Ruan Qiqi saw through her thoughts at a glance. She wanted to be transferred to the border just for this piece of beef jerky, so she quickly stopped her. If Leah was transferred, where could she find another doctor as good as Meishang? Lu Yi is right. It is indeed not suitable for human habitation. There are countless poisonous snakes, beasts, and insects. I have been there for 2 years. Every day when I come back from patrol, my body is covered with leeches. Gao Shangjin knew where it was as soon as he heard it. He happened to have stayed there for 2 years, and it was truly miserable. It was not a place for human beings to stay. When Xianglian heard the word leech, she immediately gave up the idea of transferring jobs. Beef jerky is delicious, but leeches are even more disgusting, so I decided not to go. Dr. Yin, can you peel the skin? Peel it off completely, without any gaps. After talking about personal matters, it was time to talk about serious things. Ruan Qiqi switched to the topic of the underworld very easily. No problem, you want some skin? Xianglian asked calmly, still chewing beef jerky. Well, I want to make a lampshade. Next time you encounter an enemy with delicate skin, let me know. I'll tattoo a rose first and then you can peel it. Is that okay? Okay, I'll keep an eye on it for you. Xianglian agreed. It was a matter of convenience. Thank you, take your time eating, bye. Ruan Qiqi said goodbye with a smile and went home to eat. Gao Shangjin asked quietly, Comrade, Ruan wants leather to make a lampshade? It should be a skull candlestick lampshade. It's very beautiful. Xianglian had seen the skull candlesticks of the Ruan family. They were so unique and beautiful that she was a little tempted and wanted to get a pair of dragon and phoenix candles for herself. Wife, let's eat. Gao Shangjin saw through her thoughts at a glance and interrupted her quickly. It was okay to process bones for others, but it was okay at home. If you put a skull candlestick on the bedside table and then wake up in the middle of the night, open your eyes and come face to face with a skull, that feeling would be really uncomfortable. How about the dragon and phoenix candles? It's very romantic at night. Xianglian's thoughts were not interrupted. She even imagined the scene of the skull-shaped dragon and phoenix candles in her mind. Ruan Qiqi told her that it would be very romantic to light the candlesticks when having love at night. If we order a pair, it would be more romantic, right? Gao Shangjin immediately had a scene like this in his mind. He and his wife each had a skull candlestick beside their beds. Whenever they got up at night, no matter which side they looked, they would see a skull. Gao Shangjin took a deep breath and advised in a gentle voice, Now that we have electric lights, candles are no longer necessary, right? Are you scared? Xianglian snorted softly. How is that possible? I'm a real man. I've been on the battlefield and fought the enemy. You can't say such things in front of the children. Let's talk about it in private. You can light the dragon and phoenix candle if you want, but you can't light it when the children are here. Gao Shangjin couldn't stand any provocation and immediately became assertive and agreed to the dragon and phoenix candlesticks. So what if it was hell? The children would be here soon anyway. The 2 children are in Shanghai, taken care of by their grandparents. They only come to live with them during the winter and summer vacations. The children will be here in a few days. Gao Shangjin couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Fortunately, he thought quickly and came up with a perfect reason. No. Xianglian agreed readily, but there was a hint of mischief in her eyes. Ruan Qiqi sent some more money to the 2 brothers to buy beef jerky. She also wrote a letter asking them not to send leeches in the future, as she could not afford such filial piety. Lu Yi rested at home for 3 days and then started to get busy again because he heard from Director Mu that Zhihua from Group B caught an eel and 15 Japanese devils in one breath, climbing to the 8th place at the speed of light, which was even better than he was back then. Who couldn't stand the slightest provocation, immediately went to carry out the mission without stopping, working harder than in all the previous years combined. But Lu Yi had a problem. He was very picky about the tasks he was assigned. He would not do tasks that were too easy. He would only take on difficult tasks, which resulted in him taking a longer time to complete tasks. On the other hand, as for Ruan Qiqi, she is not picky at all, as long as it is a Japanese devil. These days, she took Manzai and Mama Zhong out for a stroll and ate various delicious snacks. There were many delicious snacks in the alleys of Tanzhou City, which were delicious and cheap. After several days of investigation, Ruan Qiqi circled out a dozen suspicious persons and had to deal with them face to face to determine whether they were really the Japanese devils. The first target is a male. His surname is Tian. His given name is Tian Yuguang. He is around 30 years old, a university lecturer majoring in mechanical engineering at Wuhan University, unmarried, a good subordinate in the eyes of his superiors, a good comrade in the eyes of his colleagues, a good teacher in the eyes of his students, and he has a very good reputation in the school. Tian Yuguang was a native of Tanzhou, but he grew up in an orphanage in the city. His parents died in a bombing during the war. Because he was smart and studious, he became a university teacher and joined an organization. If he is really a Japanese soldier, then he has really infiltrated our ranks. That's terrible. The third update is done. Let me explain here. Manzai calls the male protagonist Ye. There is no special meaning. It is just a pronunciation problem. Ye equals Ye. The male protagonist and Manzai knew each other when they were young, so they have a good relationship. The reason why Ruan Qiqi suspected Tian Yuguang was that this guy refused to get married at his age. School leaders and colleagues introduced him to potential partners, but he rejected them all with various reasons. In addition, female students in the school would also take the initiative to show their affection to him, but he rejected them all. There is nothing wrong with being single, but Shushu said that Tian Yuguang would often relieve himself late at night, and the frequency was very high. Moreover, the photo he used to comfort himself was of a beautiful female teacher at school. This female teacher once took the initiative to show her affection to Tian Yuguang. Since he liked this female teacher so much, why would he refuse? Therefore, Ruan Qiqi suspected that he had a secret that he could not tell anyone and was afraid that after marrying the female teacher, this secret would be exposed, bringing him fatal danger. Tian Yuguang has a hobby of hiking on weekends. He climbs Yuelu Mountain behind the school almost every weekend. This weekend, Ruan Qiqi brought Manzai and Mama Zhong to hike as well. After breakfast, they took the ferry to Heshi and then rode their bikes to Yuelu Mountain. The two men and the dog climbed slowly. There were quite a few people on the mountain. Most of them were college students from the universities at the foot of the mountain. Although they were dressed simply, each of them was in high spirits and exuded confidence. Tian Yuguang likes photography, and he would stop to take pictures after walking a few steps, so he walked very slowly. Ruan Qiqi and the others soon caught up with him and followed him slowly. Manzi, let me test you. How high is Yuelu Mountain? As a native of Tanzhou, you must know. Ruan Qiqi chatted with Manzai as if she was talking about family matters. Yes, 300 meters. Manzai answered with a smile that Qiqi had just told him, and he still remembered it. That's great, but 300 meters is not accurate. Can you be more precise? Ruan Qiqi's tone was encouraging. Manzai tilted his head, his eyes confused, and was unable to answer. 300.8 meters. Tian Yuguang in front couldn't help but speak up and gave the exact number. He was of medium height, gentle and handsome, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a white shirt and trousers. He spoke the Tanzhou dialect very authentically, and there was no trace of the Japanese devil in him at all. Wow, you must have grown up in Tanzhou, right? Otherwise you wouldn't know it so clearly. Ruan Qiqi praised sincerely with a face full of praise, praising the other party very highly. Yes, I was born and raised in Tanzhou, and I am a native of Tanzhou. Tian Yuguang looked slightly proud as he spoke, but it was not noticeable unless you looked closely. No wonder you know so much about Yuelu Mountain. We didn't grow up in Tanzhou, so we don't know much about it. Are you a school teacher? Ruan Qiqi used the accent of her hometown, which was a bit similar to the Tanzhou dialect, but there was still a difference. You could tell she was from a small county town as soon as you heard it. Manzai's accent is not particularly authentic. He has been traveling around the country with his parents since he was a child, so his accent is very mixed. Moreover, the Liu family generally speaks Mandarin and rarely speaks Tanzhou dialect. Yes, I'm a teacher from HUSD. Are you here to play in Tanzhou? Tian Yuguang was a very friendly person and thought that Ruan Qiqi and Manzai were here for tourism. Wow, you are amazing. You are a university teacher at such a young age. My sister married and moved to Tanzhou. She came here to play for a few days and will go home in a few days. Do you teach history? No, mechanically. My father is also a mechanic. He is a level 6 fitter. Ruan Qiqi's tone was particularly proud when she spoke. Tian Yuguang smiled and behaved gently and patiently throughout the whole process, giving people a comfortable feeling like a spring breeze. Why do you only take pictures of the scenery? What a waste. Film is very expensive. Ruan Qiqi asked deliberately. She found that the pictures taken by this guy were very mysterious. They seemed unintentional, but some of them were taken in the direction of the garrison. There are garrisons in Yuelu Mountain. Ruan Qiqi was 80% sure that this guy was a Japanese devil. But she had to try again. Iwanting, what a nice name. Who came up with it? They arrived at the Iwan Pavilion, and Ruan Qiqi talked to herself in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft. Manzai and Mamajiang both tilted their heads, their big eyes full of confusion. They didn't know. The Iwan Pavilion was originally named Hongye Pavilion. It was built in 1792. In the 57th year of Emperor Qianlong's reign, it was founded by Luo Dian, the head of Yuelu Academy. Later, by Yuan, the governor of Huguang, changed the name to Iwan Pavilion because of a poem. Stop the car and sit to enjoy the maple forest in the evening. The frosted leaves are redder than the flowers in February. Tian Yuguang couldn't help but start popularizing science again, and he spoke in great detail. Wow, you're awesome. Ruan Qiqi was generous with her praise, and her big eyes were full of admiration. No, I just like reading. Tian Yuguang raised the corners of his mouth, looking contented. Then do you know the origin of Yuelu Mountain? Ruan Qiqi asked again. Yuelu Mountain was originally named Linglu Peak. Later, it was described in Nanyue Ji as follows. Nanyue is 800 miles around, with Huiyan as the head and Yuelu as the foot.
After that, it was called Yuelu Mountain.
Tian Yuguang explained the origin of Yuelu Mountain very clearly and eloquently. You are amazing. You are worthy of being a university teacher. Ruan Qiqi gave him a thumbs up. It's just SOSO. You'll understand a lot more if you read more books. Tian Yuguang's face deepened, and his vigilance relaxed a lot. He believed that Ruan Qiqi was just a simple fool who was easy to be deceived. Arigatou gozaimasu. Ruan Qiqi suddenly said thank you in Japanese and bowed deeply. Arigato. You're welcome. Tian Yuguang bowed back reflexively, also in Japanese. Soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed drastically. Ferocity appeared on his gentle face, and his gentle eyes became cruel. He looked around quickly, and when there was no one around, the ferocity in his eyes became even more intense, and his first reaction was to kill these two people. But just as he had this thought, the bone whip came at him, and his face suddenly felt burning with pain. Tears and snot flowed, and his glasses were knocked off.
Who are you?
I am Tian Yuguang, a teacher at HUST. I have a good family background, and I am innocent. Why are you hitting me? Tian Yuguang cried out loudly for justice and seemed particularly innocent. A few people came over who happened to be students from HUST. They knew Tian Yuguang and rushed over to save him. What did you do to Teacher Tian? Several students were very angry. Tian Yuguang was a teacher they respected very much, and Ruan Qiqi was so hateful. The police are arresting us. Get out of the way. Ruan Qiqi casually took out her police ID. In order to facilitate the action, she asked Pei Yuan to get a police work permit. After seeing the work permit clearly, several students hesitated and did not dare to stop him. Why are you arresting me? I am innocent. Tian Yuguang is still crying out for injustice. He has been hiding for more than 10 years and is so unwilling to accept this. Ruan Qiqi was too lazy to talk nonsense. She swung the bone whip and wrapped it around his neck flexibly, and his screams stopped abruptly. If you still want to study in school, shut up or
drop out.
Ruan Qiqi warned coldly. Several students were so scared that they quickly shook their heads and promised not to say anything nonsense. After going down the mountain, Ruan Qiqi called Pei Yuan and asked him to send someone to pick her up. The person who came was Comrade Xiao Chao. He had been bored recently and often went out naked in the middle of the night. Because he made some mistakes when performing a mission, Pei Yuan punished him to reflect at home for a month and was not allowed to go out on any mission, so he could only do some logistical work. As soon as Xiao Chao saw Tian Yuguang, his eyes lit up. He touched his chin and looked him up and down, making a clicking sound. Yes, the bone structure is really good, comparable to that of an eel. Can we make a deal? No, you already have the eel. I want this one for myself. Ruan Qiqi flatly refused. She also fell in love with Tianyuguang, who was fair-skinned and very handsome. I have another ginseng plant that is no less than 50 years old. Xiao Chao is quite greedy. He also wants to make a dragon and phoenix candlestick. The candlestick has high requirements for the head shape. He has made an eel one before, and the only one missing is Tianyuguang. Wild ginseng can save lives. Keep it for yourself. Although Ruan Qiqi was tempted, she was not greedy. The 50-year-old ginseng that Xiao Chao gave her last time was still quite fresh. She planted it in the space. It would produce a lot of ginseng in the future, so there was no need to change it for another one. I still have one that's 100 years old. Xiao Chao acted as if he was rich and powerful. He had no shortage of ginseng. After all, going to Changbai Mountain is like visiting his own backyard. He can come and go as he pleases. Ruan Qiqi twitched her lips and agreed to the deal. Anyway, there's still a few suspects behind, and they all look good. The lurking Japanese soldiers are probably carefully selected. Their appearance and figure are similar to those of the Chinese, and none of them are particularly ugly. Tianyuguang, who was standing next to them, could hear what they were saying. He knew every word, but when they were put together, he didn't understand what the dragon and phoenix candlesticks were. What does it have to do with him? Tianyuguang didn't understand. He felt a strong sense of uneasiness and struggled desperately. Xiao Chao slapped him and knocked him unconscious. He would take the person back for interrogation, and after the interrogation, he would make a dragon and phoenix candlestick out of it, which he could use in his bridal chamber. Although Comrade Xiao Chao is still single and doesn't even know which direction the door of his future mother-in-law's house faces, he asked the I Ching master in the bureau to predict that he will have his wedding night at the age of 26. He is 25 now, which means he will have his wedding night in a year, so he must prepare the dragon and phoenix candlesticks in advance. It was still early, so Ruan Qiqi decided to meet the second suspect. Female, Su Xiaoying, 36 years old, wife of the deputy director of a large state-owned factory. Although it is her second marriage, the couple has a very good relationship. Su Xiaoying has no children and treats the children left by her ex-husband as her own. The children also respect her very much. Su Xiaoying was well known in the factory for her virtue and kindness. Everyone praised her as the best stepmother in history and regarded her as a role model for women to emulate. The reason why she was considered a suspect was because Su Xiaoying was particularly fond of cleanliness and liked taking baths. Not everyone who likes to take a bath is a Japanese devil. There are Chinese people who love to take a bath too. However, before Su Xiaoying married the deputy factory director, she was just a woman who grew up in an ordinary family. The conditions in her parents' home did not allow for taking a bath at all. But it is also possible that after marrying the deputy factory director, Su Xiaoying's conditions improved and she fell in love with taking baths. Therefore, Ruan Qiqi decided to test him in person, determined not to wrongly accuse a good man, nor to let a Japanese soldier go. Su Xiaoying lived in the factory staff building, which was a little far from Yuelu Mountain. Manzai took her on a bike, and Mama Zhong would run for a while and stop from time to time. Sometimes, she would run far ahead and still stop to wait for them. Qiqi, how do you know he is a Japanese? Manzai was very curious and asked on the way. Because he knows it too precisely. If you randomly ask a Tanzhou person on the street how high Yuelu Mountain is, they will basically answer 300 meters or 200 to 300 meters. No one will be accurate to the decimal point. As for the origin of Yuelu Mountain and Iwan Pavilion, who would care about this? Only the Japanese would care. I bowed again to test him, and he was exposed. Ruan Qiqi patiently explained that what really confirmed the other party's identity was the final bow. He used to praise Tianyuguang so that he could let down his guard, and then suddenly bowed and said something in Japanese, and Tianyuguang would subconsciously return the greeting because he was still a Japanese at heart, and it was impossible to change his deep-rooted habits. As for those illusions, who among the locals would care to know them? Only the lurking Japanese devils, who are afraid of not pretending to be Chinese, would try hard to learn about them. Manzai seemed to understand what he said and asked more questions. Ruan Qiqi answered them patiently. An hour later, They arrived at the gate of the arsenal. It was now past 2 in the afternoon, and the gate was closed and heavily guarded. Ruan Qiqi did not enter the factory. The family building was not inside the factory but behind it. They went around to the back of the factory. The family building was an old-style tube-shaped building, similar to the one where Ruan Qiqi lived. Downstairs, there were a few old men and women sitting under the sycamore tree to enjoy the cool air. Some were playing chess, some were chatting, and they all looked quite leisurely. Ruan Qiqi pretended to ask for directions and soon became familiar with the old men and women. She even got a small stool and sat down to chat with them. My uncle works in a winery. I came here to have fun. I'll be back home in a few days. It's no problem to buy wine. The factory manager is my uncle. I'll help you negotiate the internal price later.
Thank you, Auntie. I'm Festi.
When Ruan Qiqi said, the factory director is my uncle, several uncles and aunts immediately looked at her differently and were especially polite. The aunt who wanted to buy wine even generously took out 2 pieces of watermelon and offered them to her and Manzai. You can definitely buy some at the winery if you go to Ruan Qiqi. At most, you can only buy 2 bottles. If you buy more, you'll make a mistake. Ruan Qiqi told Director Lin's phone number that every employee in the winery has an internal price, so there is no problem buying a few bottles. What's more, she helped the factory to recover so much debt, which is a great honor for her. Director Lin will definitely not be stingy. Thank you, sister. The aunt was overjoyed that the internal price was much cheaper and she didn't need a ticket. This beautiful girl was really generous. What are you thanking me for? I even ate your watermelon. Ruan Qiqi finished eating the watermelon cleanly, and so did Manzai. The auntie was reluctant to throw away the watermelon rind, so she took it home, cut off the gnawed part, washed it, and cooked it. Su Xiaoying walked over from a distance, carrying a basket of vegetables. She was not tall, but slim, with fair skin and dimples when she smiled. She was not particularly beautiful, but gentle and sweet, with a very comfortable appearance. Xiaoying is back from shopping. Wow, she bought a lot. Everyone greeted her warmly, and Su Xiaoying responded to everyone with a smile. She didn't have any airs of a factory director's wife, and was very friendly. My 3rd child has his birthday today. Let's have a nice dinner together tonight to celebrate. Su Xiaoying explained with a smile that the 3rd child she was talking about was the youngest daughter of the deputy factory director. Although she was not her biological daughter, she had a very good relationship with her, just like a real mother and daughter. I've heard of you. You cook delicious food, right? My uncle always praises your cooking at home, and my aunt is not happy about it. Ruan Qiqi was shouting loudly and acting carefree. Who is your uncle? Su Xiaoying looked at him for a few times and was sure that she had never seen Ruan Qiqi before. Her uncle is the director of the winery. The enthusiastic aunt helped to explain. Oh, it's Director Lin. Thank you for your compliment. Su Xiaoying suddenly realized and quickly called out Director Lin's name, smiling shyly and being very humble. Your cooking must be delicious. My uncle rarely praises people. Are you going to make egg rolls? My aunt can never make this dish well. Ruan Qiqi saw the eggs and meat in the basket and guessed that she was going to make omelets. According to the information in Su Xiaoying's file, her hometown is the same as Shang Lehua's, and that county loves to make egg rolls during festivals. Yes, egg rolls are not difficult to make. You just need to master the steps and the heat. Su Xiaoying had a proud look on her face. She had devoted herself to studying cooking for more than 10 years. How could a mere Chinese woman compare to her? Then can you teach me? I'll go back and teach my aunt so that she and uncle won't have to quarrel all the time. Ruan Qiqi took out paper and pen from her bag, looking particularly eager to learn. The proud Su Xiaoying explained patiently, explaining every step in detail, from beating the eggs to adding seasonings. Wait a minute, I just missed it. How much salt should be added? Ruan Qiqi asked. 15 grams of salt, 25 grams of sugar. The author doesn't know how to cook, so the amount is random. Don't be picky. Ruan Qiqi glanced at her and wrote down the number of grams. What does gram mean? How many taels? The enthusiastic aunt listened very carefully. She also wanted to learn how to make egg rolls, but she didn't understand this. Su Xiaoying's expression changed slightly, and she quickly said, 1 liang is 50 grams. I was influenced by Lao Li and got used to saying grams. But it was too late. A bone whip rolled over like a snake and wrapped around her neck accurately. Everyone was shocked and looked at Ruan Qiqi in astonishment, not understanding why they started fighting while talking. Girl, what's wrong with you? Asked the enthusiastic aunt. I'm a police officer. Don't ask any more questions. Ruan Qiqi showed her ID and Su Xiaoying's face changed drastically, but she quickly calmed down, cried out loudly for justice, and asked someone to notify Deputy Director Li. What are you arguing about? Your family will be reunited soon. Ruan Qiqi knocked her unconscious with a palm strike, then went to the guard at the gate to call and notify the police to come and pick her up. Who came was Comrade Xiao Chao. He had just brought Tian Yuguang back to the book and had not even sat down when he was sent out again. Are you poking the devil's nest? Xiao Chao was very envious. If they could catch 2 Japanese devils a day, Zhihua would definitely get the first place. I have eyes of fire and golden pupils. Ruan Qiqi smiled mysteriously, seeming particularly unfathomable. Your special ability is the fiery eyes and golden pupils? Xiao Chao believed it and became even more envious. He also wanted to have Sun Wukong's fiery eyes and golden pupils. If there is really no other option, just give him Sun Wukong's somersault skills. He is not picky. Ruan Qiqi just smiled and neither denied nor admitted it. When Comrade Xiao Chao saw her like this, he immediately believed it and was jealous of him to death. Deputy Director Li was reviewing documents in his office. Xiao Chao walked in and showed his ID. Although Deputy Director Li was surprised, he still cooperated and did not make a fuss. Their 3 children were also taken away. The eldest worked in an arsenal, and the second and third were still in school. Su Xiaoying still wanted to deny it, but Pei Yuan had plenty of ways to deal with ordinary agents like her. After only 1 hour of interrogation, the woman confessed. She was ordered to marry Deputy Director Li. While being a good wife and mother, she also collected a lot of important documents and drawings of the arsenal and sent them to her superiors, causing great losses to the country. Deputy Director Li found out about this. He was heartbroken. He couldn't believe that the person he loved so much was actually a Japanese devil, and that she had used him to steal so much intelligence, causing serious losses to the country. He is guilty. Deputy Director Li was being used. He himself had serious problems and would face imprisonment. Ruan Qiqi took a fancy to Su Xiaoying and went to Pei Yuan to ask for the body. After the interrogation, I will send the body to Dr. Yin. Pei Yuan was in a very good mood and was very easy to talk to. The way he looked at Ruan Qiqi was even kinder than the way he looked at his own daughter. His life was that he got ahead of Director Mu and poached Ruan Qiqi, the great treasure. In just 1 day, he captured 2 lurking Japanese soldiers. Such efficiency and speed were far beyond the reach of Group A's Tyrannosaurus. Where do I rank now? Ruan Qiqi asked with concern. 7th, come on, I have faith in you. Pei Yuan was full of confidence in her. At this rate, the first place would definitely go to Group B. Ruan Qiqi frowned slightly. He was only ranked 7th. Never mind. He would take a few days off and continue catching the Japanese. She wants to roll that little bug to death, humph. Xiao Ruan, let me ask you something. How do you know for sure that they are the Japanese? Pei Yuan was very curious. This was also the question that Tian Yuguang and Su Xiaoying had. They felt that they had hidden themselves very well and were more Chinese than the Chinese themselves. How did they get exposed? I asked Su Xiaoying for advice on cooking, and she described the amount of seasoning to the exact 15 grams. Chinese housewives add seasonings at random when cooking, and at most say 1 or 2 spoonfuls, and no one would say grams. She is an ordinary housewife, and she can say grams skillfully, which is very suspicious. Ruan Qiqi explained that even in later generations, many Chinese housewives were used to using liang as a unit of weight, and no one would say gram. She had used her compliments before to relax Su Xiaoying's guard, and then suddenly asked about the seasoning, and she would subconsciously answer in the most familiar way, just like Tian Yuguang returned the greeting with a bow. No matter how cleverly these devils disguised themselves, They cannot change their inherent habits, and once they relax their minds, their flaws will be exposed. These were all what Ruan Qiqi learned on the internet in her previous life. The Japanese devils have always been evil, and even in later generations, there are still many lurking Japanese devils, so there are many methods to identify Japanese devils on the internet. She put them into practice and found them to be useful. Pei Yuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. These methods could be learned by people in the bureau and would definitely come in handy. Ruan Qiqi went to Dingy's place, packed some cakes, and went home with Manzai. 2 Japanese devils were captured today, so she decided to make something delicious to reward herself. She didn't know where Lu Yi had been these days, and he hadn't been home for a week. She also didn't know if that arrogant guy had been taught a lesson by Lu Yi. Guoguang Hotel. Lu Yi came back to report on his work. This time he went to Xiangxi, found a Japanese soldier who was hiding very deeply, and solved a mystery from many years ago.
He gained a lot.
You've worked hard. Go back and have a good rest and spend more time with your wife. Director Mu didn't tell him that Zhihua from Group B captured 2 Japanese devils in one day, and her ranking quickly rose to 7th. We can't provoke Lu Yi anymore. This guy finally got married, but after only 3 months, he's leaving his new wife alone in an empty house. That's not nice. He is a good leader who is considerate of his subordinates. Although being number 1 is important, Lu Ye's family harmony is more important.
New.
Lu Yi also wanted to go home to be with his wife. He had been very busy recently, and he hadn't had dinner with Qiqi for a long time. Bring your wife home for dinner one day. I haven't even met her, Director Mu said with a smile. We'll talk about it when we're free. It doesn't matter if you meet him or not, as long as I give him the red envelope.
Lu Ye ansvaret insincerer.
Anyway, Director Mu's red envelope was already in his pocket, so it didn't matter whether he went to the dinner or not. You took the money, but you don't acknowledge it. Go back now. Director Mu cursed with a smile, then waved her hand in disgust to send the person away.
Gone.
Lu Yi took a few biscuits from the drawer of his desk, ate them while walking, and soon disappeared. Director Mu smiled and shook her head, muttering to herself, Zhihua, Pei Yuan really got a big treasure. But he was not too anxious. Zhihua was only ranked 7th now. With only half a year left, she should not be able to catch up with his Tyrannosaurus. Even if they really catch up, it doesn't matter. Group A has always been the first in the past years. It's time to let Group B have a taste of being the first. We can't be too greedy. Director Mu doesn't know yet that in the near future, he will not only have to give up the first place, but also give up his big baby Tyrannosaurus. Otherwise, he will definitely not be so calm. The 3rd update is done. Even now, the people around me still use Jin, Liang, and Qian as the units of weight in their daily lives. Few people say kilograms and grams. I will continue tomorrow. Good night. P.S. I would like to explain that all the perverted and cruel punishments in this article are only for enemies. The readers may be students. The author does not want to corrupt children. Here, only enemies are used. In the 1970s, everyone was a soldier. The background of the times is different. It is definitely not possible to do this now. Readers can just enjoy it. Please do not imitate it. Also, the author is just a little crazy, but not perverted. Although I like bone ornaments very much, I don't even have a fake bone ornament in real life. I just enjoy it secretly in the book. This is the author's ambition. Ruan Qiqi went to the market to buy some vegetables and returned to the compound with Manzai, each going home. After completing several missions, Manzai has matured a lot. As long as he doesn't speak, you can't tell that he is different from ordinary people. Although the weather is hot, the family building downstairs is still bustling. Everyone sits under the shade of the trees and chats. Now few people have fans at home, so it is cooler under the shade of the trees. Zhihua came back from afar carrying a load on her shoulder. She was wearing a straw hat and holding a hoe. There were a lot of things that looked like sweet potatoes in the load, but the skin was yellow. Ruan Qiqi recognized it at a glance. It was yam. It is sweet and delicious when eaten raw, and can also be eaten fried, but she likes to eat it raw because it is very juicy, crispy, and sweet. The yam I planted is a little small, you can take a few home to eat. Wang Zhihua saw that she wanted to eat, so she took the initiative to pick up a few and put them in Ruan Qiqi's basket. Give me a few more, and I'll trade you some meat. Ruan Qiqi took out a piece of meat from the basket, which weighed about a pound, and threw it into Wang Zhihua's burden. Oh, a few yam are not worth much. Take the meat back. Wang Zhihua wanted to return the meat, but Ruan Qiqi refused. She took a few more sweet potatoes from the basket and went straight upstairs. Knowing her temper, Wang Zhihua did not return the meat, but she asked her daughter to bring some sweet potatoes. Ruan Qiqi ate 2 yam to satisfy her craving, and then made dinner. Yam is delicious when eaten raw or cooked. She cooked a pot of mung bean soup, pork ribs and winter melon soup, stir-fried blood duck, shredded pork with green peppers, pounded peppers and preserved eggs, fried fish with peppers, steamed fish with rice, and a big pot of braised pork. The weather was hot and she was too lazy to cook for every meal, so she simply made a little more at a time and put it in the space to eat slowly. Qiqi, I'm back, was heard in the corridor. Ruan Qiqi raised the corners of her mouth and placed the dishes that were prepared to be put in the space on the table. She also took out the mung bean soup from the cold storage in the space. It was icy cold and especially delicious. Drink mung bean soup, freshly chilled. Luyi was carrying a lot of bags. As soon as he entered the house, a big bowl of mung bean soup was handed to him. He grinned, put down the things, picked up the bowl, and drank it all in one gulp. It tastes good. Luyi was still not satisfied, so he ordered another bowl. He drank 3 bowls in a row, and all the heat disappeared. Ruan Qiqi filled a large bowl of uncooked mung bean soup and a lot of dishes and asked Luyi to deliver it to the Gao family. Lia's 2 children are here. There are many people in the family, so please send more food. There are a lot of Japanese devils recently, and Lia has been very busy. Ruan Qiqi felt bad for her, so she specially made a big bowl of sweet and sour pork ribs for Lia and her 3 daughters. Hello, Uncle Lu. Lia's 2 children sat quietly at the door of their house. When they saw Lu Yi, they greeted him politely. The older brother is 7 years old and looks very much like Gao Shangjin, but he is whiter than his father. He is very gentle and well-mannered, and at first glance you can tell that he is a very stable child. My younger sister is 5 years old. She has the best qualities of both her parents and is as pretty as a doll. Good. Lu Yi smiled and gently touched the 2 children's heads. He liked pretty and polite kids. Gao Shangjin, come out and get the food. Lu Yi called out, and Gao Shangjin came out after a long time, with dust on his head, looking like he had just crawled out from under the bed. What did you do? Lu Yi asked curiously. Don't mention it. The little jerk hid my watch, and I couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Gao Shangjin glared at his son as he spoke. The jerk is getting less and less fun as he grows up. It's all because of his father-in-law and mother-in-law who spoil him. They always told him not to beat or scold his children, but to respect them and to reason with them patiently. The father-in-law and mother-in-law also used their daughter-in-law as an example, saying that only if the daughter-in-law is educated in this way since childhood will she have a bright future. Gao Shangjin didn't believe it at first, but when he used his wife as an example, he believed it. He really wanted a child as good as his wife, so he readily handed both children over to be educated by his father-in-law and mother-in-law. The result was that he raised a very cunning son who was only 7 years old, but was more cunning than he was. He said that beatings can produce filial sons. How could the ancestors be wrong? But if he beat his son, his wife would definitely kick him off the bed and make him sleep on the floor at night. The next day, he would have to receive phone calls from his father-in-law and mother-in-law, which would be more annoying than Tang monk chanting sutras. Fortunately, I have a sensible and lovely daughter. Gao Shangjin looked at his daughter with relief and comforted himself silently. Why did your son hide your watch? Lu Yi became even more curious. My father made a bet with me, so I hid it. The 7-year-old son explained loudly, adding, Dad, if you just admit defeat, I will hand over the watch. You're not going to lose, I'll definitely find it out. Gao Shangjin glared with gritted teeth. He was the father. How could he admit defeat to his son? Even if he had to dig up all the dirt in his house, he would still find his watch. Dad, You made a mess of the house. Mom will definitely be angry when she comes back. The son reminded kindly. The consequences of Mom's anger can be serious. Gao Shangjin's face changed drastically, and he turned around immediately, ready to restore the house to its original state. Lu Yi couldn't bear to see him being so cowardly, so he did a quick check and hooked his finger at the busy Gao Shangjin. Gao Shangjin came closer and was stunned when he heard Lu Yi mention a place. He reached into his trouser pocket and took out a watch.
Grass.
He searched for a long time and found the watch was always on him. You jerk, I'll treat you to fried pork with belt. Gao Shangjin, who was so angry that he was embarrassed, pulled off his belt and was about to teach the jerk a lesson. The most dangerous place is the safest. You are the chief of staff, but you can't even think of this.
And you want to hit me?
I want to tell my grandparents. The son ran away very fast and did not forget to look back to provoke his old father. The father and son chased each other and staged a full-scale fight. Lu Yi was very happy and shouted, Gao Shangjin, your son is more capable than you. Gao Shangjin was too busy to deal with him as he was busy beating his son, but he was just threatening him and didn't really do anything. Your cousin is back. Lu Yi leaned on the railing and saw Yin coming back from get-off work from afar and reminded her loudly. Gao Shangjin immediately braked, quickly fastened his belt, and dragged his son home. The father and son tidied the house in just a few minutes at the speed of light, and there was no trace of the previous mess. Yin returned home and said nothing, but just looked at Gao Shangjin and his son meaningfully. The vase is placed wrong. It was 45 degrees this morning, but now it's 55 degrees. Be careful next time. Yin reminded lightly and moved the vase so that the angle between the flower at the mouth of the vase and the cabinet returned to 45 degrees. I see. Wife, you are really amazing. You can tell the degree with your naked eyes. I am so successful because of my ancestors' good deeds. I was able to marry such a capable and excellent wife like you. Gao Shangjin started to flatter Yin in various ways again, using the same old rhetoric, but Yin liked to hear it. The brother and sister next to them looked at each other and rubbed their arms together, feeling so disgusting. Fortunately, they lived with their grandparents and didn't have to suffer every day. After dinner, Yin sent the processed bones to the Ruan family. The bones were from an eel and were beautifully processed. Yin thought that this was what Ruan Qiqi wanted. Yin came with her daughter. When Ruan Qiqi saw the pretty and lovely little girl, her eyes suddenly lit up and she generously took out snacks and candies to treat the little girl. Thank you, Auntie. The little girl has a very sweet mouth. You're welcome. Ruan Qiqi touched the little girl's face with a smile. It was so soft that she really wanted to pinch it a few times. Yin sat for a while and then took her daughter home. Mom, I want it too. The little girl whispered a request, saying that the bones were so beautiful and she also wanted to use them as toys. When I have time, Mom will get you one. Yin agreed readily and didn't think her daughter's hobby was wrong because she used to play like this when she was a child. While other children played with building blocks and dolls when they were young, she played with various bones. This was because her father was a very good orthopedic surgeon and there were often various bone specimens at home. Her knowledge enlightenment started with bones. While other children memorized 300 Tang poems since childhood, she memorized the structure of human bones. While other children played with building blocks, she played with bones. Thanks to the unique toys she played with in her childhood, she was able to become an excellent orthopedic surgeon. Therefore, Yin strongly supports her daughter playing with bones. Don't let your dad see. Yin reminded her husband that he always thought his daughter was a soft and cute doll, so it would be better not to let him know the truth. After all, it is sad enough that her IQ is not as good as her son's. If her husband knew that she had a daughter who liked to play with bones, she was afraid that her husband would not be able to bear the blow. It would be a sin. I know, Dad is timid. I will be careful. The little girl agreed obediently that she would be very careful. The mother and daughter smiled at each other, held hands, and went home. They were greeted by the attentive Gao Shangjin, and the family was very happy. The next day, Ruan Qiqi got up late. She and Lu Yi had a long time apart, and they made love until midnight. They both slept late and got up at around noon. Deputy Captain Liu. Phone call. Someone called downstairs. Lu Yi went downstairs to make a phone call, and I came back a few minutes later with a bad look on his face. The old man called and said that Mo Heping went to the farm and had a fierce argument with Yuan Huilan. What does your father mean? What does their quarrel have to do with us? Ruan Qiqi didn't quite understand. Lu Disheng was indeed being a bit nosy. The old man asked me to talk to Uncle Mo, but Uncle Mo went to a meeting and his call was not connected. Lu Yi said, "It won't work even if Uncle Mo goes. Mo Heping is exactly like your mother. They are both sophisticated egoists who will subconsciously choose the side that is beneficial to them." Ruan Qiqi shrugged, seeing through Mo Heping. The mother and daughter were of the same kind. The only conflict now is that Yuan Huilan's identity has harmed Mo Heping's interests, so the mother and daughter have become enemies. Unless Yuan Huilan takes the initiative to divorce, this knot cannot be untied. Don't worry about them. It has nothing to do with us. Lu Yi sneered and was too lazy to get involved. However, he still went to find Mo Qiufeng and conveyed Lu Disheng's words. Heping is back? Why didn't she call me? Mo Qiufeng's face darkened, and he became more and more disappointed with his daughter. Maybe she misses her mother.
Lu'ya ansveret perfunctoril.
Mo Qiufeng looked helpless, and his temples began to ache. A judge to judge family affairs. He can handle official business well, but he cannot handle these trivial matters at home. Seeing him like this, Lu Yi kindly advised, "Why don't you just divorce my mother, and everyone will be happy?" Nonsense. Husband and wife should share hardships together. How can they divorce just because of a small problem? Mo Qiufeng scolded that he and Yuan Huilan did not get married for love, but were introduced by the organization. Jiang Xinmei's sacrifice, his identity, was about to be exposed. He spent a lot of effort to safely withdraw to the base with the intelligence and 2 children. Afterwards, he met Yuan Huilan through the organization's introduction. At that time, it was rumored that Lu Disheng had died, Yuan Huilan had lost her husband, and he had lost his wife and 2 children. After the two met, they felt good about each other and formed a family. There was no love, but they had lived together for so many years, so there must be feelings. He was not the kind of person who would run away when faced with disaster. What's more, in his opinion, what happened to Yuan Huilan was nothing. He had made all the arrangements. As long as Yuan Huilan stayed in the cadre school for a year or 2, she would be able to return to work smoothly and do the same thing as before. But he would not tell these words to Yuan Huilan. The long period of undercover work had made him develop the habit of keeping everything in his heart. No matter what it was, he would not share it with his family and would only digest it himself. Yuan Huilan often complained about this, blaming him for not treating her as a family member. He explained the reason, but Yuan Huilan didn't quite understand it. She felt that since she was no longer lurking, there was no need to do this. He didn't say anything, but he didn't change it either. Habits formed over many years are not so easy to change. Besides, he didn't want to change it. He thought it was a good habit. Only when the secret was kept in his own heart could it be a real secret, and he would be completely safe. It's up to you whether you want to leave or not. Anyway, my message has been conveyed. Lu Yi didn't try to persuade him much. No matter what choice Mo Qiufeng made, it had nothing to do with him. But he still said something extra. Mo Heping is actually the same as her mother. Uncle Mo, you can't control it. Unless you make a choice, either divorce my mother or break off the relationship with Mo Heping.
Qiqi told you.
Mo Qiufeng asked with a smile. As soon as I heard it, I knew it was Ruan Qiqi who said it. Lu Yi is not such a delicate mind, and he would not think so deeply. Lu Yi did not deny it. It was indeed what Qiqi said to him, and she also said that Mo Qiufeng's final choice would most likely be to break off the engagement. What else did Qiqi say? Mo Qiufeng became interested and wanted to hear the opinions of bystanders. I didn't say anything, just that you would choose to break off the relationship. Lu Yi told the truth. Seeing Mo Qiufeng's expression stagnated, he couldn't help but ask, Uncle Mo, do you really want to break up with Mo Heping? It's not me who wants to break off the relationship. It's her own choice. Since she enjoys the affluent life given by me and her mother, we have to share the hardships together. If we can't share the hardships together, then we have to break off the relationship. Don't be too greedy and want this and that. Mo Qiufeng sneered coldly. His emotions were calm without any fluctuation. Seeing how calm he was, Lu Yi suddenly felt some respect for him. No wonder Mo Qiufeng could lurk in the enemy's lair for so many years and still retreat safely. This kind of character is truly extraordinary. If he were in Mo Qiufeng's situation, he would definitely be so angry that he would run to the capital and teach the unfilial girl a lesson. Lu Yi returned home and told Ruan Qiqi about this. Uncle Mo is too rational. Now I know why he is called Taishan. His code name back then was Taishan? Ruan Qiqi asked curiously. Yes, Taishan was the most mysterious intelligence officer back then. The enemy searched for him for a long time, but couldn't find him. It wasn't until Uncle Mo retreated to the base that the enemy realized that Taishan was right beside them. Lu Yi's tone was full of admiration. As steady as a rock, Uncle Mo is awesome. Ruan Qiqi also admired him very much. Although Mo Qiufeng was not very qualified as a husband and a father, he was definitely an outstanding revolutionary worker, and his contribution to the country was unquestionable. It is impossible for people to be perfect and excel utmost in work. There will inevitably be some shortcomings in life. Lu Yi nodded and agreed. So, I advise Uncle Mo to divorce. My mother is not worthy of him. Uncle Mo won't divorce. He may not have love for your mother, but he has family affection. He is not the kind of person who would run away when faced with disaster. Ruan Qiqi said firmly. If Mo Hepping still wants a future, he will choose to break off the relationship. But she didn't know that the final result was something no one had expected, and it developed in an incredible direction. In July in Tanzhou, it gets hotter day by day. The sun is bright every day, and the asphalt road is smoking and emitting a bad smell. The road is soft when you step on it, and your sandals may be burned. My mom didn't want to go out. Even when she lay under the shade of a tree, she was so hot that she kept sticking out her tongue. Ruan Qiqi was afraid of the heat and didn't want to go out. She was not in a hurry to go out and test the remaining suspects. She would wait until the weather was cooler before going out. Lu Yi no longer went on missions and stayed at home with her every day. During the day, Ruan Qiqi basically stayed at home. After closing the doors and windows, she went into the space to enjoy the cool air. The temperature in this space is constant all year round, neither too cold nor too hot, which is much more comfortable than outside. At night, she and Lu Yi also slept in the space, which was very cool. One day, Ruan Qiqi was eating a watermelon in the space. Someone knocked on the door. She came out holding the watermelon and turned on the fan. Then she went to open the door. It was Wang Zhihua. I thought you were at home, and was about to leave. Wang Zhihua had a smile on her face, and was holding a basin in her hands with a lid on it, so it was impossible to see what was inside. Come in and sit down. Ruan Qiqi let her in and cut a piece of watermelon for her. Thank you. I haven't had watermelon this year. Wang Zhihua was flattered and took the watermelon. She took a bite and put it down without eating any more. Why don't you eat? Ruan Qiqi asked. I'll just try it and take it back for the kids. Wang Zhihua explained embarrassedly. Eat it and take the rest back for your children. Ruan Qiqi pointed to the remaining half of the watermelon and generously offered it as a gift to her. Who has changed her petty habit of stealing, is still somewhat lovable. At least the food she cooks makes her very satisfied. Thank you. I was just saying that you are the most beautiful and lucky girl in our building. All the women in the building combined are not as lucky as you. Wang Zhihua flattered the emperor earnestly, and her nice words seemed to be free of charge. Don't say such hateful words. I'm afraid of getting beaten. Ruan Qiqi said with a smile that she couldn't stand such flattery. Who can beat you? Wang Zhihua muttered softly, raised her head and smiled awkwardly, then ate the watermelon in 2 or 3 bites. She was reluctant to throw away the watermelon rind and took it home to make a dish. I haven't dried the orange peels yet, but I have pickled the grapefruit peels. They are delicious. How about you try them? She took the initiative to open the lid, and inside was pickled pomelo peel, which looked delicious. Can grapefruit peels be pickled? It was the first time that Ruan Qiqi saw pickled pomelo peel. She had only had honey pomelo tea before. You can also use grapefruit peel to cook dishes. It's delicious. Zhihua talked about the method of stir-frying pomelo peel, which is a bit troublesome. You have to soak away the bitterness in the pomelo peel first, which is time-consuming and laborious. Ruan Qiqi plans to do it when she has time. She picked up some pickled pomelo peel with chopsticks and ate it. It tasted really good and could be eaten as a side dish. Pickled grapefruit peel. The method can be found on Baidu. The author does not know how to do it. It's delicious. Thank you. Ruan Qiqi accepted it. What are you thanking me for? We are all family members living in the same building. Zhihua spoke very generously, but Ruan Qiqi knew that this woman would not do anything without profit. However, she understood that no one wanted to work for nothing. Finally, Zhihua went home satisfied, holding half a watermelon. Dinner, Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi were very satisfied with the pickled pomelo peel and prepared to ask Zhihua to pickle some more. Time flies, and it is late July in a blink of an eye. There was a heavy rain yesterday, and the next day it was cloudy and windy, and it was not so hot. Ruan Qiqi was about to go out to look for the Japanese when Zhihua called out from the door, "Sister Ruan, do you want to buy some watermelons? They're very cheap. Only 1 cent a pound."
So cheap?
Ruan Qiqi was not interested at first because she couldn't finish all the watermelons in her space, but when she heard such a cheap price, she couldn't help but ask. Watermelons outside cost 2 or 3 cents per pound, and she had never seen watermelons that cost 1 cent per pound before. You have to go to the farm to pick the watermelons yourself, and then you have to find a truck to bring them back. Let's bring 2 trucks back and share them together when the time comes. Zhihua explained with great enthusiasm that every summer, the women in the residential building would go to the farm together to buy watermelons. Each family could get about 10, and the price was much cheaper than buying them at the fruit store. Sure, Ruan Qiqi agreed. She had never been to a farm to pick watermelons before, and it should be fun. 5 or 6 women gathered downstairs, including Wang Shuhua, Lu Danny, Sang Qingfeng, Lu Sanmei, Zhong Hohat, and Shang Lehua, all waiting for Zhihua. Zhihua, are you going to pee or give birth? Lu Danny yelled impatiently. Zhihua said she was going to pee, but she didn't come downstairs after a long time. Come on, Sister Ruan, come with us. Zhihua responded by shouting, and even tried to pull Ruan Qiqi enthusiastically. Ruan Qiqi took a step back and said disdainfully, "You just went to the toilet. Don't get close to her. I wash my hands." Zhihua quickly explained that she was a person who paid particular attention to hygiene. "Then don't touch me." Ruan Qiqi walked to the front, and it would take at least an hour for the smell to dissipate. Zhihua curled her lips in dismay, complaining in her heart, "You don't go to the toilet? Can you survive by starving? Humph, who are you looking down on? Sister Ruan is here too. Let's go quickly. If you go too late, the big watermelons will be picked by others." Lu Danny was an impatient person. When she saw them coming downstairs, she got on her tricycle and left. "Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't gotten on the bus yet." Zhihua grabbed the car and climbed up. Everyone else climbed into the car, leaving Ruan Qiqi, the only one standing. Shang Lehua mustered up the courage to ask her to get in, looking a little embarrassed. "I ride a bike." Ruan Qiqi pushed out the bicycle and followed behind. The group rode towards the farm in a mighty manner. 3 women set the scene, and now there are 8 women. Even if you exclude the taciturn Ruan Qiqi, there are still 7 talkative ones. They gossiped all the way, and with the accompaniment of Lu Danny's laughter, it was very lively. Ruan Qiqi listened with a smile. As expected, it was from the old times. The gossips about each sister-in-law's hometown were so explosive that even the screenwriters of later generations could not write them. "What you guys are saying is nothing. In my hometown, there was a girl who got married. Her father-in-law visited her every few days, and her son-in-law didn't think much of it. But one day, he got in bed with her and found out that they had been having an affair before they got married. Her mother-in-law turned a blind eye to it. What a mess this family is. Lu Sanmei said something even more exciting. The others were not willing to be outdone and started talking about similar things that had happened to them, which made Ruan Qiqi very confused.
This
is too wild and too disruptive to one's worldview. The farm is in the suburbs. The closer to the suburbs, the fewer pedestrians and vehicles there are on the road. Lu Danny is riding in the front. She is strong and rides very fast. The tricycle behind is ridden by Wang Shuhua. Hey, what's going on over there? Wang Suehua shouted, pointing forward. Ruan Qiqi heard the sound and looked over. He saw a military green truck parked there and 2 soldiers repairing the car. Go see if you can help. When everyone saw that they were soldiers, they stopped the car and walked over enthusiastically. Lu Danny asked loudly if they needed help and said that they were from the Tanzhou military region.
Thank you, sisters-in-law.
We came from Hangzhou. The car will be repaired soon. The standing soldier answered enthusiastically, and the one squatting was older, probably around 30 years old. In Hangzhou, and this vehicle should be a troop transport vehicle. Lu Danny chatted with them for a while, and then decided to continue going to the farm. Ruan Qiqi raised her feet and heard the conversation between the 2 people. Why do you always turn the screw 3 times and then turn it back half a turn?
How slow,
said the standing soldier. I'm used to it. The squatting soldier smiled. The 3rd update is done. Regarding tightening screws, the author has encountered this before at work. German and Japanese engineers are very strict. They must tighten the screws 3 times and then return them half a turn. At that time, this operation did not exist in China, and it was even considered redundant. But in fact, tightening the screws in this way can indeed make them tighter. Ruan Qiqi put down her raised foot, turned around, walked over, bent down, and whispered in Japanese into the squatting man's ear, "Your button is unbuttoned," and the little bird flew out. The squatting man's expression changed slightly, and his hand subconsciously touched his crotch. But he reacted quickly, retracted his hand, and continued to tighten the screw. Ruan Qiqi reacted faster and kicked him to the ground. The standing soldiers and Lu Danny and the others were a little confused and didn't understand what was going on. He's a little devil, Ruan Qiqi screamed. The Japanese soldier who was kicked down had a fierce look in his eyes. He reached out to grab the wooden warehouse, but was kicked away by Ruan Qiqi. Lu Danny and the others also came to their senses and rushed over one after another. Wang Suehua took the lead and ran very fast, rushing in front of the Japanese soldiers like an exploding egg. You darned little devil, I'll kill you. Wang Suehua slammed into the Japanese soldier's body, and both of them fell to the ground. Then Lu Danny rushed over and sat down. Her big butt, which was the largest in the family building, played a huge role at this moment. With friction and friction, the Japanese soldier couldn't breathe. Lu Danny, you didn't wash your butt last night, it stinks. Wang Suehua didn't have time to get up and was caught in the crossfire, almost suffocated to death. I take a shower every day, so get out of the way and don't get in my way. Lu Danny moved a little, and Wang Suehua climbed up and sat on the Japanese soldier's belly. Wang Shuhua and the others were no less enthusiastic. One was massaging his feet, another was massaging his hands. In an instant, the little Japanese soldier felt as if 6 huge mountains were pressing down on him. Not to mention getting up, he even had difficulty breathing as he was pinned down by Lu Danny's big butt. Shang Lehua was the only one left, but she was a step slower and lost her place. However, she suddenly had an idea and quickly came up with a good idea. She took off her shoes, allowing Lu Danny to make some room, and then she slapped the Japanese soldier in the face. You darn little Japs. I'll beat you to death. Wait, let me fart first. Lu Danny's stomach growled a few times, and Wang Suehua and others quickly covered their noses. After living in the same building for a long time, they all knew that Lu Danny's farts were so smelly that they could kill an elephant. Ruan Qiqi was just a beat slow and didn't have time to cover her nose before a foul smell wafted over. She immediately held her breath and took several steps back. Lu Danny touched her stomach comfortably and felt comfortable after expelling the gas. The Japanese soldier, she sat on, rolled his eyes and fainted. Lu Danny, the Japanese soldier was suffocated to death by your fart. Shang Lehua made a major discovery and screamed in surprise. Duck you. If my farts were that powerful, I would apply to go to the border and fart every day to suffocate those jerks. Lu Danny's face darkened. Why did you say her farts smell bad? Whose farts smell good? I fainted, it's okay. Ruan Qiqi covered her nose and walked over to check. The patient was still breathing, so he was not dead. It's really unstoppable. I'm not satisfied yet. Lu Danny was still not satisfied and even had a brilliant idea. Wake up this little devil and continue beating him. Okay, my father was killed by the Japanese, darn it, I really want to cut him into pieces. Wang Zhihua gnashed her teeth in hatred. Her father was killed by the Japanese devils, and her mother raised 5 siblings alone. Life was bitter than the bitterest time. During the hardest times, her mother often went out in the middle of the night, and when she came back, she would bring some food, such as sweet potatoes, yams, and radishes. Thanks to these foods, the brothers and sisters did not starve to death. It's just that she took over her mother's job and had been fond of stealing since she was little. She didn't steal money, but only food and things that were within her reach. She was used to stealing and couldn't change it no matter what she did. Fortunately, she met Sister Guan, who helped her change. Do you have any evidence? How could Lao Lin be a Japanese soldier? The other soldier was skeptical. Lao Lin was very respected in the army, so how could he be a Japanese? How can Miss Ruan be wrong? He is a Japanese soldier. You are in the same group with him, so you are also a Japanese soldier, right? Wang Zhihua had a mysterious admiration for Ruan Qiqi. When she heard this boy actually questioning her, she began to doubt him as well and rolled up her sleeves to fight. You jerk, if you say that, I'll beat even women. The man immediately got angry and called him a little devil. He was even more angry than calling him a cheating cousin. He really knew how to beat a woman. He shouldn't be. The phrase "and I mama be" makes me feel like I'm from the same hometown as you. People from other places can't curse like that. Wang Zhihua grabbed Wang Zhihua. The Japanese devils definitely couldn't curse her in that way. She started chatting with the man and talked a lot about her hometown. As they talked, they even became relatives. Wu Meiying is your cousin, so you have to call me aunt. Wu Meiying is my husband's sister-in-law. Is your man Peng Zhiguang? Right? The two chatted more and more enthusiastically and even left their contact information. Our sister Juan is very powerful. This guy must be a Japanese. You should go back and report to your leader. Wang Zhihua said. I see. The man's expression was very serious, and he was a little scared. He actually went out with the Japanese devils. Fortunately, he met these sisters-in-law on the road. He found a hemp rope from the car, tied up the Japanese soldier, then drove to the nearest telephone booth and called the Tanzhou military region and Hengqing. Tanzhou military region sent someone, and it was Lu Yi, because he was the most idle person in the entire military region. Deputy Captain Liu, thanks to your cousin's cleverness, he saw through the Japanese at a glance. He is so powerful. Wang Zhihua said attentively. Sister Wan, how do you know he is a Japanese? Lu Danny and the others were very curious. This old Lin looked no different from a Chinese person, and his accent was undetectable. The Japanese like to tighten the screws 3 times and return half a turn. I used the Japanese language to test it, and it turned out to be the Japanese. Ruan Qiqi generously shared her experience. She hoped that all citizens could develop vigilance and catch the lurking Japanese devils. Sister Wan, you are amazing. You can even speak the language of the Japanese. Sister Wan, what did you say to the devil? Everyone started to flatter them and wanted to learn a little bit so that they could use the same tricks to try again when they had the chance. Who knows, they might even be able to gain merit. Nothing, just that the button of his pants was unbuttoned and a little bird flew out. Ruan Qiqi said with a smile. Everyone praised her again, and their admiration for Ruan Qiqi was beyond words. After the incident with the Japanese devils, They could no longer buy watermelons and had to go back to the military region to cooperate with the investigation. Lao Lin has woken up. Under Liu Ye's unique interrogation, he confessed everything. Over the years, he has obtained a lot of intelligence in Hengqin and passed it on to his superiors. Fortunately, he was only in the transport class and could not touch the core, so no major damage was caused. Lao Lin informed his superiors, but he had never met them. Every time he got information, he would put it in the place designated by his superiors, and someone would go to get it. Liu Yi reported the results of the interrogation to his leader, saying that Lao Lin was just a marginal figure and not of much value. Ruan Qiqi was a little disappointed, as she thought she could pull out a whole bunch. Wang Zhihua and the others were very happy because Mo Qiufeng commended their bravery and said he would give them a bonus. Although we didn't buy watermelon, everyone was very happy. I don't know how much the prize money is, maybe $5? Wang Zhihua said expectantly. You only care about money. No matter how much the bonus is, I won't spend it. I will frame it and keep it as a family heirloom. Lu Danny said with pride. This is her merit in capturing the Japanese devils, and it is not ordinary money, so it must be framed. I don't spend money either. Everyone else said they didn't know how to spend the money, and that they wanted to learn from Lu Danny and frame the painting as a family heirloom.
Then
I won't spend it. Wang Zhihua also changed her tone. Although she felt a little painful, she became happy again when she thought about how she had captured the Japanese with her own hands and received praise from the political commissar. Mo Qiufeng was very efficient. Early the next morning, the radio broadcast commended Ruan Qiqi and her friends for their heroic deeds. This was the busiest time in the family building. People were busy cooking in the corridor, washing in the bathroom, and there were also a bunch of people in the toilet. When the broadcast sounded, everyone stopped what they were doing and listened carefully. Lu Danny, did you really catch the Japanese? Wang Zhihua, you can still catch the Japanese?
it's a rare thing.
The family building was filled with fuss and sounds of envy and jealousy. How could the arrest of the Japanese devils be fake?
This was all thanks to Sister Guan.
People with intellectuals are smart. They saw through the Japanese devils at a glance. Otherwise, we would have needed a military advisor to fight a war. Sister Guan was the military advisor, and we were the thugs. She talked, and we did the work. Together, we arrested the Japanese devils. Lu Danny was very eloquent. She described the scene of catching the Japanese devils yesterday in vivid detail, even describing the details clearly, except that she didn't say that she farted. Why didn't you tell me you farted? The Japanese were knocked unconscious by your fart. Wang Zhihua added loudly. Your farts smell good? It's like you don't fart at all. My farts don't smell good, but they're not as smelly as yours. You have a big butt, so your farts also smell bad. Soon, the topic shifted from the Japanese devils to farting. Lu Danny and Wang Zhihua, the two enemies, started arguing with each other, and the family building was very lively. The bonus was also distributed. 200 yuan was shared by 8 people, and each person received 25 yuan. Lu Danny and the others were even happier. This was a windfall. The 7 of them discussed it and decided to go to the farm and buy a lot of watermelons. They gave Ruan Qiqi about 20 of them, which weighed more than 200 kilograms. Thanks to Miss Ruan, we were able to make a fortune. We carefully selected these watermelons. You and Deputy Captain Lu can enjoy them slowly. Lu Danny had the best eloquence and was elected as a representative of the 7 people to express their gratitude. Thank you. Ruan Qiqi didn't hesitate and accepted the watermelons. Sister Guan, can you teach me a few words of the Japanese language you spoke the other day? Wang Zhihua was very motivated and wanted to learn the Japanese language. She mainly wanted to make money, because she suddenly realized that nothing could make money faster than catching the Japanese devils. She could get a reward of 200 yuan for each one. If she caught a Japanese soldier by herself, she would get 200 yuan. If she could catch 10 Japanese soldiers, she would get 2,000 yuan. The more Wang Zhihua thought about it, the more beautiful it became. She naturally felt the motivation to learn the Japanese language. If for no other reason than the money, she would study hard and catch the Japanese every day. Sister Juan, I want to learn it too. I'll just learn a few phrases that the devils often use. Maybe I can use them. Lu Danny and a few others also expressed their desire to learn because the money was so tempting. 1 Japanese soldier equals 200 yuan equals 400 kilograms of pork. Even if you only catch 1 Japanese soldier a year, you will make a lot of money.
Okay, come in.
Ruan Qiqi readily agreed. It is better to teach now than to wait for another day. Lu Danny and a few others entered the house. There were not enough stools, so they ran back home and brought back small stools. They sat down and listened to the lecture like elementary school students. Ruan Qiqi only taught a few daily expressions, which were not difficult to learn. Lu Danny and the others learned them quickly, but they still felt a little unfamiliar when speaking them. You will become proficient with more practice. When you use these to test the Japanese, you can't do it deliberately. You have to take advantage of the other party's relaxation and suddenly ask questions. Only then will it be effective. Also, you have to protect yourself first. Don't give up your life for the bonus. Ruan Qiqi repeatedly reminded him that she was worried about these women, who would not even care about their lives in order to earn bonuses. Safety is definitely the first priority. We know what's going on. Lu Danny and others agreed immediately. They have families and their lives are definitely more important. During this period, there was a learning craze in the family building, and everyone was going there for the high bonus. When Mo Chiufeng found out about it, he thought it was a great idea. The enemy is everywhere, and only when everyone is a soldier can these enemies have nowhere to hide. Another person who is also working hard to learn Japanese is Manzai. Ever since he and Ruan Qiqi went out to capture the Japanese, Manzai took the initiative to ask to learn Japanese. Grandpa Lu once studied in Sakura country and could speak fluent Japanese. He would take time out every day to teach Manzai. Soon it was the end of the month, and Ruan Qiqi captured 3 more Japanese devils during this period, ranking 6th. Although she likes number 6, she only likes number 1 in terms of ranking. So she planned to continue her efforts to catch the Japanese devils. That day, Ruan Qiqi received a call from Zhong Weihong, asking her to go shopping. Zhong Weihong's voice sounded tired and a little hoarse. Where have you been? I haven't seen you for a while. Ruan Qiqi asked curiously. She went to look for Zhong Weihong a while ago, but she was not there. People in the factory said she had taken a long vacation. I went back to Beijing to take care of my mother. She is not in good health. Is your mother okay now? She passed away. Ruan Qiqi was silent for a few seconds and said, My condolences. I've already prepared myself mentally. It's nothing. Zhong Weihong was not too sad. Her mother had always been in poor health and suffered a lot from the illness. Death might be a relief for her mother. Ruan Qiqi happened to be free, so she went to the tea house to meet her. Zhong Weihong was wearing a white shirt and black pants. He looked a lot thinner, but he was in good spirits. My mother died, with a smile on her face. It was a relief for her. I am not sad. I followed my mother's instructions on the funeral arrangements. Everything was kept simple. Half of her ashes were buried in Beijing, and the other half were buried in my hometown, together with my grandmother. My mother and my grandmother had a good relationship. Zhong Weihong had probably been holding it in for a long time and had a strong desire to talk, so she said a lot. Ruan Qiqi listened quietly, acting as a qualified listener. The night my mother passed away, she talked a lot about her experiences when she was young. Then I understood why she always wore black, gray, and blue, and why she was always so serious. She said sorry to me and said that she shouldn't ask me to do that because of her own experience. Zhong Weihong smiled bitterly a few times, feeling very uncomfortable. The reason why her first marriage failed was because her ex-husband thought she was old-fashioned and boring, and she couldn't stand his bullying, so she filed for a divorce. Her father opposed it, but her mother supported it, so the divorce went through. She had become accustomed to the black, gray, and blue tones, but when her mother was dying, she told her that it was wrong and asked her to change. Zhong Weihong felt a little resentful. She would rather her mother not regret it and let her get used to black, gray, and blue forever. The mother's regret was like peeling off the scab that had already healed, making her wound bleed again. She felt so uncomfortable. Ruan Qiqi listened to the story of Zhang Weihong's mother and found it to be similar to what she had guessed. Zhang's mother was from Tanzhou. She was lively and loved dressing up when she was young, and her family was well off, but her father was a very old scholar who was very strict with her. One day, Zhang's mother dressed up beautifully and went to attend her classmate's birthday party. Because she was having so much fun, she forgot the time. It was getting dark, so her classmate asked her to stay overnight and go back the next morning. But the Zhong family had a rule that one could not spend the night outside. Zhang's mother was afraid of being scolded by her father, so she decided to go home. The place was not far away, and it was not completely dark yet. The young mother Zhong did not expect that this decision would ruin her life. In the alley not far from home, Zhang's mother was bullied and returned home in dishevel. Grandpa Zhong knew what had happened at a glance and beat her half to death. He also scolded her for being unfaithful and attracting many men. I usually tell you to dress plainly, but you just won't listen. Flies don't bite cracked eggs. Why don't those hooligans go after others but you? You have brought shame to my Zhong family. I won't be able to face my ancestors after I die. Grandpa Zhong put all the blame on his daughter, thinking that it was because she was too frivolous that she attracted the hooligans and caused the Zhong family to lose face. In order to save face, Zhang's father even wanted his daughter to commit suicide. Fortunately, Zhang's grandmother strongly opposed it and saved his daughter. But since then, Zhang's mother could no longer wear bright colors, only black, gray, and blue, and she could not laugh, no matter what time. At first she would protest, but after being punished by her father, she obeyed and was even completely brainwashed. She really thought that she would be bullied by hooligans just because she was too frivolous. After marriage, Zhang's mother taught her daughter in the same way, which led to Zhang Weihong's old-fashioned and mature personality. It was not until the end of her life that Zhang's mother came to her senses and expressed her regret to her daughter. She might as well not tell me. My marriage has already failed, and I probably won't get married again in the future. What's the point of her telling me that she regrets it? There was a hint of resentment in Zhang Weihong's tone, and she recalled many childhood memories. When she was a child, she also longed for beautiful skirts and laughed happily, but every time she asked to wear a skirt or laughed, she would be punished by her mother. Over time, she got used to black, gray, and blue, and got used to being serious. You are not old. You are only 31 years old. Life has just begun, and it's not too late to change now. Ruan Qiqi advised. It's not that easy. I'm used to it. Zhang Weihong looked self-deprecating. She had also tried wearing a skirt, but after putting it on, her whole body felt awkward. Even in the house, she felt uncomfortable and she didn't have the courage to wear it outside. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but once you take the first step, the rest will be easy. Ruan Qiqi encouraged her and took her to the department store to buy a skirt. Zhang Weihong was still in mourning, so she picked out a blue skirt for her, which went perfectly with her white shirt. She also took her to the barber shop to get a younger hairstyle. Just these slight changes brought about a huge change in Zhang Weihong. Her face was still the same, but her temperament was completely different. Zhang Weihong now looks much younger and more beautiful. Although she is not a great beauty, she has pretty eyes and eyebrows. In her previous outfit, the color was only 30% of that in the previous outfit. Now she has simply returned to her original appearance. I feel uncomfortable all over. Why don't you put your pants back on? Walking on the street, Zhang Weihong didn't know where to put her hands and feet. She just wanted to change back to her pants and previous hairstyle so that she could feel at ease. Why are you so awkward? Hold your head high and chest out. You look pretty this way. If you don't believe me, I'll ask for you. Ruan Qiqi stopped a passing middle-aged woman and asked with a smile, My sister is going on a blind date. Does she look good dressed like this? You look very knowledgeable. Can you help me with some advice? Was stopped was a little unhappy at first, but when she heard that she was asked for advice, she immediately perked up, looked Zhang Weihong up and down, nodded and shook her head from time to time, which made Zhang Weihong's mood up and down, and she felt even more uncomfortable all over. She's pretty and her clothes are fine, but she's not very generous. She should hold her head high and be more confident. Your sister is restrained and not generous at all. The aunt made some very pertinent suggestions. Don't I look ugly dressed like this? Zhang Weihong asked in disbelief. What's so ugly about it? It's just too plain. Young girls should wear flowery dresses, which are so beautiful. The aunt was very enthusiastic and recommended several skirts, all of which were the most fashionable at the time. Thank you, Auntie. Ruan Qiqi thanked the old lady, and she left reluctantly, not forgetting to ask Zhang Weihong to make a floral skirt for her. Did you hear that? Let's go and finish walking the street. Ruan Qiqi dragged people to continue walking. Zhang Weihong looked thoughtful, more natural than before, but still a little awkward. However, Rome was not built in a day. Zhang Weihong has taken the first step, and things will definitely get better and better in the future. The next day, Ruan Qiqi received a call from Guan Zhihua, inviting her and Lu Yi to dinner. An old friend of your Uncle Lu and I came to Tanzhou and invited him and his daughter to dinner at the Xiangjiang Hotel. You and Xiao Yi came with us. You are not strangers, but Zhang Weihong's father. You and Weihong are friends. Guan Zhihua spoke with much more energy. Thanks to the medicine given by Ruan Qiqi, she is in much better health now. Ruan Qiqi agreed. The dinner was in the evening. Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi rode their bikes to the hotel. Xiangjiang Hotel is a high-standard hotel in Tanzhou City, and important guests are received here. Manzai was standing at the entrance of the hotel, and when he saw them, he happily came over to greet them. Qiqi, yeah. Manzi reached out to pull Lu Yi and gently touched his head, just like when they were little. When Lu Yi was a child, he was not as tall as Manzai. Every time he went to Lu's house for dinner, Manzai would ask him to play house games. Lu Yi would be the baby and Manzai would be the father, and they would have a lot of fun. Ruan Qiqi met Zhang Weihong's father Zhang Zhihua, who is said to be in a high position of power in the capital, and his rank was higher than Mo Qiufeng. No wonder Mo Tsongrong was obsessed with living off her. But Ruan Qiqi's first impression of Zhang Zhihua was not very good. This man gave her a very gloomy feeling. Her intuition was very sharp. If the first impression was not good, it meant that the other person was definitely not her type, and she must stay away from him. Fortunately, Zhang Zhihua was far away in the capital, and she was in Tanzhou. Unless something unexpected happened, they would never have any dealings with each other in this life. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi called out politely. Don't be so polite, your mother and I are friends. We are family. Zhang Zhihua spoke in a very kind tone and in a very warm manner. Zhang Weihong glanced at him, feeling puzzled. Her father was not a very approachable person, so why was he so nice to the Qiqi couple whom he met for the first time? Mr. Lu, are you really not considering going back? Halfway through the meal, Zhang Zhihua brought up the matter of returning to the capital. In addition to his wife's funeral, the main purpose of his visit was to persuade Mr. Lu to return to the capital. I'm old and not in good health, so I'd better not go back and burden you. You are young and strong, and it's time for you to show your talents.
Come on.
Mr. Lu refused with a smile. Zhang Zhihua tried to persuade him a few more times, but Mr. Lu refused to listen, so all his efforts were in vain. Manzai drank a lot of drinks and his stomach was bloated, so he needed to go to the bathroom. Do you want me to accompany you? Lu Yi asked. No need. Manzai is an adult. Manzai refused, saying that he was a working adult now and had to go to the toilet by himself. Lu Yi smiled and didn't follow. There are staff and security in the hotel, so nothing will happen. Manzai found the bathroom, unbuttoned his clothes, and peed comfortably. There was a short man next to him, who was also peeing. The toilet was filled with the sound of water, but the short man was doing it in bursts, and the sound was intermittent. Manzai couldn't help but glance at him, and saw that the man was a little short, so he couldn't help but look at him a few more times. The short man felt his gaze, and a gloomy look flashed in his eyes, but he did not show it. He just quickened the speed of draining the water, because he did not want to be stared at all the time. Manzai was particularly sensitive to people's emotional changes. He felt the gloom in the man's eyes, and some intermittent images flashed through his mind. The third update is finished. Qiqi and Lu Yi will arrange a meeting for them. It will be soon. Don't worry. Some familiar yet unfamiliar images flashed through Manzai's mind. On his hideous and distorted face was an ugly and cold smile. Familiar and friendly face was covered in blood. They tried hard not to make any sound, but ultimately failed to control themselves. Don't be afraid, Manzi. Uncle won't feel any pain. Don't look, Manzi. Manzai, close your eyes. Uncles, aunts, and uncles rang in his ears, and their familiar and friendly faces and kind and loving eyes seemed to be right in front of him. Even when they only had one breath left, they were still comforting him, telling him not to be afraid and to close his eyes and not to look.
Look.
This is what happened to you and your mother for not wanting to confess. Look carefully. You and your mother killed them all. As long as you tell me your father's name and phone number, I will let them go. The cold and merciless voice rang in his ears again. Every syllable was like an awl, piercing his heart heavily and causing him so much pain that he could not breathe. Memories suddenly flooded up like a tide, and Manzi was unable to digest them for a moment. His heart ached so much that he almost suffocated, and his mind was in a mess. Sometimes the faces of his uncles and aunts, and sometimes the ugly and cruel faces of bad guys, appeared in his mind alternately.
Take a deep breath.
Inhale forcefully and exhale forcefully, and you won't feel uncomfortable anymore. Ruan Qiqi's voice rang in his ears. Manzai quickly took a deep breath and exhaled. After taking several deep breaths in a row, he felt much better. Qiqi said that if you feel uncomfortable, just breathe deeply and you will feel much better. It really works. The sound of water beside him stopped. The short man shook himself comfortably, buttoned up his clothes, and turned around to leave. As he turned sideways, the short man glanced at Manzai with deep malice in his eyes. If the situation did not allow it, he would definitely teach this lowly Chinese a lesson. How dare he look down on his male dignity? Manzai's heart felt like being pierced by a red-hot needle. The burning pain made him alert. His clear eyes became deep, and he looked towards the short man. He became more and more sensitive to smells. Although he didn't know this man, he intuitively felt that this man was a bad guy, the same bad guy who killed his uncle and aunt. Thank you for your care. Manzai suddenly bowed and spoke standard Japanese. Qiqi said that as long as you say this to the Japanese, as long as they are Japanese, they will basically react. Sure enough, the short man was stunned for a moment, and before his brain could react, his waist had already bent. He reacted quickly, and after bending a little, he straightened up and prepared to leave. Little devil, I'll beat you to death. Manzai suddenly jumped up and kicked the Japanese soldier. He was tall, and this kick sent the Japanese soldier flying and hitting the wall heavily. Here it comes, the psychopath is killing people. The Japanese soldier's ribs were almost broken. He endured the pain and ran outside, shouting for help. Manzi's eyes turned red. He rushed forward, grabbed the man's neck with his backhand, and pulled him to the ground. He then rode on him and beat him left and right. I'll beat you to death. You killed Uncle Ian, Aunt Hung Yu, and Uncle Yu. You bad guy, I'll beat you to death. Manzai's honest face became ferocious, and his clear eyes also showed more murderous intent, one after another. At first, the Japanese soldiers shouted a few times, but later they were silent. The hotel security personnel arrived quickly and recognized the beaten Japanese soldier as the deputy director of a certain department, a position of not low rank. As for Manzai, it was his first time in the hotel, and they didn't know him. So the first reaction of these security personnel was to pull Manzai to rescue the deputy director. Bad guys, you are all bad guys. The angry Manzai was like a mad beast, and it was no problem for him to deal with 4 security guards alone. The Japanese soldier who was beaten half to death on the ground struggled to get up and shouted, "He is a psychopath. How could your hotel let a psychopath in? Hurry up and take him to the mental hospital and lock him up." Rampaging Manzai looked very ferocious, and his eyes looked like he wanted to kill someone. He couldn't utter complete sentences but just shouted, "Bad guy." The onlookers didn't know the truth and thought he was really a mentally ill man who was crazy and hurting people, so they all agreed to lock Manzai up. 2 fists were no match for many hands, and Manzai was finally subdued by the security personnel. He screamed angrily like a wounded beast, staring at the Japanese devils. The Japanese soldier felt guilty and dared not look him in the face, but he had murderous intentions in his heart. He planned to quietly kill this lunatic when he was least prepared. He had worked hard to get his current position, which must not be destroyed by a lunatic. Qiqi, yeah, Manzai shouted at the top of his lungs, and Qiqi told him that if he encountered danger, he should call her and Ye, and they would come to rescue him. Ruan Qiqi and his friend's box was at the end of the corridor, some distance away from the toilet, and Lu Yi was the first to hear it. He was picking up a piece of pork chop and was about to put it in his mouth when he heard Manzai's cry. He immediately put down his chopsticks, stood up, and left. Manzai is in danger. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yi had already reached the door. Ruan Qiqi also stood up, and the 2 of them walked out quickly. Guan Zhihua and Mr. Lu reacted a little slowly, but they followed quickly. Zhong and his daughter were at the back and hadn't figured out the situation yet. 2 sturdy security guards escorted Manzai to the lobby, where they ran into Ruan Qiqi and the others who had rushed out. "What are you going to do? Let him go." Lu Yi rushed over in one step, and with both hands, he restrained the 2 men. His arms felt numb, and he let go involuntarily. Manzai swiftly jumped behind Lu Yi and cried out in grievance. Yeah, they are bad guys, the Japanese devils. We are from the hotel security department. How could it be the Japanese? Comrade, your brother was causing trouble in the restroom and beating up Deputy Director Ma of the Ministry of Commerce. That's why we attacked him. The security personnel quickly explained that Lu Yi was wearing a military uniform and looked very impressive, so they did not dare to underestimate him and were particularly polite to him. I was entertaining VIPs at the hotel, and this psychopath beat me up for using the restroom. He also accused me of being a Japanese soldier. This is outrageous. If there is a psychopath, lock him up and don't let him out to hurt people. He's like a mad dog. It's really unlucky. Deputy Director Ma cleaned himself up a bit, but he was still in a very sorry state, with a bruised face and torn clothes. He pointed at Manzai in frustration, looking aggrieved as if he had been wronged. "Little devil, I'll beat you to death." Manzai went berserk again and pounced forward with a roar. Before Deputy Director Ma could withdraw his hand, he was pinned to the ground and beaten violently. "Give me back my Aunt Hongyu, Uncle Yu, and Uncle Ian. You killed them, you bad guy." As Manzai was beaten, tears came to his eyes. Gentle Aunt Hongyu would tell him interesting stories, handsome Uncle Ian would teach him arithmetic, and Uncle Yu, who wore glasses like a father, would teach him to read and recite poems. But they all died in front of him, and died miserably. "I'm going to beat you to death. I'm going to beat you to death." Furious, Manzai waved his fists again and again. He wanted to avenge Aunt Hongyu and the others and kill these hateful enemies. The security guard tried to stop him but was stopped by Mr. Lu. "I'm Lu Buxiang. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong." Mr. Lu spoke in a calm tone. He believed in his son and would definitely not wrongly accuse an innocent person. Shangjiang Hotel is the most upscale hotel in Tanzhou City. Important VIPs are basically received by the hotel. As the hotel's security personnel, they are very familiar with the important figures in Tanzhou City. When they heard the name of Mr. Lu, they immediately fell silent. Their attitude became respectful, and they no longer cared about Deputy Director Ma's life or death. With the old leader taking care of things, what else do they have to worry about? It's none of their business, even if they are beaten to death. I know what Manzai went through during those 3 days. I know. Guan Zhihua's eyes suddenly turned red, his voice choked, and he looked at Deputy Director Ma with hatred in his eyes. Manzai was taken away and locked up for 3 days. When he was sent back, he was unconscious and had a high fever that night. When he woke up, he had lost his memory of those 3 days. But I remember that Hongyu, Xiaoyin, and Laoyu died during those 3 days. It is said that there was no healthy skin on their bodies and all their bones were broken. Guan Zhihua couldn't go on. She turned her back to calm herself down and continued. Hong Yu often told Manzai stories. Xiaoyin taught Manzai arithmetic, and Lao Yu, wearing glasses, taught Manzai to read and recite poems. Manzai also said that Uncle Yu was like his father. She choked, and tears welled up in her eyes. The experience in prison was an extremely painful memory for her. The memories were really suffocating. Mr. Liu patted her back gently. Manzai had the deepest feelings for the three of them. The enemy must have tortured them in front of Manzai and used inhumane punishments, killing them. That's why Manzai. Guan Zhihua bit her lips tightly. She hated her own weakness and incompetence for not being able to protect her son, and she hated the enemy's cruelty even more. Manzai will be fine. Old Master Liu felt even more guilty in his heart, as the enemy had captured his wife and children in order to catch him. In a word, it was he who had implicated his wife and children. Ruan Qiqi stopped Manzai. If he continued to fight, Deputy Director Ma would definitely die. The Japanese deserve to die, but they haven't been interrogated yet. I told him that he was very kind to me, and he gave me a gift in return. He smelled like a bad guy. He was a Japanese. Manzai spoke quickly, mixing in Japanese and gesticulating as he spoke. No one around could understand him, but Grandpa Liu and Ruan Qiqi did. With Mr. Liu's order, the hotel responded very efficiently. In less than an hour, the police arrived and took Deputy Director Ma away. Investigate thoroughly and find out his accomplices, Mr. Liu said in a stern tone, completely different from his usual amiable appearance. Receive. The police saluted respectfully, because the person in front of them was their old leader, and even if they couldn't sleep, they had to find out the Japanese's accomplices. Manzai is awesome. Ruan Qiqi gave a thumbs up and praised sincerely. Manzai is truly a genius as he was able to catch the Japanese while going to the toilet. Manzai is really capable. Can you support me in the future?
Lu Voket.
Okay, Manzi will raise Ye and Qiqi as well. Manzai readily agreed and gently touched Lu Ye's head with a particularly kind look in his eyes. Yi is actually his cub. Qiqi is also his child. His duty to raise the cub. Lu Yi and Ruan Qiqi didn't know that in Manzai's heart, he always treated them as little kids. The two elders smiled with great relief. They felt the changes in Manzai. Everything was developing in a good direction. It was all the blessing brought by Qiqi and Lu Yi. By the Public Security Department soon produced results. Deputy Director Ma wanted to commit suicide but failed. Unlike other Japanese devils, he was a soft-hearted person. He confessed before he was even tortured and also revealed 2 of his corrupted accomplices. The 2 accomplices were both Chinese. They could not resist the temptation of money and became Deputy Director Ma's running dogs, collecting a lot of intelligence for him. The end of these 3 people must be death. Manzai also received a bonus of 200 yuan and a medal from the police, commending him for his heroic efforts in capturing the Japanese. Guan Zhihua wiped the medal clean and placed it in the glass window of the living room, making it particularly conspicuous. Every guest who visits the Liu family will see this medal as soon as they enter the door. Guan Zhihua and Grandpa Liu will explain the origin of the medal to the guests. The explanation must be at least 10,000 words, of which 9,900 words are praising their Manzai. This is a story for later. Let's get back to Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi. After dinner at the hotel, Ruan Qiqi went home and asked about Zhong Zhihua on the way. She felt that the atmosphere between Mr. Liu and Zhong Zhihua was very subtle. Zhong Zhihua is a high-ranking official with great ambitions. He wants to win over Uncle Liu, but Uncle Liu doesn't want to get involved and refuses to return to the capital. Lu Yi gave a brief explanation and Ruan Qiqi understood it immediately. The capital city is in a very chaotic state right now. Mr. Liu is wise, and it is best to stay out of it. Don't underestimate Zhong Zhihua, because he is in great shape now. He will be in trouble in the future. Ruan Qiqi's tone was very certain that in just 5 years, Zhong Zhihua would be in trouble. She liked Zhong Weihong very much, so she would remind her if she had the chance to leave the Zhong family as soon as possible to avoid getting into trouble. July passed quickly, and in August, which was even hotter, Ruan Qiqi captured a few Japanese devils, and his ranking rose to 5th. He became too lazy to go out, and decided to wait until the weather was cooler before going out again. She has been staying at home these days, eating bones or studying food during the day, and having love with Lu Yi at night. She is living a very happy life. Although she has been having children frequently, her belly is very stubborn and there has been no movement so far. Ruan Qiqi made a pair of dragon and phoenix candlesticks. The skulls of Tanaka Ken and Su Xiaoying are both very beautiful, and the candlesticks made from them are very beautiful. She also made a lampshade using Su Xiaoying's raw materials and tattooed a red rose on it. Lia's craftsmanship was very good and the lampshade was perfect. After the beginning of autumn in early August, the dog days became even hotter. Ruan Qiqi prepared some refreshing and delicious side dishes and sent them to the farm in the evening with Lu Yi. Uncle Mo said that old man will be back in September. On the way, Lu Yi mentioned Lu Dishing's return. Lu Chunchao and Lu Hongbao were both shot. Lu Hongling and Lu Hongtao will also have to spend several years in prison. The whole family is basically finished. Lu Dishing himself did not make any principled mistakes. In addition, he took the initiative to work in the cadre school with a very good attitude. With Mo Qiufeng's help, he will be able to resume his post next month. Where's your mother? Ruan Qiqi asked. Uncle Mo said that next year, her problem will be a bit troublesome. Lu Yi curled his lips. Your mother is quite lucky. Ruan Qiqi felt a little emotional. Although Yuan Huilan was selfish, she was really lucky. Both of the men she married were not villains. Although Lu Dishing was a rough man, he had good character and did not take advantage of her misfortune to add insult to injury. Mo Qiufeng was cunning. He did not flee when disaster struck. He would find a way to protect her. She had read the history of this period and found that there were many cases of couples turning against each other and even biting each other. Cases like Lin Manyun and Mo Hepping were the norm. We arrived at the farm. It was getting dark. The farm was at the foot of a mountain, and it was quite cool at night, but there were a lot of mosquitoes, all of which were very poisonous mountain mosquitoes. The bites were extremely itchy, and if we scratched them, a big lump would appear and even bleed, and then become inflamed and ulcerated, leaving black scars. A gust of wind blew by, bringing with it a choking smoke that was made from burning mugwort, used to repel mosquitoes. The mugwort on the mountain is half a person's height. After being cut and dried, it is tied into a bunch, lit, and spread around the house to kill mosquitoes. Rural people cannot afford mosquito coils, so they use this method to repel mosquitoes. The door of Lu Dishing's room was wide open, but no one was there. He went to the front hall again. He never changes his bad habits. Lu Yi snorted, thinking that the old man would make a mistake sooner or later. Hush. Ruan Qiqi put her hand to her mouth, telling him to be quiet. The two tiptoed to Yuan Huilan's door, which was ajar. Yuan Huilan's voice came from inside. You all should leave. I'm fine here. Huilan, your problem is not serious. If I were to handle it, it wouldn't affect you at all. And with your ability, it's completely you are capable of handling more complex tasks, but you are content to stay in this small place like Tanzhou and be a small publicity director. What a pity. The man's voice was familiar, and every word he said was malicious. Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi, each holding onto one side of the door frame, exchanged surprised looks. The man who sowed discord was actually Zhong Zhihua. How did he come to the farm? What is the relationship between your mother and Zhong Zhihua? Ruan Qiqi asked silently, extremely curious. Have no idea.
Lu Yi replied silently.
He also wanted to know, but he was not familiar with these people. Zhong Zhihua, just say what you want to say. There's no need to be sarcastic. And who are you to see Huilan? Mo Qiufeng's usually gentle voice became much colder, and one could tell from the moment he heard it that he and Zhong Zhihua did not get along, and he didn't even want to pretend. As a friend, Mo Qiufeng, I have known Huilan much earlier than you. Zhong Zhihua sneered and looked at him openly, not hiding his thoughts at all. As a man, Mo Qiufeng saw through her at a glance and sneered. You are ready to make a move before your sister-in-law's body is cold. You are really a role model for others. Before Zhang Zhihua joined the revolution, he was a primary school teacher and could be considered a gentleman. Mo Qiufeng knew Zhang Weihong's mother, who was very old-fashioned and serious, but a kind-hearted person. He first arrived at the base. He was unfamiliar with the work and was so busy that he had no time to take care of his 2 sons. He couldn't even guarantee 3 meals a day. Zhang's mother took the initiative to take the 2 children home to take care of them, which helped him a lot. Later, through the organization's introduction, he got together with Ruan Qiqi, and his life returned to normal. Later, Zhang Zhihua went to the capital, and he returned to Tanzhou, and they basically lost contact. However, Mo Qiufeng often went to the capital for meetings and often met with Zhang Zhihua, but they did not talk. Mo Qiufeng would also go to visit Zhang Weihong's mother. After this woman went to the capital, her face became more sad and her health became worse. Perhaps death would be a relief for her. Mo Qiufeng, what qualifications do you have to blame me now? Zhang Zhihua looked arrogant, like a villain who had succeeded in his career. In the past, his rank was lower than Mo Qiufeng, but now the situation was reversed, and Mo Qiufeng could not compare to him. And your Zongrong is determined to come to my house, and I don't have any objections. It's a pity that my Weihong looks down on your Zongrong. What a kid! Even if she looks down on him, she should have rejected him tactfully. How could she just turn him away in the middle of winter? It's too disrespectful to her uncle Mo. I'm here to apologize for this kid. Although Zhang Zhihua apologized, his expression was particularly smug, and the look he gave Mo Qiufeng was even more provocative. It doesn't matter whether I come to your house or not. Now is a new society. Men and women are equal, and marriage is free. The children are grown up and have their own ideas. They don't need adults to control them. But I am still very glad that I didn't marry into your family. Otherwise, it would be really unlucky. Mo Qiufeng responded slowly and calmly. Although his voice was calm, his words were quite poisonous. Zhang Zhihua's face changed. He sneered a few times and said sarcastically, I know you are being stubborn and trying to hold on, but I won't bother with you. Should I thank you, Mr. Zhang Zhihua, for being so generous? No, just keep nitpicking. I want to see how nitpicking you are and what you can do to me. Mo Qiufeng snorted coldly, and the gentleness on his face completely disappeared, turning into a vicious-tongued king. On his territory, he would have lived in vain for decades. Yes, you two should go out and fight. Be a real man, don't just talk big, go for it. Lu Disheng was not afraid of the commotion, and even rolled his eyes at Zhang Zhihua. Although he didn't like Mo Qiufeng, he felt that Mo Qiufeng was much more pleasing to the eye compared to Zhang Zhihua. What's it got to do with you? Why are you making such a fuss? Ruan Qiqi scolded angrily. Are you feeling sorry for him? Ruan Qiqi, who are you feeling sorry for? It's not your old lover, is it? Lu Disheng sneered sarcastically. He remembered all the grudges from decades ago and was furious. Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi, who were clinging to the door frame, looked at each other with astonishment in their big eyes. Your mother still has an old lover? I just found out about that. What do you know? Get out of here. Ruan Qiqi pushed the person aside unhappily and leaned in with her ears pricked up, trying to hear more clearly. A love triangle involving 1 woman and 3 men. Ruan Qiqi is so awesome. Lu Yi came closer again. He also wanted to listen. His father, his stepfather, his mother, and an old lover. It was such a mess. It was too exciting. You will regret it forever if you don't listen to him. Don't push. I'll tell you when we get back. Ruan Qiqi refused to give in and did not try to coax the man sincerely. I have sharp ears. I'll tell you when I hear it. Lu Yi didn't want to give in either. Gossip is more interesting if you listen to it yourself. At home, now refused to give in because of gossip. Ruan Qiqi clung to the door frame tightly, using all her strength to refuse to give in. Lu Yi didn't dare to pull her, so he had to stand on tiptoe, stretch his neck, and use his tall stature to try to reach inside. The 2 people who were fascinated by what they heard leaned forward more and more, and then, oops. The 2 of them fell in at the same time. Lu Yi reacted quickly, supporting himself with 1 hand and bouncing up. He also pulled his wife up and stood them neatly at the door. Everyone in the room looked towards the door, and the quarrel paused. Dad, why are you here again? Be careful not to be suspicious. Ruan Qiqi took the initiative and put an accusation on Lu Disheng. That's right. The two guests in the front hall are here. You are running around so fast. Go back quickly. Lu Yi was quick with his words and actions. He walked over, pulled Lu Disheng, and walked out. What are you doing pulling me, you little brat? Let go. Who was dragged out of the door, finally came to his senses. He shook off his hand in annoyance and wanted to go back to watch the fun, but Lu Yi grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back. What does their business have to do with you? There's a stranger here. I have to persuade him. Lu Disheng said it nicely, but in fact he just wanted to watch the fun and was hoping that Mo Qiufeng and Zhang Zhihua would fight. Dad, is Zhang Zhihua really our mom's old lover? Tell me about it. Ruan Qiqi asked curiously. What are you asking about, kid? Lu Disheng glared and refused to gossip about his ex-wife. Dad, do you still want to eat cumi fish? Ruan Qiqi threatened openly. Lu Disheng loves to eat cumi fish, so she sends him a jar every once in a while. If the old man refuses to share gossip, she will stop feeding him. Don't give me the meat, Lu Yi said even more cruelly. Lu Disheng gritted his teeth and wanted to beat these two rebellious sons to death, but the fish was so delicious that he couldn't stop eating the meat. Zhang Zhihua was interested in your mother before and wanted to divorce Tonka. He was criticized and educated by his superiors. Later, your mother married Mo Qiufeng. Lu Disheng succinctly recounted what happened that year. He only found out later that he was rumored to have died that year. Yuan Huilan was a young and beautiful widow who was extremely popular and had many pursuers. Zhang Zhihua was the most enthusiastic among them. At that time, Zhang Zhihua did not bring his wife and children over. Yuan Huilan did not know that he was married and was very close to him. If nothing unexpected happened, she would have married Zhang Zhihua. But Zhang Zhihua's wife followed him with their daughter. When Yuan Huilan found out, she immediately proposed to break up. Zhang Zhihua wanted to divorce, but when he brought it up at home, his wife hanged herself and made a big fuss. The leader talked to Zhang Zhihua, and he gave up the idea. He took the initiative to transfer to work elsewhere and separated from Yuan Huilan. Zhang Zhihua's wife just died. He wouldn't want to steal Uncle Mo's girl, right? Ruan Qiqi had a bold guess. The third update is finished. It's been a while since I asked for gifts. Darlings, please give the author some 5-star reviews and free gifts to boost his morale, okay? That shouldn't be the case. Your mother isn't that kind of person. Lu Disheng's tone was not very sure, but he felt that if Yuan Huilan had any brains, she would not choose Zhang Zhihua. Although they are both pretending to be cultured people, Mo Qiufeng is much better than Zhang Zhihua. Zhang Zhihua is a sinister villain. If you are with such a person, you will definitely not end up well. Ruan Qiqi curled her lips and said nothing. But I feel in my heart that this may not be the case for Yuan Huilan. She secretly analyzed Yuan Huilan's character. This woman was a very contradictory person. She kept shouting about freedom, democracy, and equality between men and women, but she was actually a man-fawning person in her heart. In other words, Yuan Huilan's independence is inseparable from the support of men. She couldn't stand on her own, just like a vine. Without the trees she was climbing, she was just a weak blade of grass. Therefore, as soon as she learned that Lu Disheng had been sacrificed, she couldn't wait to get together with Zhang Zhihua. When she learned that he had a family, she quickly married Mo Qiufeng. There was not much buffer period in between. In general, Yuan Huilan is an egoist who can't live without men. She might really choose Zhang Zhihua. After all, this man is now of a higher rank than Mo Qiufeng. Huilan, I'm going back to Beijing tomorrow. This is my phone number. If you have any problems, you can contact me. Zhang Zhihua's voice came over. He left his phone number, gave Mo Qiufeng a provocative look, and walked away with a swagger. Mo Qiufeng had a sharp eye that could see through the world. When he saw Yuan Huilan accept the phone number, his eyes grew a little colder, but he did not show it. I have taught Heping a lesson. She will not bother you again. Just work hard on the farm. I will find a way to bring you back to the city next year. Mo Qiufeng's tone was still gentle. He came here specifically to talk to Yuan Huilan about this matter, but he didn't expect to meet Zhang Zhihua head-on. Will I continue to do my original job after returning to the city? Yuan Huilan asked.
Yes.
I have been the deputy director for 10 years. Every time I was promoted to the position of full-time director, you always put pressure on me. Lao Mo, do you also think that I am not capable of being the full-time director? Yuan Huilan's tone became more and more aggressive. Zhang Zihua's words stirred up quite a stir in her heart. She was very confident in her talent and had ambition, but Mo Qiufeng had no ambition at all. He had refused many opportunities to go to the capital over the years. They had argued about this many times. Yuan Huilan wanted to go to Beijing to make her mark, but Mo Qiufeng was content to stay in Tanzhou and even stopped her from moving up. She had been the deputy director of the propaganda department for 10 years. Those women who were not as good as her in the past are now doing very well in the capital. Yuan Huilan often thinks that if she had gone to the capital back then, she would definitely do better than those people. The current situation in the capital is not suitable for development. It is better to stay in Tanzhou. At least it is safe. Mo Qiufeng patiently advised that Yuan Huilan was indeed capable at work, but the capital was full of hidden talents, and there were many people who were better than her. Besides, the capital was in chaos now, and going there would only bring trouble. It would be better for her to stay in Tanzhou and live a leisurely life. You always say that, but Zhang Zhihua has done very well. He was not as good as you before, but now, Yuan Huilan blurted out, then she reacted and swallowed the rest of the words. Mo Qiufeng understood immediately after hearing this. He smiled and said, I am indeed not as good as him now. Lao Mo, that's not what I meant. I just think it's a pity for you to stay in Tanzhou with your talent. If you go to the capital, you will definitely be more powerful than Zhang Zhihua. Yuan Huilan quickly explained that she hoped Mo Qiufeng would go to the capital so that she could also develop in the capital and no longer have to stay in the small place of Tanzhou. I won't go, and I advise you not to go either. Mo Qiufeng was firm that he would retire after working for another 10 years or so and become a free and easy man. He would not get involved in the muddy waters of the capital. Yuan Huilan bit her lip, looking very unwilling. I'm going back. You should go to bed early. Mo Qiufeng felt a little disappointed. He felt that there was a huge gap between him and Yuan Huilan, and it was very likely that their fate as husband and wife had really come to an end. Huilan, as long as you stay in Tanzhou, I can ensure that you will live a safe and worry-free life. Mo Qiufeng said again. What am I doing here now? Yuan Huilan had a sarcastic look on her face. If she really wanted to be safe for the rest of her life, she wouldn't be working on the farm, and she would have to work until next year. She is not afraid of hardship, but she doesn't want to suffer hardships that she shouldn't have to endure. Lao Mo, don't you consider me as a family member? Yuan Huilan suddenly asked. We are husband and wife, and of course we are a family. You will be safer here. You can reform for a year, or so, to shut up some people. When you go back to work next year, those people will have nothing to say. Huilan, I have analyzed the current situation with you, and you should understand. Mo Qiufeng patiently explained that the situation was indeed very tense, and that having Yuan Huilan come to work on the farm was the most appropriate arrangement at the moment. Moreover, he had already informed the farm that Yuan Huilan would not be assigned to do any hard work. She would be able to return to the city next year, so this little hardship was nothing. I understand. You can go back. Yuan Huilan interrupted him in a harsh tone. Mo Qiufeng sighed lightly and left the farm. He had already foreseen the outcome, and he had tried his best to make amends. No matter what the outcome was, he could accept it. Yuan Huilan felt unhappy as she watched his back getting farther and farther away, but when she thought of what Zhang Zhihua had said, her resentment grew even deeper. Zhang Zhihua said that with Mo Qiufeng's power in Tanzhou City, her problem was nothing and she didn't need to suffer on the farm. However, Mo Qiufeng did not try to protect her, which meant that he did not consider her as his own. Zhang Zhihua also said that he had killed Mo Qiufeng's previous wife with his own hands. Huilan, Mo Qiufeng is a cold-blooded man. He loves no one but himself. If you live with such a man, there will be no good results. Zhang Zihua's voice was still clear in Yuan Huilan's ears, and her heart became more and more wavering. She knew that the mother of Mo Jinsong and his brothers was shot to death by Mo Qiufeng himself. Although it was for the revolution, it was still a little hard for her to accept. No wonder the relationship between Mo Jinsong and Mo Qiufeng was so delicate. Yuan Huilan was alone in the room thinking about something, without even turning on the lights. Lu Disheng's house across the street was brightly lit, with several dishes on the table, including fish and meat, which was very sumptuous. "Where is Aunt Lin?" Ruan Qiqi asked. "I asked for leave and went into the city." Lu Disheng ate his meal in big mouthfuls and answered casually. "You and Aunt Lin haven't rekindled your old love, right?" Ruan Qiqi asked suddenly. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Disheng had just taken a bite of the fish when the chili pepper choked his trachea. He started coughing violently, and his face turned the color of liver. Lu Yi patted him hard on the back, and Ruan Qiqi handed him some water, and Lu Disheng finally calmed down. "What nonsense are you talking about? I never look back." Lu Disheng glared at him unhappily and continued eating. "Lin Manyun is very vicious. If you can't attack here, just write letters to her 2 sons and ask them to strive for second-class merit to facilitate her return to the city," Lu Yi said coldly. Lu Jiafeng mentioned this in the letter and asked Ruan Qiqi to tell Lin Manyun that they were unable to win the second-class merit due to their limited abilities, and ask Lin Manyun to reform herself while on the farm. Lu Disheng's face darkened, and he slammed his chopsticks heavily on the table, cursing. What is she thinking? Doesn't she know the significance of the liberation and aid to Korea? And you let them win the second-class merit. Do you want to kill them? His 2 sons were. He sent them to the border not expecting them to achieve merit, but just wanted to kill their arrogance and turn them into real soldiers. Lin Manyun, on the other hand, has raised her 2 sons like a woman and now wants them to eat a big bun all at once and win a second-class merit. This is even more immoral than pulling up the seedlings to help them grow. She is trying to kill her sons. Darn it. When this Sich comes back, he will definitely scold her to death. You are the one who caused her to behave like this. Lu Yi snorted and said something sarcastic. Lu Disheng's expression froze and he sighed. He lost his appetite for the delicious food on the table. It was indeed his fault. He allowed Lu Chuancao's family to escape, and also allowed the poisonous snake Lin Manyun to escape. Alas. Why don't you light the lamp? Ouch, I almost fell to death. Lin Manyun's surprised voice was heard outside. She had just returned from the city and fell as soon as she entered the door. Lu Disheng stood up suddenly, with a gloomy face, rushed out, and kicked the door open. There was a loud bang, and both Yuan Huilan and Lin Manyun were startled. Lu Disheng, what do you want to do? Lin Manyun screamed. You are a vicious woman with a heart of a scorpion. Not only did you abuse Xiao Yi, you even murdered the people who helped liberate Korea. They are your own children, right? Are you still a human being? The angry Lu Disheng raised his hand and slapped Lin Manyun several times. He had no habit of not beating women. No matter whether they were men or women, as long as they violated his taboos, he would beat them. Lin Manyun was crying and shouting and rolling on the ground, attracting quite a few people. Everyone came to mediate and advised Lu Disheng to talk it out nicely. If you dare to write to the liberation and aid Korea again, I will beat you to death. Lu Disheng made a harsh statement that Lin Manyun was not allowed to contact her 2 sons, saying that she was not worthy. They are my sons too. Why don't you allow me to contact them? Lin Manyun cried and felt so wronged. You are such a vicious woman. You don't deserve it. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, but you want to harm your own son. You are worse than a beast. The more Lu Disheng cursed, the angrier he became, and his palms itched, but he still restrained himself and did not hit the woman again. I am not a gentleman. If you dare to write a letter to the liberation and aid Korea, I will beat you to death. Lu Disheng's eyes were fierce and murderous. Lin Manyun had never seen him like this before. She was so scared that she was trembling with fear, and her face was pale. Lu Yi and Ruan Qiqi watched coldly from the side, without any sympathy at all. This woman deserved it, because of what she had done to herself. Lu Disheng went back angrily to eat, and everyone else left. Only the sobbing Lin Mannion and the upset Yuan Huilan were left in the room, and Ruan Qiqi and his wife who were standing at the door watching the fun. Stop crying. Yuan Huilan became more and more annoyed by the crying and shouted angrily. Lin Manyun's crying paused for a few seconds, and soon she became tough again and said, I cry for my own sake. What's it got to do with you? She was afraid of Lu Dishing, but not Yuan Huilan. I've been on the farm for transformation for so long, but I haven't seen Mo Qiufeng come to see me many times. Humph, maybe in a few days, Mo Qiufeng will file for divorce. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly away separately. Who is nobler than who? If you want to cry, go outside. You're already old and still crying. What else can you do besides crying, Lin Mannion? Yuan Huilan stood up angrily, walked over, and dragged the man out. Let me go, Yuan Huilan. Why are you showing off in front of me? You are the same as me now, not superior to me. How many times has Mo Qiufeng come to see you? 3 times? The next time he comes to see you, I will definitely divorce you. Your current status is more poisonous than poison. Anyone who has anything to do with you will be unlucky. Humph, why are you so arrogant in front of me? Lin Mannion was dragged out repeatedly, and she was so angry that she started cursing. I am not you, a daughter that can only survive by relying on men. Lin Mannion, don't look at me with your narrow-minded thinking. You don't deserve it. Yuan Huilan sneered with a look of contempt. She is an independent and self-reliant new age woman, qualitatively different from a daughter like Lin Mannion. Oh, you said it better than singing. It's true that I rely on men, but how noble are you? At that time, it was just rumored that old Lu had died, but you couldn't wait even a year and hurried to marry Mo Qiufeng. In order to please him, you even ignored your own son and kept trying to curry favor with your 2 stepsons. Yuan Huilan, I was not nice to Lu Yi, but I am his stepmother. You, as his biological mother, have never cared about his own son's life or death. You are selfish and cold-blooded. You say you are self-reliant, but you actually curry favor with men. What the heck are you qualified to say that I am narrow-minded? Lin Mannion simply gave it her all, cursing and exposing Yuan Huilan's hypocritical mask. Don't look at me with your narrow-minded and backward ideas. I am completely different from you. Yuan Huilan, whose sore spot was hit, yelled in anger and shame. She dragged the man out of the door and happened to see Lu Yi and his wife. She was stunned for a moment and felt a little uneasy in her heart. Don't flatter yourself. You and I are no different, but you are a bigger failure than me. You are an outsider in the Mo family. Have Mo Jinsong and his brother ever come to see you? Your biological daughter, Mo Heping, is hoping that you will divorce her, so as not to implicate her. Not to mention your biological son. He doesn't even recognize you as his mother. Yuan Huilan. Oh, Yuan Huilan. Why are you so proud? Lin Mannion became more and more proud as she spoke, and taking advantage of Yuan Huilan's distraction, she pushed her away. Yuan Huilan was pushed back repeatedly and almost fell down, looking a little embarrassed. When she saw Lu Ye's indifferent expression, her heart instantly turned cold, and she suddenly became discouraged. Lin Mannion was right. She was indeed a loser. She had fallen out with her family, married 2 husbands, but failed to manage their marriages, and her children were also indifferent to her. Now she was a lonely person who was abandoned by everyone. It's none of your business what happens to me. No matter how bad I am, it's not your turn to laugh at my joke. Yuan Huilan suppressed her sadness, cheered herself up, pinned Lin Mannion to the ground, and beat her up. After the fight, Yuan Huilan tidied her clothes and glanced at Lu Yi and the others with a complicated look. She said nothing and went into the house. Lin Mannion lay on the ground groaning, tears streaming down her face. She was beaten twice in one night. She was the most pitiful person in the world. She didn't know when her son would be able to make a contribution. She couldn't stay in this shabby place for another day. The Jiefang and Aid Korea asked me to tell you that their abilities are limited. They can't even win the 3rd-class merit, let alone the 2nd-class merit. They asked Aunt Lin to reform well on the farm and not to always try to take shortcuts. In addition, the Jiefeng and Aid Korea also asked you to send some malted milk and milk powder. They are suffering a lot on the border and are all skinny from hunger. Ruan Qiqi squatted down and conveyed Brother Lu Jiefeng's intention. The things to be sent later were added by her impromptu. After Lin Manyun heard this, her expression became gloomy, her eyes were dull, and she cried even more sadly. My life is so miserable. Ruan Qiqi ignored her and got up and went back to Lu Disheng. Lu Disheng had just had a tantrum and his appetite returned. He ate all the food on the table and washed the dishes. He took a handful of mugwort and started fumigating every corner of the room. Thick smoke filled the room. Cough, cough, cough. Ruan Qiqi walked into the room. She was smoked out. You guys go back. Lu Disheng was also fumigated to the point of tears. He covered his mouth and nose with one hand and used the other hand to hold a handful of dry wormwood for fumigation. The mosquitoes in the mountains were very poisonous, and their suckers could penetrate the tent to suck blood. Every morning when he woke up, his arms, which were next to the tent, were covered with mosquito bites and were extremely itchy. Therefore, you must drive away mosquitoes before going to bed so that you can sleep well. Dad, light the mosquito coils. Ruan Qiqi took out a large bag of mosquito coils. She opened the package and found that it was similar to the current mosquito coils. She lit 2 plates of mosquito coils in the room, and then she and Lu Yi returned to the city. What Lin Manyun said before was not wrong. On the way home, Ruan Qiqi suddenly sighed. What did she curse? Lu Yi didn't react for a moment. It is said that your mother is just like her. In essence, she relies on men. Your mother is indeed that kind of person. Ruan Qiqi said. No matter what kind of person she is, it has nothing to do with us. Lu Yi sneered, his tone cold. Yes, let's live our own lives and ignore them. Ruan Qiqi agreed very much. Yuan Huilan had Mo Qiufeng to take care of her, and now she had Zhong Zhihua. She was living a good life and didn't need her and Lu Ye's concern at all. Lu Yi, who was riding in front, suddenly stopped, parked the car, and climbed up the hillside beside the road. After a while, he came back with a bundle of branches and said happily, This fruit is delicious, sweet, and can fill your stomach. When I was a child, I liked July and August the most. There were so many fruits in the mountains that I never went hungry. Ruan Qiqi recognized it at the first sight. It was the black rice fruit. It was indeed a good thing, but it became less and less common in the mountains in later generations. Black rice fruit tastes like strawberry, very delicious. Go dig one and plant it in the space. Ruan Qiqi picked up a handful of fruits and put them into her mouth. They were sweet, sticky, and delicious. Lu Yi obediently went to dig up the black rice fruit trees. He dug up 2 and planted them in the space before coming out. We returned to the compound. It was already dark, but the downstairs of the family building was very lively. The children were playing games, and the adults were chatting in groups of 3 or 4. Deputy Captain Liu, Sister Wan is back. Wang Suehua had sharp eyes and her face was immediately filled with an attentive smile as she greeted loudly. Ruan Qiqi smiled and nodded at the women. Political Commissar Mo's daughter came to see you before, but she went back before she could get you. Wang Shuhua said. I saw her, too. She's a pretty girl and looks a bit like Deputy Captain Liu. I heard she's studying at Beijing University. That's amazing, Lu Danny said with envy. Lu Yi frowned slightly. He didn't want to meet Mo Hepping at all. Moreover, he now felt that Mo Hepping was like a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken, and he definitely had no good intentions.
No.
Ruan Qiqi smiled. She could probably guess Mo Hepping's intention. After all, Lu Yi was quite promising now. Mo Hepping was reluctant to part with such a powerful helper like Lu Yi, so naturally he wanted to have a good relationship with him. Sister Wan, the fish is ready. Wang Shuhua ran back home and came back with a jar of cumi fish. Ruan Qiqi asked her to make it. I followed your instructions, but the taste seems wrong. It's different from yours. Lu Danny is from northeast China and had never seen cumi fish before. Wang Shuhua gave her some. After eating it, she fell in love with it and learned to make it herself. However, What she made was never as delicious as Wang Shuhua's. Let me smell what you did. Lu Danny wanted to see what the freshly pickled fish tasted like, so Ruan Qiqi opened the lid and let her smell it. As soon as the lid was opened, a spicy and fishy smell rushed out. Lu Danny took a deep breath and asked suspiciously, "This is the smell. Why is mine not as delicious as yours, Shuhua? Did you put the seasoning wrong?" Wang Shuhua had just finished asking. Vomit. Sang Qingfeng covered her mouth and rushed to the toilet. She came back after a long time with a pale face. "What's wrong with you?" Everyone asked with concern. "Nothing. My stomach has been feeling uncomfortable these days. I'll get some medicine later." Sang Qingfeng covered her mouth and dry heaved a few times. Her stomach felt uncomfortable and she had no strength left. "You'd better go to the hospital and don't take any medicine randomly," someone advised. "You don't have a stomach problem, it's more like..." Haha. Wang Suihua was halfway through her speech when she remembered that Sang Qingfeng was a barren woman. She quickly stopped and laughed dryly a few times. Everyone looked at her reproachfully. They knew clearly that Sang Qingfeng couldn't have children, yet they still poked her in the heart. How tactless. Sang Qingfeng also understood, and she felt a little bitter. It would be great if she was really pregnant, but she was a barren woman, and even a cast iron tree could bloom, but she couldn't give birth to a child. Ruan Qiqi was thoughtful. She thought of Sang Qingfeng's ex-husband's son who was only 8 months old. Then he said, "Let me feel your pulse." "Sister Wan, can you also take a pulse?" Lu Sanmei asked curiously. "Look at what you said." Sister Wan knows half of what's in heaven and everything on earth. What can't she do? The strongest flatterer, Wang Suihua, immediately came online, confronted him harshly, and smiled ingratiatingly at Ruan Qiqi. Everyone curled their lips in disdain for Wang Suihua's arrogance. "It's just that she can cook some delicious food. What's so great about that?" Later, they will also research some delicious food and send it to Ruan Qiqi to earn some extra money. Ruan Qiqi took Sang Qingfeng's pulse seriously and then asked in her ear, "How long has it been since you had your period?" "A month?" Sang Qingfeng couldn't remember clearly. Her period had never been regular. "Go to the obstetrics and gynecology department of the hospital and don't take random medicines." Ruan Qiqi's tone was very serious, and it was most likely that she was pregnant. Therefore, the one who was truly infertile was Sang Qingfeng's ex-husband. I. What disease do I have?" Sang Qingfeng hadn't reacted yet and was a little confused. "You are silly. You are pregnant. I will take you to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow." Wang Suihua was even more excited than Sang Qingfeng. "Impossible. I checked, and I can't have a baby." Sang Qingfeng's mind was in a mess, her heart was bewildered, and she was a little panicked. Captain Su married her because she couldn't have children. What if she really got pregnant? Would Captain Su think she was a marriage fraud and want to divorce her? Some hospitals' examinations are not accurate. You will know the results tomorrow when you go to the hospital for a checkup. Having a child is a great joy. Captain Su will definitely be happy. Wang Shuhua saw her panic and comforted her softly. Sang Qingfeng felt a little relieved, and then she was happy again. If only she was really pregnant, it would be great. She dreamed of having a biological child, whether it was a boy or a girl, and she would definitely love this child with all her heart. She will not be mean to the first 2 children. She will do her best to take care of them and do things according to her conscience. The next morning, Ruan Qiqi was awakened by a knock on the door. "Third brother, third sister-in-law, I am Mo Heping." Annoyed, Ruan Qiqi kicked Lu Yi off the bed, asked him to go and greet them, and continued to sleep herself. Half an hour later, Lu Yi sent Mo Heping away and casually placed a bag of Beijing specialties on the table. After washing up, he went to the cafeteria to have breakfast and brought back one for his wife. Ruan Qiqi answered the phone. Someone called downstairs. Ruan Qiqi was drinking mung bean soup. She drank all the mung bean soup in the bowl and then went downstairs to answer the phone. The caller was Guan Zhihua. "Qiqi, Manzai had a fever for 2 days. He woke up today, but he didn't recognize us. He only remembered you and Xiaoya. Can you and Xiaoya come to see him? Guan Zhihua's voice was a little hoarse, and he sounded very tired. The third update is finished. Black rice fruit was my favorite when I was a child. I haven't eaten it for a long time. It is rare in the mountains now. When I was a child, I would run to the mountains to find black rice fruit as soon as the summer vacation came. I would run all over the mountains. Children nowadays probably don't have many such experiences. We're coming over now. Ruan Qiqi hung up the phone. She called upstairs. Come down. Here it comes. Lu Yexing arrived and jumped down from the third floor, landing steadily in front of Ruan Qiqi. The men and women in the family building were extremely envious. The man envied Lu Ye's skills. The women envied Ruan Qiqi's prestige at home, and they also wanted their husbands to be as obedient as Lu Yi, but unfortunately they didn't have the ability to do so. Wow, Uncle Lu is so awesome. The Gao family's brother and sister lay on the balcony and shouted, looking at Lu Yi with admiration. Your father is pretty awesome too. Gao Shangjin said sourly from the side. Although he couldn't compare to Lu Ye's ability to climb walls and run on rooftops, he could still jump up and down. Yes, Dad is great too. My daughter is a caring and thoughtful person, and she praised me in a particularly supportive manner. Yes, Dad is awesome. My son's praise was perfunctory. Gao Shangjin glanced at his son angrily, then smiled at his daughter. Dad has gone to work. You and your brother should be good at home. When Dad rests, I will take you to the department store to buy dolls. Okay, bye, Dad. The little girl nodded obediently, stood on tiptoes, and kissed her father on the face. Gao Shangjin's heart melted, and he floated down from the third floor as if he was walking on clouds. He even decided to use his hard-earned private money to buy the most expensive doll for his daughter. Such a good daughter of his deserves to play with the most expensive doll. But he didn't know that as soon as he left the house, his lovely and caring daughter dragged out a box from under the bed. After opening the box, she found all kinds of bones inside, all of which had been cleaned up. In the box, with each bone labeled in great detail. It was drawn by Lea's father himself as a birthday gift for his precious granddaughter. The radius is here, the humerus is here, and there are 24 ribs. Little girl was having a lot of fun playing with the bones while referring to the picture book, just like playing with building blocks. Her brother was reading a book in the next room. He was reading 36 Strategies with great interest. Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi rushed to the Lu family. Manzai was in his room. Guan Zhihua told Grandpa, Lu, what had happened in the past few days. After catching a Japanese soldier in the hotel, Manzai fell in love with this game and often ran out to catch Japanese soldiers. He caught 2 more these days. He said that the Japanese soldiers had a bad smell and he could smell it. Guan Zhihua's tone was both proud and annoyed. She was proud of her son's bravery and intelligence, but also annoyed that she did not stop her son, which led to Manzai becoming what he is now. Did Manzai get a fever after capturing 2 Japanese devils? Ruan Qiqi asked. Yes, actually, Manzai changed a little after he caught the little Japanese in the hotel. He remembered what happened during the 3 days of being interrogated alone, but only fragments. I guess it might be the little Japanese who stimulated him and reminded him of that painful memory, which led to Manzai's memory disorder, and he didn't recognize us, but he remembered you and said he wanted to see you. Guan Zhihua was talking about the doctor's diagnosis, and the doctor said it was good progress, and maybe Manzai could recover to normal. But it is also possible that Manzi can neither recover nor return to his original state, and will always remain like this. Let's go see Manzai. Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi went upstairs. The door of Manzai's room was closed. She knocked gently a few times. Manzai, this is Qiqi, and here is Ye. The door opened quickly, and Manzai stood at the door. His appearance had not changed, but his eyes and temperament were completely different. Used to have clear eyes and a simple and honest temperament, but now he has deep eyes and a cold temperament. However, when he saw Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi, his eyes suddenly became kind. You have to call me Daddy. Don't be disrespectful. Manzai lectured them in a condescending manner, dragged them into the house, and closed the door. He looked extremely alert, as if he were meeting underground workers. Guan Zhihua and Mr. Lu were locked outside the door. They looked at each other helplessly and couldn't help laughing. The birth of 2 wonderful grandchildren is such a great joy. Qiqi, yeah. Dad is being watched by the Japanese now. It's very dangerous. Don't come to see me anymore. Be careful. Manzai's expression was extremely serious and his tone was solemn. Ruan Qiqi puffed out her cheeks and held her breath. Lu Yi clenched his fists several times, wanting to hit someone. What's your code name? Ruan Qiqi asked curiously. I can't tell you, it's a secret. Manzai looked mysterious and asked them to leave quickly and find a safe place to hide. Your previous code name was Daddy, and we are your comrades. Now that your code name Daddy has been exposed, you will be called Manzi from now on, and I am your superior Qiqi. From now on, you will obey my command. Remember? Ruan Qiqi spoke in a serious tone, as if it was a matter of fact. Yes, Comrade Manzai. Lu Yi tried his best to agree. Manzai's memory was already confused, and after being messed up by the 2 of them, his eyes became confused again. Some fragments flashed through his mind, and he murmured, I am Manzai. Where is Mama Jiang? Oh my! Mama Jiang's dog had appeared at the right time, wagging its tail excitedly. Its owner finally remembered it. Manzai hugged Mama Jiang and kissed her a few times. More and more fragments flashed through his mind. They were all memories of him playing with Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi, as well as with his parents. His cold aura gradually dissipated, and he became clear and honest again. But Ruan Qiqi knew that a different Manzai was living inside Manzai. That Manzai was calm and intelligent, but he had too little energy to fully control his body, so he only appeared for a short time. That's right, Manzai has split into another personality. To be precise, there are 3 personalities in his body. The main personality is the honest Manzai now. The second personality is Lu Yuanfei, a calm and intelligent underground worker. The third personality is the weak Manzai who is trapped in painful memories. The first 2 personalities don't like this Manzai, so he rarely appears. Seeing their son return to normal, the old couple breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi. Ruan Qiqi did not tell anyone that Manzai had 3 personalities. She had not figured it out yet and would tell them after she had studied it clearly. Time passed quickly, and the dog days of summer finally ended. At the end of August, there was an autumn rain, and the weather became much cooler. Ruan Qiqi was not idle during this period. She went out with Manzi to capture many enemy spies. Her ranking rose steadily, and she has climbed to 3rd place. The first is Tyrannosaurus. Pei Yuan called and asked Ruan Qiqi to get the admission letter and report in September. Electrical automation? Ruan Qiqi took a look and found that Pei Yuan had arranged for her to study electrical automation. All other majors are full. You just need to go through the motions. Your grades don't matter. Pei Yuan thought she didn't like this major, so he comforted her. I'm such a smart person. How could I have bad grades? Ruan Qiqi rolled her eyes. She was an extremely smart Ruan Qiqi. It was just electrical automation. She would definitely be able to learn it well. You will definitely learn well. I have confidence in you. Take a good rest and recharge your energy now that school has started. Pei Yuan smiled kindly.
Gone.
Ruan Qiqi stuffed the notice into her bag, waved goodbye and left. He also took away a few new cakes that Ding Yi was researching and naturally left a bag of tea. Ding Yi's supernatural powers have recovered halfway. At this rate, he will be able to fully recover by the end of the year and continue to carry out missions. Ruan Qiqi rode her bike slowly back to the compound. When she passed by a small alley, she heard sounds of beating and scolding. The door of an independent house was wide open, and a lot of people were crowded in the yard. They were all extremely excited, as if they had hyperthyroidism. These people carried out a box of books, all of which were banned books at the time. You unrepentant old jerk, you actually hid so much. Beat him up. Shi Jinghong's scolding could be heard, followed by sounds of beating and groaning. Ruan Qiqi frowned. She had completely forgotten about this guy. Mo Jinsong hasn't taken any action yet, which makes Shi Jinghong jump so happily. Oops, there's a hornet's nest. Ruan Qiqi screamed and threw out a hornet's nest. This hornet's nest was brought back by Mama Jiang, who thought it was fun and brought it back excitedly to show off its treasure. If she hadn't reacted quickly and put the hornet's nest into the space, she and Manzai would have been bitten all over the head. Mama Jiang's dog's head was stung by a wasp and turned into a pig's head. It was swollen for several days and was so cute and ugly. This group of hornets lived well in the space. They built a nest and gave birth to many cubs. The hornet's nest rolled a few times on the ground, and a group of angry hornets flew out, buzzing towards Shi Jinghong and the others. Screams continued incessantly, and Shi Jinghong and others fled in all directions. However, the yard was so small that the hornets could find them no matter where they fled. Soon, the group of people were all bitten on the head, and Shi Jinghong was bitten the worst. Because Ruan Qiqi took advantage of the chaos to smear some honey from a hornet's nest on his body, the hornets thought he was a nest thief and kept chasing him and biting him.
Ouch.
Oh my god. Ouch. Jinghong, whose face was unrecognizable, was lying on the ground groaning and looked very bad. His men felt a little better and, enduring the pain, carried Shi Jinghong to the hospital. The yard was suddenly empty. The beaten owner climbed up from the ground and looked around in confusion. His face had just been covered by a piece of cloth, and he was not bitten. All the hornets in the yard were gone, all collected by Ruan Qiqi into the space. She also left quietly and never showed up from beginning to end. Ruan Qiqi didn't know that Shi Jinghong had just been rescued and was pushed into the ward for recuperation. Before he could even get warm in the bed, he was taken away on charges of corruption, bribery, and disregard for human life. It was the evidence that Mo Jinsong found. It took him a lot of effort to gather enough evidence to bring down Shi Jinghong. Shi Dahong and he are irreconcilable, so he has to kick away the stumbling block, and no one can stop him from climbing up. 2 days before school started, Ruan Qiqi received the news that Shi Jinghong had died in the cell. Among the people imprisoned with him, 2 were people Shi Jinghong had bullied before. They hated him so much that they had an argument while using the toilet. The 2 pushed Shi Jinghong into the urine bucket and drowned him. Lui told the news he had heard that the arrogant Shi Jinghong died in an undignified way. He was pushed into a urine bucket by his cellmates and drowned. This way of death suits him very well. What happened to those 2 people who acted as justice? Ruan Qiqi asked with concern. The next day, he was transferred to a farm in Guangdong province for transformation. It must have been Mo Jinsong's doing.
Lui said.
Mo Jinsong's father-in-law used to work in the Guangdong provincial military region and had many connections there, so it was not difficult to transfer 2 prisoners to the farm. Shi Dahong is going to be so angry that he will die, right? Ruan Qiqi looked interested. Although Mo Jinsong was not a very good person, he did a good job. I heard that Shi Dahong broke 2 cups. Lui smiled and said, but Shi Dahong should be fine. He and Commander Yang are brothers-in-law and have a very good relationship. As long as there are no issues of principle, Commander Yang will definitely protect him. If something happens to Shi Dahong, will Commander Yang vent his anger on Mo Jinsong? Ruan Qiqi came up with an idea to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I think so. Commander Yang cares a lot about his reputation and is a bit protective of his subordinates. Besides, he has an average relationship with Uncle Mo. Lui said. Ruan Qiqi knew what was going on and took out the little notebook. Mo Jinsong will definitely not deal with Shi Dahong. He killed Shi Jinghong just to remind Shi Dahong not to go against him. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for everyone. Shi Dahong is a smart man. He must have understood it. Let's add fuel to the fire.
How to add?
Lui asked excitedly. He really enjoyed making things difficult for Mo Jinsong. Everything will be calm in a few days. Let's hand in this little notebook in Mo Jinsong's name. Shi Dahong will definitely have to go in for tea. If anything happens to him in there. Ruan Qiqi squinted her eyes and didn't say anything else, but Lui understood. Just a small notebook is not enough. I'll go check Shi Dahong's dirt. He's a very good pretender, and he must have done a lot of bad things. Go ahead. Even if there is no dirt on him, make some up. He was the one who caused Shi Jinghong to harm so many people. Ruan Qiqi has no guilty conscience at all. How can someone who can go along with Shi Jinghong be a good person? Don't worry. Lu Yi patted his chest and assured that he was very good at doing this kind of thing, especially creating trouble for Mo Jin Song. He was very motivated. Qiqi, you're living on campus now. What should I do? Lu Yi suddenly remembered a fatal thing and became depressed. I can take a day and a half off every week. Every week is like a new marriage. How wonderful! Ruan Qiqi didn't think it was a big deal and was looking forward to her future university life. She didn't have the chance to go to college in her previous life, but she made up for it in this life and was able to experience a university campus in the 1970s. Lu Ye's eyes lit up. It sounded like a very good idea. Then I'll be responsible for the pickup. Lu Yi volunteered to take the initiative to experience picking up and dropping off the kid to school in advance. Ruan Qiqi agreed. Since the man was eager to show his affection, she definitely couldn't refuse. Otherwise, he wouldn't do it next time. Before school started, Ruan Qiqi was very busy. She was busy comforting Lu Yi and cooking. Everything existed in the space. Even if the food in the school cafeteria was not delicious, she would not starve. Lu Yi was also busy, looking for dirt on Shi Dahong. Now his ability to gather information has become more and more powerful, and he can obtain more detailed and older information from the water. I thought Shi Dahong was just accepting benefits, but upon investigation, I found that accepting benefits was just a trivial black material of this guy. Shi Dahong had a very deep secret, and everyone who knew his secret was dead. By Shi Dahong. Shi Dahong had a fellow villager who knew a lot of dirt on him in the village. He had an affair with a widow from the same village and was blackmailed by the widow. In desperation, he killed the widow and fled that night. He also joined the revolution. 2 years later, he met his fellow villager in the army. Shi Dahong was afraid that his fellow villager would reveal the secret, so during a mission, he found a way to kill his fellow villager and put the blame on the enemy. Lu Yi went home and told Shi Dahong the secret. The reason why I was able to find out the secret is because Shi Dahong likes to stay in the yard alone and talk to himself. Perhaps he is under too much pressure and has no one to talk to, so talking to himself has become Shi Dahong's way of venting. Shi Dahong also liked lotus flowers, so she built a pond in the yard to grow lotus flowers, which was just convenient for Lu Yi to find out. It's been so long since this happened, and there's no evidence, so we can't do anything to Shi Dahong. Ruan Qiqi shook her head. To be honest, even if there was evidence, she could not do anything to Shi Dahong, who is now in a high position of power. If you want to defeat him, you must have something deadly. Lu Yi smiled wickedly and said, the fellow villager is just an introduction. The fatal thing is yet to come. When Shi Dahong killed his fellow villager, someone happened to see it. That person was also stupid. After knowing it, he did not report it to his superiors. Instead, he used this matter to threaten Shi Dahong and forced him to give up his relationship with a girl. The girl and Shi Dahong were interested in each other, and the only thing left was to break the window paper. The fool also liked the girl, and he threatened Shi Dahong with this. Shi Dahong agreed on the surface, but not long after that, the fool was also killed by him. Also during the mission? Ruan Qiqi asked. Yes, Shi Dahong is a man with many evil intentions. After killing that idiot, he married that girl, the third sister-in-law in Shi Jinghong's notebook. She is not a good person either. Lu Yi curled his lips, thinking that the fool died unjustly. He lost his life for a bad woman in vain. How stupid. The idiot who died had a powerful background? Ruan Qiqi guessed some of the reasons. Qiqi, what's wrong with your brain? How can you be so smart? The baby we have in the future will definitely be smarter than the one with high ambitions. Lu Yi started to flatter people in various ways, and it came from his heart, and it didn't feel hypocritical at all. Don't say this outside. It's not good for Dr. Yin and his wife to hear it. Ruan Qiqi raised the corners of her mouth, curved her eyebrows, and scooped out a large piece of almond cake to feed it as a reward. I know. I'll say it at home. This cake is delicious. Qiqi, the cakes you buy are all tastier than mine. What else can't you make? Lu Yi swallowed the cake and licked his lips. He felt that the cake his wife bought was the most delicious cake in the world, and the nice words were free. Is it delicious? All for you. Ruan Qiqi's eyebrows curved even more, and she generously fed all the remaining cake to the sweet-mouthed man, then took out a chestnut cake from the space and continued to feed him. Lu Yi, who had eaten 2 pieces of cake in a row, was so happy that bubbles appeared in his eyes, and he continued to talk about Sherdahong. The dead fool's surname was Zhong, and his name was Jiang Tianming. He had an older brother named Jiang Liming. Jiang Liming from Yangcheng military region? Ruan Qiqi asked back. Joining 759, she got to know the top brass of the major military commands across the country. Jiang Liming is the deputy commander of the Yangcheng military region. Like Lu Disheng, he was born into a peasant family and rose to the top through hard-earned military exploits. He also has a nickname, Jiang Yanwang, which shows how ruthless he is when fighting. Moreover, he is not only ruthless on the battlefield, but also ruthless in managing the army. He is a real ruthless man. Compared with him, Lu Disheng is too kind-hearted. Ruan Qiqi's eyes lit up. If Jiang Liming knew that Sherdahong was the one who killed his own brother, he would definitely die. Sherdahong is a civilian and is far inferior to Jiang Liming in terms of rank, connections, and means. There is the latest news, and the document has not been issued yet. Jiang Liming will be transferred to Beijing next year. Lu Yi said another important news. Jiang Liming is a general who holds real power and is about to be promoted. Sherdahong is just a civilian. He can do well in the Jiangcheng military region thanks to the care of his brother-in-law, Commander Yang. Once he leaves the Jiangcheng military region, he will be nothing. You should hurry up and do this, and give Mo Jinsong a big gift. Ruan Qiqi urged, and couldn't wait to see Mo Jinsong's frustrated look. Sherdahong is doomed to die, and Commander Yang will definitely bear a grudge against Mo Jinsong. In the Jiangcheng military region, Mo Jinsong's career is over unless he is transferred to another military region. But when he went to the new military region, he had to start from scratch. This move will definitely make Mo Jinsong feel disgusted. Lu Yi also thought of it, his eyes sparkling, and he suddenly hugged Ruan Qiqi and kissed her hard several times. How come my wife is so smart? Kiss me again. Our ancestors said that if you listen to your guests, you'll have a good life. Remember this. Ruan Qiqi was very proud and took the opportunity to educate Lu Yi about male ethics. I will definitely listen to you. I will follow your advice on everything, big or small. Lu Yi smiled and kissed her a few more times before he was satisfied. They had to report to school tomorrow, and the two of them stayed up late into the night before going to bed. As a result, Ruan Qiqi went to school listless, with 2 big dark sockets under her eyes, lifeless eyes, and yawning all the way. There is no gate at HUSD. The campus looks like a residential area with roads and buses. It is quite interesting to cross the road to go to class. Lu Yi parked the car, carried the luggage on his shoulder, and held the hand of the yawning Ruan Qiqi as he crossed the road. Passionate songs were playing on the loudspeakers. There were tables on the roadside with signs of each department hanging on them. Sitting there were the teachers in charge of registration and senior students. Everywhere was crowded with new students who should now be called workers, peasants, and soldiers. As the name suggests, the students came from the groups of workers, peasants, educated youth, and soldiers. From the new students' attire, one could basically tell which group they came from. Wearing green military uniforms are generally soldiers and educated youth. Those who don't patch things are usually workers. With patches and dark skin are farmers. Please make way. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. It's okay, just be careful. Such conversations were everywhere. Everyone was very polite. Even if they were hit by the sharp corner of a wooden box, they would not get angry but just laugh it off. Were able to attend the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university were the best performers in each group, or they had a family background. In short, none of them was simple, and it was impossible for them to lose their temper over trivial matters and thus affect their image. Lu Yi took Ruan Qiqi to complete the admission procedures. After a busy schedule, it was almost noon. Ruan Qiqi was a little more sober, and the two went to the girls' dormitory together. Building 9, room 309. Ruan Qiqi talked to herself while holding a pile of bedding. It's really good to go to university nowadays. Bedding is provided for free, and there is a living allowance of 17.5 yuan every month. You don't have to spend any money on college, and you can even get a salary every month. With 17.5 yuan of living expenses, if you are frugal, you can never spend it all, and you can also help support your family. No wonder when she surfed the internet in her previous life, many netizens envied people from the 1970s and said they wanted to travel back in time to become workers for the country. Of more than 30 yuan a month, you can support your family, and you live in a public house. There is a primary school for children to go to, a cafeteria for meals, and even the furniture is public. You don't have to worry about dressing up. Everyone wears black, gray, and blue, so there is no need to dress up as they are all the same color anyway. If you can get into university, it would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, completely crossing the class barrier. Today's college students are rare diamonds, while future college students will be the sand and stones beaten by the waves on the beach. There is no comparison between the two. Ruan Qiqi couldn't help but sigh. It was great to travel through time. If it were her in her previous life, even if she was admitted to university, she might not be able to find a good job. Even if she found a good job, she would have to work like a servant. It was better now. The third update is complete. The author really envies the people of the 1970s and 1980s. Although they were a little poorer in terms of material, everyone was poor just the same. They didn't have to buy a house or work like a servant. If they studied well, they could potentially cross social classes. How wonderful it was! The 9 dormitory buildings were built before the liberation. They have 4 floors with red walls and wooden floors. They make a thumping sound when you walk on them. The beds are also made of wooden bunks, which make a creaking sound if you push a little harder. In the middle of the dormitory building, with rooms on both sides and washrooms and toilets at both ends of the building, the old dormitory building has a sense of age. Today is the first day of registration. Males can enter the female dormitory building, but most of the freshmen come to register alone. After all, young people nowadays are very independent, have strong self-care abilities, and look down on those who have not cut off their virginity. Like Ruan Qiqi, who are escorted to school. The author has no intention of mocking others. Young people in the 1970s were indeed very independent. In dormitory 309, but only 6 people are accommodated in it. There is a note attached to each bed with a person's name on it. Qiqi, you stay on the upper bunk. I'll go get some water. Lui put down his luggage, picked up the basin, and went to the water room to fetch water. Ruan Qiqi sat down to rest. She was still a little sleepy. Have already come into the dormitory. One is a girl with slightly dark skin. She is wearing a floral shirt, black pants, and cloth shoes. Her long black hair is tied into a thick and long braid that hangs in front of her chest. Ruan Qiqi glanced at the bed where the girl was sitting. Su Erfeng, probably that was the girl's name. Someone was making the mattress on the upper bunk of Su Erfeng's bed, and on the note was written Zhong Jingyun. Zhong Jingyun had already hung up the mosquito net. She opened the net and smiled at Ruan Qiqi. Hello, my name is Zhong Jingyun, an educated youth from the great northern wilderness. Hello, I'm Ruan Qiqi, from Tanzhou. Ruan Qiqi responded politely. My name is Su Erfeng. I'm from Shaanxi. My area had the most bandits, but they're gone now. Su Erfeng smiled innocently and introduced herself. The food there is delicious. Ruan Qiqi had a very good impression of Shaanxi. The mountains were beautiful, the people were beautiful, and the food was even more delicious. My mother's cooking is delicious. When you come to visit me in the future, ask my mother to prepare delicious food for you. Su Erfeng said with a naive smile.
Oh.
Ruan Qiqi agreed. She was not just saying it out of perfunctory. She really wanted to go. Su Erfeng likes to talk and can never keep silent. Zhong Jingyun is older and has a calmer personality. After making the bed, she also sits quietly and listens to them chatting. Your brother is so nice. My brother only bullies me. After marrying my sister-in-law, he treats me worse than a stranger. Su Erfeng glanced at Lu Yi, who was working hard and was extremely envious. "It's my man, I'm married." Ruan Qiqi smiled. "Oh, you two are such a perfect match." Su Erfen was not too surprised. In her hometown, it was common for girls to get married at the age of 16 or 17. She was still unmarried at the age of 20, which made her an anomaly in her hometown. It was embarrassing. But she doesn't care about all these gossips and still lives happily. Now she has become a glorious worker-peasant-soldier student. Zhong Jingyun looked surprised. She glanced at Ruan Qiqi, then at Lu Yi, who was wearing a military uniform, with envy in her eyes. "Qiqi, the bed is ready. Here are the meal tickets. I'll put them in your drawer." Lu Yi was very skillful, and in no time he had made the bed and nailed a bed curtain. Ruan Qiqi liked to have her own private space, and the mosquito net was transparent, so a bed curtain would provide more privacy. "Well, go back." Ruan Qiqi nodded. She just wanted to go to bed and sleep. She was so sleepy. "I'll leave your bike downstairs. Call me when you're on holiday, and I'll pick you up." Lu Yi was reluctant to leave, as he wouldn't see her again for 6 days. He already started missing her before she left. "I know. I'm going to sleep." Ruan Qiqi yawned loudly, her eyes sparkling with water, looking so adorable. Louis felt a little regretful because there were too many people in the dormitory. Otherwise, he would have to hug his wife and kiss her at least 10 times. "I'm leaving." Louis walked out the door, but soon came back, took out a handful of money from his pocket, and stuffed it all at once at her. "I forgot to give you the money. Buy whatever you want to eat, and call me if it's not enough." "I manage all the money in the family, have you forgotten?" Ruan Qiqi glared, returned the money, and added some more. "This is your pocket money." Louis put it in his pocket with a smile, pinched her face lightly, and then left. Su Erfen was laughing as she watched from the side. "You two have such a good relationship." Had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up, her tone full of envy. "They are newlyweds, so they must have a good relationship." Ruan Qiqi said it casually without any shyness, and climbed onto the bed to sleep. Su Erfen and Zhong Jingyun were both very tactful people. They walked on tiptoe and tried not to make any noise, so as not to disturb Ruan Qiqi. 307, 308, wow, 309, I finally found it. A girl's happy voice came from the door, and it could be heard that she had a warm and lively personality. She didn't rush in, but stood at the door and chatted with people. "I live in room 309. Come visit me when you have time." "Okay, I'm at 311, not far away." The two had obviously just met, but they were already very familiar with each other. The door was pushed open, and a young woman rushed in carrying a suitcase. The woman looked to be in her early 20s, with an oval face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and short hair. She looked like a person with a lot of energy and vitality. "You here so early. My name is Li Yuqin, and I'm from Hangzhou." Li Yuqin took the initiative to greet everyone. She lived in the lower bunk of Ruan Qiqi. She carelessly placed her luggage on the bed, causing it to creak. "Student Juan on the upper bunk is sleeping, be quiet." Su Erfen couldn't help but remind him. "Oops, I didn't know. I'm sorry." Li Yuqin embarrassedly slowed down her movements and even walked more lightly. She wanted to make the bed, but was afraid of waking Ruan Qiqi, so she was hesitant for a moment. "It's okay, you guys do your thing, I sleep very soundly." Ruan Qiqi lifted the curtain and said, "Today is the day for new students to register, so the dormitory must be very lively." She can't ask everyone to cooperate with her just because she is sleepy. Although she is crazy, she is also reasonable. "Did I wake you up just now?" "Sorry, I have a loud voice," Li Yuqin said with a smile. "No, I wasn't asleep anyway. Just pack your luggage and don't worry about me." Ruan Qiqi smiled, simply opened the tent, and leaned on the quilt to rest. "I'm an electrician in the motor factory. I'm the only female electrician in the factory. My father is an 8th-level electrician. He is particularly patriarchal and wants to train my brother to be his successor. Unfortunately, my brother is not interested in being an electrician. Do you know what my brother is doing now?" Li Yuqin was very talkative. After making the bed, she started chatting animatedly with Su Erfen and the others. "Fitter?
Sue Fang Guets?
Probably not. Your brother must be doing a business that makes your father very unhappy. It's not machinery or electronics, but probably a business with more sessions. Zhong Jingyun analyzed. You're so smart. My brother is a tailor now, haha. My brother likes making clothes. He is now a sample maker in a garment factory. When he first went to learn tailoring, my dad was so angry that he wanted to sever the father-son relationship with him. Later, my brother did a decent job, and their relationship eased. Then my dad wanted to train my brother, but guess what my brother did? Li Yuqin is a natural storyteller. Ordinary things spoken from her mouth are particularly infectious and attract people to listen. Ruan Qiqi no longer felt sleepy and asked with interest, "Is your brother going to dance?" The dormitory building is a true portrayal of the author's college life. The appearance is similar to the picture, but it has 4 floors. It was also built before liberation. Walking is very loud, and the bed creaks as well. I especially miss my college life, as well as the delicious food and beautiful scenery of Changsha and the red maples of Yuelu Mountain. The maple leaves should be red now. Wow, you can guess this? What's wrong with your brains? Am I the dumbest person in the whole dormitory? Li Yuqin widened her eyes, feeling incredible. Don't worry, I'm here with you. Su Erfeng comforted her. That's good. It would be embarrassing if I were the only fool. Li Yuqin breathed a sigh of relief and continued to talk about her family. My brother is now a dancer in the city's song and dance troupe. He dances very well and has even performed abroad. There are only 2 boys in my family, and neither of them listens to my father. In the end, I had no choice. My dad could only pass on his skills to me, and he always looked down on me, saying I was not good at this or that. I got angry at him and said if he kept saying I was not good enough, I would not learn this shoot anymore. My dad never said anything to me again after that. Li Yuqin was very proud when she said this, but you can tell that she really loves the job of electrician. Otherwise, she wouldn't have passed the level 4 certificate at such a young age, and she wouldn't have been recommended by the factory to go to university. You are amazing. You are a level 4 electrician. Su Erfeng gave a thumbs up and praised sincerely. It's just average. I just have decent talent. Plus, my father is my master, so if I don't understand something, I have someone to ask. Li Yuqin said modestly. That depends on how good you are. Can I ask you if I don't understand something in my studies in the future? Su Erfeng asked. Okay, let's discuss it together. Actually, I know a little bit about practice, but not theoretical knowledge. Li Yuqin had a very good personality. She did not look down on Su Erfeng for being a country girl and was very easygoing. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the other 2 people from the dormitory also arrived. He Aihong, a native of Zhucheng, was wearing a green uniform, a leather belt around her waist, and had short hair cut to her ears, looking particularly energetic. She dressed, and her hyperthyroid temperament immediately reminded Ruan Qiqi of the people in the tail-cutting society. Sure enough, when He Aihong introduced herself, she said that she was a member of the tail-cutting society. Su Erfeng and the others were silent and smiled politely. Even Li Yuqin, who loves making friends, has no intention of making friends with He Aihong, and her attitude is clearly keeping her distance. The other person who lived on the upper bunk of He Aihong was called Shangguan Qing. He was tall and thin, dressed in a military uniform, and looked heroic but a little cold. After introducing himself, he started making the bed without saying another word. Shangguan Qing's powerful aura made Su Erfeng and Li Yuqin afraid to approach him. They didn't even dare to chat with him. The dormitory suddenly became very quiet. By the time Shangguan Qing made the bed, it was almost 5 o'clock. Su Erfeng and Li Yuqin prepared to go to the cafeteria for dinner, and they also called Ruan Qiqi and Zhong Jingyun. He Aihong and Shangguan Qing did not dare to call them. Wait a minute, it's still early for dinner. I have something to deal with first. He Aihong called them, and her words had a strong sense of officialdom. What's up? Su Erfeng and Li Yuqin both walked to the door and had to go back. He Aihong was very satisfied with their obedience, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Ruan Qiqi also got out of bed and took out the meal ticket from the drawer. It is a rare fate that we can get together to study together. It is also a test given to us by the organization. We will live together for 2 years in the future.
2 years is not a short time.
There is no order without rules. Although our dormitory is small, it is also a collective. As a collective, there must be someone to manage it, otherwise it will be a mess. Hei-hong must like giving speeches very much. She said a lot of empty words and waved her fist after every sentence, which moved her so much. Su Erfeng and Li Yuqin listened patiently and did not dare to interrupt. Ruan Qiqi interrupted Hei-hong with a lunchbox and meal ticket. You want elected dormitory leader, right? Hei-hong had just raised her fist and was feeling very emotional, but before she could finish the words she had prepared, she was interrupted. Her emotions were stuck in the middle, neither going up nor down, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Yes, Ruan, can you wait for me to finish? Hei-hong accused unhappily. Then can you wait until we finish eating? You are wasting our precious meal time. Man is made of iron and food is made of steel. The quotations also say that the body is the capital of revolution. Food is the most important thing in the world, so we have to go eat now. Ruan Qiqi's golden quotes left Hei-hong speechless. She couldn't refute a single word and could only watch Ruan Qiqi leave the door. Eat first, Shang Lehua said lightly, holding the lunchbox and following Ruan Qiqi. Su Erfeng and Li Yuqin exchanged glances and followed them out, followed by Zhong Jingyun, who reminded Hei-hong, if you go too late, the delicious food in the cafeteria will be gone. Hei-hong gritted her teeth, took her lunchbox, and went to eat. But she was determined to become the dormitory head, and she also wanted to be a class leader. In the cafeteria is divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. Grade A dishes cost 1.2 cents per portion, and are hard dishes like braised pork. Grade B dishes cost 8 cents per portion, and are very oily and contain meat, such as fried meatballs and stuffed tofu. Dish C only costs 5 cents. It is stewed meat slices with cabbage. There is more vegetables than meat. The taste is not good, but there is meat. Diced vegetables cost 2 cents, and stir-fried cabbage and stir-fried shredded potatoes are the most popular dishes eaten by poor students. The cafeteria also provides free soup, usually seaweed egg drop soup. Some poor students cannot even afford vegetables, so they just have 4 taels of rice and some soup to make do with their meal. Ruan Qiqi ordered a portion of braised pork, a portion of vegetables, and 3 taels of rice. Shang Lehua and Li Yuqin also ordered first-class dishes, and Su Erfeng ordered a second-class dish, mapo tofu, which had meat and a lot of oil in it and went very well with rice. The 4 of them sat at the same table. Zhong Jingyun and Hei-hong sat next to them. They sat facing each other, and neither of them spoke. The braised pork is delicious. Ruan Qiqi ate a piece of braised pork, which was top-quality pork belly, fatty but not greasy, and tasted better than the one in a small pot. She always felt that braised pork tasted better when cooked in a big pot, and the braised pork made at home was not as delicious as the one in the cafeteria. It tastes better than what I cook. My husband said even pigs wouldn't eat the food I cook. Ji Xianglian said with a smile. You're married too? Su Erfeng was a little surprised. Li Yuqin was so cheerful and lively.
She thought she was not married.
I'm 25 now, and I have 2 children. The eldest one is in kindergarten now. Li Yuqin took a big bite of the braised pork, and her expression softened a lot when she talked about her children. Who will take care of the children when you come to school? My parents-in-law, and my parents help me. We all live in the same building, which is quite convenient. Li Yuqin talked about the story of her and her husband. Her husband was a technician in the factory. The parents of both parties knew each other, and they grew up together, lived in the same building, were classmates in elementary school and middle school, and when they grew up they worked in the same company, so it was natural for them to be together. You two are childhood sweethearts. Su Erfeng said enviously. What childhood sweethearts? We were sworn enemies. When I was little I never dreamed that I would marry him. I hated him so much when I was little. He always pulled my hair in class. It was so annoying. That's because he wants to get your attention. He has liked you since he was a child. Ruan Qiqi couldn't help but say that Li Yuqin looked like an unmarried girl even after getting married and having children, and it was obvious that her husband loved her very much. That's what he said, too. Qiqi, you're really smart. You know everything. Li Yuqin admired her even more and felt that there was nothing she didn't know. Ruan Qiqi smiled reservedly, feeling very pleased. Shang Qing didn't say a word the whole time. She had a big appetite and ordered 6 tails of rice and 2 servings of braised pork. She ate very quickly. Ruan Qiqi and the others had only eaten half of them when she finished. She didn't leave either. She still sat there listening to Ruan Qiqi and the others talking. After they finished eating, they went to wash the dishes together. Because before coming to school, her leader told her that she should get along well with her classmates and not keep to herself. She actually doesn't like to be sociable, but her leader threatens her that if she doesn't get along well with her classmates, she will not be allowed to carry out tasks. Darn, he uses this to threaten her, and it always works. After returning to the dormitory, Ruan Qiqi took the thermos and bucket and prepared to go to the bathroom to take a shower. Lui gave her 2 bottles of boiled water, which was enough. Su Erfeng and Li Yuqin also wanted to take a shower. They were quicker and had already walked to the door with buckets in hand. Wait a minute, choose the dormitory head first. He Hong called them again. Su Erfeng and Li Yuqin were very annoyed, but they didn't dare to offend her, so they had to come back and sit down obediently. I choose Shang Qing. Ruan Qiqi knew what He Hong was thinking, but she refused to let the woman get her wish. If He Hong really becomes the dormitory head, there will be no peace in the dormitory from now on. This woman reminded her of a male celebrity in her previous life who was very daddy-like. He loved preaching and always liked to give obedience tests to people he met for the first time, forcing others to obey him. He Hong has this kind of personality, always wanting to control others. Student Ruan, can you please listen to me first? I started working at the age of 19, working in the propaganda department of my unit. I grew up from an ordinary propaganda officer to the director of the propaganda department. I know you are very good, but I will choose Shang Qing. Ruan Qiqi interrupted her again and said that the best way to deal with people who like to control others is to not listen. He Hong's face darkened and she said in a deep voice, Student Ruan Qiqi, can you please stop interrupting me every time I'm talking? You're being very rude, don't you know that? He Hong, can you please stop interrupting me every time I'm about to do something? My time is precious, you know that? And I've already given the answer. I chose Shang Qing. Why are you unhappy? Do I have to choose you? He Hong, your bureaucratic thinking is a bit serious. Responded rudely, and even used the word bureaucracy. Su Erfeng, Li Yuqin, and Zhong Jingyun's expressions changed. They looked at Ruan Qiqi with admiration and admired her courage to speak out. Shang Qing still had a cold expression, without any emotion fluctuation. Ruan Qiqi, please don't spit blood at me. I just hope that our small group can make progress together under the leadership of smart and outstanding people and grow into outstanding workers, peasants and soldiers. He Hong looked unhappy. She argued with reason and gave a lot of reasons. I think Shang Qing is very smart and outstanding. I believe that under her leadership, we will definitely make progress together. Shang Qing, who was mentioned one after another, had a smile in her eyes. She liked Ruan Qiqi's personality, so I'll vote for myself, too. It's just managing a few women, a piece of cake. Just beat them if they don't obey. Li Yuqin and Su Erfeng used their eyes to look at the crickets. Which one do you choose? It seems that none of them are easy to offend.
Li Yuqin.
Choose Shang Qing. Ruan Qiqi is so smart, she will definitely not be wrong. Su Erfeng decided to follow Ruan Qiqi, and she really didn't like He Hong. She was disgusted by her domineering attitude. Shang Qing ignored people. He did not look down on them, nor did he like to assign work to others. I also choose Shang Qing. The two said in unison. Zhong Jingyun smiled and said, Student Shang Qing already has 4 votes, so there is no need for me to cast my vote. Who are you going to choose? He Hong refused to let her go and forced her to take sides. Who I vote for won't change the outcome. It doesn't matter. Zhong Jingyun spoke in a light tone. She didn't want to take sides. She had finally come to college, and she didn't want to waste her time on these boring things. She has more important things to do. Head of the dorm, can I go take a shower now? Ruan Qiqi asked loudly.
Go.
Shang Lehua also picked up his toiletries and stood up. Was the only one left in the dormitory. She gritted her teeth and had a gloomy face. She came to college with great ambitions, but suffered a miserable defeat on the first day and failed to even become a dormitory head. In the dormitory are so abominable, especially Ruan Qiqi and Shang Lehua. She must find a way to win back the position of dormitory head in the future. However, He Ai-hong is very confident about tomorrow's class leader selection. She is a glorious D member. The class leaders are selected by the class tutors, and D members will definitely be given priority. The first day of school was relatively calm. At 6 o'clock the next morning, majestic music sounded on the radio, and everyone woke up. The bathroom was very crowded. Ruan Qiqi finally squeezed in to wash up and went to the cafeteria to eat with Su Erfeng and the others before gathering in the teaching building. 26 people in the electrical automation class, 6 girls and 20 boys. The oldest is 30 years old, and the youngest is 18 years old. Half of the class are married. The class teacher's surname is Jing, and he is an elegant middle-aged man. The curriculum at the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University was very tight. With only a 2-year program, classes were fully scheduled every day from morning to night, which was much harder than for college students in later generations. The class cadres were appointed by the head teacher, basically D members. He Ai-hong was the secretary of the Youth League Committee. The class monitor was a 28-year-old male student named Chang Yufeng. He was quite handsome, but his family was very poor. His pants were patched, and when he went to the cafeteria to get food, he always ordered the cheapest D-grade dishes. Li Yuqin quickly became friends with her classmates and could basically call out their names. Like Ruan Qiqi and Shang Lehua, they were not interested in making friends. They all came to school for similar purposes. Shang Lehua came to the school to recuperate, while Ruan Qiqi came to experience college life in the 1970s. I am busy studying every day, and time flies. In the blink of an eye, it is Friday. According to current regulations, schools have half-day classes on Saturday and have a holiday in the afternoon. This is true for both elementary and middle schools. Ruan Qiqi thought it was the same in college, so she packed her things and planned to go back home in the afternoon. Lu Yi also called and said he would pick her up on Saturday at noon. Ruan Qiqi asked him not to come, so she rode back by herself. Student 309, Ruan Qiqi, someone is looking for you downstairs. The dormitory teacher's voice came from the loudspeaker.
It was dinner time.
Ruan Qiqi had just returned to the dormitory with her meal from the cafeteria and had not yet eaten. She closed the lid, hurried downstairs, and saw Manzai in the hall downstairs. Manzai was wearing a white shirt and black pants, looking very neat. He was holding a bag in his hand. Mama Zhong was sitting at his feet. Both the man and the dog raised their heads and looked towards the corridor. When they saw Ruan Qiqi coming down the stairs, a smile appeared on Manzai's face. Mama. Chan wagged her tail and ran towards the stairs. Qiqi. Manzai waved his hand. Ruan Qiqi was a little surprised. She thought it was Lu Yi, but it turned out to be Manzai. Why are you here? Ruan Qiqi stroked Mama Zhong's head several times and asked in surprise. I'll bring you wontons with shepherd's purse and pork. Manzai took out an aluminum lunchbox from the bag, which was full of wontons, still steaming. Wow, I'm craving this, thank you, Manzai. Ruan Qiqi swallowed hard. She was really craving for the shepherd's purse wontons made by Zhihua. It was true that she was very lucky. Whatever she wanted came true. Don't thank me, take this money and spend it at school. Manzai took out a handful of money from his trouser pocket and stuffed it into Ruan Qiqi's hand, looking at her with a particularly loving look. The kid has lost weight since going to school. It must be because he doesn't have enough money or eat enough. I have money, spend it yourself. Ruan Qiqi wanted to put it back, but Manzai refused. The two of them were at a stalemate. Ji Xianglian came over with a lunchbox. When she saw them, her eyes flashed and she asked with a smile, "Student Juan, is he your brother?" "It's Dad." Manzai corrected him seriously, saying that Qiqi and Ye were both his children, and that he would work harder to earn money in the future to buy delicious food for them and not let them starve. Ruan Qiqi was too lazy to correct him. No matter what Manzai called her, she would not recognize him anyway. Zhong Jingyun looked surprised. She smiled and went upstairs. Manzai looked at her for a few seconds, frowned slightly, and whispered, "She smells a bit." The third update is complete. The Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University in the early 1970s was actually very valuable. The students were carefully selected and studied very hard. Later, they basically became the backbone of the country. Ruan Qiqi had just stuffed the money into Manzai's pocket when she heard this and asked in surprise, "Is she a bad person?" Ever since he captured a Japanese soldier in the hotel, Manzai has triggered his breath skill and has become particularly sensitive to the enemy's breath. As long as it smells stinky, it is most likely a Japanese soldier. Relying on this skill, Manzai has captured 2 Japanese devils by himself. He is so amazing. "No, it smells a bit, but not too bad, I'm not sure." Manzai muttered to himself that the scent on Zhong Jingyun was different from that of the enemy and didn't smell that bad. He was not sure if she was a bad person and was afraid of wrongly accusing a good person. "It's okay, I'll go make sure." Ruan Qiqi comforted her softly, saying that Manzai's condition had finally improved and that she shouldn't put too much pressure on him. "Well, I'm going back. Goodbye, Qiqi." Manzai nodded, patted Ruan Qiqi on the head gently, and left with Mama Zhong. "Goodbye." Ruan Qiqi smiled and waved, standing downstairs of the dormitory building, watching Manzai get on the bike and Mama Zhong running happily behind. After a while, they went far away. She turned and went back into the dormitory building, preparing to go back to the dormitory to eat wontons. When she reached the second floor, she noticed something hard in her pocket. She reached in and found a roll of money. Manzai stuffed the money back in, and Ruan Qiqi counted it with a smile. There were 86 yuan and 50 cents. Manzai took out all the money he had on him. "Really, it always makes me cry." Ruan Qiqi sniffed and decided not to spend the money. She would return it to Manzai when she returned to the compound tomorrow. Everyone in the dormitory was eating, except Shang Lehua, who had finished his meal early in the cafeteria and was sitting down reading a book. "Student Juan, your father's gone?" Zhong Jingyun asked with concern. "Qiqi, is your father here?" "Oh, I should have said hello to my uncle." Liuqin was a little annoyed and felt that it was too rude. "Well, I'm going back." Ruan Qiqi opened his mouth and wanted to explain that he was not the father, but it would take more than a few words to explain it clearly. He had to start with Manzai's illness and his habit of being a father. It would take at least a few hundred words. Forget it. Father Juan is dead now. So, let's just keep making mistakes. There will be a chance later. Ruan Qiqi smiled and sat down to eat wontons. Guan Zhihua made Shanghai vegetable wontons, which were big and had lots of fillings. When she took a bite, the juice from the fillings splashed in her mouth. So delicious. "Qiqi, these are the dumplings your father sent you. Your father is so nice." Liuqin was extremely envious. "It's wontons, made the way they are in Shanghai." Ruan Qiqi saw that she was greedy, so she gave her 2, and she was reluctant to give away the extra ones. "Thank you. Next time I go home, I'll bring you something delicious." Liuqin thanked him repeatedly and ate the 2 wontons. "Student Ruan's father is so young. He looks like her brother," Zhong Jingyun said with a smile. Ruan Qiqi glanced at her. It had been a week since school started, and this woman had almost no presence in the dormitory. She was not a loner either. She would go to class and get food with the other people in the dormitory, but she was easy to be ignored and had a low sense of presence. But today, Zhong Jingyun was particularly active and mentioned Manzai one after another. "Everyone in my family looks young. Zhong, how long have you been in the Great Northern Wilderness? I have a relative who also went there." He wrote back saying that the winter there is so cold that it can freeze people to death. "When you go out to pee, you have to take a stick and knock it while you pee, otherwise you will freeze." "Is that right?" Ruan Qiqi asked with interest. Isn't that so exaggerated? Su Erfeng and Li Yuqin both found it incredible. Your relative's story is a bit exaggerated, but the Great Northern Wilderness is indeed very cold. It's -30 or 40 degrees Celsius in the winter. You have to wrap yourself up tightly before going out, otherwise your ears, fingers, and toes might freeze off. But people there basically don't go out in the winter. They stay at home and warm themselves by the fire. They call it hibernation there, and they have to stay at home from October to March or April of the following year. Zhong Jingyan knew the Great Northern Wilderness very well and told the story slowly. She described was similar to what Ruan Qiqi learned on the internet in her previous life, which meant that this woman had indeed stayed in the Great Northern Wilderness for quite some time. Does your regiment also hibernate during the winter? Ruan Qiqi is like a curious baby and asks everything. Yes, the soil there is frozen in winter, and we can't work. But we also do some odd jobs and have to patrol and stand guard at night. We are different from the locals. Zhong Jingyan said with a smile. Then you are quite comfortable. You only have to work for half a year, and you can rest for half a year. Su Erfeng's tone was full of envy. She had to work all year round in her hometown, especially the double harvest in August. She had to get up early and work late, working harder than oxen and horses. After a month of double harvest, she would be exhausted. The work was hard. We had to go up the mountain to cut trees and then carry them down the mountain. A wet log weighed several hundred pounds, and it was very tiring for only 2 people to carry it. Zhong Jingyan's tone was very calm, as if she was talking about someone else's business. You want to carry some wood too? Can you do it? Su Erfeng was half believing and half doubting. After all, Zhong Jingyan didn't look like someone who could carry hundreds of pounds. She was thin and small and looked gentle and pretty. She didn't look like someone who could do heavy work. Of course I have to carry it. I'm still on the Iron Lady team. Zhong Jingyan smiled, looking very proud. You are awesome. Su Erfeng and Li Yuqin both gave thumbs up and looked at him in worship. He Aihong also looked at her with admiration. Shangguan Qing was still reading quietly, not affected at all. Zhong Jingyan shyly lowered her head to eat and behaved very normally. Until now, Ruan Qiqi had not noticed anything suspicious about her. Eating the wontons, Ruan Qiqi went to wash the lunchbox, walked to the windowsill to collect clothes, and chatted with the sycamore tree outside for a while to see if she could get some useful information. But it didn't. Zhong Jingyan behaved very normally, without any suspicion at all. Ruan Qiqi was not in a hurry. If Zhong Jingyan was really a Japanese devil, she would definitely reveal her flaws after a while. She also speculated that if Zhong Jingyan was a Japanese devil, she was most likely sent by the Kikuno family, and her target was her. Of the Kikuno family, died in her hands. Before his death, he passed on a message. Pei Yuan said that the Kikuno family would never let her go easily, because they would never let her go. Ruan Qiqi was not too worried. No matter how powerful the Kikuyi family was, they would have to lie low once they arrived at China's territory. No classes tomorrow. Go to the countryside to work. Li Yuqin came back from visiting the dormitory next door and happily told me a good news. Wow, I finally don't have to go to class. I love working.
Su Erfeng.
Her cultural foundation was relatively poor. Listening to classes gave her a headache as she couldn't understand a lot. She had to take tutoring classes after class and put in much more effort than others. After a week of classes, she was exhausted. Work half a day? Ruan Qiqi asked. You wish. A day's work. My fellow villager said it will be like this in the first semester. We have to go to the countryside to work for a day, every Saturday. Li Yuqin said with a smile. She also likes to work and doesn't like to attend classes. Although she is a level 4 electrician, she still gets a headache listening to it. It's too difficult. Ruan Qiqi's good mood disappeared immediately after eating the wontons. She hates labor the most. Can I take a leave? She didn't ask because if she did, she would definitely be accused of evading labor and making a big deal out of it. Although she wasn't afraid, she was afraid of trouble. Ruan Qiqi ran downstairs to call Lu Yi. Qiqi, are we going on holiday early? Lu Yi asked happily. Was very lonely after being alone in the empty room for 5 days. You wish. I have to work tomorrow, and you can pick me up in the evening. Ruan Qiqi's tone was sad. She now missed the labor classes in her previous life very much. Every week's labor classes would eventually become any class in Chinese, math, English, or science, but never labor classes. I didn't expect that the labor classes in the 1970s actually required labor. And if you go to work in the countryside, don't carry manure. Qiqi, please ask for leave. It's so tiring to work.
I feel bad for you.
When Lui heard that they had to work, he immediately felt distressed. Qiqi only cooked at home, and he did all the other housework. He couldn't even bear to wash the dishes, so how could he endure the hard work at school? It's okay, come pick me up tomorrow night. Ruan Qiqi comforted him, saying that there would always be a way out when the car reached the mountain, and they would see what happened tomorrow. Labor is indeed glorious, but she is lazy. The next morning, after gathering in the classroom, they headed towards the countryside in a mighty procession. They didn't need to bring any tools because the village had everything they needed. The students were very excited, and just like they were going on an outing, they walked for more than 10 miles and finally arrived at the working village. The team leader was waiting for them early. Welcome, welcome. We warmly welcome college students to support our production. Team leader was particularly skilled in the reception procedures, and it was obvious that he often received college students. Today we are mainly responsible for carrying manure. We need to carry this pile of manure to that pit to make compost. Thank you for your hard work, students. The team leader led them to the cowshed and pig pen of the team. It was estimated that they had not been cleaned for many days. There were mountains of manure and seas of manure, and flies were flying everywhere, all of them with green heads. Ruan Qiqi gritted his teeth and said, "Darn it, whatever you fear is bound to come true." Her mind was working rapidly, but she couldn't think of a good solution for a moment. Just then, an old lady came over carrying a load on her shoulder and looked at them curiously. Are college students coming to work again? The aunt and the captain chatted in the local dialect, which was similar to the Tanzhou dialect, with slightly different pronunciations. Ruan Qiqi listened to it without any pressure. Her eyes rolled, and she thought of a good idea. Teacher Jing, I'm going to the bathroom. Ruan Qiqi and her class teacher asked for leave and soon caught up with the aunt. Grandma, can I go to work with you? Ruan Qiqi called the old lady and asked, while taking out $1 from his pocket and waving it in front of the old lady. $1 coin under the sunlight sparkled with charming golden light, blinding the old lady's eyes. Why not? I'll go talk to the captain. The aunt agreed very readily, ran quickly to talk to the team leader, and pointed at Ruan Qiqi. That girl is pretty hardworking. Let her come with me to weed the fields. You don't need so many people to carry manure here. The grass in the fields is taller than people. Captain was still hesitating. Sister Feng, you ate my food when you were a kid. I'm old now, and my words don't count. The Annie called the captain by his nickname, and her tone became arrogant. Okay, you take them to pull out the weeds. The captain had no choice but to agree. This lady was actually his aunt, and he had indeed drunk her milk when he was a child. He dared not refuse. Ruan Qiqi was taken away by the aunt in this beautiful and charming way. The $1 went into the aunt's pocket. The aunt was a generous person. She took Ruan Qiqi to the hillside to pull weeds. She also gave her a small bench so that she could sit and rest, and did not let her pull weeds. You are a delicate girl. You can't handle farm work. Don't cut your hands. See to sight. Come to my house for lunch, and I'll fry an egg for you. Thank you, Grandma. Ruan Qiqi didn't hesitate to sit down, watching the old lady work and chatting with her. You must be thirsty. Have some sweet potato. The old lady was also a wonderful person. After chatting and feeling thirsty, she ran to the sand above, dug up 2 yam, and shared them with Ruan Qiqi. It's from my family's private plot, so don't worry about eating it. The aunt told Ruan Qiqi to eat with confidence. So sweet. Grandma, your yam is grown really well. Ruan Qiqi peeled the skin and took a bite. It was very juicy and sweet. She praised the old lady so much that her eyes narrowed with smiles. She also talked about how good her old man was at farming. The whole morning was spent in such a leisurely and pleasant manner. Ruan Qiqi ate 2 yam and took a nap for more than an hour. When they passed by the lotus pond while going down the mountain, the ant picked a lotus pod for her and asked her to peel the lotus seeds and eat them. So comfortable. Ruan Qiqi stretched her body. She really enjoyed this kind of labor class. The aunt warmly invited her to have lunch at her home, and Ruan Qiqi gladly agreed. The other students in the class had also finished their work, and they all smelled stinky. Even Zhong Jingyun, who loved cleanliness the most, had a lot of feces on her trouser legs and looked miserable. But there is one person who is clean and clear, that is Shang Lehua. Class teacher assigned her to be the scorekeeper, counting the amount of work done by each student, without her having to put in any effort at all. Ruan Qiqi went home with her aunt and bumped into her classmates who were all covered in dust. The one walking in front was Harassing, who loved to show off the most, so she looked the most embarrassed and the stench could be smelled from far away. Seeing the fresh and clean Ruan Qiqi, Harassing frowned and looked displeased. "Student Ruan Qiqi, did you work this morning?" "It's time to work. I'm pulling weeds with my grandma." Ruan Qiqi answered very seriously. Yes, the girl looks skinny, but she's a good worker. She's even faster than me at pulling weeds. She's a college student after all. She's always the best at everything she does. The aunt was also very understanding and immediately praised Ruan Qiqi in many ways. The class teacher was pleased to hear this. If every student could be like Ruan Qiqi, their automation class would definitely be rated as an advanced class. "How come you are clean after working?" Harassing asked persistently. "It means I'm good at work, just like a skilled housewife in the north who needs dough. She needs to make sure her hands, dough, and basin are all clean. That's what a skilled housewife does. If someone doesn't know how to knead dough, her hands and basin will be full of dough, and the dough will be bumpy. That's called a lazy housewife. I'm someone who works but looks like I'm not working. I'm the one who really knows how to work, don't you understand?" Ruan Qiqi's arguments were convincing and well-founded. She also gave a meaningful look to the disheveled Harassing, and her direction was particularly obvious. Yes, 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 and it has to be a college student. People who can speak well and work well are like this. The aunt was the best supporting actor. She sang in unison with Ruan Qiqi and left Harassing speechless. Ruan Qiqi looked at her proudly, then walked away with the aunt. The auntie was a good cook, and she fried 3 eggs for her at lunch, which was considered VIP treatment in the countryside. After the meal, Ruan Qiqi gave the auntie another 50 cents for the meal. She has always been generous to those who are kind and sincere. The aunt who earned $1.50 did not need Ruan Qiqi's instructions this time. She continued to take her to the mountain to pull weeds in the afternoon, while Harassing and the others continued to carry manure. At the end of the day, Ruan Qiqi's face was rosy, while Harassing and the others were covered in dust and dirt. Surfing is fine. She has gotten used to it in her hometown. Weixin was like an eggplant hit by frost. On the way back, she didn't say a word and was exhausted. Back to school. Everyone walked with their heads down, which was in stark contrast to the laughter and joy when they came. After walking 2 or 3 miles, a jeep drove over and stopped in front of Ruan Qiqi. Lui jumped out of the car and said with a smile, "Qiqi, we're home." Ruan Qiqi's eyes lit up. Finally, she didn't have to walk anymore. She even called out to Shang Lehua, "Do you want to go back together?"
"Want."
Shang Lehua didn't hesitate and jumped into the car. Weixin looked over hopefully and also wanted to get in the car. Ruan Qiqi didn't wait for her to speak and ruthlessly rejected her. "No, you stink." Weixin's face fell. She wanted to cry. After sending Shang Lehua back to school, Ruan Qiqi and the others went to the Lu family again to return the money to Manzai. "Qiqi, how is school going?" Guan Zhihua asked with concern. "It's okay, but I have to work every week. Today I even carried manure." Ruan Qiqi said with a smile. "You didn't choose?" Guan Zhihua looked her up and down and knew that she definitely didn't pick one. "I'm going to pull weeds." Ruan Qiqi smiled slyly, not saying that she didn't even pull out the grass and stayed comfortably for the whole day. Guan Zhihua smiled, but didn't expose her. The girl looked clean and tidy, and it was obvious that she had not done any work. But she understood very well that no one is born to love working, and she didn't like it when she was young. Ruan Qiqi took out the money and asked Guan Zhihua to return it to Manzai. You can keep the flowers. Manzi gave them to you. He will feel bad if you don't spend them, Guan Zhihua said with a smile. Yesterday morning Manzai was muttering about bringing food to Qiqi and said Qiqi would be hungry at school and asked him to bring more money. Since Manzai recovered some of his memory, he missed Qiqi and Xiaoya even more. She always worries that the two children don't have enough to eat and don't have enough money to spend, and she often talks about making more money to give to Qiqi and Ye. I can't spend all my salary, so you can keep this money and don't let Manzi know about it. Ruan Qiqi refused to accept it no matter what. She had more money than she could spend, so how could she take Manzai's money? Guan Zhihua had no choice but to accept it. He asked them about some school matters and even invited them to his home for dinner. I don't want to eat anymore. Where's Manzi? Ruan Qiqi refused. She wanted to go home to eat. I went out to play with Mama Chan. Guan Zhihua is now also called Mama Jiang, which sounds better than Mama. Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi said goodbye and went back to the family building. When they passed by the Mo family, they saw Mo Hepping in the yard. Mo Hepping was watering the flowers and plants in the yard. When she saw them, she wanted to come out to say hello, but Lu Yi did not stop the car and drove away directly. Mo Hepping returned to the yard with a gloomy expression. Why hasn't she returned to the capital yet? Ruan Qiqi couldn't help but ask, it's already September. Will school start later in Beijing? I'm leaving next week. Lu Yi spoke in a light tone and didn't want to mention his sister. He shifted the topic to Mo Jinsong. I wrote a letter to Jiang Liming of the Yangcheng military region, telling him the truth about his brother's death. Jiang Liming is already investigating. Is it under Mo Jinsong's name? Ruan Qiqi asked. Well, when is the little notebook due? There was some excitement in Lu Ye's tone, and he couldn't help but feel happy when he thought that Mo Jinsong was about to get into trouble. Don't be in a hurry. Once Jiang Liming has found out the truth, he will definitely take action against Sherdahong. Then you can hand in the little notebook in the name of Mo Jinsong. Ruan Qiqi said. Okay, Mo Jinsong is going to be in big trouble this time. The Jiangcheng military region is finished with him. Lu Yi had a wicked smile on his face. Mo Jinsong was a power-obsessed person. His biggest wish was to climb to the pinnacle of power. Ruining his career would be more painful than taking his life. It's definitely not over. His biological father is Uncle Mo. At most, he will be promoted a few years later. Ruan Qiqi felt that he was thinking too simply. With Mo Qiufeng as their biological father, the future of the Mo Jinsong brothers could not be too bad, not to mention that the two brothers themselves were capable. She could do was to cause some trouble for Mo Jinsong, delay his promotion for a few years, and vent Lu Ye's anger.
Montag Jinsong wohnt Beg Onkle Montag.
They have a bad relationship as father and son. Lu Ye's tone was very certain. Mo Jinsong was very arrogant and would rather go to Jiangcheng than stay in Tianzhou.
Why?
Ruan Qiqi became interested. It seemed that the relationship between the father and son of the Mo family was still very harmonious, but she didn't expect that it was just superficial. Uncle Mo shot Mo Jinsong's mother. He was 4 years old at the time and saw it with his own eyes. There may have been other things as well. Anyway, they had a bad relationship. Lu Yi wasn't too sure either. He only knew about this matter, which he found out by accident. Hearing the whole story, Ruan Qiqi's respect for Mo Qiufeng and his wife deepened. In order to liberate the whole of China, our predecessors sacrificed too much. The two arrived downstairs of the family building. Ruan Qiqi got out of the car first, and Lu Yi went to park the car. Sister Ruan, are you back? You are such a great person that you don't show up. You went to college without making any noise. I was wondering why I haven't seen you for a week. Wang Zhihua came forward cordially, her face full of smiles. Missed me? Ruan Qiqi made a joke. I think about it even in my dreams. Sister Ruan, have you finished drinking the glutinous rice wine? Wang Zhihua quickly turned to glutinous rice wine. She had been going out every day recently, and had not run into the Japanese devils. Her passionate heart gradually cooled down. Although you can earn a lot by catching the Japanese, it is too difficult. It is better to be down to earth and rely on Ruan Qiqi to make a fortune. I'll send you 20 kilograms of glutinous rice later. Ruan Qiqi lived up to Zhihua's high hopes and generously placed an order for 20 kilograms. Why do you need to deliver it? I'll go get it. You're a college student, and your hands are used to holding pens. I'll do the physical work of carrying rice. I have plenty of strength. Zhihua smiled with a flattering face. 20 kilograms of glutinous rice was 5 yuan as wages. Although it was not as much as the bonus for catching the Japanese, it was stable. Ruan Qiqi rubbed her arms. Although she liked to hear nice words, this one was too corny and a bit too much for her to handle. Lu Danny and the others all looked disdainful, yet also somewhat envious. After all, money is really sweet. Unfortunately, the wine they brewed was not as delicious as Zhihua's. It was the flatterer who deserved to earn the money. Lu Yi parked the car, walked over with the keys, and went upstairs with Ruan Qiqi. Deputy Captain Liu and Miss Ruan are truly a perfect match, talented and pretty. They are the most suitable couple in our family building. Zhihua started to flatter Lu Yi again, and Lu Yi was very happy. Just then, Zhihua's little son ran over, and he took out a few candies from his pocket and threw them to the child. Thank you, Uncle Lu. The kid was so happy, and then he got slapped on the head by his mother. Thank you, Aunt Seven. This little jerk is so ignorant. Zhihua glared at her son. Ruan Qiqi was her breadwinner and butter, so she must be respected. Thank you, Auntie Qi. The child touched the back of his head and quickly added. Ruan Qiqi couldn't help laughing. Although Zhihua was snobbish, she was still able to provide emotional value, and she could always be amused by her. I went up to the second floor. I saw Captain Su busy cooking. Sang Qingfeng came out and was driven into the house by him.
Just lie down in bed and rest.
The doctor told you to rest. I'm not a noble lady. I'm just pregnant, so let me do it. Sang Qingfeng took the kitchen knife without saying a word, mainly because the food cooked by Captain Su was too bad. It would be better for her to cook it herself. Captain Su was helping with a smile on his face. He heard the women in the building say that Sang Qingfeng might be giving birth to a girl this time, which made him very happy because he liked girls. The two sons were a big worry, and it would be great if there was a sensible girl. Unexpectedly, Sang Qingfeng could actually get pregnant, which was truly a blessing from heaven. Ruan Qiqi smiled, and Sang Qingfeng also finally got her reward after all the hardship. She and Lu Yi returned home and cooked a big meal in the evening. After the meal, they naturally felt like they were newlyweds after a short separation. They made love all night long, and the moon was so ashamed that it disappeared into the clouds. After a good rest at home for a day, Lu Yi sent her to school on Monday morning. Ruan Qiqi went straight to the classroom, and her classmates were particularly polite to her. After all, Lu Yi drove to pick people up that day, and an officer in the army who could be equipped with a car must have a high rank, at least a battalion commander. After half a day of classes, Ruan Qiqi went to the cafeteria to eat and returned to the dormitory to rest. Zhong Jingyan looked a little haggard, and her complexion was not very good. Ruan Qiqi had already gone to bed, but when she saw her, she got out of bed again, took a piece of clothing to the windowsill to dry, and chatted with the sycamore tree by the window. That woman was injured, with a big cut on her shoulder, but she secretly applied medicine in the middle of the night and took a shower in the middle of the night, like a thief. Watangsha talked about Zhong Jingyun's abnormal behavior in the past 2 days. The third update is finished. The author also wants to update more, but really has no power. I get stuck every day. And the author is a very emotional person. Sometimes I am in a good mood when I wake up at noon, but suddenly I feel low in energy after washing up, which greatly affects my mood for writing. So, I have to keep at least 2 days of manuscripts for fear of interruption. I am not complaining. The author is very positive about life and works hard to increase his energy every day. Readers also need to be happy every day and live a long and smooth life. I love you, Ruan Qiqi asked in detail and found out that Zhong Jingyun had injured both shoulders. She took a bath and applied medicine secretly for fear of being seen. Obviously, Zhong Jingyun was injured while working in the countryside on Saturday. She was responsible for carrying manure, and her shoulders were worn out over time. Ruan Qiqi looked over to the bed where Zhong Jingyun was lying. The woman was already lying on the bed. A strong woman who had worked in the Great Northern Wilderness for several years got her skin worn out after only one day of labor. This is not like a strong woman. For example, Su Erfeng, who came from a countryside, is not affected at all during a day's work and is still full of energy. Zhong Jingyun was obviously lying. Manzai's feeling that day was correct. Even if this woman was not a Japanese devil, she had a relationship with them, and her purpose for coming to school was not pure. Student Zhong, your clothes fell off. Ruan Qiqi deliberately threw Zhong Jingyun's clothes down and started yelling. Zhong Jingyun couldn't sleep anymore, so she had to get up. She said unhappily, "How could you fall down when you were getting so much sun? There was no wind." "I don't know either. It just fell down by itself." Ruan Qiqi shrugged innocently and walked back to her bed. She deliberately walked past Zhong Jingyun and accidentally bumped into her right shoulder.
Ouch.
Zhong Jingyun cried out in pain, and her face turned pale. "I'm sorry. Let me rub it for you." Ruan Qiqi pretended to care about her and pressed her shoulders and rubbed them hard. "No need. I'm fine." Zhong Jingyun's face turned paler, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead due to the pain. She pushed Ruan Qiqi away with force, appearing a little out of control. Shang Lehua, who was reading a book, looked at her deeply and asked, "Is your shoulder injured?" "No, Ruan was hurt a little." Zhong Jingyun denied it repeatedly, forced a smile, and hurried out. Walked out of the door, her eyes became sinister. Darn Ruan Qiqi, she almost got exposed. She reached out her hand and rubbed her right shoulder gently a few times. That day, she was carrying manure in the countryside, and both of her shoulders were rubbed raw. Thinking about having to work again next week, her heart felt heavy. If she had known that she would have to work to go to college, she would not have boarded this pirate ship. Now she is in a dilemma and is stuck in a dilemma. "Yuqin, how much did you pay for that pair of leather shoes?" Li Yuqin walked out of the bathroom holding a basin of washed clothes. She was not in a hurry to go back to the dormitory. She chatted with several female classmates in the corridor.
Someone asked her about it.
"My husband bought it. I don't know how much it cost. I'll ask him later." Li Yuqin talked about her husband. A happy smile appeared on her face. "You two have such a great relationship. Your husband must be missing you so much when you come to school. Anyway, Hangzhou is not far from Tanzhou. If you miss your wife, you can take the train to visit her. There is also a guest house in the school, so you don't have to worry about having a place to stay. You can also experience the feeling of being away from each other for a short time, which is a special feeling." As the women were talking, the topic went off topic and started making fun of Li Yuqin. Li Yuqin laughed openly, not embarrassed at all, and said, "When my man comes, you guys will pay for the hotel." "Bah, wishful thinking. You and your man are like newlyweds after a short separation, and we are still thirsty." The female classmate who was speaking was bold and outspoken, and it was obvious that she was a married woman. Someone saw Zhong Jingyun and greeted her with a smile. "Jingyun, do you want to go shopping in the department store tomorrow at noon? Didn't you say you wanted to buy some leather shoes?" "Okay, call me tomorrow." Zhong Jingyun readily agreed. She also wanted to buy the leather shoes that Li Yuqin was wearing. Now that she has money, she can afford whatever she wants. She no longer has to hesitate for a long time before buying a hairpin or mend a pair of socks over and over again and cannot bear to throw them away. From now on, she will no longer have to live a hard life. She will also have the opportunity to go abroad and live a good life eating milk and bread every day. Zhong Jingyun's wavering heart became firm again. She didn't do anything, just reported on Ruan Qiqi's daily life. She was able to leave the bitter and cold place like the Great Northern Wilderness, go to the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university, and get a considerable sum of money every month. With such a big pie falling from the sky, even a fool would know to open his mouth wide to catch it. Also promised that as long as she did a good job, she would be sent abroad in the future. Zhong Jingyun agreed, without hesitation. She reached into her pocket and crumpled the note, then thought of her beautiful clothes and fashionable leather shoes, and walked downstairs quickly and resolutely. Zhong Jingyun went to the back mountain. HUST was built on the mountain, and there was the world-famous Yuelu Academy and Iwan Pavilion halfway up the mountain. Every day, many students went to the mountain to study, coming to study at noon, and many of them sat in the Iwan Pavilion. Everyone kept quiet consciously. Apart from the rustling sound of the breeze and the sound of students turning pages on the mountain, there was also the sound of students flipping through books. Zhong Jingyun pretended to take a walk and slowly walked into a sparsely populated woods. There was an ancient tomb with a thick pine tree next to it. She looked around, made sure there was no one there, and took out a small note. The note reads, "Ruan Qiqi is lazy and has a bad temper. She is not sociable. Her husband is a senior military officer. She comes from a wealthy family and is very much loved by her father." She wrote 300 or 400 words, all about Ruan Qiqi's life during that period, and also mentioned that Manzai came to bring food and money. The person who arranged for her to go to school said that she could get the money as long as she reported Ruan Qiqi's daily life updates on time. The tree hole was not big, only enough for a finger to be poked in. Zhong Jingyun picked up a thin stick, poked it into the tree hole, and took out a $5 bill. She was overjoyed, as the man had not cheated her. A few days ago, she slipped a small note into the other party's pocket, and the other party slipped $5 in return. This was really generous. S' expression was filled with joy, and her previous panic and anxiety immediately disappeared. She stuffed the small note into the tree hole, poked it several times with a thin stick, and then went down the mountain. Nimbly climbed down from a nearby maple tree and took out the small note from the tree hole. Seeing the words on the note, Ruan Qiqi was so angry that she laughed. God darn, he is so lazy and gluttonous. If Zhong Jingyun was in front of her, she would definitely slap him a few times. He couldn't even get any information from her. This was the first time she had seen such a stupid enemy spy. And the sentence, "very much loved by father," also made her laugh. Ruan Qiqi originally wanted to kill Zhong Jingyun, but now she has changed her mind. This woman is extremely stupid, so it is better to let her live and continue to provide information to the Japanese. She stuffed the small note back into the tree hole, asked the nearby trees to keep an eye on it, and then slowly walked down the mountain. Afternoon class, it was already dark. Ruan Qiqi stretched her neck and sighed softly. It would be better not to experience such a hard college life. Next time she sees Pei Yuan, she will ask him if he can reduce the number of courses by half. It doesn't matter if he doesn't get a diploma. She doesn't care. For classes in the morning, for classes in the afternoon, and labor on weekends. This is much harder than college in my previous life. The mental hospital is much happier than this. After getting food from the cafeteria, Ruan Qiqi walked back to the dormitory slowly. As soon as she reached the door, she heard He Hong saying, "Tomorrow is the dormitory hygiene inspection. Shangguan Qing, we have to do a thorough cleaning. I'll check it tomorrow afternoon. There's no rush." Shangguan Qing spoke in a calm tone, not in a hurry at all. "You still have classes tomorrow. If you clean up now, you won't have to worry about inspections tomorrow." "Shangguan Qing, if you don't have experience in this area, I can help you arrange it." He Hong sounded eager to try. Although she became the secretary of the youth league committee of the class, she had not given up on the position of dormitory head and had always wanted to snatch it away. "Need not." Shangguan Qing speaks very concisely. He would never use 3 words if he could use 2. "What do you mean? You didn't arrange for anyone to clean the room, and you didn't allow me to help. Do you want our dormitory 309 to be rated as the worst dormitory in terms of hygiene?" He Hong's tone unconsciously became heavier, and her voice became louder. "Noisy." Shangguan Qing uttered 2 words lightly, frowning slightly. He Hong's face changed, and she wanted to argue with her. She had been holding a lot of anger since the beginning of the school year and was worried that she had no place to vent it. This time, she was determined to teach Shangguan Qing a lesson. Click, a crisp sound was heard. Everyone's eyes were focused on Shangguan Qing's left hand. A walnut was easily crushed into pieces by her 2 fingers. Gulp, Hong swallowed hard, and her heart beat very fast. Guan Qing gave them the walnuts yesterday, but they tried to squeeze them through the cracks in the door and almost broke the door. Finally, Suerfeng went downstairs and smashed the walnuts with a brick, and they were able to eat the sweet walnut meat. The walnut that they had taken great pains to crack was easily crushed by Guan Qing with just 2 fingers. How much strength does it take? If I pinch her head, will her brain burst out? Hong imagined the scene of her head exploding, and she couldn't help but grit her teeth, and her head ached slightly. You are the dormitory head. You have the final say. Hong shut her mouth in frustration and sat down angrily. Although she admitted defeat, she was still unwilling to give up. She was furious and wanted to find a place to vent. Just then, Ruan Qiqi came in with a bag of wild persimmons in her hand. There was a wild persimmon tree at the foot of the mountain, which bore many wild persimmons. They were not yet ripe and had to be covered with lime before they could be eaten. When Ruan Qiqi came back, she saw several students picking them, so she also picked a bag. The wild persimmons of Yuelu Mountain are small but very sweet. Oh, wild persimmons, where did you pick them, Qiqi? Liu Qin also came back and was surprised to see the wild persimmons. There are a lot of them at the academy. Ruan Qiqi poured the wild persimmons into a shoebox. There was no lime in the dormitory, so she stuffed an apple in it to ripen them faster. The persimmon tree in the academy belongs to the school and is public property. Ruan Qiqi, you picked the persimmons without permission. This is called digging the socialist wall. Hong hadn't finished her words because she was interrupted by a persimmon. Ruan Qiqi was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly popped a wild persimmon into her mouth accurately. Hong took the wild persimmon out of her mouth and said angrily, Ruan Qiqi, you are simply behaving like a bandit. What's wrong with me pointing out your mistakes? Your husband is an officer. He should be strict with himself and set an example. How can he? Ruan Qiqi walked straight over and stuffed the persimmons back into her mouth. The wild persimmons were not big, smaller than eggs. She stuffed 2 of them into her mouth. Hong's mouth was bulging, and her overly mature face looked a little cute. Noisy. Ruan Qiqi said this in a cold voice, pulled the pillowcase from her bed, and tied her to the bed frame with her backhand. Hong spat out the wild persimmon with difficulty and cursed, Ruan Qiqi, what are you doing? Let me go. Calm down or I'll stuff Suerfeng's socks in your mouth. Ruan Qiqi threatened with a cold face, and Hong immediately shut up. Suerfeng's feet were very smelly, and she would rather die than eat Suerfeng's smelly socks. Suerfeng, who was watching the fun with great interest, was suddenly called out. She shrank her feet in dismay, unable to say a word. Ruan Qiqi peeled the persimmons with a fruit knife and stuffed the flesh into Hong's mouth. The unripe persimmons were numb and astringent. After eating them, her tongue and throat felt like they were stuck with glue, which was very uncomfortable. After feeding him a wild persimmon, Ruan Qiqi let the man go. Hong rushed to the bathroom to rinse her mouth. She came back more than 10 minutes later, looking extremely embarrassed. I want to report. The teacher. Hong's voice was hoarse and mute, as if she had swallowed a mute drug. Only she could understand what was said. I can't hear you clearly. Please speak louder. Ruan Qiqi tilted her head, put her hands to her ears, and asked seriously. You've gone too far. Hong was so angry that her eyes turned red. She had never suffered such injustice before. This Ruan Qiqi was even more vicious than the bandits in Wulong Mountain. She wants to report to the teacher and punish Ruan Qiqi severely. Student I told you not to eat wild persimmons, but you insisted on eating them. I've never seen anyone as greedy as you. Ruan Qiqi shook her head as she spoke, her expression full of disgust. I'm not greedy. You forced me to eat. Hong's tears flowed uncontrollably. It was the first time in her life that she cried in front of so many people. It was also the first time I saw someone who could talk nonsense like Ruan Qiqi. He was so shameless. I forced you to eat it? Who saw it? Did you see it? Ruan Qiqi asked others very seriously. I didn't see it, Guan Qing said indifferently. I didn't notice. Zhong Jingyun, as always, did not offend either side.
I
didn't notice it either.
Su E Feng.
What are you looking at?
I just got back.
What happened? Li Yuqin asked excitedly, thinking there was some gossip. Student He, you heard it, right? No one else saw it. You must have been so hungry that you had hallucinations. No wonder you were so greedy. Ruan Qiqi smiled and turned a blind eye to He Aihong's grievance and anger. She was only giving her a slight punishment now. If she was angered, she would be more severe. You are all birds of a feather, in cahoots with each other. He Aihong roared angrily, but unfortunately her voice was too hoarse, and she only made a little hoarse sound, which had no effect.
I
want to talk to Teacher Jing. He Aihong wiped her tears vigorously and cried as she wanted to go to her class teacher to complain, but was stopped by Li Yuqin. Your voice is hoarse, and Teacher Jing can't hear you clearly. Wait until your voice gets better. This sentence made He Aihong sad again. The tears she had wiped away fell like rain. Looking at Ruan Qiqi's arrogant look as if she was saying, I don't care about you, she felt even more aggrieved and burst into tears on the table. Ruan Qiqi curled her lips. He was really green and playful, and he was also quite obsessed with power. He didn't look like someone who came from the Cutting Tail Society at all. She didn't know that although He Aihong was the director of the propaganda department, she was just a bystander in the tail-cutting society because her father was the director of the local tail-cutting society. With her father's protection, she didn't need to work hard at all. It was late at night, and the lights in the dormitory building were turned off. At first, there were some intermittent noises. The dormitory supervisor came to patrol every night. If he heard someone still refusing to go to bed, he would yell a few times, and the noise would suddenly stop and the room would be as quiet as a chicken. Ruan Qiqi quietly slid down from the bed. The dormitory was very quiet. There was the sound of Su Erfeng grinding her teeth, Li Yuqin snoring, and He Aihong talking in her sleep. Bandit woman. I can never reconcile with you. Although she didn't mention any names, one could tell as soon as he heard it that this irreconcilable bandit woman must be her. Ruan Qiqi curled her lips and walked to Zhong Jingyun's bed. She lived on the upper bunk of Su Erfeng and slept facing outwards. After opening the curtain, Ruan Qiqi pinched Zhong Jingyun's nose. After a while, the woman opened her mouth, and a handkerchief was stuffed into it. Her neck was also pinched, so she couldn't make any sound. The wild persimmons in Yuelu Mountain must be red at this time, like lanterns, very beautiful. The scenery in this season is super beautiful. The more I write, the more I miss Changsha. It's so fascinating. Zhong Jingyun was sleeping soundly when she was awakened by a feeling of suffocation. Before she could react, her mouth was blocked and her neck was strangled. The cold hands were like snakes, pinching her neck, and could take her life at any time. She opened her eyes wide and saw a familiar figure in the darkness. I have a bad temper, and I am lazy. Ruan Qiqi bared her big white teeth, which was particularly eye-catching in the dark. Zhong Jingyun understood these words and felt a chill on her back. Did Ruan Qiqi know that she had stuffed the note into the tree hole? She thought again of the wild persimmons that Ruan Qiqi brought back in the evening. There were wild persimmon trees at the foot of the mountain. This woman must have followed her. Follow me out and don't make any noise. Ruan Qiqi had a dagger in her hand, and the cold blade was pointing at her carotid artery. Zhong Jingyun's pupils shrank with fear. She shook her head vigorously, indicating that she would never make a sound. Zhong Jingyun obediently got out of bed, not daring to make any sound, for fear that Ruan Qiqi would stab her. Ruan Qiqi took her to the rooftop. The autumn evening breeze was very cold. Zhong Jingyun was only wearing thin pajamas and curled up in a ball due to the cold. I ask you questions, and you answer them. Don't scream, or I'll stab you to death. The dagger in Ruan Qiqi's hand moved down to Zhong Jingyun's heart. The tip of the knife pierced through the thin fabric and pressed against her skin. Zhong Jingyun shook her head desperately, tears of fear streaming down her eyes. She didn't want to die. After finally escaping from the great northern wilderness, she still wants to go abroad to live a good life.
Who sent you?
Ruan Qiqi asked in a low voice.
Woo-woo.
Zhong Jingyun's eyes were anxious, but her mouth was blocked and she couldn't speak. Ruan Qiqi pulled the handkerchief out of her mouth and cried, "No one sent me here. I don't understand what you were saying. I am here to go to school." Although Zhong Jingyun was very afraid of death, she knew that the consequences of admitting it would be even worse. Since Ruan Qiqi had no evidence, she could just deny it. Ruan Qiqi sneered, without wasting time talking to her, turned around, and directly took out a fat snake, about 1 meter long. It was well-fed in the space, and its temperament had become clear and stupid, and its reaction was extremely slow. The fat snake was on Ruan Qiqi's wrist, unwilling to move. It was so cold outside, it was more comfortable in space. Although it was a lazy, gluttonous, and stupid snake, Zhong Jingyun was still scared to the point of having her scalp tingling because she was most afraid of snakes. Ruan Qiqi covered her mouth with a handkerchief again, tied her limbs with a rope, and pressed her to the ground. Woo-woo. Zhong Jingyun cried and shook her head, her eyes begging. "Don't worry, snakes don't eat people. They like to play games. If you play with them for a while, I will let you go back to sleep." Ruan Qiqi patted the snake's head gently and smiled at her. Zhong Jingyun was not comforted and cried even harder. Sizzle was particularly harsh in the quiet night. Zhong Jingyun's pants were torn open. Ruan Qiqi pulled them hard, and a gust of cold wind rushed in. Zhong Jingyun shivered with cold, and her eyes became even more frightened. "I'm not a man. I can't make you angry. Don't worry." Ruan Qiqi gave her reassurance and smiled slightly. Zhong Jingyun felt a little relieved, but Ruan Qiqi's next words made her heart rise again. "Although I can't make you angry, I can make you happy. Look, do you see it? It will definitely make you as happy as a god." Ruan Qiqi squatted down, put the snake that was too lazy to grow hair on the ground, and patted the snake's head, signaling it to move. The fat snake slid forward at a snail's pace, but fortunately the distance was short, so even at a snail's pace, it quickly reached the destination. The cold snake scales floated on her skin. At this moment, Zhong Jingyun's senses became extremely sensitive, and the slightest contact could be amplified dozens of times at her nerve endings.
Whoa.
Zhong Jingyun's pupils shrank into a line, and the fear in her eyes became tangible. Even He Hong, who was hiding in the dark, felt it. He Hong was a light sleeper. When Ruan Qiqi threatened Zhong Jingyun, she woke up and followed quietly. She did not expect to see such a scary scene. Hong saw everything Ruan Qiqi did, especially the snake. It scared He Hong so much that her scalp was numb. At this moment, she suddenly thought of a possibility. Ruan Qiqi is most likely a goo woman from Miaojiang. She is beautiful and carries poisonous insects with her. No one knows where the insects are hidden. Moreover, Ruan Qiqi's actions are vicious, which completely meets the characteristics of a Miaojiang poison girl. He Hong subconsciously touched her throat and felt uncomfortable all over. Her throat hasn't recovered yet. Could it be that Ruan Qiqi had cast a curse on her during the day without anyone knowing? Fear surged up like a tide. He Hong's whole body turned cold, and her heart sank to the bottom. A cold gaze shot through the night sky. He Hong looked up and met Ruan Qiqi's eyes. She was so scared that she quickly lowered her head and curled up into a ball, muttering to herself, "You can't see me, you definitely can't see me." After reciting for several minutes, He Hong dared to raise her head. Seeing that Ruan Qiqi didn't come over, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and secretly comforted herself that she definitely didn't see her. Zhong Jingyun was so frightened that her soul left her body and her face was paler than a dead person. In fact, the snake did not do anything, it was just exploring the surroundings, but this woman's character was far worse than that of an eel.
Woo-woo.
Zhong Jingyun called anxiously. Ruan Qiqi ignored her. When she turned around, there was another snake in her hand, which was wrapped around her neck. Suddenly smelling the scent of a stranger, the snake became very angry. It raised its head and spit out its tongue angrily. The cold letter was right next to Zhong Jingyun's lips, touching her mouth several times. Zhong Jingyun wanted to faint, but she was more awake than ever at this moment, and her eyesight was better than usual. In the darkness of the night, she could even clearly see the snake's scales and its cold pupils. Have you thought it through? If you continue to play tricks, Xiao Yinhuan will play with you. Ruan Qiqi finished speaking. The snake in her hand turned into a beautiful coral reef snake. The highly poisonous coral reef snake was unusually well behaved in her hand. Zhong Jingyan shook her head vigorously. She didn't dare any more and confessed everything. Ruan Qiqi took the handkerchief out of her mouth and looked at her coldly. I've never seen his face. He always came to see me at night, covered from head to toe. He must be from the core because our core is far away from the village. There were a few times when it snowed heavily, and he always came to see me at night. No one in the great northern wilderness dared to travel on a snowy night. Is he a man? It should be a man. He speaks like a man and is half a head taller than me. Zhong Jingyan wasn't so sure. Ruan Qiqi looked her up and down. This woman was at most 160 centimeters tall, half a head taller or 170 centimeters tall. However, people in northeast China are generally tall, and many women are 170 centimeters tall. What did he ask you to do? They just stared at you, recorded your every move, and stuffed it into a tree hole on the mountain. I could get 5 yuan each time. The man also said that he could let me go abroad. I really didn't know who he was. I wanted to leave the great northern wilderness so much that I was bewitched. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to hurt anyone. The man said that he just needed to record your daily life, and I didn't need to do anything else, so I agreed. Zhong Jingyan shed tears of regret, but it was unclear whether she regretted taking this mission or regretted being so careless and exposed. Ruan Qiqi sneered, It's just crocodile tears. I'll give you a chance to atone for your sins. You can continue to provide information to them in the future, but you have to write the contents of the paper according to what I say. If you do a good job, you will be the only one to go to jail. If you dare to tip off the information, your whole family will be imprisoned. I'll listen to you. Please spare my family. They don't know anything. Zhong Jingyan cried and kowtowed for mercy. At this moment, she really regretted it. No matter how hard life was in the great northern wilderness, at least she was still alive and had the chance to return to the city, and her family would not be implicated. Now, everything is over. The 3rd update is finished. Yuelu Mountain is really beautiful in autumn. The mountains are all red and the forests are all dyed red. Ruan Qiqi asked some other questions, but Zhong Jingyan knew nothing. She only knew that she had to stuff notes into the tree hole at regular intervals and that she would be rewarded $5 each time. She knew nothing else. This woman stayed in the great northern wilderness for 4 years. She worked honestly in the first 3 years, but later she took a shortcut and hooked up with the son of a high-ranking official from the capital. She didn't have to do any heavy work and could eat and drink well, living a very carefree life. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. This son of a high-ranking official returned to the city in June. Without her support, Zhong Jingyan was back to square one. However, she had been well-fed for a year, and her body was delicate and fragile. How could she endure the hard work every day? So she started to pretend to be sick. She still had some money in her hand, and after a month, the money was almost gone. When Zhong Jingyan was worried, the mysterious man appeared, gave her some money, and promised to let her go to college. A big pie falling from the sky, and Zhong Jingyan agreed, without hesitation for too long. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. I just wanted to leave the great northern wilderness. It's not a place for humans to stay. I really can't stand it anymore. Zhong Jingyan cried and defended herself. She felt that the little notes she wrote could not possibly cause any harm to Ruan Qiqi. Ruan Qiqi took out a licorice tablet from the space. This thing tasted terrible. She was most afraid of eating this when she was a child. This medicine also liked to get stuck in the throat and stick to the throat. It was more uncomfortable than poison. When she stuffed the licorice tablets into Zhong Jingyan's mouth, the bitter taste made her subconsciously want to spit them out. The little silver ring's lively head appeared beside her mouth. She was so scared that she closed her mouth tightly and swallowed the licorice tablets forcefully, feeling very nervous. Don't worry, it's not poison. Have you heard of the corpse driving in Xiangxi? Ruan Qiqi spoke in a gentle tone and chatted with her about family matters. Zhong Jingyan nodded. Her hometown was there, so how could she not know? What you're eating has nothing to do with corpse carrying. Since you know about corpse carrying, you must also know about another specialty of Xiangxi, right? Ruan Qiqi asked with a smile. Zhong Jingyun's face turned pale. The licorice tablets she had just swallowed seemed to have grown legs and were moving around in her stomach. Congratulations, you guessed it right. What you just ate was a goo. It has a nice name called Love You for 10,000 years. Why is it called this? I am exaggerating. It means that this goo can accompany you for the rest of your life, until you die. You don't have to be too scared. My goo has a good temper. You won't feel anything in your body. But after a long time, your face will be like a scabby, covered with bumps and pus, dripping down. Ruan Qiqi has a talent for storytelling, and she tells it vividly. Zhong Jingyun's mind flashed with a picture of her face covered with pimples and oozing with foul-smelling pus. Don't want. She would rather die. I listen to you. I listen to you. I will do whatever you tell me to do. Please give me the antidote. Zhong Jingyun was completely subdued and expressed her loyalty while crying. As long as you obey me, I will keep you safe. Otherwise, Ruan Qiqi didn't say anything else. Her face was cold. Zhong Jingyun was shaking like a sieve, half from the cold and half from fear. She said again that she would obey. If you tell me to go east, I will definitely not go west. Go back as usual. No. Zhong Jingyun breathed a sigh of relief. She touched her face and found it smooth without any pimples. She felt relieved. As long as she was obedient and made Ruan Qiqi happy, maybe she wouldn't report her. After Zhong Jingyun left, Ruan Qiqi slowly went downstairs. When she passed through the door to the rooftop, she looked to the right and saw a tall sycamore tree there. Shangguan Qing was hiding very well on the tree, and ordinary people would never be able to find him. Ruan Qiqi didn't expose it. She pretended not to see it and went downstairs directly. Shangguan Qing on the tree was very curious about Ruan Qiqi's identity. Before coming to school, her leader did not tell her that there was such a powerful character in the class. But she was sure that Ruan Qiqi was a friend, not an enemy. Ruan Qiqi had already discovered her just now, but did not expose her. It was obvious that she knew her identity. On the rooftop, it was He Hong, who was so scared that her legs went limp. After a long time, she was able to stand up with difficulty and moved step by step, holding onto the wall. The cold sweat on her back was dried by the wind, sticking to her skin, colder than ice. At this moment, He Hong felt cold and scared, and regretted deeply. If she had known that Ruan Qiqi was a goo player, why would she have offended this devil? She touched her throat again, feeling extremely frightened. Could it be that Ruan Qiqi had also cast a curse on her? And those snakes, Ruan Qiqi must be hiding in the dormitory. They are extremely poisonous coral snakes. The thought of being accompanied by several poisonous snakes every day, it is even possible that the poisonous snakes crawled onto her bed while she was sleeping. He Hong didn't dare to think about it anymore. She returned to the dormitory like a wandering soul, and she had completely lost the desire to complain. She gently opened the door and tiptoed towards the bed. You went out to steal in the middle of the night? Ruan Qiqi's voice rang in her ears. He Hong's hair stood up. She opened her mouth to scream, but her voice was blocked by a handkerchief. Sleep. Ruan Qiqi glared at him with disdain and went to bed. He Hong, a long time to come back to her senses. She pulled out her handkerchief with trembling hands, wiped her tears, and then went to bed. The school year have now vanished. Her biggest wish now is to get through 2 years of college life safely and return home safely. Shangguan Qing also came back. She moved very quietly, like a ghost, and got on the bed silently. At 6 o'clock the next morning, singing began on the radio and the dormitory building became unusually busy. Usually the most active did not get up today. She had a high fever and could not get out of bed. I'll get up and clean up. He Hong's mind was confused and she thought it was afternoon. She struggled to get up and clean up, but Ruan Qiqi pushed her down and said coldly, "Just lie down." Hong was so delirious with fever that she couldn't hear anyone's words. But when she heard Ruan Qiqi's voice, she immediately became quiet and lay there motionless, even breathing carefully. In Shang Qing's eyes, there are 4 classes in the morning and cleaning at noon. Shang Qing assigned tasks to everyone, except Hong. The dormitory is cleaned every day and is not dirty. After working together for half an hour, it is clean. The most difficult thing is to fold the quilt. The school requires that we must fold the tofu block quilt of the army, which is square and has edges and corners. Ruan Qiqi just couldn't fold the quilt properly. She had never folded the quilt before. When she got up in the morning, she would just spread out the quilt, and there was no need to fold it. Shang Qing and Zhong Jingyun were the best at folding. Hong could also fold, but she didn't have a chance to show off because she was too sleepy. Su Erfeng and Li Yuqin learned how to fold the quilt in just a few minutes, and they did it very successfully. However, Ruan Qiqi was the only one who couldn't learn it, and she was so angry that she wanted to tear the quilt apart. "Let me fold it." Zhong Jingyun had already moved over and wanted to flatter him, but Shang Qing got there first, so she retreated in disappointment. Shang Qing was very skillful and folded it in just 2 or 3 moves. "Go to sleep. You can still sleep for half an hour." Shang Qing looked at his watch and went to bed. Everyone carefully moved the tofu blanket aside and covered it with their coats so as not to affect the evening inspection. Another week passed, and Hong was the one who changed the most in the dormitory. She became more taciturn and stopped speaking in official language. She was much more likable than before. It was time for Zhong Jingyun to slip a note. Ruan Qiqi dictated and she wrote, "Ruan Qiqi is extremely greedy. I gave her $1 and she washed my clothes for a week, even my underwear. She didn't really need $1, but she was very greedy. Maybe it had something to do with her rural background. Money can bring her a sense of security." Zhong Jingyun wrote the note in fear, not understanding what Ruan Qiqi was up to. She went to the back mountain and stuffed the note into the tree hole. There was also $5 on the note. She gave the money to Ruan Qiqi, hoping to get a reduced sentence. "Take the flowers and buy things as before. Don't let the other party get suspicious." Ruan Qiqi didn't want it. Shushu had already told her that the person who stuffed the money into the tree hole was an inconspicuous cleaner in the school, a man in his 50s, an old widower. Everyone called him Master Lu. The next time she slipped a note, Ruan Qiqi asked her to write, "Ruan Qiqi and I have become close friends." She told me a lot of her innermost thoughts. Although she married an officer, it was only a superficial glory. The officer's family looked down on her, and she didn't hand over her salary. No wonder she was so eager for money. She was very strong, several times stronger than a middle-aged man. By chance, she caught a very powerful enemy spy and received a bonus of 100 yuan. She was very happy. Unfortunately, such good things don't happen every day. She was very regretful. Zhong Jingyun didn't dare to ask more questions, so she just wrote down the instructions and went to fill the tree hole, earning another $5. That night, everyone in the dormitory was asleep. Ruan Qiqi put on her nightgown, left the dormitory, and went to find Master Lu. After inquiring these days, she did not find the radio in Master Lu's house. It was obvious that Master Lu had someone above him, so she kept her troops on hold and waited for Master Lu to report to his superiors. Lu lives behind the school. It used to be a warehouse for sundries. Later, due to housing shortage in the school, they divided a dozen rooms and distributed them to single teachers in the school as dormitories. It was late at night and Master Lu's room was pitch black, but he was not asleep. He had just returned from the back mountain with a small note in his hand. He read it with a flashlight, and a sarcastic sneer appeared on his honest face. The eel actually died at the hands of such a greedy and stupid Chinese woman. How sad. Lu did not doubt Zhong Jingyun's information. This woman was carefully selected by them. She was vain, greedy for pleasure, good at acting, and she was Chinese. Ruan Qiqi would definitely not doubt it. The message that Il passed back said that Ruan Qiqi was a very powerful agent of China, and her methods were extremely cruel. The Empire must kill this woman. Now it seems that Il was just forcing himself to change his status to make up for his incompetence. He didn't see what was so great about Ruan Qiqi. Lu burned the note and had to report the latest news about Ruan Qiqi to his superiors. Since this woman was greedy for money, he would tempt her with money and then kill her when she was off guard. Although this woman was stupid and greedy, she must have been extremely skilled. Otherwise the eel would not have died. Lu smoked a cigarette. The red cigarette but flickered in the darkness, shining on his honest face, looking particularly strange. After finishing his cigarette, Master Lu prepared to go to bed. He limped to the bed and fell asleep with his clothes on. It was said that his leg was injured in a bombing, so he would often curse the Japanese and say that he would never reconcile with them. The teachers and students in the school never doubted his identity. Even Tian Yuguang was Master Lu's subordinate. All the photos taken by Tian Yuguang were handed over to Master Lu for processing. However, Tian Yuguang had never met Master Lu. He often passed by the limping Master Lu at school. Ruan Qiqi didn't dare to get too close, fearing that Master Lu was a kung fu master like Il. Lu fell asleep. She asked Shushu to keep an eye on him and then went back to the dormitory. The next day, Ruan Qiqi didn't go to class and she asked for leave. Because Master Lu went out, Shushu told her that Master Lu went out once a month and he told people at school that he was going to a mental hospital to visit his wife. His wife was bullied by the Japanese and became mentally ill. She didn't even recognize him and would go crazy and beat anyone she saw. Master Lu had no choice but to send his wife to a mental hospital where he would visit her every month. Because of the tragic experience of Master Lu and his wife, as well as his steadfast loyalty to his wife, Master Lu has a very good reputation in the school, and even the principal is polite to him. Ruan Qiqi eliminated everyone around Master Lu and finally set her sights on the mental hospital. The mysterious superior is most likely his wife, who is in a mental hospital. Lu visits his wife every month, actually to pass on information. If nothing unexpected happens, the wife in the mental hospital must have a radio transmitter in her hand. The Japanese are indeed cunning. Who would have thought that enemy spies would hide in a mental hospital? The mental hospital was far away from the city, and Ruan Qiqi rode her bike for an hour to get there. She did not go in to look for anyone, but first asked Shushu, and soon found out about the situation of Master Lu's wife. That woman went crazy every day, and even jumped from the 4th floor. She almost died. Gossip Ginkgo knows Master Lu's wife, who is the most troublesome patient in the hospital. No matter how crazy other patients are, they will have moments of clarity, but this woman has been in a state of madness and has tried to end her life many times. If it weren't for the hospital's adequate supervision, this woman would have died long ago. Ruan Qiqi frowned. If Master Lu's wife was pretending to be crazy, she might be able to hide it from the doctor, but she would definitely not be able to hide it from Shushu. It is impossible for people to act 24 hours a day. There will always be times when they slack off and no one will be on guard against trees, so Master Lu's wife is really crazy. Then she is definitely not Master Lu's superior. She thought she had found the right person, but unexpectedly, she found the wrong person. Ruan Qiqi was not discouraged. She was sure that this mysterious superior must be in a mental hospital. It could be a doctor, a nurse, a cleaner, or a patient. Lu had finished visiting his wife and was ready to leave. He walked slowly with a limp, greeting the medical staff along the way, appearing to be very familiar with them. Dr. Song. Lu greeted a doctor who was walking towards him. The doctor was wearing a white coat, about 50 years old, wearing glasses, of medium height, and with an elegant temperament. He stopped and talked to Master Lu. "Have you seen your lover?" "I've seen it, but you still don't recognize me." Lu sighed, looking gloomy. "I haven't tried to commit suicide recently. Maybe I'll recognize you after a while." Dr. Song comforted him and patted him on the shoulder gently. "Thank you for your good words. If you can really get better, I will burn incense for you." Lu became more and more excited as he spoke, and he even wanted to kneel down and kowtow. Dr. Song quickly supported him, and the two of them were in a stalemate for a long time. "Don't be like this. I'm a doctor. It's my duty to cure your lover, Get up quickly. Dr. Song helped him up and tried to comfort him, but he put one of his hands in his pocket, which contained the information he had just received from Master Lu. Thanks. Lu kept saying thank you, perfectly portraying an uneducated lower-class person. He exchanged glances with Dr. Song and limped away. There was more money in his pocket, which was his working capital for this month. Ruan Qiqi hid in the corner and saw everything clearly, not even missing the little movements between the two people. It is obvious that Dr. Song is Master Lu's superior. She was about to leave when Dr. Song turned his head sharply, paused for a few seconds, and walked towards her. Doctor, have you seen my dog Dudu? Ruan Qiqi took the initiative to walk towards him and asked in a very normal tone. Who is Dudu? Dr. Song asked. You don't even know Dudu? It's my cub. I have 2 cubs, one is Dudu and the other is Qiu. This morning, Dudu was disobedient, so I criticized him a few times. Dudu got angry and ran away from home. Now Qiu keeps clamoring for Dudu. Doctor, do you know where Dudu is? The cubs are so noisy when they make noises. It's a headache for me. Ruan Qiqi spoke faster and faster and took out an orange from her pocket, handed it to Dr. Song like a treasure, and asked mysteriously, It's Qiu, my little one, look. Doesn't this face look like me? It's pretty, isn't it? Dr. Song looked between Jizzy and Ruan Qiqi very seriously, and then said seriously, Yes, it looks exactly like you. Ha ha ha, you are so stupid, this is obviously an orange. I am a human. How can I give birth to an orange, you stupid pighead? Ruan Qiqi laughed triumphantly, peeled the orange in front of Dr. Song, and ate it with relish. Dr. Song's suspicions were immediately dispelled. It was obvious that this patient was in the late stage of mental illness. A normal person could not exhibit such insanity, so he was definitely not a spy. Do you want to eat it? It's very sweet. Ruan Qiqi enthusiastically invited him to eat oranges. Dr. Song peeled a piece and put it in his mouth. He chewed it for a few times, and it was so sour that his face was distorted. Ha ha ha, you stupid fool, if this orange was really sweet, how could I possibly treat you to it? Ruan Qiqi clapped her hands and laughed, and several patients gathered around and laughed too. You stupid pighead. You only treat people to sour oranges. You are so stupid. The patients were all making fun of Dr. Song's stupidity. They and Ruan Qiqi hit it off right away, like relatives who hadn't seen each other for many years. They got along really well. Dr. Song spat out the orange and was about to leave, but was stopped by Ruan Qiqi, who tilted her head and asked innocently, Are you a doctor or a patient? I am a doctor. Dr. Song was very patient and pointed to his white coat. No. How can a doctor be so stupid? Let me test you. Ruan Qiqi didn't believe it, and neither did the other patients.